This audiobook contains 1 censored sentences and 98 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 1, Part 1. Reunions, even miracles have limits. And when that time comes, what will you do? I found you, Urit, a former human turned outer god, and into this. To think Azathoth would seek out something this outrageous. What else did she do while we slept? No, it doesn't matter. I must destroy you now to prevent the extinction of us outer gods. Lavinia, Rennie's soliloquy, I wasn't the only one that felt it for a short period of time. The expressions on Sizaku, Inu, and even Velgrind had been quite telling, all 4 of us, meaning something happened to Aaron during his evolution. Was my hypothesis correct? Did he die? When will he revive? How long will it take? When will you come back? He said it wouldn't take too long, but suddenly that feeling of emptiness disappeared and I felt whole again. When I glanced at the other 4, they also seemed perplexed by this. Everyone else in the household seemed unaware of what had just happened. Lavinia, is something wrong? Aquino asked as she peered into my face. And no, it's nothing. I was just thinking about the upcoming tournament. I lied. I couldn't tell them well. As far as I could tell, it was just a theory. After all, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside Kanami, and everyone looked at her. She made a few faces, but nodded in the end and said Roger, rather enthusiastically. /dog team, we got a mission, and Azazel for some reason requested the help of Inu, Velgrind, and Lavinia, she said, and tilted her head to the side. I looked at Danu, Suzaku, and Velgrind. The Scorched Dragon looked at Kanami and smirked. She seemed to understand something and agreed to go, much to all our surprise. Is it that strange? She asked, looking a bit irritated. Well, Natsum didn't finish her sentence, as she awkwardly scratched her cheek. Anyway, it doesn't matter, we're going to, Texas? Something about some monsters running amok in the desert for some reason. Some of the groups there asked him to get help since they were stronger than them. Maybe it's the work of the cow's order? Kanami speculated. Anyway, since it's nighttime here, it's still daytime over there. So let's go, shouted Kanami, and she ran out of the room. I looked at everyone, and then at Natsum, who created a magic circle and contacted someone through it. She spoke into it for a minute before dismissing it. Looks like we're working together again, Lavinia. Let's get going. The same with you, Suzaku. Danu-sama. We only briefly worked together once, but I look forward to it again, and well, let's do our best, Velgrind, said Natsum, who put her hand out for a handshake. Velgrind stared at her for a few seconds before nodding and shaking her hand. It seems like Natsum is really taking up her role as the sub-leader for the team. She's grown a lot since 5 years ago, but this new team, it seems very powerful. Are we all needed? It seems a bit unnecessary. I would think those monsters are just ultimate class or high class. So why are all of us needed? On top of that, Maruam-chan is probably coming too, along with Middlet and Calawarna with Shark. I believe this is fate, said Danu before she left the room, with Suzaku accompanying her. Well, Aaron should come home soon. If not, well, just wait since he always comes back, setting Vile, to which many others agreed with her. I don't know, I just feel a bit uneasy. Maybe I'm just being overdramatic. Whatever the case may be, I agree with Ingvild. I hope he comes back soon. Third-person point of view, a young man with silver hair and eyes stood still in a field of unending green grass and stared up at the boundless blue sky. His various companions that were around him looked at him in apprehension. That young man had been in that spot and position for the last few minutes, not moving. Partner. Hey, partner. A red-haired man shouted at the young man. This was the Welsh dragon, Draig. He ran over to the young man and began shaking him. The young man finally looked back at him and blinked a few times before he asked, Oh, Draig, were you calling me? For the last few minutes, what the hell are you staring up into the sky for? Are you okay? His friend asked worriedly. Oh, no, it's nothing. I was just taking a break, his friend replied. He shook his head, and the usual expression on his face came back. Let's get back to it. His friend Aaron Toole dashed away and began to train harder with his new powers. They had been in this new dimension for at least 2,000 years. Aaron Toole hadn't stopped to eat, sleep, blink, breathe, or anything really. He only focused on one thing, mastering everything that he could think of while also creating new things like techniques, attacks, abilities, and items. He also created various new shadow soldiers as well, but not Electa yet though. He wanted more references and made them even more powerful, because once he went back to his home, he would turn many of his Electa to the new ranking class that he and Kuntuar made Outer God class. It wouldn't change their race or species, but they would have the raw power of Outer Gods. And that's the new ranking his current and future Electa and Shadow Soldiers will have. Is he really okay? He hasn't slept since we came here. I'm worried, said Drake. He then looked at his other companions. Kuntuar, the former system who can still reside in Eren if she so wishes, Albion, his best friend and rival, and the two previous wielders of the boosted gear, Elsha and Belzerd. Eren had resurrected them around 100 years into his stay here. The other two were the other wielders of Divine Dividing, Garrett and Amorous. They themselves have also been training quite extensively here. The only one who was truly connected to Eren's soul was Rudra, and he would speak a lot with Eren while also giving him advice, though any advice he gave would be instantly mastered by the young man, leaving him quite troubled. He will be fine, but I believe we should let him do what he wants. Once we go back, he'll have a wonderful time sleeping, said Kuntuar and smiled at Drake. I think I get what you mean. Well, if it's you, then he'll go along with it, replied Drake. Do you think we'll become the new dragon gods once we make our comeback in our universe? Albion asked while looking at his rival. Fufu, I certainly hope so. It will definitely make Crumb-Crutch train harder, replied Drake. He then looked over at a different dragon. What about you, Apophis? A young man with tan skin and black vestments stood by himself a great distance away. He silently watched Eren Tool do his own training. Upon hearing this inquiry, he glanced at the people looking at him. As I said, after 500 years in here, I will join Team DXD, much like Crumb-Crutch. Even if I stray away, I will be killed by him complying. Even though it's not in my nature, I would like to see more of this new era, replied Apophis. Apophis, one of the evil dragons, just like Crumb-Crutch, survived the war, as he had been observing everything from a distance. Eren had approached him during his 20 days of travel while repairing the damage done in the supernatural world. Apophis knew that he was outmatched, but still asked Eren to spar and lost quite badly. After that, he requested to stay in his shadows for a short while. However, this in turn made him accompany Eren to this place, and he had steadily become stronger. He also found out about Eren's true identity and his evolution, which only enforced his opinion of the young man. Fufu, I was also bestowed the abilities of Boost, Transfer, and Barado along with powerful flames, even without the boosted gear. I'm like a mini Welsh dragon. Isn't that right, Drake? Asked Elsha. Drake's lips twitched, but he couldn't deny it. Like Elsha said, she and Belzerd were granted powers equal to their previous Sacred Gear's abilities. Amorous and Garrett were also given the same blessings. We also have trained with them, but he also gave us some powers when we requested for it, said Belzerd in a monotone voice. Drake grinned and jumped up. Welsh dragon slaying magic, Cuckoo, just like an Earthland. I named after myself, Cuckoo. Keep your Chinibu ways away from me. Albion shouted at him and backed away. Hey, White One, doesn't this mean we'll gain new titles? Irene doesn't particularly care about her title of Red Dragon God Emperor, so they'll probably gain it, right? The same for you. As the White Dragon God Emperor, Drake excitedly said. Albion looked away and blushed. And maybe, Amen, right? Elsha asked her friend Amorous, who smiled and agreed with her. We should continue training, otherwise Eren will come over and ask why we stopped, said Kuntuar while gesturing towards him. They looked over and saw thousands of Omniverse around Eren's hands, and he closed them, destroying them. They also saw him drawing in the air with a pen, while also experimenting with his own fists and weapons. Shin, Eren's own Canis Lycaon, was also here with them, and he also was training with his wielder. The consciousness of Lycaon also spoke to them regularly through Shin, and they were quite surprised about this. It took place around 800 years into their stay here. Apparently, he only came out because most of Eren's darkness began to change, and while it's still there, The color of jet black began to change to pure silver, much like Shin, Canis Lycaon's color. The former jet black puppy, with glowing red eyes, had completely changed. The sacred gear transformed into a silver-furred puppy with glowing gold, left, and sapphire blue, right, eyes. Eren had only upgraded Shin when he first made him, but never evolved him, so this change came naturally after his wielder underwent his own changes. Eren had various plans he planned on setting once he got out of this place, and he looked forward to them. Seriously? We were sent to this. I could be sleeping right now. Kanami shouted as she dodged another attack from two monsters before exorcising them with her true Longinus. A job is a job, sis. Quit complaining, replied Natsum. The entire desert, after a barrier was erected, was in a world of ice and snow. Thanks to Lavinia Rennie using this ability, their time subjugating these monsters became a lot easier. Add to the fact that Danu also used her roots to restrain them, along with Ajamu getting guidance from the primordial goddess, their lives were a lot easier. Even though it wasn't necessary, they also needed to hold back since they didn't want to cause unnecessary damage around them. But what surprised them the most was Velgrind not destroying everything. She, to their surprise, listened to Danu, Suzaku, and Lavinia. They speculated that because they were part of the fated ones that she tolerated them more than the others. However, they were also grateful since she also helped them, but casually slapping in one direction and obliterating opponents. Everyone else was also doing their part and eliminated the strange number of enemies. It's as they speculated, the monsters belonged to the Cow's Order, more specifically, the Monkai Association. However, for what they could see, they were just mob characters as they didn't have much power nor distinctive abilities. Velgrind, why are you smiling? Danu asked while looking at the dragon. Oh no, it's nothing, really, she replied, and looked up at the sky. As their mission slowly came to a close, a powerful burst of energy suddenly struck their universe. Unaware of what truly happened, many of them stopped for a few seconds to stare up into the sky. Something to all of them, something felt amiss. However, they couldn't think about it as the area around them rumbled and a large monster burst through the ground. It stood at 34 meters tall and resembled a giant bear with jellyfish tentacles around its back. Powerful electricity and poison covered the tentacles, and the monster stared at all of them with hostility. Yet none of them were intimidated by it. At most, this creature was only around Satan class. Normally, it would be a difficult opponent to face, but because of their current power level, it was as powerful as an ant. Again, another strange thing occurred. The beast's right arm and left leg were suddenly sliced off it, forcing the beast to the ground. All of its tentacles were also slashed apart, and they did not regenerate back. Did someone do that? Cookie asked, surprised by the sudden action. No, replied Natsum, also looking confused. A figure of a knight emerged from the ground. It was mostly black with some purple accents that glowed around its body. The knight grabbed its cape and opened it, and from its cape came out a person. This person had silver hair and eyes. He also wore some kind of silver and blue attire that made him look like an emperor. Aar, as Lavinia shouted the name of this man. He turned to look at her and smiled. At the same time, he raised his right arm, and the beast behind him quickly dissolved away. Sorry for the wait, shall we return home? The young man asked. Before he could continue talking, the beautiful blonde-haired witch ran over and embraced him. What? Where did wait? Why do you look like that? Kanami asked. Sis, didn't they mention he was evolving? He probably just came back, said Natsum. Kanami said nah, and hit her palm with her free hand. Murum, one of Nyarlathotep's children, walked over to Eren and stared at him for a few seconds. Is something wrong, Murum? Eren asked. Our mother is dead, isn't she? Murum asked, not taking his eyes off his father. Eren showed him a tired smile and silently nodded. The rest of his friends and lovers stared at him in silent shock at the sudden announcement. Earlier, before Eren Tool and his companions came back to the Draconic Dais, several things occurred. Once Eren was finished with his training, the 10,000 years he spent in that place was valuable to him. And once he arrived at the place where he would be taken to after looking into the future, or now, with his new knowledge Azathoth's domain. He looked around the barren void and found a singular figure. Behind him were his companions. They knew not to follow him, so they stayed behind. Aaron touched his chest and gave himself new clothes. The clothes he gave himself resembled a military officer's from a fantasy world, and they were mostly silver and blue, matching his hair and eyes color. Aaron stood in front of Nyarlathotep. Even after Azathoth vanished, the barrier she kept around this outer god was so powerful that it would stay for an extra hour after she perished. The two silently stared at each other before Nyarlathotep spoke first. "I love you," she told Aaron. She tried her best to make it sound sincere, but Aaron knew that she didn't truly mean it. To Nyarlathotep, curiosity, lust, and love were the same thing. Aaron knew that she held no love for anyone, not for her children, and certainly not for him. Nyarlathotep was only ever curious about Aaron and his existence, as well as decisions. And from that grew a deep obsession, as she watched him from time to time when he was with his lovers. "I hate you. That will never change, Nyarlathotep," Aaron said in an icy cold voice. "Can I have at least one kiss before I die?" she asked. Aaron smiled, undid the barrier around her, and she took a step forward. Aaron put his hand in front of him, cupped her cheek, and she began to fade away. Nyarlathotep had a look of surprise on her face before she chuckled. "You're a cruel man for getting my hopes up like that. At least you did this in the most painful way for me." Fufu Nyarlathotep felt excruciating pain as this happened, but she didn't want to ruin the moment between them. This was the first and last time that she could feel a gentle touch from Aaron, and she treasured it. To the outsiders, her death looked peaceful, but it was anything but that. Aaron made her suffer during all of it. Every single painful feeling that existed in the omniverse, Nyarlathotep felt it all during her death. For anyone normal that felt this, they would have already started screaming and crying, but for Nyarlathotep, she didn't. "I'm going to replace you, and I hope to never see you again," Aaron added before Nyarlathotep disappeared completely. She had accepted this fate a long time ago as she saw her own demise through looking into the future. She tried to fight it, but when she tried to change the future, it would end in a much more brutal way, and she wanted to avoid that. At least in this way, she ceased to exist in a much calmer, yet still painful, way. Aaron sighed deeply. He felt that a heavy burden was taken off his shoulders, but at the same time a new one was put on. Aaron wanted to say a lot of things to Nyarlathotep. He wanted to shout at her, tell her how much he hated her, and other abhorrent things, but he held himself back. Instead, he made her suffer for those last few seconds, both physically and emotionally. That was his payback. Now, then Aaron looked around the place and let out another sigh. The rest of his companions joined him, and he held his arm in front of him. Using his newfound powers, he willed two people back into existence. In front of all of them, two figures began to emerge. The previous one was Azathoth. She held a guilty look on her face and refused to look Aaron in the eyes. He expected this, but didn't say anything to the former ruler and creator. The other existence he brought back was another female. She had bright red hair that internally faded to orange. It looked like her entire head was set aflame. She also had cool blue eyes that looked back at him. The female looked around herself for a few seconds before she looked back at Aaron. She let out a quiet sigh, walked toward Aaron, and once in front of him, she lightly slapped him. Why?" Drake asked in shock. However, he also too was smacked by Elsha as he was pulled back. "You really went and did it, didn't you?" the young woman asked. "I did. You can hit me harder, you know," said Aaron. "Did Aquino make you into a masochist?" asked the young woman. "Aoife, no," replied Aaron, and he looked a bit disturbed by his former deceased lover from his previous world. "I was joking, but tears welled up in her eyes, and she took another step forward before the two embraced each other. "I'm home, yeah. Welcome home, Aoife. With that said, I want to look differently. Before you ask why, don't I have the body of gosh? How old was I? Well, either way, I want to look differently," declared Aoife. Aaron's companions stared at her in confusion. However, Aaron himself sighed deeply and shook his head. "All right, what do you want to look like?" he asked. Aoife smiled and whispered in his ear. Aaron's expression changed from neutral to amused. He expected her to be a bit eccentric, but he didn't expect her to try to change her appearance as soon as she came back to life. Azathoth told him that she couldn't stop him after evolving, so he agreed to give her a new appearance. However, he'll miss your red her. I can't call you a ginger anymore, he said with a slight smirk. And that's why I want to change my appearance, so you can't call me that, retorted Aoife. Aaron remembered he would tease Aoife by calling her ginger. Most redheads in Ireland hate being called that. In a way, they found it insulting. Even his teacher who taught him the Irish language told her classes to not call redheads gingers since it was insensitive. Although Aaron and Aoife knew that not everyone was bothered by it. Aoife herself wasn't that bothered by it, but didn't want him to keep teasing her about it. A lover's quarrel as soon as she comes back. Huh? I wonder what she'll look like after this, asked Drake. He looked at Cuntuar, as did the rest, and she quietly giggled to herself. Well, she knows that you need to do that transferring of souls and killing them, Aaron. Albion asked. No, I don't need to anymore. However, I don't know how this will feel, so please tell me if it's painful in any way because I will adjust it immediately, said Aaron, and Aoife agreed. He put his right arm in front of him again, and Aoife was covered in a large silver aura. After a few seconds, the aura that shrouded her vanished, and everyone near Aoife's vicinity saw her new appearance. She stood at 59 with a slender body. She had long white hair that was tied in a ponytail by a colorful and unique ribbon that had cranes and clouds that were in blue and white colors. She had calm, yet deep red eyes, and wore a Chinese-style armor dress that consisted of blue, white, and gold colors. Beneath this, she wore a long white skirt that faded into some blue and black with blue accents and armored shoes that reached up to her knees. On her right ear was a single earring that resembled a water droplet. What do you think? Aoife asked while flexing her muscles. That we need to buy you new clothes when we get back home, replied Aaron. That's true, Aoife replied to him, though her attention was on her own new body as she twirled around and examined it. Aaron turned to his companions and gestured for them to join him. They did, and he said, I'm leaving to get Mom and Cindy. Can you look after Aoife for a bit? I'll speak with Azathoth when I get back. Leave it to us, partner, Drake replied, and walked over to Aoife and immediately told her that they were going to have a small impromptu training session. The woman herself was fine with it and enthusiastically started copying Drake's movements. Cuntuar walked over to Aaron, touched his chest, and entered his soul again. Albion, Elsha, Amaris, Garrett, and Belzard also joined Drake while Apophis watched on from a distance. Aaron watched them for a few seconds longer before vanishing from Azathoth's domain. The outer god herself didn't join in on their fun. Aaron Toole arrived in a world much like his own. Tall buildings were all around him, cars and other modes of transportation were on the road, and people were walking all around him. None of the humans reacted to his sudden teleportation because he made it like that. Anything he did, others would perceive it as normal. Even if he were to suddenly summon his boosted gear. He had already located both his mother's and Cindy's auras, and he started walking towards them. The world that Aaron arrived at was in the year 2075. It was a lot more advanced than his current world, but there weren't too many technological advances. There were no flying cars, hoverboards, or anything of that sort. However, he noticed that there were people with more advanced smartphones, almost reminiscent of those sci-fi shows of the future, and he found it quite amazing that they were already at that stage, but at the same time a bit disappointed that they hadn't created flying cars or instant travel around cities or countries. Aaron also saw that there were moving walkways everywhere. Most of them were quite fast too, and he noticed many people using them to get to places faster. Aaron was slowly approaching his destination. He saw a rather advanced apartment complex in the distance, and he felt both women in the same building. He wanted to briefly explore this new world, so he didn't instantly teleport to their door. However, he more or less understood it, so he quickly flash-stepped to their door. Once there, he felt a bit nervous, a bit of trepidation. But he knew his mother and maid would recognize him once they saw him, however. He didn't look into the future. He wanted to surprise himself, too. Finally, he rang the doorbell to the apartment and heard a few muffled voices making their way to the door. It then opened, and two ladies stared at him. Hello, Can we help? Aaron didn't let his mother finish as he clicked his fingers, and both of them stared at him for a few seconds before Royson Toole lunged forward and embraced him. A few seconds later, Cindy, the maid, also did the same thing. "I'll come to get both of you," he told them. Aaron also felt a bit emotional, but he forcefully calmed himself down before hugging them back. Before Aaron could continue, both Royson and Cindy began kissing him on the cheek over and over again, making him chuckle. "I'm not going to disappear. How about we talk for a little bit?" Then a few minutes later, and after calming down a bit, he was invited inside, and Cindy prepared them some futuristic tea, though to Aaron it still looked the same. He thanked his maid and drank it. His mother, Royson Toole, sat beside him, hugging his arm tightly and not letting him go. "So I just evolved not too long ago, and everyone else, including Aoife and Azathoth, are in her domain. We'll go back there before we make our way back to our new universe," he told them. "Anywhere you go, Mommy will follow you," Royson said happily. Aaron smiled wryly and let his mother have fun. "Master Aaron, will you give you powers?" Aaron finished for her, and Cindy nodded. "Of course, in all honesty, both of you could skip the training part, and I can simply make you at the level of an outer god. I plan on changing my Electa and Shadow Soldiers into them." "What about your lovers and friends, dear?" asked Royson. "Knowing them, most of them would want to reach that power by themselves, so they'll most likely decline the instant power upgrade," replied Aaron. "But I do need to make someone a new outer god. I recently killed Nyarlathotep after all." Both weren't surprised by this, but what about the other outer gods? Cindy asked as she sat on his other side, and also hugged his arm. "I have my plans for them." Although Aaron's eyes briefly glowed, and a small smile spread across his face. "I want to talk to one or two of them. Perhaps I can convince the other one, but if not, it'll simply erase them." "Are you talking about the ones that were the most recently active?" asked Royson. "Wait, one or both are going to awaken. Are you sure about letting that happen?" "It's fine. Even after they awaken, my plan, after we go back to Azathoth, all of it will be in motion. Anyway, we should go back. Hey, raise a present for both of you," said Aaron, and he summoned 2 rings for them. Royson Toole blushed, put her hands on her cheek, and began shaking her head. "A present for my son. It's also a ring. Is this forbidden love?" Aaron ignored his mother's strange ramblings and slipped the ring onto both of their fingers. They function just like the girls' rings, but they've been upgraded to be able to block outer god level attacks. For the most part, you'll be completely immune to anything thrown at you since you two aren't fighters, he explained. He finally got up and said, "If you want to bring anything in this home, this world with you, just store them in your ring. They'll go wait by the door." Both of them agreed and quickly sped around their home, gathering items they wished to bring with them. Around 4 minutes later, both Royson and Cindy were finished. They glanced at their home, a home that they had for the longest of time. However, when they first reincarnated in this world, and even now, they always felt strange, like something was amiss. But today, everything was cleared up because their memories came back. "We're ready, Aaron," said Royson. Cindy nodded along as they stood in front of him. "Let's go," then Aaron replied and clicked his fingers. As soon as they arrived in the domain of Azathoth, they felt powerful tremors. When the 3 of them turned to look in the tremors' direction, they saw Draig and Aoife battling, much to Aaron's surprise. They walked over to the group that was watching. "What happened?" Aaron asked. "Aoife, your previous lover, is quite a quick learner. She almost instantaneously mastered 10k, managed to use draconic energy, and summoned a small sword and is now fighting Draig," replied Elsha. "She's holding up pretty well even when Draig is holding back. From my own appraisal earlier, she's around middle-tier god class, right?" "Yeah. Aoife asked to be put around that level of power and then increase her own power from there," replied Aaron. As Draig and Aoife fought in the distance with smiles on their faces, Aaron made his way to Azathoth, who was also watching the small match. Once Aaron arrived in front of her, both of them stared at each other without saying a word. "You're going to be with me for the rest of eternity," he told her. "And if I refuse?" asked Azathoth. "You won't. I know you won't," replied Aaron. Another round of silence surrounded both of them as they silently stared at each other. Azathoth's orange eyes glowed, as did Aaron's silver eyes. Then, timidly, Azathoth held her hand out, and Aaron took it. "It's a pleasure to have you aboard, Azathoth," Aaron said, and she closed her eyes while nodding. Even the original creator, huh? Perhaps what the angels said in heaven wasn't too far off. Asked Albion. "What do you mean?" Garrett asked. "I think he was referring to when one of them said that Aaron would make Eve, Adam's wife, fall in love with him because of how clueless he is at times." "Just like what Anae said, an idiot savant," replied Elsha. Everyone there heard a bit of a pout, and when they turned to look at the one who made it, they found Royson Toole. Her cheeks were puffed up with her arms crossed, and she was clearly agitated or even jealous of Aaron's and Azathoth's interaction. "He's not a savant, it's just his kind and friendly nature that draws people to him. Maybe I shouldn't have, no. I also read those harem stories. How many does he have?" Royson muttered to herself. Madam Cindy muttered while gently patting the jealous mother on the back. "I don't even know how to comment on that." Albion shook his head, and the battle between Aoife and Drake concluded. "And it's my amazing victory," Drake announced and did a peace sign. "Phew, that was a good workout," said Aoife as she got up from the ground and put away her new sword. "Is Aaron trying to make the outer god part of his harem?" she asked and tilted her head. They then heard Royson gasp and fall to her knees. But im his mommy?" Everyone stood there confused. However, Aoife walked over while giggling and patted her back. "I'm sure he has more people older than you too, Mrs. Toole. How will you feel then? You know, read them DxD light novels, right?" Aoife asked. Royson's face turned even paler. "He'll lose my reason," she shouted, and then ran towards Aaron and Azathoth. "Don't press me." Both Aaron and Azathoth turned to look at Royson Toole, and the son himself became confused. "Huh?" he asked, and his mother hugged him and started to cry. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Royson then explained her thoughts on the matter. Azathoth became increasingly confused, and Aaron was flabbergasted by it. He comforted her by saying he wouldn't, though he still didn't fully understand the reasons for her distraught. "You'll always be my mom, though," said Aaron. Royson looked up at her son and sighed. "That's fine for now." Aaron shrugged his shoulders and announced, "I'll start my plans now." His eyes then glowed pure silver, and a single and powerful pulse left him and affected the entire Omniverse. "With that, we're done. Let's go home." "Wait, what?" "That's it," Drake asked. Yeah, that's it. Did you expect some kind of exaggerated scene to happen or something?" Aaron asked. "Well, yeah, kind of. Sorry to disappoint you then. But everything should be done. I've changed various things around the Omniverse that will be in our favor from now on," he told them and walked over to join them. He glanced at Azathoth's domain one last time and added, "Maybe we can add this to our home in the future." "And that's what happened," said Aaron. Everyone had gathered around him, and then he pointed to behind him. "They're also there, yo." Drake held his hand up. Everyone else was also there, the 4 previous wielders, his mother, Maid, Aoife, and even Azathoth. The group stared at them silently, however. Lavinia and Aoife stared at each other quite intensely. Aoife walked over and stood beside Lavinia. The tension in the area was palpable. Aoife then held her hand out for a handshake. Lavinia stared at it for a few more seconds before letting go of Aaron and grabbing her hand. "Lavinia Rennie," said the magician. Aoife smiled and said, "Aoife Toole, the first wife. Nice to meet you." The area became even more silent. It was quite obvious this was a power play on her part, and the females knew it. Lavinia's sapphire blue eyes glowed as she processed what she had just heard. After a few seconds, she sighed and looked seriously at Aoife. "Allow me to correct myself. Im Lavinia Rennie Toole, the real first wife. Nice to meet you," Aoife said Lavinia a bit more forcefully. Their grips on each other's hand became even more tighter. As their powers increased, most people backed away. But Aaron suddenly karate chopped both of them on the head. "Please don't start a weird war as soon as you two meet," he said tiredly. "Let's go home." Universe Evie had told a young woman with brown hair tied in a ponytail and wore sports-like clothing ran around a certain planet. She also had a few companions with her. This woman was Kay Zora, one of Aaron's avatars. She was sent here along with Yanuyo, Ayelet, and Igris. However, after Aaron sent that pulse out into the Omniverse, various things changed. Igris was no longer there, and instead, a random shadow mage was with them. Even without a name, the shadow could communicate with them and was also powerful. Whatever the boss did, he definitely changed something just now, apparently. I've been here for more than 300 years and a leader of the resistance in this world along with the Atoll faction. Well, whatever, we already made contact with them, and now we're here, thought Kay. Kay dodged various attacks that were sent at her and deflected some with her sword. She stared at her attackers, and they were various mechanical organic monsters that the Eevee had created. They combined some life with mechanical parts like what they did with Ayelet before Aaron changed her. Kay increased her speed to such a degree that not even the God-class hybrids could follow her movement, and she slashed them apart in a single motion. 7 secret swords. Reiku, she muttered, and the various hybrids behind her exploded. Kay looked around and saw her companions had already finished their battles too. Fufu, it seems Aaron-sama did something spectacular just now. I also feel my strength has increased, said Yunuyo as he and the others joined her. Kay used Observe on him and was shocked to see his power to be something new. Outer God EX. What happened to the thing? Did boss remove it? She thought and looked at Ayelet and the Shadow Mage. They also had the same ranking. Taking a chance, Kay summoned the ranking list and saw that Aaron had indeed changed it. He removed the AAA variations and, as well as changed a few things around. I wonder why. She thought, is something wrong, Kay? Asked Ayelet. In her peripheral vision, she saw a small letter icon, and she poked at it. A new message appeared for her and gave her instructions. They were from Aaron. After she dismissed the letter, it also left an item. Kay grabbed it, and she handed it to Ayelet. 2 other Electa are waiting for you in the Fatter Fedora universe. Boss said for you to join them, and that will be fine by ourselves, said Kay. Just break that, and ITLL teleport you to their spot. It seems boss changed it, so that they've joined the FXF resistance over there. Ayelet's eyes glowed, and she nodded. She looked at the item before breaking it, and she quickly disappeared. Fufu, does that mean Aaron-sama changed reality, fiction, itself? Asked Yunuyo. Seems like it. A new fact is that we've been here for 300 years and only rose to power as one of the new leaders of the resistance here who also allied ourselves with the Atoll. I wonder if they're aware of the change or not. Kay speculated. It would be wiser to go speak to them ourselves. I don't believe the mechanical gods of this world will be able to follow our movements anymore, Yunuyo said while ominously chuckling to himself. Well, let's go back and speak to Risatora's and the other leaders, replied Kay. She double-checked the rest of the planet and found no signs of life. When Kay and her team arrived at Atoll's main planet and base of operations, they went over to the giant tree that was their main building of operations. The tree was full of life energy, and Kay speculated that it was attached to the planet's core. This meant it wouldn't be easy to destroy or topple down. However, she has defeated some members of the Eevee faction, and she could safely say that many of them could probably damage this tree to an extent that the Atoll would need to abandon it or at least use a significant amount of power to restore it back to its full health. As they passed the guards and made their way up the halls, Kay and Yunuyo felt it. Something had changed, and they looked at one another. Fufu, it certainly will be interesting from now on, won't it? It seems Aaron-sama wants to make this a slow enough victory for us, said Yunuyo. Well, we won't know the full extent until he tells us. Or me, replied Kay. Very true. They finally arrived at a door and entered the room. Once in there, they only saw a few of the leaders, 3 in total, minus Risatora's himself. From the left was Chimyun Chipotle, the goddess of breasts, in the middle was the goddess of butts, and to the right was the goddess of thighs. When Kay first found out about this, she was utterly shocked. Even Yunuyo was temporarily stunned, but he couldn't help but feel that it was destiny of sorts. In Yunuyo's words, first the goddess of breasts, then the goddesses of butts and thighs. Fufufu, what a fascinating world. Aaron-sama will love it. In addition to knowing that her boss liked those qualities in a woman, Kay also thought that this was a kind of destiny. However, they quickly found out that Chimyun Chipotle was the one who recruited them. Those 2 leaders were on different planets on their own and had been slowly amassing power by themselves, but apparently the breast dragon emperor's achievements and fetishes exceeded even himself, so they met with them. The goddess of butts, Acehotla Kavnara. She had a fair complexion, light blue eyes, and strawberry blonde hair that faded into a light pink at the ends. She often wears her hair down, but she occasionally has it in a high ponytail. Today, she had them down. Acehotla Kavnara wore a tight black coat with streaks of teal and a short cape. She also wore a black military hat, brown leggings, and a pair of dark boots. The goddess of thighs, Fumilia Thessera. Fumilia Thessera is a woman in her 20s with brown hair and hazel gold eyes, tied back in two ponytails with blue butterfly-like ribbons. She wore white and blue chipao and the same colored boots. She had earrings on both her ears and a glowing accessory on her left thigh. Beside the goddess of thighs, Fumilia Thessera, stood a woman with long white hair. She had a small accessory on her hair that resembled a horn. She had blue-purple eyes and had a white armor dress with purple and gold accents. On her back was a halberd-type weapon that radiated divine energy. Her name was Shininu, a goddess of lunations. You're back, Kayunioanum. Is your companion, I yell at missing? Asked the leader of the atoll, Risa Torres. She's been called to another universe. However, all our powers have been amplified by Boss, so rest assured that with just us three we'll be fine, replied Kay. Risa Torres nodded. He already knew their circumstances due to Chimyun contacting Aaron that other time. About the other thing, Boss will be coming here soon. However, he wishes to correct the universe of the Phantasma first. After that, he will come here. But he will provide some assistance here soon too. As Kay was about to finish, another pulse resonated around the Omniverse, which also affected this universe. A communication circle appeared beside Risa Torres' Lord. Previous harvests and zones of our planet and several others that we recently gained occupancy have regained their vitality in life. They're growing at a rapid rate. Whatever that powerful wave was, it definitely affected it. Also, multiple buildings and structures were also repairing themselves. We also received a report that the EV faction took damage. Many of their bases on certain planets have been destroyed completely or were damaged to the point of halting their progress in their sciences, and their ships were also affected, limiting their way of travel. Explained the man through the communication circle. It seems Boss provided a bit more assistance then, muttered Kay. Kufufufu, as expected of Aaron Sama. He's working fast from my understanding because he's sharing his knowledge and information with us, Electa. This attack of his, they cannot salvage, repair, or save anything that was destroyed, meaning they'll need to start their process from the start and from a new source and angle. Fufu, said Yunuyo. Kay looked at him in wonder because she hadn't been informed of this. However, a new message appeared in front of her, and she understood that Aaron had used a similar ability to Beelzebub or Lord of Gluttony, an ultimate skill from the Central, Tensura world. More specifically, he used the food chain sub-skill, allowing his Electa, and by proxy, Kay herself to use any ability they wish. Food chain, the user can freely copy the prototypes of the skills of any subordinates, while also enabling the user to grant subordinates any skill they are compatible with. Aaron had used a slightly modified version, henceforth making the Electa and his avatars compatible with any skill, ability, and technique across the Omniverse. Why has the goddess of breasts, butts, and thighs come here? Kay asked after dismissing the message she saw. Chimyun Chipotle squirmed in her seat a little before she said, these two wanted to make an alliance with Aaron. After they saw his Apay Dragon show, as well as hear the song, they wish to make an alliance with him because they believe their new planet's power will be amplified by him through his lewd energy. It's as she said, we believe the Apay-Ketsuthai dragon can revitalize our planets, your help, and, as well as his most recent one, just now we will finally be able to turn the tides around against the EV faction, said Acehotla Kavnara, the goddess of butts. Of course, we won't let him go without compensation. He may have a pick of any woman he pleases if none suffice. I will offer myself up to him, said Fumilia Thessera, the goddess of thighs. I concur. We are willing to give ourselves to him, if that is the only way for him to assist us, added Acehotla Kavnara. Boss K was stopped by Yunuyo, who had an amused smile on his face. Kafufu, if that's your resolve, I shall tell Aaron-sama that now. A moment, please, he said, and turned away before putting 2 fingers beside his ear, and a small magic communication circle appeared. Kay was about to say that Aaron wasn't like that, but for some reason Yunuyo stopped her for his own amusement. And she knew that he would word it in a way where the goddesses here were offering themselves up to him, although Aaron already knew he knew everything. Yunuyo turned around with a very, very happy face and said, he agreed, but said that you may need to wait a little until he comes here himself to do that. However, I will provide some of the energy to at least bring it up to 75 of its life. Will that suffice? I am using my master's powers after all. Yes, both goddesses agreed to it. Chimyun Chipotle herself didn't say anything as her faction did not need this kind of help as it was already flourishing on this planet. Kafufu. Then shall we go there now? I wish to finish it and go destroy more strongholds and the armies of the Eevee, said Yunuyo. You have no qualms about that, correct, Kay? No, Idon. Let's go. Universe Fatter Fedora Ayelet arrived at an uninhabited planet. The majority of its planet was untouched, trees, grass, rivers, strange animals, and its atmosphere was also quite clean. If one were to put a human here, they would mistake it for Earth, well apart from the animals, of course. Ah, you've arrived, said a feminine voice. We have partnered with the FXF Resistance. We thought it would have been a wise choice for you to join us. Ayelet, said a masculine voice. Ayelet turned around and found 2 people there. She could tell from a glance that they were the 2 Electa that she was meant to meet up with. They were Evonos, the blonde male who used guns, and Sviva the female, who looked like a minor deity. Evonos and Sviva, right? What can you tell me? Asked Ayelet. Both looked at one another and nodded. Well, to start, we made contact with the Resistance a few months ago. We were informed by Kuntuar-sama, so around a week or 2 after the capture of Avetsa, the fallen angel, said Sviva. We battled a few Eevee gods that were still here, and most of the planets in that universe were barren, save for a few who were desperately battling to survive. We went to those planets and liberated them. Strangely enough, none of their notable members were there. Well, there were a few stronger ones, said Evonos. Right. One boasted about being promoted to the ranks of the Invader Fanatics, and another said they were close to being accepted into the Combat Fanatics. I will admit their combat strength was around Dragon God class, but they were simply too unrefined, said Sviva. However, you must know one thing apparently. The Enrios has gone missing. They were previously in the hands of Eevee well, soon to be, but it suddenly vanished. Perhaps it had something to do with our power-up and the 2 pulses we recently experienced? Asked Sviva. Ayelet smiled and nodded. Yes, Aaron-sama has finished his evolution, and those pulses were from him. Go ahead and check your own powers. They have been improved, and from what I can tell, we have access to more abilities. Both Evonos and Sviva checked on their conditions before Sviva laughed to herself. Fufu, it seems our mission has become much easier. Very well. The shadow soldiers that came with us are with the surviving members. It also seems that some planets here have been restored because of those pulses. Evonos agreed. With this universe being restored and now being protected, the Eevee gods should have noticed they also cannot bring backup and leave the universe because of what Aaron-sama did. What do you wish to do first, Ayelet? And me? Ayelet pointed at herself, and the other 2 nodded. As far as I can see, all we need to do is clean up the remnant Eevee gods that were left in this universe. They can't leave this universe, so they're forced to face us. Aaron-sama transmitted his plans to all the Electa just now, didn't he? World universal travel has been made impossible. The only exception are the Electa, his other subordinates, lovers, friends, allies, and Team DXD, as well as Organization EXC, said Sviva, interrupting Evonos, who also nodded along. Do you wish to inspect your planet and people? Why not try to sense them? Ayelet stared at Sviva and focused her scanning ability on a certain planet. When she opened her eyes, tears fell from them. Her planet and its people had been restored, and a new barrier had been erected all around it. No one apart from the aforementioned groups could enter it. Even if an outer god were to attempt to destroy it, it would be impossible. Ayelet felt relief, and her appreciation and affection for her new master increased significantly. We can visit them for now. As I mentioned, the various untouched planets, as well as the planets that were restored, are protected by Aaron Sama, said Sviva. If you don't mind, said Ayelet. The two others smiled and agreed, so they quickly teleported there. Once the trio arrived at a certain planet, it was brimming with life, and there were a lot of confused people on it. However, upon them seeing Ayelet, they became even more confused, but she knew what to do, and she let her aura run wild, the one she used in her previous body, before she was turned into that mechanical being. She could never forget the feeling nor the people in this planet, and once they felt it, they were reminded of her once again. Multiple people converged on their spot, many staring at the woman in confusion. Did you forget about me? She asked them. Vamadal? An old woman asked. That I am, Abhijana. A lot of things have happened, but will you listen to my story? Asked Ayelet. The old woman's eyes widened in surprise. Only one person called her that, and it was the previous goddess of swords. You still call me that even after we came back to life? Abhijana asked. Silly little brat, call me by my real name. Ayelet smiled. If you're fine with it, Helena. He'll stay here and monitor more of the universe, Evonos. Can you go with her? Sviva asked, and he agreed. Ayelet had a lot of things to talk about to her now revived planet and friends about. Universe Crepuscule Phantasma, it's time to leave. Chow Chow, said a masculine voice. Chow Chow's team spear of the Draconic Emperor were alerted by this and instantly got ready for a fight. However, the male in front of them didn't have any sort of fighting aura or spirit on him. However, that didn't stop them from keeping their hostility towards him. You are? Asked Chow Chow as he pointed his Eridoval at the man. Jean's avatar, call me Laronia, he told them. He's enacted his plan now, but before I send you guys back to the Draconic Dais, let's go back to the Resistance's base. Chow Chow's team became surprised by this sudden revelation. But as Chow Chow focused on reading his aura, he could feel the same one that Aaron had, so he lowered his spear. The man in front of them had short yet messy jet black hair and jet black eyes. On the left side of his face was a symbol that resembled a star. He wore jet black clothes and a jet black cape. On his belt was a book of grimoire. It looked ancient and powerful as Chow Chow sensed a lot of power from it. I see, so he's reached a new level then? Asked Chow Chow as he and his team began to follow the man called Laronia. He did, replied Laronia. Hey! Jean ran up to him and started walking beside him. Did Jean call you Laronia, or what did you call yourself that? Boss was the one who gave me the name. If you're wondering why, because it's based on a name that both Lavinia, Rennie, and Boss want to give their future son. If they have one, that is, replied Laronia. La. And Nia, for Lavinia, and Air, for Aaron. Although Lavinia acknowledged that there was no E in Aaron, she wanted it to stay to make it more unique in her words. So how do you feel about that? Asket Gao Gao. A lot of honor and pride. I know I won't be around forever, but having the honor of being called one of their future children's name, a small smile spread across his face. He didn't continue his sentence as he walked ahead of them. The area they came out to was a barren mountainside on a planet that was also void of life. Chow Chow and his team chose this because it was under the radar of both Ive and Fumara, so they could come and go as they please. All they needed to do was kill anyone who came close enough to this area or gain control of their minds. Chow Chow and his comrades had been sent here for the last few months, and they had made steady progress. However, they were briefly teleported back to the Draconic Dais by Aaron during the climax of the war with the Cow's Order. However, they were teleported back by Comptoir. He and his team had slowly killed off the subordinates of all Wayboros and were on the process of eliminating the subordinates of the Eradicators. With the help of Sekudia, the new Rank 7 of the Eradicators, and Rank 2 Echoles, third leader of the Resistance, of the Wayboros, they were able to take those subordinates down. However, they were also aware that they could always just find or make new ones, so what they did was just a temporary nuisance. However, not all of them had the resources to do that, so they still did some kind of blow to them. But they did more than just that. Chow Chow and his team managed to uncover the rest of the Wayboros and Umbra's names and rankings. They planned on informing Aaron this once they went back, but the man himself already knew, but he would still thank them nonetheless. The last remaining members of the Umbra were Sagarif, Malkaoth, and Fadra. They only heard the names. The ones that they interrogated had no idea of their looks or even sexes, but to Chow Chow, these were enough. Finally, the Weiboros also recruited new people into their ranks. Chow Chow and his team found this out after they interrogated many people. Weiboros ranking list. Rank 1 Haladrifa, female. Rank 2 Ekalis, third leader of the resistance, female. Rank 3 Zanrob, male. Rank 4 Zanalis, male. Rank 5 Zenosius, male. Rank 6 Reshival, new, female. Rank 7 Garner, male. Rank 8 Taphalis, female. Rank 9 Atherda, female. Rank 10 Donanas, male. Rank 11 Lanris, new, male. Rank 12 Ihild, female. Once everyone was outside, George, with the help of Elsa and Yuenting, teleported everyone to the base of the resistance. Once they were there, it was well hidden, as it had Elsa's, Yuenting's, and George's magic hiding it. It was near impossible to detect. Even more so after both Elsa and Yuenting were given boosts in power from Aaron. "This is it. Will you need us to introduce you to them?" asked George as he fixed his glasses. All around the base were invisible Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky, the same creatures the young Leonardo created during the demonic beast riots. He recreated them after he got stronger and got used to his powers. These two creatures were previously his balance breakers, but now they are not. He had his own new balance breaker, and they were much stronger as Leonardo was introduced to the world of light novels, manga, and other sources of media by Aaron, and this made his imagination run wild. It would be appreciated, although what is it? Gao Gao Asket? Jean changed a few things. "He'll explain it once we get acquainted with everyone inside," said Laronia. Chow Chow and his team were intrigued by this, but they stepped inside the base first. The planet that the resistance was on was also one of the few that were conquered, but also abandoned. Aaron had provided this place a new barrier after the pulse was sent out. There were also various changes, but first Chow Chow, this is the Eradicator's rank 1? Did he betray them? Asked Sakudia. He, along with the two leaders of the resistance and various members, were gathered around the dining hall as Chow Chow and his team achieved a victory a few days ago. Everyone else in the room became tense as they stared at Laronia. Without saying another word, he briefly transformed into the appearance of Aaron prior to his evolution. Sakudia became shocked at this, as did the rest of the members of the resistance. "I'm not Jean. I am merely an avatar he created, but that should serve its purpose, right? I do like to tell you what happened not too long ago," said Laronia. He saw that no one was going to speak, so he continued. "To put it simply in a way that all of you will understand, he changed reality. Because he did that, I am known as the part of the Eradicators, rank 1-2, but in reality, I'm just a spy. Although Ive and Fumara won't suspect me. I might become a suspect if I disappear too many times, so I will keep my meetings with all of you short," he told them. Many were clearly shocked by the revelation, but at the same time, some found comfort in the actions taken by the former Outer God. "So, what plans does your main body have?" asked a woman. She had long blonde hair that reached her thighs, orange-colored eyes, and wore a black hat with red flowers on it. She wore a medium-length black dress that also reached her thighs, a short and formal coat that was white and crimson. On her waist was a black whip, and she wore black heels. "I'm Savina, the leader of the resistance," she said, and gave Laronia a small wink. "He will eventually come here to correct everything, but for now he wishes for everyone here, including myself, to slowly dwindle down the numbers of the Phantasma. He will personally confront Ive and Fumara himself," said Laronia. Laronia also wanted to say something about the original rank 1 and the outer God Magnum Tenebrosum. However, he wasn't sure if it would be the wisest idea, so he did not. He looked around and saw two more people, and found out they were the other two leaders. The man in the middle had dark tan skin, medium-length white hair that reached his neck, and he wore a gold chain around his neck. He wore a black coat that let his chest be bare, black pants, and black shoes. He also had an accessory on his head that looks like feathers that were dark blue or navy in color. He had a coat on his back similar to Savina's, which was black. When Laronia used Observe on him, he found out he was the second leader and was also called Ramlar. Finally, the third leader, and who was also an undercover agent, was rank 2 of the Wayboros, Echelise. She had long platinum blonde hair and light purple eyes. She wore an extensive white dress and a long and large white-blue coat behind her. She also had a black tiara on her head, as well as black star-shaped earrings on both her ears. To Laronia, she radiated royalty, radiance, and a slightly cold atmosphere. In a very strange way, she saw Lavinia Rennie in her if she turned out like this. The ground around her was covered with a small amount of blue and black ice as she stared at Laronia. Anyway, said Laronia as he turned around to face Chow Chow. Boss wants all of you back in his universe. He will send more shadow soldiers here to help. So leave the rest to me. We will lose their help. Are you sure it is wise? Someone asked. ITLL be fine, said Laronia. He brought his grimoire out, and several dark blue magic circles appeared around him. From them, creatures emerged, and then they morphed into people in colorful suits. Call them the Power Rangers. I can create an endless amount, and they're around the level of power of the Eradicators. Their powers are quite nonsensical, but they're still quite powerful. He turned to face the leaders and pointed at them. With this, we can essentially whip out the rest of their armies. As I said, I can make an unlimited amount anyway. There are some targets that can be changed to our side. We just need the right timing to do it, as well as play into their own feelings on the matter, he told them. Laronia turned back to Chow's team. Leonardo looked intrigued by the creatures that he made. Any last words for them before I send you away? Chow looked at his team, then back at the Resistance. Our time may have been short, but when Jean comes back here, we'll also accompany them. So until then, please wait for us. Well, eradicate the wrongs in this universe. Fufu. I can understand how Seichi fell in love with you, Chow. Although it's regrettable that she's not here right now, said Savina. Chow gave her a troubled look, but sported an almost invisible blush. Until that time then, Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor. I hope this universe will be liberated soon, said Savina as she waved at them. Chow's team were covered in a dark magic circle as they slowly faded away. Laronia summoned several capsules full of food and other essential items. I think this should hold, right? He asked, and the people there sighed in relief as the ones that Aaron gave a few months back had nearly run out. They'll periodically send those to you. They'll also have my Power Rangers eradicate and liberate the other planets in your universe, while I spy on the rest of the Eradicators, Umbra, and Wayboros. I myself will also kill some of the creatures of this universe, since ITLL be more annoying for Boss and Team DXD to face ITLL, save them time, essentially. What about the Eradicators themselves? I heard from Echelise that Hladrifa and Lanris of the Wayboros only joined so that their planets and families wouldn't be wiped out, said Savina. I will try to persuade the ones mentioned before to join the Resistance. I will also add those too and go from there. Will that suffice? Asked Laronia. Yes, it will. Thank you again, Avatar of the Outer God, said Savina. He nodded before turning around. I will post some of the Power Rangers here too, along with Leonardo's Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky, he told them before leaving. Dhanu's soliloquy once we arrived home, it seemed like many around us relaxed. There were also many who asked Aaron about his evolution, and he gave his usual reply of it was no big deal, I just died, you know? To which many were upset by it. Lavinia, who had predicted it, was also quite upset, and she inquired about the hollow feeling she had, and Aaron was surprised by it too, but concluded that their bond with him was that deep that each of us felt it. Truth be told, I also felt it, but decided not to voice my concerns since it might cause unnecessary panic. With that said, I'm hungry, Aaron proclaimed and raised his arms. Is there any food? I agree, Aoife said as well. She had been quite friendly and easy to talk to, so everyone after the tense moment with Lavinia, they got along with her fine, the same with Lavinia, although there was clear tension among them. However, that was due to Aoife announcing herself as the first wife of Aaron. However, She wasn't the only one annoyed by it. Many of the women there, including the ever-so-stoic Velgrind as she looked annoyed by Aoife's earlier proclamation. Everyone went into the dining kitchen room, and Grafia was already there with Reiko and Ine. All of them glanced at the large crowd that entered, and their eyes widened in surprise. Ine was the one who ran towards us first. "Aaron," she shouted before hugging him. He smiled at her and stroked her head before he said he was hungry again. He also introduced everyone else that came with us. Many eyes went to his mother, Maid, and especially Azathoth and Aoife. Grafia and Reiko quickly brought out some food, with Ine helping after leaving him. Everyone, minus Azathoth and the ones that went on that mission, sat down and ate. Aoife and the previous wielders of the boosted gear and Divine ate the food like they were starved animals. Suddenly, Royce Tool stood up from her seat, startling everyone. She looked at Grafia and Reiko with a look of excitement and approval. She marched over to them and clasped a hand each, confusing both women. "I approve of your marriage to Aaron," she declared. Both women became flushed. Wait a minute, what did she mean by that? Did that mean we had to get her approval? I, along with everyone else in the room, looked at Aaron, who was looking at his mother while he ate his fill. "Mom, don't go saying weird things like that," he told her. I just wanted to say something cliche like that, but let's see, you do have a good eye for women. Aoife is an example, so I won't be like the evil stepmother or something. She replied to him. So she wasn't serious, huh? I think me and many others just breathed a sigh of relief. However, those two were very happy about what she said. They were almost glowing right now, as both of them had very goofy smiles that they tried to hide. They were beyond elated at the approval of Aaron's mother, even if they had just met. That reminds me. What about Nyarlathotep? You mentioned earlier that you had killed her. What happens now? Asked Kanami. In addition to many others, I also agreed with her. What happens now? The Omniverse is missing an outer god. To our surprise, Azathoth was the one who answered. A new one needs to be born. I will not create it, as Aaron is the current ruler. It is up to him, she told us. A new one, so does that mean one of us might become one? Rias asked. She and the rest of the household had joined us as we made quite a ruckus. Potentially, Aaron is the one to choose. He will either choose one of you, or create a new being entirely and let it become the replacement for Nyarlathotep, she added. Aaron stopped eating and stared at all of us. I've been thinking about that, actually. So, I plan on creating a mini Omniverse and adding it as an extra head on my necklace, he told us, and pointed to the three-headed dragon necklace around his neck. It'll move the sleeping outer gods there, and if they wake up, they can just run rampage in there. In a way, they'll be trapped in there forever. Much like my lavender box, I kept certain people in there, right? He said, and tapped the small cube-like object on his hip. If I remember correctly, he trapped Yasaka's previous husband in there, right? It's meant to be its own kind of hell where they're tortured forever. He must have improved it, right? Azathoth looked at him and asked, so you plan on creating new outer gods to take their place? Do I even need new ones? It's not like they served much of a purpose apart from creating chaos everywhere they went, replied Aaron. To that, Azathoth had no answer. Or we don't know what she told him, but that answer from him made her stop to think. Are outer gods that essential? As Kuntwar and Aaron have mentioned many times over, they're the embodiment of chaos, destruction, and suffering. Would creating new ones do any of us or the Omniverse any good? To keep the balance, muttered Azathoth. What balance? You never mentioned a counterforce to the outer gods, he said and sighed. Well, it doesn't matter, as I said, I have plans for that. But I'll make something similar to the outer gods that will help me with keeping an eye on this place. And with that said, I want someone out of my harem to be the first. He finished his food and got up. With that said, any of you are candidates, and if you're interested, then come tell me. If not, you'll just ask one of my Electa to take up the mantle. Also, there's not much to do. It's just to keep an eye on the Omniverse, and then correct what I call anomalies, and that's about it. Anomalies? I repeated. He replied, and started washing his dishes. The simplest way of describing them is they're glitches in a way. Things that weren't meant to exist, just like me in a way. So once that's found, or whoever the new outer god is, they go examine it. If it's determined to be detrimental to that place, planet, world, universe, or to the entire omniverse, we'll just get rid of it. But you know everything that happens everywhere. Do you even need that help? Can't you just simply think it away? Asked Azathoth. Yes, I've done it already, actually around 10 times since I evolved, even while in that place. But having some help wouldn't be bad, right? Also, it's just another excuse for me to go to another world or universe. The same for the one that decides to become the new outer god, he told us. Aaron finished washing the dishes and came back to us. He stood away from the table and said, I plan on creating another omniverse in the future. Specifically when? I don't know, but it will eventually happen. As to why? You guess I'm curious? Since I've sealed up any kind of world-universe travel in our omniverse, any kind of bad guy that wants to destroy this omniverse will find a hard time leaving their own one. A glorified experiment? Will you keep an eye on that new omniverse? Asked Graphia. Somewhat, but for the most part, he'll let it run on its own and check up on it every now and again. Ah, of course. It'll prevent them more leaving their omniverse to our own one. But world and universal travel in that omniverse will be allowed, as I said. I'm curious as to how that will turn out, said Aaron. Aaron? Aquino called out his name, and everyone turned to look at her. You mentioned before that Azathoth prevented you from using your future sight ability. What about now? You can use it now, said Azathoth. Aaron showed us a tired smile and said, knowing everything and anything is tiring, you know. At times I turn it off because of how annoying it is. It's just a constant flood of information. It doesn't matter if it's relevant or mundane. I just get informed about it. Of course, the more relevant information pops up when I need it. He scratched the back of his head and said, as to your question, let me phrase it like this. He then put a finger in front of his lips. To me, 10,000 years into the future. He winked and then yawned. You look 10,000 years into the future. Kanami shouted. Well, it's always changing, and anything I or we change changes it. So it's not a linear future. There's an infinite number of timelines that are being created right now. However, since I and a small amount of us can only exist in a singular place, they also just disappear. Anyway, in this timeline, in our world, the future is also constantly changing, depending on my or your choices, that is. Kanami was a bit confused. For example, in another scenario, Natsum or even Yumi was the one to scream that I looked 10,000 years into the future, and not you. Although as soon as it happened, it also disappeared. Anyway, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed, he told us as he stumbled away. Well, it is nighttime or 2 in the morning, said Reiko as she checked her smartphone. You can't blame him. He hasn't slept in 10,000 years either, said Drake. What do you mean? Asked Gasper. You guys didn't tell them, huh? Drake asked Lavinia and Suzaku. Both of them shook their heads. To put it simply, after Partner Evolve, he entered a new dimension he created for himself and spent 10,000 years in there. He didn't eat, drink, sleep, breathe, or even blink. He just kept on training. At times we were worried that he'd break or snap, but it doesn't seem it affected him. Though, as I said, it seemed it didn't, but we don't really know how it's affecting him since he says he's just fine. He's always been reckless about the strangest things, even back in our previous life. Here's a quick story, said Aoife. There was a suicidal, homeless man in our town. Aaron, Ryan, Jennifer, and I tried to stop him along with other adults. Keep in mind we were still 13 years old at that point. It was clear that he had not planned on stopping, so when he was about to jump, Aaron also ran ahead of us, jumped off the building, grabbed the man, and took the brunt of the impact when they hit the ground. He obviously hurt himself and was hospitalized for a bit, she explained. He didn't even know the homeless man that much, but he did turn his life around after that. So we should, as Aoife finished her story, we heard a cracking sound and turned to look at it. Suzaku, who was standing beside Lavinia, looked surprised. The normal-looking Lavinia had turned into ice and began to crack. When did she? Suzaku asked, sounding surprised. When Aaron left, replied Azathoth and Royson. That sly little. Aoife shouted and ran out of the room. We should all go to sleep too. We still have time before tomorrow officially begins, said Graphia. Everyone agreed, and we all slowly made our way to our own rooms. Although the ones that slept with Aaron went to his room. Graphia guided Royson, Cindy, Elsha, Amaris, Belzard, and Garrett to their own rooms. Tonight, I slept with Aaron, so when we made our way there, we found the door open. When I and the other women entered the room, we found Aoife staring at a sleeping Aaron. His face was on Lavinia's chest, and he looked like he was enjoying himself. Aoife looked troubled by this, but I don't think she had made any ruckus so far. Aoife Latia, who was also slated to sleep with him tonight, told her the rules we had, and she reluctantly left. Finally, we all went to sleep, and even if Lavinia wasn't part of tonight's list, she stayed since it didn't look like Aaron was going to let go of her. Ross Weiss's soliloquy the next day arrived, or a few hours later, since all of us slept at a strange hour. We were all having breakfast, and Aaron's household had grown even more. He said that he may start working on Sanctuary sooner than later, since room in this house would eventually run out unless he does another remodeling. All right, since it's still summer, what will we do until school starts? We still have that graduation trip to go on after all, inquired Rias. Ah, that's right, their graduation trip. If I remember correctly, the original plan was to tour several places in Japan. However, someone also suggested we travel to various countries around the world. With a group as large as ours, it will definitely stand out. We can stick with the original plan or go tour the world. It's up to you, I don't mind, replied Aaron. I have some things ready for whichever one you choose, he added. Right now, he was being fed by Lavinia, Suzaku, and Aoife. It seems like those three had some sort of fierce rivalry going on. Although I also wanted to join when I looked at Danusama and Velgrind, the goddess seemed envious too, but Velgrind just looked more annoyed than usual. Also, I'm going to start my tournament for my queen piece for the World Rating Game Tournament. Whoever wants to participate, he brought out a floating device, and it hovered in front of him. Touch this and register that way. He'll be holding some matches until the start of the opening ceremony. A chance to be his queen, although I already planned on joining Aurelia Sand's team. If it were not for my wish, I would have definitely tried to sign up. There were many that signed up, including the three who were feeding Aaron. What about your other pieces? Rias asked. ITLL be the same, but I doubt ITLL be as big of a deal as my queen piece. So whoever wants to be another piece, they can just tell me. And if someone else wants it, well, I guess they have to duel each other, he told us. Ah, try telling me which one you want to do by the end of the day, Rias. This will enable me to tell the rest of our group, since Shuri wants to come along, he added, and Rias agreed. Breakfast ended around an hour ago, and Aaron was preparing to leave by himself. The trio from earlier, Lavinia, Suzaku, and Aoife, had gone down to the training facility and seemed to want to fight each other for the queen position already. Aaron, where are you going? I asked. Oh, Rose, I'm going to go test for my driver's license. You told me during one of your drunken ramblings that you wanted to go on a driving date. So I scheduled my test for today. I already bought a car, so I felt myself blush for various reasons, but I also was happy when I heard that. If you want to come with me, I don't mind, he told me, and offered his hand to me, and I accepted. Is this an impromptu date? His test started around 30 minutes ago. Those normally last around 40 to 45 minutes, and I have been waiting here quite nervously. If it's Aaron, he'll pass it without a problem, right? As I waited in a nearby cafe, a few young men in their 20s approached me. I felt myself sigh. It's one of those cliches, big tits nay san. One eye on instinct uppercut him. His friends looked horrified at what had just happened. The man himself that I uppercut flew a decent distance away, and his friends ran towards him. What the hell? You psychotic bitch. One of them shouted before dragging his friend away. Did I take that too far? I mumbled to myself. Foo-foo, that wasn't nice of you, my beloved Rose. When I heard that tone of voice, I turned around and found a woman. A serene-looking woman with white-silver long hair, tied up into two loose ponytails. One on each side in front of her stood in front of me. She wore a stiff hat with petal-shaped figures decorating the outside part. A flowy shoulder-less dress with detached sleeves that opened at the side, revealing part of her legs and feathers inside. Small shoes, and a floating long piece of cloth with ends that looked like wings. Do I know you? I asked. Her presence felt familiar, but I hadn't seen this woman in my life. Was this Erin? If it was a strange you don't recognize your granny when she's like this? The woman asked, which made my mouth hang open. Granny. I almost screamed, and she giggled. Does my young appearance make me look strange? Although this is just illusion magic, I want to ask your fiancé for a favor. You are engaged. Yes? Granny asked. And no, we're not engaged yet, I replied. Does Granny want to ask Erin to help her regain her youth? Or extend her lifespan more? Before I could inquire further, we heard the sounds of a car coming back into the parking lot across from us. It looked like Erin came back already. We saw him leave the car and enter the building with a man, and after a few minutes he came out and joined us. This is Gondel. You've certainly changed since I last saw you. Here to see your granddaughter? He asked. Instead of answering, Granny walked away and gestured for him to follow her. He did, and then they spoke in hushed whispers for around 2 minutes, all the while I stood there on the spot, nervously. What are they talking about? Why did Granny come here looking like that? Wait, don't tell me she. Upon coming to that strange realization, I ran up to them and shouted, No, you can't. I then tackled and embraced Erin from behind. What? Rose? What's wrong? He asked, confused. Granny blinked at me for a few seconds before her mouth curved into a smile. She quickly pried me off Erin and hugged his arm too. Foo-foo, I think I know what my beloved Rose is thinking, she said and winked. Suddenly, Granny whispered into his ear and he sighed. He then lightly flicked her on the forehead, which caused her to back away and cover it. Don't tease your granddaughter too much, Gondel. However, I agree with your request. Then do you want me to do that now or later? We're going on a trip soon enough. If you want, you can come with us? He offered. Wait, what? Why is he inviting Granny? But before I could protest, Granny nodded to Erin's suggestion and her body glowed. Wait, why is he doing it in broad daylight? When I looked around and prepared to erect a barrier, no one reacted. Why aren't they reacting to this? But after a few seconds, Granny stopped glowing and she patted herself down. Thank you, Jean. Rose, they'll see you in a few days, okay? She said and hugged me. After that, she teleported away. Why didn't anyone react to what you did? I asked. I made it so that they didn't find it strange. I did the same thing in the world where Mom and Cindy were reincarnated at. Anyway, let's go home. You'll receive my license in a day by mail, he said. Oh, okay, I'm so Granny is coming with us? Along with Shuri-san and Barakil-san? I asked. Yeah, I think Azazel and Avetsa will come too, although I think he just wants to get away from all the work for a bit, he explained. As we arrived in an alleyway, Erin kissed me and said, they'll also propose to you soon. I want to make it a bit more romantic than my last one. I'm okay, I squeaked out. I knew it would happen eventually, but at the same time being told about it was a bit embarrassing. Chapter 1, Part 2, Graduation Trip and Vortex Bunch. Erin told soliloquy that same day at night after I finished my driving lesson. I was in my office sorting through various things. One of the few things I was looking forward to was the grand opening of my restaurant. With the aid of my various friends, lovers, and minor reality warping, I had spread word of the opening day and time throughout Kuo. The last one was a bit of a dirty tactic, but ITLL ensure I have some customers when I open. So I didn't care too much. After looking at one document, I glanced at the couches in the room, and the faded ones plus Mom, Rose, and Aoife were there. Cindy was beside me, with her eyes closed, waiting patiently. I already told all of them that they didn't need to be here, but they insisted. The one that seemed the most bored was Velgrind, although she was mostly looking at her new smartphone. By the way, who won the battle between you guys in the training facility? I asked without taking my eyes off the document. I lost, those two are stronger than me, Aoife replied, quite casually. But between those two, it was a draw, fire versus ice. After all, I guessed as much. When Rose and I got home, those two were quite injured. They must have fought for the position quite fiercely. Hopefully it won't affect their relationship negatively. But since they're being amicable with each other, I can assume that it didn't end in bitterness towards each other. Aoife, you did well even when you hadn't fought before, said Lavinia. For an amateur, you're a quick learner and quite resilient. However, that's because of the new body Erin gave you. Correct? Asked Suzaku. Well, that wasn't my first fight since I fought against Drake after I was revived, so I fought against the mighty red dragon God Emperor version 2, and I lasted a while, so I was proud of that myself. Hee hee, she said and giggled to herself. Both of them were surprised and looked at Aoife. Everyone that was with me for those 10,000 years got a huge power-up, and all of them surpassed the 4 who were the previous strongest. They've reached the peak of Omniversal and are close to breaking into the Outer God rank I recently made. But with said, I had an idea on how long these guys will need to go up in power again, even with the X2 EXP boost. Although if they wanted, I could simply change them, but I doubt most of them want that easy way. My hand glowed and Drake said, "Foo-foo." She did well, and she even created some interesting techniques on the fly too. Aoife will definitely grow stronger quickly, so you two better stay alert. Thanks to his words, both ladies stared at Aoife quite intensely now. Aoife herself glanced at them before smiling at them. She was not affected by the mood at all and was quite casual about everything. "I need to start training too," my mom exclaimed and pumped her hands up. "Rose, can you help me with magic?" she asked the Valkyrie near to her. "I, mother-in-law. Yes, it would be my honor," replied Rose robotically. "I can also lend a hand. Royce and am quite confident in my understanding of magic," said Lavinia. Aoife also put her hand up. "I want to learn too." Lavinia paused and stared at Aoife once again. It looked like she was weighing her options before she nodded. "Okay, they'll teach you, Aoife. Rose-chan and I will also take turns in teaching Royson. How does that sound?" she asked. Roswai smiled and agreed to it. "I'm fine with that. Thank you." I can know. I was immediately shut down, so I sat there a bit dumbfounded by it, and they laughed at me. "I'm thankful for having this new body, Aaron, but I don't want to be gifted everything. Let me work hard for it, just like the things in our previous world," said Aoife excitedly. "I also need to work on various things. Being taught by your harem also means I have a chance to get closer to them and bond with them," said Mom. All right, I get it. But if the option is always there, so just come to me when you need to have that happen, okay?" They were fine with this, and so they started immediately with Lavinia teaching Aoife and Rosweiss teaching my mother. As I was about to return to my own job, I felt a tug on my shoulder, and I found Cindy there. "May I have the power of an outer god, Master Aaron?" she asked in a whisper. I was surprised by this. Cindy was one of the few I was close to in my previous life, and she always emphasized that I should work hard to achieve the things I want, but at the same time I can understand why she wanted me to change her directly. She's always been around my mother. She was her maid, her best friend, and her guardian. If Mom wants to take her time getting stronger the same with Aoife, then Cindy probably wants to watch over them from the shadows, although I already had around 100 shadow soldiers in each of their shadows. "Are you sure?" I asked. I wanted her to be sure about her decision, and she instantly nodded her head. "All right, come here." I gestured for her to come closer, and she did. I touched her cheek, then changed her overall power. There was no dramatic light show, no trembling of the world, universe, or omniverse, just a silent and quick change. Once it was done, I removed my hand from her cheek, and Cindy blinked a few times, looking confused, but she looked at her own hand before clenching it, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Why did your maid suddenly surpass all of us in power?" Velgrind asked while looking up from her phone. To this, everyone else looked up at us. "She asked me to change her power to match outer gods, and I did," I replied. Cindy blushed at being found out and scooted away from me. I then showed them the revised ranking system I had since I removed the and AAA. The SSS only remained, as that's mostly shown in video games. The one Azathoth had was a bit too much. "So, she's the new Outer God EX?" Velgrind asked. "Indeed, she is. Like my Shadow Soldiers and Electa, all of them are that since I changed it after that pulse I sent out. I've also prevented any kind of world or universe travel. Anyone that left their universe without my express permission is stuck there and can't go back to their own." I explained a bit further. Meaning Mitsuya and Shizuka were stuck here and couldn't go back to their own timeline. However, since the Momiji they had already given me the okay, it'll just need to go reverse the damage to their universe once I confront Mitsuya and Shizuka about that. However, for now I'll focus on my universe and I'll leave them for last. There are exceptions, right? Velgrind asked further. Of course. My lovers, friends, Alliance, Team DXD, and EXE are allowed to. You're also part of that list, so if you want to go back to the Central World, then feel free, I told her. She silently nodded, but didn't express any desire to go back to her original world yet. I'm also curious as to which version of Tenshuro it is. Is it the LN or the WN? Whatever the case, I'll visit it soon once I finish most things in my universe. Glancing at everyone, Siska, Lavinia, and Rossweiss seemed even more determined than ever. Their expressions and mood slightly changed after I told them about the revised ranking system and that Cindy overtook them. I knew they were competitive about certain things. I just didn't think they were about this I see, so that's why, They're seriously trying to reach it because they want to change their race to an outer god. They want to be the one to replace Nyarlathotep. I did say that I wanted one of them, though at the same time it's not that necessary anymore, but it would still be helpful. Let's park it here for tonight and go to sleep, I said and got up. Yes. Aoife suddenly shouted and shot up from her seat. My mom also did the same thing, although a bit quieter. That's because Mom, Cindy, and Aoife got to join me in bed tonight. Grafia did some adjusting on the schedule with who slept with me on a nightly basis and added those three as well as Elsa and Amaris. At first, I was surprised Mom wanted to join, but she explained herself with, I want to spoil you even more now since we're together again. Won't you let your mother sleep with you? At the time, it sounded so sketchy and controversial that I was hesitant. If anyone heard that last part, a lot of people would misunderstand. In the end, I let her and she was happy with it. I couldn't stand seeing her sad, so I'm a weak man, Mothercon. Jaya. It's been a while since that happened, said Albion. Indeed. He hasn't said anything too stupid to warrant it, though, but that certainly did it. Fufu, said Rudra. Why isn't this fire going out? I've used water magic, damn it. Partner, please. I'm sorry. No, I don't. Stop by it. Repent for a few more seconds. I told him, and Drake screamed. Even more, I slept like a baby the night before, but tonight I couldn't get to sleep easily. So I was up on my home's rooftop. Everyone else who slept with me were knocked out, or so I thought. But after a few minutes, Aoife also woke up and she managed to find me up here. Aoife, you can go back to sleep, you know? I told her without turning around. However, instead of answering me, she came up behind me and hugged me. I didn't know how to react to it, so I stayed silent. At times, you feel a bit stiff, but you quickly correct yourself. Did your evolution affect you? Or was it your 10,000 years stay in your own dimension? She bluntly asked and tightened her embrace on me. Even now you still understand me. Is it better than your faded ones? Or Lavinia? She asked. She wasn't the one you obsessed over in our previous lives, you know? It was either Aquino or Grafia. I was also quite surprised by my closeness with Lavinia. But you saying that is embarrassing. Are you jealous? I asked back. And if I admit I am? Well, I don't see anything wrong with a healthy rivalry typical of you to take the neutral stance. Did you already see how my relationship with your new lover ended up as? You did admit to looking into 10,000 years into the future, she asked. I have. And? Do you want spoilers that badly? Aoife? I asked and turned around. She looked up at me with a mischievous smile. For this very reason, I will propose to you in the lamest way possible. Marry me now. Aoife seemed taken aback by my sudden and abrupt proposal that she froze on the spot. She started to rapidly blink her eyes before she started laughing. Was my proposal supposed to be more romantic? She asked. No, not really. Unless you see me proposing to you during the exhibition match at the end of the Rating Game World Tournament as romantic, I replied. Aoife's face turned red and she nodded. It's romantic. Do it when that time comes. You're still weird, as ever most people would find embarrassing, you know? Being proposed to in front of millions of people. And also, can I take this as you rejecting my proposal? I asked. Yes, I rejected your proposal, but not really. I accept, but also don't want it to be this lackluster. I want to redo. She seemed flustered and suddenly shouted, I love you. So don't be discouraged about it, because I was rejected and accepted at the same time. It felt like she was running in a strange loop, although it wasn't the first time that this happened. I sighed, and then karate chopped her head, making her stop. They'll do it another time then, so you can stop running around in circles. Ah, sorry. Let's just go back to sleep. I told her and started to move when she stopped me. I'm really glad to be back, so all right. Even though at the time, we didn't know any of this was real, we certainly made that promise, didn't we? I said and looked down at her. Some tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she looked up at me, nodded, closed her eyes, and pursed her lips. I closed the distance and kissed her. Aoife quickly and happily kissed me back with even more vigor. We didn't get a chance to kiss when I revived her, but we did have that hug that I hadn't felt in a long time. Finally, after a full minute, we separated and stared at each other silently. We both had many things to say to one another, but we let our actions speak than words for that very moment. Let's go back. At times, I wonder if I made the right decision. However, to comfort myself, I always look at the future, the one that I want, and I pursue it. And each time I see it, I'm reassured that my decision was the right one. Having all of them back was definitely the right decision. Yumi Kira's soliloquy, it was the end of March, and it was right after our end-of-year assembly. When the ceremony ended, we, the new Occult Research Club, returned to our respective classrooms, got our things, and met up in the clubroom. As we did, it was quite obvious the hole left by the seniors that graduated. For those few weeks that were left, the school felt empty. The usual energy of the seniors, their laughs, their smiles, and just life was absent. We, the second years, were the seniors now, and next year we definitely would be. At times it felt a bit sad and lonely. However, knowing that I could see Riasnison, Akino-san, Ingvald-san, Kyoheim-san, Sona-san, Tsubaki-san, and Aaron at home was reassuring. I believe the new ORC also believed the same thing. Tomorrow, the long-awaited graduation trip was happening. Aaron got his license, and he plans on bringing his new car with us on our trip. Although we asked him not to use magic too much, pulling out his car should be fine since Rosweiss also retired from the staff of the school. She made a short speech at the ceremony, and many students were saddened by her departure. However, it made sense since she wanted to be by Aaron's side. Pinamu-san, Lisa-san, Griselda-san, and Azul-sensei said they'd stick around until everyone in the supernatural graduated and Kunu was one of the youngest, so they'd be around the school for a while. After that, they'll go back to their usual jobs. However, Griselda-san and Lisa-san have been offered jobs by Aaron, and they accepted, so when the time comes, they'll also join Rosweiss-san. Hokkaido to Okinawa, I can't wait, said President Asia. Right, we get to go to those places. I haven't been there before. I'm looking forward to it, said Irina excitedly. Everyone started talking about what they want to see at the various places we plan to visit. I myself also joined it, and everyone was in high spirits. We quickly left the school and rushed back home when we got there. Ah, you're all back, said a man. Gao Gao, you're back. How was that place? I asked. Everyone else became eager to know about this time there, but he gestured for us to go into the living room, and we did. In the living room were the rest of the hero faction members, and they were all relaxing in the while eating something. Aaron was also there with a few others. Oh, welcome back, guys. Tomorrow's our trip, and these guys were also invited, so it's an even more diverse group now. Don't worry, though. I've already upgraded the rooms at the places we booked, Aaron told us. These guys will join us on the trip? Well, it's fine since they were in another universe for who knows how long and fought for their lives on a daily basis. So having a bit of time off wouldn't hurt. I would have preferred training and getting stronger rather than chow. Stopped as Aaron put a hand on his shoulder and he whispered something into his ear. Chow Chow turned away, blushing slightly. Very well. We will enjoy our time on this trip. What did he whisper into his ear? When I looked at the other hero faction members, they seemed to understand something as they were either holding back laughter or smirking at their leader. Chow Chow, who saw this, also glared at them. After that, we all sat down. He and his team told us about their time in the Phantasma's universe. And, as expected, a lot of it was quite depressing. Many of the remaining planets and groups that were alive were either forced to join the Phantasma or be annihilated. The ones that refused managed to put up a fight, but apparently their leader, Fumura, could destroy them all at any time she pleases. In Chow Chow's opinion, he thinks she's doing it for sport, for the fun of it. She's powerful, and from the things they heard, she had powerful abilities like reality manipulation to a certain degree and space and time manipulation, to name a few, though he said those were just rumors that the locals there heard. So, if they can, it's true. She has those abilities, although Aaron said, but looked to his side and smirked. No, it's nothing. Go ahead, he told Chow Chow. We were curious as to why he stopped, but at the same time more or less knew. He may have done something to her powers, or to her as a whole. Perhaps he even made her weaker. It's a possibility. Later on that day, at night, more people came over to Aaron's home. Mother and I will help you all when you are in Kyoto, Kunu announced. She looked over at Chow Chow's team with a bit of hesitance and nodded again. They were former terrorists, and also according to Aaron, they were originally going to attack Kyoto and kidnap Yasaka-san, but even if they didn't accomplish the latter, they still did help with the attacks on Kyoto, and Kunu should have some apprehension about inviting and guiding them around their home. We will prepare for when you come to our home again, Fufu, perhaps a small festival? Suggested Yasaka. If that's the case, we can use those new fireworks we acquired. Yasaka-sama said. Sharon and the Yukai leader agreed with her. Aaron was over at a corner speaking with Cindy-san and Grafia-san about something. They seemed to agree on something, and Ravel was by them taking notes. I heard her say, "Leave it to me," and she walked away happily. I wonder what that was about. Perhaps about scheduling? He has become busy as of late, and also seems to vanish at times, leaving an avatar in his place. Maybe he cleared up his upcoming schedule for the trip? The same with Suzaku-san, since she's not here today. Either may I? Latia asked, and everyone turned to her. There's been an unruly group that has been spotted around Japan as of late. Now, their combat strength is nothing notable. They're more of a nuisance more than anything, but there may be a chance for us to encounter them, and they have been labeled as a terrorist group. So if you encounter them, please stop them and arrest them. A new terrorist group? I repeated, and Latia nodded. Because of her words, not many seemed that worried, but the word terrorist just leaves an unpleasant taste in my mouth. That's been gaining attention on the net. I heard that there are some strange people who are causing trouble around the tourist areas of Japan. They seem to be spread out quite a bit, said Roswise-san. Well, then nothing to worry about, but we may come into contact with them at various points, so just do what you can and arrest them. But as Latia said, they're nothing serious like the cow's order. But be on the lookout, said Aaron. Anyway, go do a final check on your items before we go for our trip tomorrow. He told us, and we answered with an enthusiastic yeah. Third-person point of view meanwhile, while Aaron and his group made their final preparations for their trip, on an uninhabited island off the coast of Japan was a secret base. This secret base belonged to an unknown organization. Inside the hall further inside the base, there stood combatants dressed from top to bottom in black. Standing in a straight line, they were all looking at the podium at the front of the room. On the podium was a beautifully decorated chair, and on that chair sat a person with a powerful air around them. The person who was sitting on the chair was an elderly-looking male wearing a helmet resembling a dragon. He was the leader of this organization, Kaiser Vortex. Next to the leader were executives wearing masks and capes. Kaiser Vortex looked around the hall at his members with a sharp gaze. Kaiser Vortex then shouted, "The cow's order has now been temporarily shut out by the team known as DXD. It is our time to shine, my fellow brothers and sisters. Many of their factions have been destroyed by DXD. Without their leaders, they cannot function properly," said another member. Fufu. They were nothing but amateurs. They lacked any conviction for their dreams, added another. Kaiser stood up and cackled. It's our time to take the main stage. Vortex Bunch will now proceed with world domination. Vortex. The members shouted at the same time. The name of this evil secret society was Vortex Bunch. The shape that the members were making with their arms were also the initial V of Vortex Bunch. This organization was formed by Kaiser and his most evil henchmen. Their members were demons, criminals, humans with supernatural powers, and many more. Between them were beings, monsters that Kaiser had modified himself. Suddenly, the members of Vortex Bunch started insulting the cow's order. Fufu, amateurs. Their factions didn't even last a year before being taken down by that weak team. They came onto the scene for 1 year and were nearly disbanded, and they even changed names. How stupid. Cow's Brigade to Cow's Order. What order? Many of their members agreed with their sentiments. "We were the first to start this." Another shouted, "Yes, they copied us. We were the first." The Vortex Bunch was angry with the Cows Order for many reasons. This organization was founded around 50 years ago, and since their inception, they've been causing numerous troubles around the world in secret. It'd be annoying if they caught the attention of ICPO, so they've been careful about their works. After a long time, when they finally got enough combatants to take over the entirety of Japan, thanks to the sudden rise of the Cows Brigade, they missed their chance. Not only that, their name was very similar in kanji. Time after time, their work had been attributed to their nemesis, and Cows Brigade's work had been falsely accused of being caused by them. They were always falsely accused and were always drawing the short straw. Every member here was cursing the Cows Order every day. And as if their curse got answered by heaven, not too long ago, the Cows Order was dealt a heavy blow by DXD. Now everyone here thought to themselves that it was finally their time to shine. And now, we, the Vortex Bunch, are ready to begin our takeover of Japan with full force. By throwing this country into chaos, we will aim for world dominance in the future. For now, we will start with the conquest of the North Hokkaido, announced Kaiser. He then turned to a certain spot and said, "Monster Salmon, come forth." A certain monster appeared and approached Kaiser. "Sammelman, you called me. Leader, leave the first step to world domination, the attack on Hokkaido, to me, the king of all salmon's limit over Salmon King." The monster that appeared was a fish salmon-headed humanoid monster. In his hand was a harpoon, and he wore a crown on his head. After the members saw that he was called up, they began murmuring to each other. "Boss is serious about this. It's finally time." He even called Salmon King Sama. Kaiser nodded and shouted, "Salmon King, I will leave Hokkaido to you. Send that land into chaos." "Yes, I will complete this order in a timely manner," replied Salmon King. All members then made the V sign with their arms before shouting Vortex at the top of their lungs. The most minor of nuisances was about to keep appearing for Aaron and his group, but most of them wouldn't even remember these guys, unfortunately. Aaron Tools soliloquy noon the next day. We had arrived at Hokkaido's new Chitose airport. I had bought my own jet that I then modified to accommodate for our large group. The inside of the jet was essentially a house, but there were also the normal airplane seats in them. Everyone was pretty comfortable while riding. "We're here," Zenobia and Irina shouted. It was the end of March, but it was still quite cold in Hokkaido. However, most didn't seem that bothered by the cold, maybe because it was their first time here. Kuroka and I went here for our first date, so we have an idea of the place. Originally, Rias and Aquino requested that we use a normal mode of transportation, airplane, for our first part of the trip since she wanted to do it normally. Afterward, we could teleport around, but after they experienced the comfortable and fast flight, a total of 5 minutes from Tokyo to Hokkaido, they wanted to use the plane and not just teleport around. Of course, in places that didn't have places for a plane to land, we would just use magic for it, and I would store the plane in my inventory. But we already planned this out the night before and as well as during the flight. Everyone would leave the airport and then go to places they wanted to visit, then would meet up back at the hotel we booked at, the Sapporo. Would also be in Hokkaido for 2 days before we went to our next destination. "Fufu, Aquino, Suzuka, dear, let's go," Shuri said excitedly. She then grabbed her husband, daughter, and niece before running away. Aquino and Suzuka looked troubled, but they still let her pull them away. "We're coming back for you later. Right, Royson?" Shuri asked with a wink before running away. I looked at Mom, who also ominously yuffed to herself. Cindy gave me an apologetic look, while Aoife looked around like a giddy kid. However, she was like that when we traveled to Tokyo, too. "Tosca, Yumi, let's go to Hakodata's Goryakaku, and then follow the rest of our plans," said Rias. Yumi also brought Tosca with her, and she had already integrated herself with the rest of us, although she was a bit scared of some of us at the beginning. She warmed up to Chiron, Gasper, Valerie, Ingvild, and me after seeing the Epee Dragon show. "Then I'll go ride around Hokkaido on my bike," said Zenobia. She had put her new motorcycle into her ring since she also got her license. It seemed like I wasn't the only one who decided to get mine since Rias, Aquino, Cisco, Lavinia, and a few others had new licenses. Ah, hey, don't forget we're going together later, Irina told her. Zenobia just smirked and agreed with her. She looked around before summoning the bike. She put a helmet on, and then got on, and to our surprise, Asia also got up with a helmet and hugged her from behind. I'm going too. I also wanted to ride on one, she said and tightened her hold around Zenobia, who laughed before leaving. Griselda silently stared at Zenobia, not saying anything. I guess she wanted to let her have fun during this, so she wouldn't reprimand her for getting a motorcycle. Everyone slowly separated, and I was left with only a few individuals. Cindy, Mom, Aoife, Lavinia, Gabriel, Rossweiss, and Shigyan. Grafia, Griselda, and Reiko wanted to stay. But Irene also joined us with Ophis, adult form, and they went away by themselves. How about we drive around and see the places we want to visit? I suggested, and they agreed to it. So I also summoned my car in front of many people, but they didn't react since I made it look normal. However, once they saw my car and the women going with me, many men and some women glared at me. Isn't that expensive? Mom asked. I'm no car guy, so I didn't know what I should get, so I let Gabriel choose, I told them. Gabriel happily nodded and showed us a peace sign. Yes, I am aware she's not the best for this since she's as clueless as me about cars. That's a Lincoln Aviator, right? Rose asked. You're a car girl, huh? I asked back and she smiled at me, but didn't answer my question. Well, that's what the guy told me. It's pretty comfy since I did take it for a spin before I got my license. I received a few unamused glares from them, except Gabriel and Lavinia. Let's go. Aoife suddenly shouted and ran into the car before we could react. She, for some reason, went onto the driver's seat. I'm the one driving, you know, I said, and got a few chuckles from the women with me. A few minutes later, we arrived at a local accessory shop, and we entered it. Everyone went to various parts of it and started browsing. I joined Shigyan since she also had Po with her. Wait, is that Po, Pooh, or Pawn? I asked. Po is in my arms, but Pooh and Pawn are as she started to finish. Two other Po-like creatures appeared between her legs. They suddenly jumped towards me, and I caught them. One jumped on my shoulder and went to sleep on my head. The other stayed in my arms. Pooh's the one you're holding, and Pawn is the one on your head, explained Shigyan. Apparently, she achieved her balance breaker during the war, and Po can now split himself for some reason. I didn't look into it, but I've seen him at different points in my home almost at the same time, but never questioned it. More gluttons to feed, huh? Po, Pooh, Pawn, Kuroka, and my glutton princess, I said and laughed. Shigyan blushed and softly headbutted my shoulder. But I did make something for the Po army, I told her, and brought out a piece of food that resembled a chocolate candy bar. Shigyan, for some reason, sniffed it. What is it? It's not candy. Are you hungry? I purposely had a lot of food during the flight to combat this, I said, and she blushed again. I split the candy bar into 3 and gave Po, Pooh, and Pawn 1 each. They all ate it, even Pawn, who was asleep. I guess food trumps everything for them. ITLL. Keep them full for 24 hours, but they can still eat or devour things. I know we have unlimited food, but I thought it was a good idea. If you don't like it, I can scrap the idea, I told her while walking towards the section where Gabriel was. I don't mind it, but I would feel bad for Po, Pawn, and Pooh for not feeding them as often, but we can keep them, she said, and we decided to keep them for now as an experiment. We watched Gabriel pick a few items to buy, and she presented them to us. Which one suits me? All of them, I told her. Though most things she wears, be it clothes or accessories, made her look adorable. Shigyan and Gabriel stared at me before Gabriel decided to get all of them, much to my pleasure. We moved to the others as they all picked something, and we finally ended up at Aoife, Mom, and Cindy's section. Do you want to buy anything, Mom? I asked, and it looked like she was interested in buying a cheap bracelet. The same with Cindy and Aoife. This, she said, and presented me with a small necklace that had the kanji for Kazoku, or family. I want this, can I? She asked rather cutely. Of course, I replied. I take it you two chose something too? I asked and saw that Aoife had some kind of mug with sakura trees on them, and Cindy had a cute scarf with her. Seeing as how everyone had the things they want. We went up to pay for them and quickly left the store. We got in my car and went for a drive. We quickly found Zenobia riding with Asia on the empty roads of Hokkaido. "Oh, it's Irina," said Aoife as she waved to our left. Irina was there with her own motorcycle, and she waved at us too before speeding up and riding alongside Zenobia. She wasn't alone, though, as Rainier also rode with her. To my right, in the front, was Rossweiss, who fidgeted again. She was like this earlier when we were going around just looking for a store. I know she wanted to go on a driving date, but I didn't think she would be this nervous. Maybe I should have brought her on one the day before, well, it's too late now. However, we eventually came to a strange, sighted campsite full of people. Zenobia and Irina stopped there, and they get off their bikes. We also stopped and found G-Granny. Rose shouted, and Gondel, in her now younger appearance, turned around and smiled at us. She came over and hugged Rossweiss. "The reason I didn't take part in your plane ride is that I came here earlier, but I found something very interesting. You informed me of them last night, didn't you?" asked Gondel. "See them?" repeated Rose, and Gondel nodded before walking back with the rest of us. What we saw in the middle were people dressed in black and a person in a fish costume waving things around and causing a disturbance to everyone around them. "Sommelman, you lowlifes enjoying your time camping here. Your peace is now gone. For I, Salmon King, have arrived. I will make this place into a living hell. Let's see, you'll make all your barbecue ingredients into salmon." The salmon costume guy shouted. Is that a cosplayer?" asked Irina. "Oh, it's Vortex Bunch, the wannabe terrorist organization, like the Cows Order. I guess those are their members," I told them, and everyone became a little serious, however Vortex. Their members shouted in unison, and then the ingredients around the campsite began turning into salmon. "No, my meat turned into salmon?" Why?" a man asked, looking confused at his meat. However, this made the children around the campsite cry, because their barbecue had turned into fish. Everything else too, the vegetables, fruit, and other ingredients. Zenobia, Irina, and Asia seemed ready to fight them, so I manipulated reality. "Go for it. They won't panic if you guys pull out your swords now," I told them. "Eat fish, you brats. You'll ruin your health if you only consume meat. So we'll eat all the meat here for you." "Sommelman," shouted the salmon yukai thing. "Stop, evildoer," Irina said, and pointed her hotaclear at the yukai. "We won't let you guys ruin our trip," added Zenobia, as she pointed Durandal at that thing too. So Team DXD was here. "Good. They'll kill you all," he shouted and brought out a harpoon. "Take Thias. Salun," he shouted even louder before dashing towards Irina and Zenobia. Cindy suddenly shouted. She rushed over and slapped the salmon yukai on the face. The sudden interruption caused the salmon yukai to fly into the sky and into orbit. Before he died, I created a portal that he went through and was put into one of the DXD Alliance's prison cells. The reason why Cindy suddenly rushed over was she caught a falling red pepper. Everyone stared at her in confusion and shock. The tension between Zenobia and Irina vanished as Cindy got up and handed the red pepper to one of the campgoers. "All ingredients are sacred. You should aim to use all of them and not waste any," she said seriously. "What's wrong, everyone?" she asked, confused. I chuckled and said, "Oh, you just slapped the salmon yukai into orbit like Team Rocket, so it was pretty comical. Good job, by the way." Cindy looked at her surroundings. The members of the Vortex Bunch, cowering and shaking in fear at the maid's casual power that defeated their leader. "Lady Irina, Lady Zenobia, I'm sorry," she said and bowed. And no, it's fine," replied Irina awkwardly. She then put away her sword, as did Zenobia. Mission complete? I was as confused as Drake. But we quickly continued our trip with Gondel joining us and Rossweiss even more nervous now. A few hours passed, and we were back in our hotel. Everyone was confused because we smelled like fish, and we explained why. "So they were here, huh? So it's right in my assumption that we might come across them as we go on this graduation trip, Vortex Bunch," said Latia, sounding concerned. "Don't worry about it. We'll take care of them as we meet them, and if that salmon guy's strength is anything to go by, we won't have any problem," I replied. Latia still seemed apprehensive, but decided to trust my judgment. "With that said, where are we eating?" Kanami asked. Her stomach then growled, and Natsum laughed at her, But her stomach also growled, and the sisters started fighting. Unlike the two 10k-15 sisters who were calmly drooling. They had skipped breakfast and lunch, so that they could have their fill at the unlimited refill place that was nearby here. I pray for the staff in that place. Those two plus Shigyun will eat everything. You thought of something rude, didn't you? Shigyun suddenly asked and pouted at me. Fufu, you're cute. I replied and patted her head. Next on our list, our food tour in Hokkaido, led by the two 10k-15 sisters. Third-person point of view in the hideout of the Vortex Bunch. The leaders and members saw the video recording of Salmon King's defeat, provided by Aaron to insult them. For King Salmon to be defeated like this, a renowned warrior, like himself, said Kaiser in disbelief. Fufu, Sir Kaiser. That guy was not appointed as one of us, the four invincible generals. Leave the rest of us. Salmon King was just an amateur after all, said one of the executives. Kaiser looked at the person who said that and smiled. Ho ho, the pride and joy of our organization, the four invincible generals. You say that you'll handle the rest? One of the executives took his cape off, and it revealed a person with brown skin dressed like a fortune teller, as well as having a pentagram on their face. Leave the next mission to me, Count Pentagram. Using my fortune telling, I will turn the tourist areas of Kyoto in Japan into a sea of chaos, said the man called Count Pentagram. Oh, the Count is stepping in personally. The members shouted in joy. Kaiser nodded in approval. Count Pentagram, I leave it to you then. Turn Kyoto, as well as its rich history and culture, into chaos. Count kneeled, and a cold smirk appeared on his face. Leave it to me. Vortex. Vortex. The members shouted back. Aaron Tool's soliloquy the third day of our trip was in Kyoto. After we stayed in Hokkaido for 2 days, we came here to Kyoto again. Kunu, Yasaka, and Sharon joined us too for this portion of the trip. Leave it to me. I shall be your guide. Kunu exclaimed proudly. The fluffy guide, repeated Lavinia before hugging Kunu from behind. Lavinia Dano. Please, I can't move properly if you hug me, she said shyly. I'm sorry for troubling you like this, Kunu. I heard that you guide Aaron and anyone he brings with him every time they come here, said Latia. No problem. I'm staying in Aaron's home now, so this is the least I can do, she replied. Soon enough, Kunu was going to move into my home for the school year. This is so she could attend without having to constantly teleport to Kuo from Kyoto or use the door. Chow Chow's team, the former hero faction, also enjoyed their time in Hokkaido, although now they felt very awkward. It's not easy forgetting what they did barely a year ago. Unfortunately, we were only going to be staying in Kyoto for a single night, much to Kunis and Yasaka's displeasure. In Yasaka's words, she wanted me to take care of her for tomorrow night since she was busy tonight, so she pouted quite a bit when she found out about that. Kunu started to walk away with Sharon by her side, and Ophis, who reverted back to her lowly form. We were led around Kyoto with Kunu explaining anything and everything in as much detail as possible. We went to Kinkakuji and Ginkakuji because Zenobia wanted to go to them because they made a pretty good impression on her when they went to Kyoto last year. Kyoto, amazing, Aoife said while looking at many things as possible. Wasn't Kyoto considered the capital of Japan years ago? Yes, that's right, Aoife-chan. Kyoto was considered the capital from 794 to 1868, said Yasaka. The 5 principal clans are also located here, and this place has powerful ley lines, and Aoife looked at me and smiled. Yeah, well, face the Gods of Darkness party in the distant future here. Though there are more of them compared to canon, but I can throw canon out the window now, since Yasaka-sama. Kunaheim. A yukai ran towards us. We were near Kaya Mizudera while talking to each other. The yukai looked annoyed and was sweating. Further ahead in the Kaya there seemed to be some kind of commotion. Is something wrong? You're quite bothered. Is something happening in the Kaya Mizudera? Kunu asked. Yasaka joined her, and Sharon looked concerned. There's a strange person that showed up at the temple and started saying a bunch of strange things and also complaining about everything, said the yukai. Him, said Aoife as she ran ahead of us. She really doesn't hide the fact that she partially knows some events that are going to happen near me. I need to have a chat with her about that. The rest of them looked at me, and I sighed before silently going after Aoife. Once we arrived there, people all around were observing the temple and a weirdo in the middle. He had a pentagram on his face, wore black clothes, and was loudly complaining to the manager. "Wait, isn't that Vortex bunch? I see. It's one of their 4 invincible generals, Count Pentagram. He's weak, so anyone can beat him. Does anyone want to try?" I asked. "Me," Aoife said before she calmly walked over to him while bringing out her smartphone and calling the police. She spoke into it for a few seconds, and a few minutes later they arrived. The manager of the place did his best at keeping that weirdo calm. Of course, the police that she called were partially part of the supernatural, so they quickly arrested him. "No. Vorti, are they stupid?" Latia asked while massaging her forehead. I chuckled and replied, "Well, they're not the smartest, nor are they that powerful. So if we meet anymore, something akin to this will just happen again." Latia shook her head and said, "Good grief anyway. Let's continue with our tour." Kunu sighed and huffed. "That night, I'm dying, Aaron. Help me, Naya," complained Kuroka as she clutched her stomach. Chiron was also the same, but the other glutton in the household, Shigyun, sat there with a strained smile. She and Pan, and Poon were as healthy as ever. Shigyun and the 3 Muscapos were on a different level as their stomachs were near insurmountable. We had gone one of what the 2 sisters called dinner run, in which we went to as many restaurants and vendors while stuffing ourselves silly. All of us didn't go over the top and stuff ourselves. However, the 2 Nicomedes sisters, Zenobia, Irina, Rainier, of all people, Shigyun, and some other people tried to do it. The result? Nearly all of them puking with the exception of Shigyun and a few others. "I'm dying," helped said Kanami and Aoife at the same time. "I could get rid of that for all of you, but actions have consequences, so hey, raise some stomach medicine instead," I replied and handed one to each of them. However, the thought of swallowing one more thing made a few of them lose it, and they ran to the bathrooms. "That was mean," said Lavinia from my lap. I was currently giving her a lap pillow. "Huh," I replied, acting dumb. Of course, I knew it was a bit mean, but it'll help them soon enough, help them, Lavinia muttered while squeezing my cheeks. I sighed and agreed. I thought about it, and so it became reality. "You should have done that earlier," Kanami shouted as she came back, but then slipped on nothing and crashed into us. Her breast slammed into my face. "Ian, perv, you're the one who fell on me," I muttered while pulling her off me. "Anyway, I have to go somewhere. ITLL be quick, but I'll be back soon." There were some protests, but let him. "ITLL be quick," said Shuri. Mom was behind her, hugging her, and had her head on her shoulder. Those 2 really got on well, quickly, although Barricule felt a bit awkward about it. "Thanks, Moms," I said, and they saluted me. I left the area and went to Yasaka's meeting room, the place where I met them for the first time. I also felt a few other auras over there, and once I arrived in front of the door, Chow Chow and his team stood there waiting. "Sorry for the delay. Let's go." I walked ahead of them and pushed the doors open. Earlier on the day, I asked Yasaka if she and Kunu could wait there since there was something important I wanted to happen. She more or less knew what I wanted to do, and she quickly agreed with it. Once inside the room, Yasaka sat on the other side of the table with Kunu by her side and Sharon standing on her other side. Suzaka was also there sitting beside Kunu. I walked over to the right side of the table, and all of his current team was seated in a Seiza position on the opposite side of Yasaka. The room instantly became tense, and it became silent. During the day, there was a bit of tension between them. However, since the rest of us were there, it wasn't addressed that much, but they didn't notice it. So I wanted this to happen before that certain event in the future happened. Since I was the one acting as mediator, I spoke first. "The leader of the West Yukai faction of Kyoto, Kyubi-sama. These are the rascals that caused a ruckus in Kyoto last year, and they have something to say to both you and your daughter, Kunaheim, right?" All of them changed their posture and kneeled down to the ground and even planted their heads on it. "We caused a lot of trouble last year, even if I wasn't part of it because I was injured, but my faction was especially these guys. While we can't do anything about the Monkai Association, we at least want to say this. Please accept our deepest apologies," said Chow Chow. Last year, the 5 principal clans also helped with defending Kyoto, so I wanted them to apologize to Suzaku, at least since the other clan heads couldn't attend, and with Suu and the other elders and higher executive funerals were happening soon. I wanted them to apologize and let the past be the past. They won't do anything like that anymore. If they do, I can deal with them. So if you ever need backup for Kyoto, you can always call for them to help. They're my subordinates after all. I told Yusaka and Suzuko. I wanted to add more, but since I'm the middleman, her fiancé, and a paid dragon, I could influence their decision. So I kept it brief and simple. I didn't want her to say, because Aaron asked us to, or something like that. Very well, I accept your apology, said Yusaka, and Suzaku agreed with her. Chow Chow and the rest of his team looked up and seemed genuinely surprised. It's an undeniable fact that you caused a lot of trouble for Kyoto and Yurikyoto, although your wish, or at least that Marred Gear monster's wish, wouldn't have come true since Irene was with Aaron at the time. Nevertheless, if she wasn't by his side and you managed to summon her, untold damage would have been caused on both sides. However, I also heard that you went to the Phantasma's universe and have been fighting their day in and day out to help us, other universes, and the remaining free people there. So I can tell that all of you had a genuine change of heart, she told them. I will agree with Yusaka-sama. She herself was originally targeted to be captured after all. If she forgives, I will too, said Suzuku. She then looked at me and added, if you're under Aaron's supervision, we won't need to worry too much about you going to the wrong side anymore. Yusaka nodded. Even if we have forgiven you, there are still many Yukai that haven't. Please keep that in mind. With that said, I look forward to your cooperation and protection in the future. Suzaku then put a hand on Kuna's hair and gently stroked it. What about you, Kunu? She asked. Kunu said, due to last year's incident, I am still bitter towards the former hero faction. However, because I have seen you around Aaron's home, as well acknowledge that you went to a different universe to save lives, I can't say no now. She then got up and walked closer to Chow Chow and added, I want you and your team to protect Kyoto and Yurikyoto and other places if anything happens. Chow Chow closed his eyes and bowed his head again. Understood, princess. I promise to fight alongside my master in DXD from here on out. Omo, I'll leave it to you then, replied Kuna happily. Once the short meeting was done, Suzuku, Chow Chow's team, and I were outside once again. Chow Chow, the Raiding Game World Tournament is starting soon. They'll let you gather the rest of your members too, but keep in mind, before then there's more to life than just training, getting stronger, and fighting, though I know you have an understanding of that now, don't you? I said, and he looked away. I know, but there's still the tournament and the other atrocities out there, so as long as they exist, I will need to polish my skills with this universal spear, he told me. But I understand what His Eminent Strata said to me all those months ago. As well as the source of your strength, it's a good feeling. We'll go back there soon, and you'll hurry them again, I told him. Right, he replied, and started walking away. He then stopped and looked back at me. Thank you for giving me this second chance. They'll repay it for the rest of my life. Chow Chow finally left, followed by his team, giving me short bows. Suzaku put a hand on my shoulder and asked, he found someone? Yeah, let's go back. His new spear, the Iridoval, is like the sacred gears. As long as he desires it, as long as he still has his will, it will grow stronger and will grow unique abilities based on those desires. Chow Chow now understands the power of protecting someone. It's not easy, but I'm sure he understands that after spending that time in the Phantasma's universe. Instead of answering me, Suzuka hugged my arm and laid her head on it. We finally joined back with the others. Third-person point of view at the base of the Vortex Bunch. Their members were shocked that Count Pentagram was defeated. Impossible, Count Pentagram was defeated? Kaiser asked in disbelief. Well, he was actually arrested by the Japanese police, and now he's under investigation, replied one of their members. You better not tell them anything. The police are bad news, said Kaiser. Boss, don't worry, they'll handle everything from here. It's time for me to conquer the region of Osaka, said another voice. The person that showed stepped up was a figure of a tiger wearing the uniform of the Pro League baseball team Hanshin Tigers. Unlike his appearance, he was a spirit who had a tough body and was a giant of over 2 meters. Oh, Coach Tiger, for you to finally step up, said Kaiser in excitement. Naya haha, do not worry, for these nails can pierce anything. I will take on those fools, declared Coach Tiger. I'll bathe Osaka in the colors of the Vortex Bunch. Vortex. Vortex. Unfortunately, the Hanshin Tigers did not win this year. There was a rumor in their organization that if that team won, Coach Tiger's strength would be multiplied by 100-fold, although it was just a rumor. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, it was the 4th day of our trip, and we were in Osaka. Everyone was excited here, especially the gluttons, because I heard that in Osaka, you can eat until your wallet gets empty, and you still won't be able to eat everything here. Asia, Irina, let's go and stuff ourselves until we get absolutely stuffed, shouted Zenobia. Yes, replied Asia. I want to get the original takoyaki, said Irina. Chiron, Kanami, Natsum, Shigeon, and the 3 Muscapos, we have special pills that Aaron made, so we can eat an unlimited amount of food. Are you Naya Stars ready, Naya? Kuroka shouted while pumping her fists. Oh, the glutton group shouted. Ophis also joined them and pumped her fist, although I doubt she would join them that much. I'm going too, Aoife said and joined their group. Just call me if you need more. I told them and they happily ran off. Did they even hear me? However, all of them stopped and looked up at a certain building. Everyone also joined and we saw Tiger Yukai. We quickly joined up with the glutton group and I said, he's known as Coach Tiger from the Vortex Bunch. What will you guys do? It seems like we immediately came across one of them as soon as we arrived. Even here, the streets of Osaka had a few street food vendors at the ready and were already haggling people as they walked by. Kuroka had lost interest in the Tiger Yukai and began ordering food. I also gave everyone a decent chunk of change for the trip, so if they didn't use it all up, they'll have some spare left over. Something caught my eye near Kuroka, and I made my way there. That was when the Tiger Spirit Yukai thing jumped down and started spouting a bunch of nonsense, and since he was annoying me, I slapped him in the face, and he flew into orbit like that salmon thing from a few days ago. This time, however, I did not save him. He floated into space and died. Or more like my attention was on something entirely that I didn't bother with saving him. I doubt Kuntuar wanted to either Aranaya. Kuroka asked, and I bought some Mitarashi Dango. Mitarashi Dango? You slapped him out of the way for that, Naya? Yeah, I always wanted to try this stuff out. I know made some, but I wanted to taste the ones from Osaka, you know? I replied and ate some. Mitarashi Dango refers to skewers of grilled rice dumplings drenched in an addictive sweet, salty, sticky soy glaze. Anyway, let's continue this food tour, I declared, and so we did. 3 hours later, most of the normal eaters were already too full to eat anymore. However, the glutton group kept going, so we told them to meet us back at a certain place. The rest also split apart since they wanted to explore by themselves. I was also in my own group, which consisted of Rainier, Denu, Keisha, Ain, and Hephaestus. Faye joined us at the end of the 3rd day. She became a bit busy back in her realm, but finally freed up some time. Hey, can we go into that? Ain asked and pointed at a certain establishment. The store she was pointing to was the Umeda Shopping Arcade. Umeda Shopping Arcade presents shoppers with everything from fashion boutiques and bookstores to big department stores and small gift shops. This retail spot was connected to Umeda Station and was a series of underground malls connected together. The atmosphere within the concourse is enhanced by cool design features like rivers, gardens, fountains, and bubbling waterfalls. Well, that's why I read online and also looking further ahead. Umeda Shopping Arcade has a lot of things, so why not? So with that, we stepped into the place, and immediately Rainier dragged Keisha with her to look at clothes. The other 2 stayed with me and watched on. Not interested in buying new clothes? I asked. I have too many. Also, I don't have enough space in my wardrobe in my home, replied Ain. Then why not use magic to expand it? A voice said, and I felt someone hug me from behind. When I glanced back, I saw Kana. Oh, Kana, I thought you went with Latia's group? Asked Danu. I did, but they were taking a break since Lavinia felt sleepy after eating so much, and she started calling out for Aaron. Hee. She's like a lovesick puppy, said Kana. I should get her. I did something similar, Ain. Although it feels more like a different room now than a wardrobe, said Hephaestus. Right? That's what I'm worried about, although a certain someone has barely anything in his own wardrobe, even after I was told that many of his lovers bought him things. Where do you even store them? Ain asked me. My own subspace? I replied and tilted my head. But it's not much since I basically wear nearly the same thing day in, day out. We heard it all, Aaron. We're going shopping with getting you clothes in mind, said Keisha. She and Rainier stood there with their hands on their hips. No, it's not really the rest, is in agreement. He'll go fetch Lavinia and we'll join you shortly after, said Kana, and the other women, they're also agreed with the other two. I can just use your powers, blah, 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 we know. Just come with us and get clothes, said Rainier before she grabbed my arm and pulled me away. The rest followed us, and I asked, did you just want to hold my hand? Rainier's face turned red, and she tried to let go of my hand. However, I held it and then forcefully intertwined our fingers. Her became even redder, and she refused to look at me. You're a bit of a bully at times, you know, said Keisha beside me. But she also looked amused by the situation. Ray isn't exactly honest with me either, so I like teasing her, I replied and smirked at the fallen angel beside me. Rainier didn't respond, but pulled me into a store with the help of everyone, and Kana came back with Lavinia, who immediately embraced me and refused to let go. We bought me several bags worth of clothes. They didn't just stop there. We went to other ones that they also bought their own ones, including shoes and other accessories. When we arrived at a certain shop, I recognized it as a mostly women's shop, a lingerie one. I was the lone male with a group of women. There were two things people would assume. One, that I was gay and were out with my girlfriends, or I was dating all of them, which was unlikely because humans and their norms, making them jealous. Each of them went into a changing room together and tried on various clothes. Danu and Ain came out in a green and pink bikinis. I never looked too far into it, but these two are really curvy. Huh? Although I think it's partly due to training in my dimension that they grew that much. See? I told you He'd be too stunned to speak, said Ain with a smug grin, although she herself had red cheeks. Ooh, I don't. I looked at Danu, who was very embarrassed by the situation. You two look great, it suits you, I told them and nodded sagely. Ain smacked me on the arm and said, perv. Ugh. Anyway, let's go and change into the other ones. W8 you two, I don't think Rainier, Keisha, and Hephaestus also came out of another changing room. The goddess with them looked quite shy as she also covered herself while wearing a red wine frilly bikini. Rainier had a black bikini and Keisha had a blue and purple one with cute cat faces as designs. Uug Hephaestus was clearly uncomfortable, but still decided to bring her arms down to show me. The other two stood there with confidence, kind of. I gave him a thumbs up and said, they all suit you. You guys can keep checking out more clothes since I can afford all of it. He's saying to run his account dry. Let's do that, Rainier said with a smirk before dragging the other two back into the changing room. Last but not least, the two blondes Kana and Lavinia came out of their changing room. To my surprise, they wore near identical bikinis. Kana had a light blue bikini that had freedom on it. Free was on the left and Dom on the right. While Lavinia had a sapphire blue bikini that had small ice cream designs on it. It complimented her eyes. Nice. I gave him a thumbs up too, and they giggled before going back and trying another pair. Dude, I fucking hate you. You're clearly not gay. A person complained from behind me. When I glanced back, I saw him and a few guys in the distance glaring at me. I shrugged and didn't say anything. What would I even say in this situation? Something like, yeah, being a harem king is easy, or something condescending like that. Sounds like it would give unnecessary trouble for me. And this is a trip where I can be lazy and not think too much before everything starts. I also have plans for a certain someone at the end. Hopefully I can rely on Amaterasu and Inari for it. Third-person point of view, he also died. According to reports, he was slapped into space by the middleman because he got in the way of his purchase, said a member of the Vortex Bunch. Kaiser leaned his head back on his throne. He looked frustrated, but then another figure of the four invincible generals stepped up. A pig monster wore an outfit similar to that of a ramen shop owner. His head was that of a pig, and he also had wrapped a towel on his forehead. I will lead the raid on Fukuoka, said the pig monster. So it's you who's going, Chief Pigbone, said Kaiser, sounding a bit more hopeful now. Even the chief is going now. One of his best creations is finally going. With this, the raid on Fukuoka, the tension in the secret base was slowly rising since Chief Pigbone was well known throughout the organization. Pufufu. I will ruin the food areas of Fukuoka in the name of Vortex Bunch. Vortex. Pufufu. Vortex. Many of their members became excited to see how Chief Pigbone would turn the tides of the battle. Aaron Tool's soliloquy. On our 5th day, we arrived in Fukuoka. After the first few hours of shopping and window shopping, we, just like Osaka, decided to go to the food district where all types of restaurants and food vendors were set up at. The glutton group led the charge with pills in the pocket so they could stuff their stomachs full of food. I really have to hand it to them. Their dedication to eating as much as they can is admirable in a way. We're going to eat again at this place. Asia, Irina, glutton group, let's go, shouted Zenobia. To the food stalls. Joined in Irina. Aaron, please don't hate us if we get fat, Asia said worriedly before she ran after the group. Don't worry. They'll help you guys get into a diet and feed you the appropriate amounts. Staying healthy will let you live a long and happy life. I thought and waved at them. How about we buy some recipe books in Fukuoka? Shuri suggested. Oh, good idea. Barbar, come with us, Mom said. And both her and Shuri grabbed Barakil and dragged him off somewhere. He looked very troubled by this. Cindy also joined them, and they left our side. I had asked Mom if she liked Barakil, and she said no. Evidently, Barakil himself only wanted one wife, so a harem was out of the question for him. Although apparently Azazel tried to make him have one over the years they lived and before he met Shuri, but she refused every time. OW, what should I get? Isaiah. Tosca asked Yumi. Let's try out everything like we did before, but let's pace ourselves and not try to eat like the glutton group, Yumi told her with a strained smile. Tosca nodded her head enthusiastically. Wait, Ruruko-chan, we seriously can't keep up with them, complained Saji. Let's just go. Sona-sama already gave us permission, Fufu replied Ruruko. Sona and her peerage also joined us on this trip, although they only joined on our 3rd day, but they're now enjoying it as much as possible. Even Sona had gone with Rias, Tsubaki, and Akino to shop for a little bit. What will you do, Aaron? Rhea asked from beside me. Momo was also beside her looking at me with interest. Well, I stopped when I heard some commotion ahead of us. For some reason, the glutton group completely ignored it. I guess they left it up to us. Jeez. It's the Vortex Bunch again, muttered Latia in annoyance. Let me handle this. I affected reality again, and Latia immediately swapped a piece of rock with the pig monster, and he became alarmed. I am. He didn't get to finish his sentence, as both Reiko and Velgrind punched him on the side of the head. The true dragon had enjoyed herself during our trip so far, so she's probably annoyed by them constantly interfering with our time. Reiko, well, she probably had her reasons because she looked annoyed. You don't cook ramen like that, she declared and crossed her arms. That's what she was annoyed about. I looked over at the spot where the pig monster was cooking his ramen with the black, clothed members, and for some reason, they were in very cheap-looking equipment and powered by weak flames. It's a health hazard, added Graphia. Even I can see that. They're not even that sharp. They're blunt, said Anae. I'm more surprised that she didn't go join the glutton group, but maybe Graphia was keeping a tighter leash around her. With that done, let's continue, shall we? Latia said with a refreshed smile, and so we did. Well, after we captured the other members too, I was with another strange group. Momo, Rhea, Velgrind, and Azathoth. Yes, she came with us. We were in an antique shop per Rhea's request, and we had been in it for around 15 minutes, and the two girls, Momo and Rhea, were enjoying themselves while I stayed back with Velgrind and Azathoth watching them have fun. Although I did find some interesting things here I plan to buy. Why don't you just will these things into existence? Velgrind asked while giving me a bored look. There's a value to these things, Vel. It was made by humans, has aged a lot of years, and has sentimental value. If I just made it, it would feel like a new edition or version and wouldn't feel as valuable. Even if I made an exact replica, I replied. I don't really get it, but all right, she mumbled and handed me back an item she got off the shelves. Azathoth had been mostly quiet during our trip. She had gone with all of us, even ate and spoke when spoken to, but she generally kept to herself and watched everyone enjoy themselves. Velgrind was the same, but she did partake a lot more than Azathoth. She is strangely weak towards Danu and does what the goddess asks of her. Maybe it's her motherly aura? Though it's the same for Mom, Royson, because once she asked her to accompany her, she agreed while looking vexed. She went and picked up a small wooden carving of a human and stared at it for a few minutes. I left her in Velgrind to ponder Lai's questions and joined Rhea and Momo. Any reason why you wanted to come here, Rhea? I asked the brown-haired girl. From time to time, I visit antique shops in Kuo or the neighboring towns. My grandmother, who was a witch, collected strange and unique things during her lifetime. I guess I inherited that from her. So instead of collecting any random thing, I decided to go to antique shops instead, she told us. An antique collector? An antiquarian? Though I only ever been in Rhea's room in my home a few times, she did have some strange things in there. However, apart from those items, her room was relatively normal. You learn something new every day, huh? So did you find anything that caught your interest? She nodded and showed me that she was carrying a distinctive-looking vase. It had a dragon and a snake coiled around each other. The dragon was blue and the snake was pink. Below them was a mountain shaped like a skull, and to their right was a man that had white hair and clouds around his shoulder. Isn't that Luffy, Kaido, and Momonosuke? Although he wasn't a pink snake, but both were dragons, right? What the hell is this doing here? Also, who made it? Drake asked. A random person. They just had inspiration from around 1,000 years ago. It was just a random chance. They weren't a reincarnator or anything, I replied to him. Looking at the vase and its history, it was just a freak chance of that person making it. It's over around 1,000 years old, and this painting is loosely based on a different universe's people. I told them and they were both surprised, but I also reassured them that there was no other reincarnator involved in its making. Rhea became even more interested and decided she was definitely buying it. Momo just wanted to accompany her fellow bishop and didn't plan on buying anything. After we walked around a bit more, Rhea grabbed a small figure of Reiko made of stone and a mug made out of hardened tea leaves. We paid for them and left the place. Azathoth and Velgrind were waiting at the entrance when we left the place. They seemed to have been waiting there for the last 10 minutes. Lunch is coming soon. I know we ate a little earlier, but we should go eat, I suggested, and they agreed. We made our way to a nearby restaurant, picked an empty spot, and I went up to order for everyone. Seeing as how Azathoth was still a bit awkward about it, I decided to just do it by myself. It took around 7 minutes, and near the end, I asked Momo for help with bringing all of our orders back via telepathy. Once we arrived back at our table, another cliché event happened. Yo, Nachans, are all of you by yourselves? A tanned and blonde-haired male in his mid-20s asked the group of women I was with. How about you hang out with us? Yeah, we can show you a good time, added another one. He was clearly drooling and exuded a lot of lust. The others with them, 6 of them in total, joined in the cliché lines. Momo looked at me, unsure of what to do, so I just sighed and pushed past them and sat down along with Momo. Sorry for the delay. Let's get started, I said, and we promptly ignored them. I had already signaled the security guard of this establishment, and I saw them walking towards us. Hey, the 2 guards here came, and I told them that they were harassing me and my friends, and they were quickly escorted away. So you still refuse to hurt normal humans? Huh, even if they do things like that. Velgrind asked as she started to eat her food. They're normal humans after all. If I let every little thing they do annoy me, then I wouldn't get anywhere in life. It's like an adult being triggered and upset by what a literal child said. They don't know any better, though. Those guys knew what they were doing. So getting security involved was probably the right choice, I replied, and also started eating. So you haven't fought a normal human yet? She asked. I have. I then told her about the situation with Kikiho and Higuro involving the kidnapping of their girlfriends and how I had to fight that weird gang. Velgrind was surprised by this and snorted. Unless it's justifiable, huh? She said, and I nodded. Only when it's justified, and I won't take it too far, otherwise it would be troublesome. Though with me now, I can simply change it. There's a chance of them waiting outside, Aaron Azathoth suddenly said to me using telepathy. I know. You saw it already? Yes. And? It's been dealt with, see? I turned my head to look out the window, and Azathoth did the same thing. We saw them being escorted by the police here. They were all naked. I had influenced them to go insane and run around naked, and now they were being detained. What did you do? Velgrind asked as she also watched the scene outside. Oh, just dealing with some future trouble, I replied with a smirk. Oh, dear, I shouldn't have eaten that much, said Gondel. She had temporarily gone back to Asgard and met up with Rossweiss's parents, shocking them and everyone else by her new appearance, or I guess, her previous appearance. She told them that she was going to join us for the rest of our trip, and now she was back. Here, you can have this. I gave the glutton group a decent amount, so they could go wild while eating. I told Gondel and gave her a pill. Foo-foo. Thank you. Gino, I should refer to you as Aaron, right? Thank you, said Gondel. She then took the pill and instantly looked a lot better. Granny, don't go having too much you hear? Granny, don't go having too much food, you hear? Rose said in her accent. Rose, your accent is coming out, but I'll keep an eye on it from here on out. I will have to thank your fiancé a different way in the future, she said. I felt a bit of unease about that, so I scooted away from her. Gondel simply giggled at me. She was then taken away by Mom and Shuri, and the trio was born from that. I hope nothing strange would happen from this day onwards between then, or I hope they don't create a strange older women's club, the image of Venelana, Miss LaBelle, Sarorg's mom, and Suzuka's mother joining them made me sigh in resignation. Who am I kidding? It's happening, it's definitely happening. Third-person point of view in the Vortex Bunch's hideout. Kaiser, in his anger, kicked a table and chair. They saw a picture of Chief Porkbun being arrested by the Alliance. The photo was provided by Aaron, and he was in their prisons along with Salmon King. This can't go on any longer. I will personally go myself and end them. Kaiser shouted. Kaiser himself is going. Please calm down. If the leader himself goes, the world will be devoured in darkness. Everyone in the base was terrified and did their best at calming down their leader. However, Kaiser's body erupted in a dark aura, and everyone was forced to kneel down at the pressure he emanated. Please calm down, Lord. I will personally go with you if it's come to this. For I am the last of the 4 invincible generals, said a voice. The final executive of the 4 invincible generals, a black dog, sat there looking at Kaiser. That legendary person is finally making his move. So we've finally come to the end game. It's the final death, Shieji-sama. With him and Kaiser-sama, we will definitely win. Kaiser smirked and put final death Shieji on his shoulder and looked at everyone. Both their auras increased dramatically and shook the entire island. Then let us go visit my old home of Okinawa. For I, the final death Shieji, will plunge that place into despair, said final death Shieji. Kaiser nodded and announced, our final battle is here. All of us are heading to Okinawa. Destroy DXD and then conquer the world. Vo Ortiz, they shouted in harmony. And thus, the final battle of the Vortex Bunch began. Aaron Tool's soliloquy after starting all the way up north in Hokkaido, and after visiting Kyoto, Osaka, Fukuoka, we had finally reached the end of our graduation trip, Okinawa. I have personally wanted to visit this place for a long time, but never had a real reason for going. However, since we scheduled it for a graduation trip, we would be spending the last 2 days here. I also enact my plan. I glanced at Rias as her crimson hair blew in the wind. She noticed me looking at me and smiled brightly at me. This'll be the most romantic one yet. Well, maybe Lavinia's might have been, but who knows? Surprise us with the rest, partner. Now that's a lot of pressure, Drake. We'll try my best, I replied. 2, Natsum said and pointed to the horizon. The beach. Kanami finished, and the rest of the group shouted with a resounding yes. Luckily for us, the hotel I booked was owned by the Gremory, so I got it for a discounted price. We also had access to the private beach all to ourselves, so it made it even better. We had arrived at the beach, and everyone had gotten changed. Beauties everywhere were wearing bikinis that complemented each of their beauties. It's a sight for sore eyes, and I savored every bit of it. As I stood on an elevated bit of rock, everyone had fun down there. I'd already prepared food earlier, so I wouldn't need to spend my time at a grill. Aaron-san, why are you over here by yourself? When I turned to my side, I saw Lu Fei in a cute blue bikini. She was by herself and licked away at her ice cream. Oh no, it's nothing. I just wanted to watch over everyone. That's all, I told her. She giggled and said, "That makes you sound like an old man, though you kind of are now, aren't you?" Lu Fei had a confused expression on her face and pondered about it for a bit. "Fufu, Lu Fei-chan, don't think too deeply about it. Old man Tool has always been like that," said Lisa. She winked at me as Penemu, Irene, and Ophis joined her. Zenobia suddenly ran towards me with various people in tow. "Aaron," she shouted. "Yes?" She suddenly took her bra off, her bikini off, and held up some lotion. "Rub me." We agreed on an order, Nova." Irina shouted in frustration. "And me too," Asia and Ravel said, removing their outer garments. To them next, after Ravel, "Darling," Irina called out urgently. "Fufu, maybe I should ask my son-in-law for one too." "How about you, Royson, Cindy, Gondel?" Shuri asked the other older women. Mom looked at me, the lotion that Zenobia gave me, then at Cindy, Gondel, and then back at me. "Please?" she asked rather cutely. And with that, even more people lined up. Barrakiel sat under an umbrella, looking rather pitiful. "I think you should go to Barrakiel for that," I told Shuri. She looked at me, then back at her own husband before going era, and trotting back to him. I sighed and looked at them seriously. "Go get your spots ready. I'm going to put sunscreen on all of you." All of them cheered and started getting ready. Dear Lord, I think this is going to take a while, since I doubt they want me to speed through it all. Fufu. Even during our trip, you can't relax fully. Can you? Rias asked and stood beside me after I jumped off the rock. "No rest for the weary. Do you want one too?" I asked Rias. "It'll make myself last then, Aaron about, hey, let's go on a date tonight. I still have my car after all. Okinawa at night. Must look pretty good, right?" I asked her. Ria seemed surprised, but quickly agreed. She then joined the rest. I summoned a small communication circle beside me and contacted 2 people. "Hey, change of plans. So, this is what I'd like to be done. I can help from here." So, after I told Amaterasu and Inari about my plans, they were more than willing to do it. I also teleported them to Okinawa to prepare for me. But for now, I created 2 avatars and had shadow soldiers go with them. Go beat and arrest the last 2 of the Vortex bunch. I really don't want to deal with them. I've already changed reality here and reinforced Okinawa, so don't worry about using powerful attacks. "Yes, boss." They both shouted and saluted me. The shadow soldiers didn't go into their shadows and just walked in broad daylight. I turned back to everyone else, and a few seconds later, I heard loud and powerful sounds and rumbling. A few people turned to look at me, but I just shook my head and told them it was fine. "All right, let's get to rubbing people. That sounds wrong." I mumbled to myself. The last members of the Vortex bunch and their leader were quickly dealt with, and we didn't even need to see them ourselves. I also got rid of that perverted dog robot thing that they had as one of the 4 invincible generals. No way in hell Zenobia was getting it as a familiar. That's why I also prevented Asia from making a damn contract with Fafnir. I won't let him have her panties as a way to power up. I avoided a lot of weird shit by preventing that, especially the panty cooking show, with Fafnir staring Asia's panties as the main ingredient mumyumo. Lavinia, Rennie, was not happy. She found me sneaking out of the hotel after we all went to sleep, and tonight I was sleeping with her, the other fated ones, and a few others. She was cutely glaring at me with her arms crossed. "Nia, I have to go. Why can't I come?" she asked with a pout. A sigh escaped my lips as I whispered the reason to her. She stared at me for a few seconds before she said, "Say that sooner." "Geez. Okay, go to Rias-chan then. I'm rooting for you. But come back quickly too." "Thank you," I replied and patted her head before leaving. When I got outside, Rias was waiting by my car that I had parked. Azathoth stood by the entrance, however. "You're still up?" I asked. "I do not have the need to sleep. Nor do you, however. It's pleasant when I do manage to fall asleep," she replied while looking at the starry skies of Okinawa. The night air was pleasant. It was cool, but not cold enough to make you wear coats or anything like that. However, it was not hot enough to force you to be practically naked. It was just right. Azathoth herself wore a black shirt and skirt with sandals. Mom and Shuri picked this out for her during the trip, since they knew they were coming to Okinawa. They also bought her other clothes during our visits to those other places. "Good luck," The Grimmery heiress will be happy, she said and walked back into the hotel. I sure hope so, I said to myself, and joined Rias. It's beautiful tonight, she suddenly said. Great. Then I have a place that you'll love even more, I told her, and we got into my car. I started driving, and we sat there in silence. Rias occasionally put a hand on mine when we had to stop for the traffic lights. I chose a destination that wasn't too far, and it wasn't too long to get to when we had to walk the rest of the way there. Once we arrived at the designated place, we got out of my car, and she looked around, both confused and excited. Where are we? She asked. I didn't say a word and held her hand. She intertwined our fingers, and I started walking, and she followed me. Aaron? It's a surprise. Will you close your eyes from here on out? I asked. Okay. Rias closed her eyes, and we continued our short journey. I put a concealment spell on Amaterasu and Inari, so she wouldn't be able to feel their auras or energy signatures. As we walked through a set path, trees were on both our sides, and Rias stumbled a few times, but I caught her. In the end, I princess carried her the rest of the way. Once we arrived at the spot, I put her down. The area I had chosen to do this was near a cliff. It gave us a magnificent view of the ocean and the starry sky above us. It was supposed to rain today, but I changed that, so it was sunny all throughout the day, including tonight. I gave the signal to Inari and Amaterasu, and in front of me a transparent tree started to take shape. Its trunk was brown-gold in color, while the leaves high above us were pink. The trunk itself was also shaped like a kitsune's head and neck. The eyes on the kitsune trunk glowed a deep blue, and the leaves themselves started to softly glow. You can open your eyes now, I told Rias, and she did. When she looked around us, she was shocked at what she saw. What is this? She asked. She let go of my hand and looked at the giant translucent pink kitsune tree. Once she had her back turned to me, I got on one knee. I saw both Amaterasu and Inari giving me thumbs-ups behind me. Inari was about to shout when Amaterasu covered her mouth and dragged her away. Sheesh, what a troublesome leader. Aaron Rias finally turned around and froze as she stared down at me. I did my best, I said and chuckled. Rias Gremery, I know we've been through a lot together and had a strange and rough start to our relationship, but I enjoyed our time together. Tears appeared in her eyes and then streamed down her cheeks. I took another deep breath and said, Rias Gremery, will you marry me? I got up and took her hand into mine. She stared at me for a few seconds before she embraced me and started to repeatedly say yes. After she calmed down, we kissed each other. You know, I originally planned on doing this at a certain place in the Shinto realm. I know how much you love Japan after all, I admitted, and she seemed surprised. In the Shinto realm? She repeated. Yeah, this near-identical tree was in that realm, and I asked Tamamo, Inari, and Amaterasu about it. And I was planning to take you there to propose to you, but since the weather for tonight might have been favorable, I chose to do it here instead. It looks like it was the right choice. The translucent tree finally faded away, and I felt both Amaterasu and Inari leave. We'll take you there for another date, so we can see the genuine thing. How does that sound? Thank you. I look forward to it, she muttered before we kissed again. Rias and I stayed there for a little bit. I created a small bench that we sat on and looked at the night sky and stars. We chatted about anything that came to mind. Most of it was about the upcoming Raiding Game World Tournament. The day ended with us going back to the hotel. The last day on Okinawa was also full of fun and chaotic scenes, and thus our graduation trip ended on a happy note. The future was full of challenges waiting for us, but ITLL be fine. With my new powers, I will lead it into the one where it all benefits us. Chapter 1, Part 3, Be Judged by the 7 Stars Akino Himajima's soliloquy. A week has passed since our graduation trip. The new school year has started for everyone. Rias, Aaron, Kyoheim, Ingvild, Sona, Tsubaki, and I have started to enjoy our college life. However, Aaron has mostly focused on his restaurant, and it's been quite popular and even had people coming from different towns to enjoy the food there. What we didn't expect was for him to work the floor, cook, and hire Lavinia to sing for everyone. In a small corner of the restaurant was a stage for anyone to go up and sing. Lavinia was the one to usually do it. However, Her time, there was few and far between, as she only sang at various points of the day, typically at peak hours. 1 week from now, the opening ceremony for the Rating Game World Tournament will take place, and everyone has been slowly getting ready for it. Everyone in Ria's peerage are also ready. She created the team, called Team Rias Gremory. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was simple enough to understand. We also managed to gain a few new members for it. We have all 8, pawned solely on one person. We filled the rook position with someone else that's powerful, and we have a single reserve member, but someone else has offered to be part of the reserve members, but is still unsure. So far through Aaron, we learned that around 1,200 teams have registered for the tournament, which was quite shocking, so the preliminary round will be long and may last till summer. Currently, it was after school, and we were in a different space thanks to Aaron, and we as Team Rias Gremory were training. But earlier we saw a fierce battle taking place in another subspace that Aaron created. His queen position has slowly decreased in participants. The ones that wish to occupy that position have been fighting for it quite fiercely. It started to become even more heated right after the trip. And as of now, there are only 3 people left, and they were all ridiculously powerful. As far as I could see, fire and ice mainly clashed. I love all 3 of them, but cheering for all 3 left a strange feeling in me, so I decided to silently watch from a distance, and they understood my decision. Apart from that, there were 2, maybe even 3 teams that were participating for Aaron. The first was Aurelius-san, or Team Golden Rakshasa, and the other was Chow Chow as Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor. The last one, which is unofficial, was the team that Hirokazu-san and Kita, the Eradicator, were part of, but I believe their team's name was Team Fantastic Dragons. According to Aaron, Hirokazu-san's team had grown a lot because of the things she did to the sacred gear system in heaven. So it helped Hirokazu-san grow. But his teammates also grew a lot thanks to Kita-san's harsh training and the use of the hyperbolic regenerative chambers. Let's stop our training for today. Good work, everyone, said Rias. All of us, minus our pawn, trained today. However, he told us that he was training in his own, so we left it at that. He was quite powerful after all. Your Eminence, thank you for your advice today, said Yumi. She, along with Zenobia, had fought with Vasco Strata, one of the strongest exorcists and wielders of Durandal. Vasco Strata had changed a lot. He had accepted being Aaron's subordinate, and he looked very young. According to him, he was in the prime of his life and would slowly age there. To him, Aaron was apparently the second coming of the God of the Bible and wished to follow him. And so Aaron made him an offer, and that was to have an extended life. He would also give him his youth and prime strength back, and from there, he could become even stronger. That was what Aaron told him, and it took him some time to think about it, but in the end, he chose to join. Aaron didn't change his race. He is still human, but he gave him an extended life, 10,000 years, and his youthful appearance back. His Eminent Strata now looks like a late 20s man with white hair, and he's even more energetic than ever. No, probably more. Both of you are adapting quickly and learning the things I taught you at a rapid pace. I look forward to seeing both your growth in the future. However, I'm the rook of our team, so I won't have that speed trait when we have our matches in the future. So, as you 2 are the knights, I will leave that to you, he told them. Yes, sir. Both Yumi and Zenobia answered seriously. They're enthusiastic, aren't they? Rias asked me as she came to my side. Yes, especially Zenobia, since she's being taught by the strongest wielder of Durandal, although I muttered and looked at the weapon by his Eminent Strata side. Yes, who would have thought Aaron would gift him such a terrifying weapon? Durandal X, which is a replica of Durandal, but can only be wielded by his Eminent Strata, said Rias. Terrifying is an understatement. The destruction he causes with it by just swinging it casually is mind-boggling. Even Zenobia, who holds back her full strength, is shocked by it. It was nearly the same as when she used her strength against him back during the rebellion before the final battle. But his Eminent Strata has also been training in Aaron's pocket dimension as his new subordinates. He treats them equally and gives them plenty of advantages. We don't mind since it benefits us as well. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared to our right, and Graphia came out of it. Graphia? Is something wrong? Rias asked. It's over. His queen has been chosen, she said, and we were surprised by this. Everyone looked at Rias, and we all went back to his home. Once we got there, we left Aaron's aura upstairs in the infinite hallway of bedrooms. We followed it and found him in Suzukane-sama's room. When I looked at her, she was asleep. She and Velgrind lost the final fight. They were all quite injured at the end of it. If I didn't have my new barrier installed there, they would have definitely destroyed the Omniverse many times over due to their clashes, said Aaron while looking at Suzukane-sama. He then started stroking her head, and the pained expression she had while sleeping instantly relaxed. I could feel some kind of energy from his hand, so he must be healing her. So does that mean? Lavinia won. It was her and Suzaku fighting at the end. Velgrind did her best, but couldn't keep up with the two. It was the difference in raw power that knocked her out. It felt like universes were colliding every time they struck each other, you know? He said and sighed. Anyway, he'll go check on the other two. Are you staying, Aquino? He asked me. Igriegajis. He'll go and check on Velgrind-san and Lavinia soon. I replied, and he smiled before leaving the room. He spoke with his eminent strata, and he also joined him. I sat on the chair that Aaron was on and held Sukune-sama's hand. I wonder how hard they fought each other. He said that it felt like it, but we didn't feel anything. Are his new barriers that powerful? Will he enclose the areas we fight in with those from now on? So what does that mean we can fight using our full power? Probably not, since we still have the rest of Team DXD to avoid from hurting, but we'll have more liberty in using our powers, which was kind of relieving. She's fine, Aquino, and what Aaron said was true. I watched it with him, said a voice, and I turned to look at them and found Comptoir. Comptoir was a fight for that position, so it got very harsh at the end, but please understand that they don't hate each other after it. They actually grew closer during the fight. Actually, she told me. She then poked my head, and I saw everything. Suzukane-sama, Lavinia, and Velgrind-san were all bloody and bruised. Velgrind-san's arm was missing, and she was the first one to fall and pass out. Aaron immediately brought her to him and healed him. After that, it was a clash of Suzukane-sama and Lavinia. What I didn't expect was for that dimension to wrap and change. The places that it changed to were different planets and different locations in space. In other realms, all of them were obliterated with a single clash of their auras. Even when they started using their fists, just the shockwave of each hit destroyed many stars in that dimension's universe. In the end, they relied on their powers, Lavinia's Tempest Extinction and Suzukane-sama's Shukai. The ending was strange. Lavinia was mostly covered in light, while I saw Suzukane-sama in her spiritual symbiosis or spiritual synthesis as she fused with Juke and tried to fight Lavinia with it. But in the end, whatever that new balance breaker Lavinia had, she rendered even Suzukane-sama's flames useless, and in the end she lost. At least they didn't. Suzaku was missing her left leg. Did you not see? It was mostly in the form of a flame, though, since she was fused with Juke, said Comptoir. I was shocked and looked back at the memory, and indeed she was. When I took a peek at her leg by moving her blanket, I saw it was already back. Why did I think Aaron wouldn't restore it? I sighed in relief and looked at Comptoir again. What about Lavinia? I asked. I was also worried about her and wondered what kind of injury she had received. She suffered a missing right arm and part of her stomach. Aaron hated seeing it all. At times he had to physically stop himself from intervening, but he watched it all. He didn't look away for even a second, and once it was over, he healed them all instantly, she told me. Well, it's just like Aaron, right? No wonder he looked distraught when we came in. It must have been painful to watch. He even told me that he still has flashbacks of when Lavinia was injured by Azrael, and it always bothers him. However, this time it was an official fight for his team's queen position, so he couldn't stop it until it was over. What about the other positions? I was also curious about that. There must have been some competition for it, right? It's mostly dealt with. Those two, Velgrind and Cisco, requested to be put into different positions if they lost. The same with Lavinia, said Comptoir. Velgrind wishes to be a pawn, and Suzuka didn't mind any, so she may be any of the pieces. If it's Suzukane-sama, she can fulfill any of the roles. She's a jack of all trades, master of many. Comptoir suddenly smiled and said, there will be an interesting announcement during the opening ceremony, so look forward to that. An interesting announcement? I repeated. She nodded again, but didn't say anything. After that, she also vanished. I wonder what announcement was going to be said during it. Maybe the grand prize? But everyone has already been informed about that. And that's why there's so many participants in this tournament. Whatever it may be, a lot of people will become interested. Once it's announced tonight, Yumi Kira's soliloquy, it was already slightly past mid-April, and it was currently after school for me. I was officially in my third year now, and this year I would also graduate and join Ryusna-san, Akino-san, and Aaron in Kuo Academy College Division. However, for now, we were in our club and doing our club activities. President Asia has gotten used to be the new president and has assimilated quite well. I was the vice president, and we had quite a lot of new members. Princess Konu, who was in the middle school division as a first year, Lufei-san as a first year in the high school division, Benia-san another first year, and Tosca, who's in the middle school division. Zenobia officially left the club too, since she became the new student council president. There were also some new members for the new student council, such as Uryu, Ryuda, Nikiri, Malarka Vordenberg, and Tadami Kamo. Momo-san and Tsubasa-san left the student council and are now just normal students. They did mention something about hoping to be employed in Aaron's future empire if it does take off. A few others also wish for its success so that they could work for him. I don't know if they wanted to because ITLLB they'll be close to him or for the pay that he mentioned to us. Either way, today's activity is investigating a report of a yukai that's been spotted wandering around the outskirts of Kuo. It hasn't entered Aaron's barrier, so he hasn't done anything about it, but he has mentioned it in passing. The same with Lian Sensei, and the stalwarter said Asia. Yukai, huh? I heard that some kind of rapper yukai was here last year, but also moved away. I wonder what this yukai is, said Tosca. I've been wandering the place from time to time, but haven't seen it personally. But there is a chance they may be hiding their identity and powers as a human, said Benia. When it comes to yukais, you can count on me. I can help, Kunu said happily while drinking from her tea. I glanced at Tosca, who was being helped with schoolwork. Aaron gave her the language ability, so she didn't need to worry about learning languages and not understanding other people. This also included the supernatural languages. Aaron also did this for Aoife, his mother, and Cindy-san. Though he did this for others who didn't want to keep on using magic to interpret other languages, like Kanami-san and Natsum-san. Ryusne-chan, Akino-san, and Aaron and I aren't here yet, mumbled Gasper. Everyone looked at their empty seats because of what he said. The former members of the club said they would come by today and watch over our activities and also tell us about their college life. Although Aaron said that he wouldn't attend college much and just use his avatars. Aaron also said he'd inform us about other things concerning the tournament. However, he has also started training his team, but he's been using a different dimension for it. He's also busy going to a place called Sanctuary and the Dimensional Gap because his base there was complete and wanted to speak to Antari-san there about security and other things. After graduation, he became even more busy. His job as the middleman, a paid dragon, college student, owner of a growing restaurant and business, and the ruler of the Omniverse. It's a lot of things to take care of for someone his age, although he is around 10,000 years old. So maybe it's not? Kunu, Aaron's probably preparing for the tournament. The same with everyone else who said that they'd come. Oh, we're here, said a voice, and we turned to it. Aaron and everyone else were there. Sorry for the delay. I had to hand over some responsibilities to my avatar while we came here. Ryusne-san, Akino-san, Ingvald-san, Kyoheim-san, and even Sona-san and Tsubaki-san were there too. Let's talk about the tournament, shall we? The opening ceremony will be starting tomorrow. After all, a special announcement will happen too, he said inside. Aaron looked tired after he said that. Does that mean the announcement was something he didn't really like? A day later, and it was time for the opening ceremony of the tournament. All the teams were in a stadium around 4 times larger than the Tokyo Dome, and it was located in the Satan's territory. Every team had to be here, but only the king and queen were required to attend, so not all members had to be here. However, we Team Rias Gremory were all in attendance. Well, partially. His Eminence Strata and Mr. Black weren't present, as they had other things to attend to. But the rest of us, including our reserve member, were also here. But what's the holdup? A person asked. Yeah, we should have started around 2 minutes ago. Did something happen? Another asked. The stadium was getting restless. According to Aaron, he was the one responsible with starting the ceremony, but he himself wasn't here. He told us this morning, as well as yesterday, that he'd be bringing his queen with him along with Tiamat Sand for the speech. But they weren't here at all, nor could I feel their auras. There's sure a lot of people, huh? Said our new member. She was Lint Selzen. Yes, she was related to that bastard Freed, but their personalities were worlds apart. I'll briefly explain the general outline of this tournament. It's what Aaron explained to us yesterday. The first is participation eligibility. There aren't many restrictions on the participants, and Devils are able to participate in teams that aren't the peerage they belong to. The only one who is essential for the registration is the core of the team, the king. As for the rest of the team members, all they have to do is finalize their registrations before the beginning of a match, and at the same time, changes to team members are also allowed. Although there seems to be a limit on the number of members who can be changed at a time, but only the king cannot be changed. It's also forbidden for players to participate in 2 different teams. If such a thing is discovered, they will be immediately disqualified. There's also a penalty for the team the player belongs to. In addition, team members can be constantly replaced in this tournament, and new members can additionally be added to the team. Our team had no vacancies, so it was mostly complete. Next are the tournament's rules for team formation. Like the rating games, there are at most 1 king and queen. There are at most 2 rooks, bishops, and knights, while there could be a maximum of 8 pawn positions. This caps the maximum number of team members at 16. Players are registered according to their respective roles. As mentioned earlier, the composition of a team is not restricted, so the king can register their players for roles in accordance with their preferences. Although a devil might have originally been a knight, he can have the option of being a rook in the tournament if they so desire. According to the original evil pieces and the rules of the rating game, the value and number of pieces used to turn someone into their servant varies based on their natural qualities and abilities. But this concept has essentially been abolished under the current tournament rules. The special characteristics of each of the chess pieces will activate at the beginning of a match. Even for people who aren't using the evil pieces, as long as they are registered as a knight, they will gain the characteristic of increased speed at the beginning of a match. As for the devils who use the evil pieces, if they are registered under a different piece from their original, their inherent piece's characteristics will be overridden by their tournament piece's characteristics at the beginning of a match. For example, if I were to participate as a rook, then I would lose the characteristics of my knight piece during a match, and instead gain the characteristics of a rook piece. Aaron, along with Riasne San, explained this yesterday. Secondly, the value of the pawn piece has been changed in this tournament. Even if a servant originally possessed multiple pieces, it would become equivalent to having one unless they were a god-class being. A simple example would be Sajikuan, who possesses 4 pawn pieces, but according to the rules of this tournament, he is counted as having only 1. 4 god-class beings, a single god-class being takes up 2 rook, knight, or bishop pieces. For those who are regarded as powerful gods, if they were considered in a 1-to-1 ratio with others, the competition would become too unbalanced. As such, under most circumstances, 1 god-class being is considered equivalent to 2 rook, knight, or bishop pieces. Of course, for people whose strength is comparable to that of a god-class being, they are also judged according to this standard. However, there is a limit to the conversion of a piece's value. The limitations for pawn pieces are very strict. It's because a pawn piece can be promoted to a queen that such limitations are in place. Otherwise, many king players would register their strongest players as pawn pieces. Therefore, the outcome of the game would depend entirely on the pawns. If there were 8 ultimate class devils registered as pawn pieces, who were all then promoted to queen, the game would become rather unbalanced. Similarly, when god-class beings are registered as pawn pieces, there are many limitations. What follows are the so-called basics, which have essentially been abolished. Even though the number of god-class beings participating is less than 10%, they are still opponents who cannot be underestimated. Among the gods participating, The most famous one is Sakura. He is one of the most watched figures. He was also attending the opening ceremony and occupied a corner of the stadium. There was no one who dared approach him. When Sakura announced that he was going to participate, there were many other gods who gave up on the tournament. He was the leader of the magnificent four heavenly kings, Tara, Viraka, Verpka, Vairava. He had immediately become the most favorable candidate to win. The last piece of information regarding the tournament was the qualifying rounds. Each team starts with 1,500 points, and they would accumulate more points by playing matches. Winning against teams with higher points would lead to an incremental increase in the points. However, losing to a team with lower points than their own would result in their depletion. Matches like this will last until summer. At the end of this period, the 16 teams with the highest score would progress to the final tournament. Since there are more than 1,000 teams participating, with even gods also participating, the threshold to progress to the finals is incredibly high. In addition, participation in the qualifying rounds was decided exclusively by each team. If they wanted to fight, and if they wanted to gain points, then they would register with the organizers, and they would then be matched to a team that also wanted to fight. In other words, the management of a team was entirely dependent on the team itself. Akino-san, do you know where Aaron is? He's quite late, I asked. But Akino-san shook her head, also looking confused and worried. But suddenly the entire arena became even more noisy. Ashi, look at that. Someone shouted and pointed at the sky. Even though we had no idea who shouted that, everyone turned to look, and oh my Satan, Ryusen muttered in disbelief. Akino-san and many others who we were friends, comrades, or even acquainted with started laughing at what we saw. It was an enormous dragon, bigger than anything we had previously seen, although some people had seen it before, because it was Aaron. His enormous I turned to use, and he winked. The cameras in the stadium turned to it and began taking picture or started filming it. However, it suddenly vanished, and a silver pillar replaced it, and it hit the large stadium stage. Ha 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 ha. He certainly knows how to make an entrance. Sakura shouted and howled with laughter. After the silver pillar disappeared, 3 people were left in its place. At the very front was Aaron, with his new silver hair and eyes. He wore a near jet-black general's attire with a few silver, blue, and gold accents around it. A symbol of a dragon was near his chest. Beside him was Lavinia-san. She wore her usual witch attire, and on his other side was another tournament organizer, Tiamat-san, one of the Dragon Kings. However, that wasn't all. 2 others joined them, and it was Azazel-sensei and Avetsa-san. The tournament was also called the Avetsa Cup. Sorry for the delay. I had to deal with something anyway. Let's keep this short, shall we? Aaron said into the mic. As you're aware, the grand prize will be handled by me. I will grant any wish you desire. Of course, there are rules and limitations, but if it's acceptable enough, I will fulfill it. This created another round of excitement, and then Aaron looked at Azazel-sensei, who smirked. Many of you may have read on the website about a special announcement for today. He shouted, and the entire dome became quiet. This was the effect Azazel-sensei wanted. He raised his arm up and pointed to the sky. To start off this tournament, we'll be hosting an exhibition match. A team consisting of powerful fighters and even a few gods versus the middleman himself and his own team. He pointed to a giant monitor and added, and here it is. Team Dragon Legacy. King Jean Skyward Queen Lavinia, Rennie Bishop Layla Bishop Faith Rook, Celestin Rook Yoichi Nazano Knight, Amorous Knight, El Chapon. 8. Alicia Team Transcendent Time. King Hachiman, God of War, Queen Raijin, God of Lightning, Thunder and Storms. Bishop Mahatma Gandhi, Clone. Bishop Bikas Visego Rook, Christella Beaver Rook, Mateo Knight Eries Tannen, second son of Tannen. Knight Babatar Pawn. 8. Martin Luther King Jr., Clone. Everyone was left speechless at that lineup. There were clones of famous historical figures. They were so famous that even people outside of their countries knew of them. Not only that, but 2 gods were leading the team too. Hachiman, the god of war, and Raijin, the goddess of lightning. Not to mention Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and the second son of Tannen, the former Dragon King. However, I also noticed that a devil was also part of that lineup, because Visego, a devil from the 72 Pillars. But Babatar, Mateo, and Christella Beaver were all a mystery to us. I wonder what kind of people they were. They must be powerful since they were picked to be part of that team. But I don't think anyone on that team for Aaron was part of his original team. Did he randomly pick them, apart from Lavinia-san? He looked at me and smirked. I think he just read my thoughts. I looked around, and everyone shared my shock and excitement. This exhibition match was before the start of the tournament. Depending on how it turns out, it will really make everyone even more excited. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, that's correct. The only one that's part of my real team is Lavinia. Everyone else is part of the reserves, but I also wanted to give them some play time, so I told them. Everyone had approached me since we got home. It was night, and we had finished eating dinner an hour ago. Aaron, do you know who Babatar-san, Mateo-san, and Christella Beaver-san are? They're the only ones I'm not aware of, asked Yumi. I nodded. I do. To put simply, they're humans. You're aware of the changes I made to the Sacred Gear system, right? 2 of them have new Sacred Gears that are just below the threshold of me adding them to the new Longinus. But Christella is a magician with a unique power. That's all I'm saying. I can change the members of my team, and it'll adjust it based on who reaches me in the final, though. I already know, and I can't wait to make that suggestion when the time comes. The thought of it made me a bit giddy. The match is tomorrow, and after that, the tournament will begin. So make sure you either train, relax, or watch. The rules for this particular one aren't anything complex. It's the standard rule, set to make it easier for everyone watching for the first time. But as you know, during the preliminary stage, various types of rating games will be played, but on the main stage, ITLL be the standard rule set again, I told them. After speaking with everyone for a little while longer, everyone scattered, either to relax, train, or do something else. But everyone was excited about the match tomorrow. The ones left in the living room were my team. All right, let's go to that dimension and train. I want you to get even stronger, Yoichi. Yoichi, who joined us, nodded seriously, and we finally left. Everyone there except for Lavinia and Yoichi were Outer God EX, so I wanted Yoichi in particular to become stronger, so he could face everyone that's on the other team. Most of them were at least Ultimate Class to God Class in strength. In this exhibition match, the rules were altered slightly to make sure the entirety of the supernatural world, as well as the other teams, become hyped and fired up at the prospect of playing the games. Although it will only last 20 minutes, since I want them to entertain the crowd watching for that time, and after that, we'll end it. The rating games are for entertainment after all. The next day came. My team spent around 200 years in that dimension, and the 2 I wanted to get stronger did. Yoichi was high-tier God class, so in terms of raw power, he could keep up with Raijin and Hachiman. Lavinia went up 1 rank, so she's Omniversal C, and she worked quite hard for it. The rest were mostly training them or trying out new abilities thanks to Food Chain. They'll be cheering for you, Aaron, my mom said and hugged me. Aoife pouted a little since I didn't choose her. So, to Rebel, she became part of Aurelia's reserve members. I know. Thank you, Mom, I replied and hugged her back. We'll get going then. I prepared a lot of food for all of you, as well as snacks, just in case you wish to watch it. Where's it being held at? Danu asked. Azazel Stadium in the underworld in the Fallen Angels territory. Anyway, we'll see you guys later, I told them, and we waved at them as we left. It's the exhibition match that everyone has been waiting for. Today will mark the start of the Rating Game World Tournament. Today, it's Team Dragon Legacy, led by none other than the Middleman, versus Team Transcendentime, led by the God of War from the Shinto Pantheon, Hachiman-sama. In the field stood both teams. My team was on the west side, while Hachiman's team was on the east side. We stared each other down. Raijin wasn't trying to hide her excitement, since in a way it was a revenge match for her since I beat her not too long ago. Today, we're going to be joined by a guest commentator. He belongs to the devil's side, Princess Rhys Gremory's father. Well then, Sir Gremory, thank you very much for joining us today. No, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. From a personal perspective, I want to cheer for my daughter's fiancé, Gene Skyward. However, I will also provide a serious and non-biased commentary for today, said Zeoticus. In today's game, it's the basic and simple rule set. We aim to ease the new watchers into the rating games by doing so. To simply put it, there are no special rules, and the team's objective is just to take on the king. With that said, in less than 1 minute, both teams will be transported to a different space provided by the middleman. As soon as both teams are transported, the match will officially begin. Hachiman and I walked towards the middle, and we both shook hands. May the best team win, Jean. Likewise, Hachiman. Good luck. As our greetings finished, both our teams were transported away. As soon as we were transported to the field that this raiding game was going to be played at, I sighed. I know I left the decision to Azazel and the other organizers, but I didn't think they'd pick this damn place. You gotta be kidding me. Third-person point of view, the place that they were transported to was today's field is. The middleman's previous home in Ireland, a small little town called Dunleagare. However, its size has been increased at least 2 times, making it a little larger than normal. Both teams have been teleported to the opposite end of the field. The middleman's to the west, near some cliffs, while Hachiman-sama is to the west, near an intersection. You weren't expecting this, Aaron? Asked Lavinia. No, I left the decision to the rest of them. All I did was reinforce it and covered it with a powerful barrier, so even I could go wild if I wanted, he replied. In other words, anyone, regardless of power, could go full power and the universe would be safe. Aaron sighed and turned to face the direction of Hachiman's aura. He could feel a certain goddess rushing towards their direction. Let's execute our plan then. Go, he ordered. Everyone disappeared while he and Lavinia walked over to a certain elevated area. We're waiting here? She asked. Yeah, I doubt Hachiman will start picking fights, so when Raijin gets here, can I leave her up to you? Aaron asked. Lavinia smiled and agreed. Leave her to me. He'll let her play with Alo-chan and Tsuno-chan. Seconds after they had that conversation, a very excited and powerful goddess arrived near their area. She looked up at them as her entire body was covered in purple lightning. Giant, come fight me. No, Raijin did not expect that response as she stared at him in shock. Lavinia put her hand forward and summoned an ice bird and kitsune, as well as 2 other ice dolls. Ho ho, queen versus queen then? Very well. I'm fine with this too. Raijin shouted as she pulled out a sword and faced off against the 2 creatures Lavinia created. In a certain area of the town, 2 people came across each other. These 2 were Alicia and Martin Luther King Jr. Both people stared at each other before they started conversing. I didn't think I would come across such a person as yourself, said Alicia. You're also quite well known, Miss Alicia. You're one of Sir Jean's subordinates after all. However, since we're in this match, we must fight. Although I am but a mere clone, I will do my best in our bout, said Martin. The area around Martin began to tremble, and the rocks and debris around began to float. A powerful aura coated his body, and he suddenly lunged at Alicia. The woman in question easily dodged his strike and countered using her own hands. Martin Luther King Jr. had covered himself in a powerful and dense aura of Tuki. As a clone, he was given the best treatment and training opportunities. As such, he could rival God-class beings, but he was also given several abilities by the ones that resurrected him. Martin spread his arms open and several thousand magic circles appeared, each with a different type of magic, and Alicia was quite surprised by this. Oh, a fight broke out between both pawns. Martin Luther King Jr. versus Alicia. How will this duel end? Martin unleashed the barrage of magic towards Alicia, who summoned her sword and slashed them apart, surprising him. However, he didn't stop there as he continued his assault and also joined it and closed their distance. Alicia defended using her own magic and only had to deal with Martin and his close-quarters combat. Alicia increased her speed to a point where Martin couldn't follow it and aimed a palm strike at his chin. Her attack connected and Martin was temporarily stunned. She followed it up by kicking him in the chest and sending him away. Martin crashed to the ground, but quickly got up. To his surprise, a woman's knee was right in front of him, and he was hit again and crashed through several buildings. Several swords of different colors and elements appeared above Alicia, and she launched the attack towards Martin. The man somehow pulled himself out of the debris and avoided many of the swords that Alicia sent at him. But he also noticed that she wasn't taking this fight seriously, but he himself had to use everything he had to not be killed. The middleman's women are crazy. but I'm enjoying myself, he thought, and a large smile spread across his face. Let's do this, you crazy woman. Martin's power increased. Even more, he was pushing past his bonus limits and charged back at Alicia, who smiled at the man. In another part of the town, where there were various shops around them, two people stared each other down. One of them was a humanoid dragon. They resembled the blazing meteor dragon, Tannen. This was Erie's Tannen, the second son of Tannen. He was around 13 meters tall and produced a powerful dragon aura. In front of him was a woman with beautiful pale skin with hip-length silver hair that had bangs hanging over her face where it mostly hangs over on the right side, and clear sky-blue eyes. She wore a jacket-like trench coat with a white button-up shirt and black skirt. She also wore a blue pendant gemstone with red ribbons and also had golden chains looped around her left shoulder. This was Amaris Unwa, a former wielder of Divine Dividing. She, like Elsha, Belzard, and Garrett, were resurrected by Aaron and now were living normal lives again, and also became his subordinates. Amaris smiled and put her hand forward. When she did, a pair of light wings appeared on her back. They resembled Divine Dividing. Player Amaris just summoned the sacred gear Divine Dividing. What an unexpected turn of events. It's not real, though, she muttered. Have to mention, the area around Erie's Tannen began to get halved, and the dragon had trouble moving, but he slowly took steps forward. Amaris expected this, so she didn't panic. However, she used another half-dimension on the dragon, which slowed him down even more significantly. Amaris charged towards Erie's and touched his shoulder. At the same time, Erie's tried to attack her, but she easily dodged his attempt and landed behind him. Once the suppression around him relaxed, Erie's flew towards Amaris, but she put her hand forward again. Divide, she whispered, and Erie's felt his power get halved. However, he kept going forward and tried to bite her shoulder, but again, she dodged it swiftly. Erie's turned around and punched the ground in front of him, which made it explode, and various debris started firing everywhere. Amaris dodged the debris, but Erie's suddenly appeared behind her, and he sent a straight punch toward her back. She quickly turned around and deflected the punch aimed at her. Once Erie's missed his punch, Amaris quickly elbowed him in the gut, launching him away. If they were to compare themselves, the sons of Tannen, the firstborn would be the strongest, after that would be Erie's, and finally Bova. However, after Bova received training from Aaron, as well as the various dragons he's close with, currently Bova Tannen even stand above his own father. This information was not known to the public yet. However, Bova wasn't the only one to get stronger, as both his siblings also grew in strength. Erie's as of now matched his father's strength, but did not have the same respect he had. That is why he joined this team. During the tryouts for Team Transcendent Time, Erie's was beaten by everyone, including the 3 humans that joined the team, shocking him greatly. After that day, he quickly sought after new strength that would surpass his old self, as well as his siblings and father. Since the conception of the Rating Game World Tournament, Azazel and Surzex wanted this exhibition match to happen, and the formation of Team Transcendent Time had long since started back then. Those fights that Erie's had were before the war, or the attacks by the Wizards of Oz, so he had plenty of time to increase his strength. Erie's Tannen stood up from the place he crashed at. He felt pain all over his body, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel happy. His views on the world weren't shallow nor small, but he heavily overestimated his own abilities because of his parent, Tannen. After being beaten by various people at different difficulties, he had broadened his horizons. Woman, state your name. I am Erie's Tannen, second son of the former Dragon King Tannen. Amaris tilted her head and said, Am Amaris Unwa, former wielder of the sacred gear Divine Dividing. I was brought back to life by Jean. Upon hearing this, Erie's began laughing for a few seconds. He then looked at Amaris with a grin. I see, a former wielder, is it? Fufu, then with our battle, I will reach new heights in strength like in the past. I will put my honor and name on the line. Here I come, he declared, and his power rose significantly. Amaris smiled, and her body started to get covered in the scale mail of Divine Dividing. It's nothing but ordinary armor, though, but he'll accept, son of Tannen. Eerie sent another straight punch at Amaris. The young woman didn't move and took it straight on. When their fists collided, a powerful explosion ensued. Sir Mahatma Gandhi, it's an honor to fight you, said Layla. The clone of Gandhi smiled at the angel and nodded. I, too, am honored to exchange hands with an angel from Christianity's heaven. Let us have an honorable fight. Mahatma Gandhi wore a simple white dhoti. He was in an Indian-style seating posture, eyes closed and facing Layla. Yes, of course, replied Layla as she brought out her 16 golden feathered wings. Magnificent, muttered Mahatma Gandhi. He himself also began floating, and multiple rings appeared behind his back and head. Next, millions of magic circles began appearing behind him that summoned various spells and items. He then fired them at Layla, who brought out her sword and scales staff. With this weapon, she deflected and destroyed the attacks that were aimed at her. Powerful lightning attacks rained on Layla, who casually destroyed them too. Mahatma Gandhi kept up his assault as he summoned a scroll and began reading from it. Various new symbols appeared around him, and the buildings around Layla and him began to grow various trees, vines, and roots. Seconds later, they also began going towards her. Layla increased her aura, which disintegrated the new trees and roots that were going towards her. But to her surprise, they quickly regenerated and attacked her again. She maneuvered in the air while flying towards Mahatma Gandhi. She summoned 2 light spears on each. She threw one of them at the roots that were following her, destroying them and the rest of the area with it, and the other at Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, sensing danger, dodged on the last second, but he didn't escape and scathed as the attack grazed the left side of his face, taking a large chunk of it. Mahatma Gandhi smiled and touched the missing part of his face and began healing it. My, to think a lady like you would have such destructive power, he muttered, and looked at the enormous crater that was left by Layla's attack. If it's the will of my master, I will strike down even gods, said Layla, and very loyal to their master. I hope this body of mine won't break down before the end of this match. Even if I am a clone, I wish to enjoy this as much as I can, said Mahatma Gandhi. Yoichi sent multiple attacks toward the man named Mateo, using his new bow that he was gifted by Aaron. At the same time, Celestin and Christella Beaver were also fighting in the distance. Both teams' rook were fighting together against the other team's rooks. Celestin dodged various magic spells that were fired at him by Christella. The woman looked like she had an infinite pool of magic as she kept on firing the attacks endlessly. Christella Beaver was an American magician who was born into a normal family. She got into contact with the supernatural by accident when she read a book of spells she found and tried to mimic what she read and accidentally used a fire spell. She was around 57 in height, long brown wavy hair, emerald green eyes, and wore a more modern witch outfit, so she wouldn't stand out. It consisted of a short black and green shirt, a long black skirt, and a small witch's hat. From the day she found out about the supernatural, she dove straight into the deep end and joined the supernatural world. She was an independent magician working for herself, but would occasionally accept mercenary work. Eventually, she joined the Grauzauber for a brief time and was enamored by both Lisa and Lavinia's talents. Just like Lavinia, she had a natural affinity for magic, and she grew stronger and created her own magic circle formulas to benefit her. You're quite talented, ma'am. Are you in any magician's organization? Celestin asked while deflecting magic attacks away with his hands. I used to be part of Grauzauber, but I left to pursue my own magic. No other magicians' organizations really interested me, replied Christella. I see, said Celestin as he charged at her and sent a barrage of punches her way. Christella created several defensive magic circles, which blocked some of Celestin's attacks. But in the end, she couldn't defend against all of them and was hit at various parts of her body and was blown away. Celestin made a signal, and he switched places with Yoichi, who fired several more shots of his arrows at Christella. To his surprise, the woman had defended herself, but not by the use of magic, but by EE. Is that T-tentacle sorcery? Yoichi asked while backing away in disgust. Kukuku, I make great use of these babies, you know. At first, I was disturbed by it, but they're quite useful, Not just because of how handy they are, said Christella as she got up. No, just no, replied Yoichi, and aimed his bow at the woman again and fired a volley of magic arrows. The woman blocked it with her arrows and defensive magic circles. The combination was enough to stop the attacks. In the other side, Celestin had started a battle with the other rook, Matteo. The young man was around 56, had an athletic build, short blonde hair and brown eyes. He had several tattoos all over his body, and he was using his sacred gear on Celestin. Interesting, muttered Celestin. Matteo kept blinking around the place every time he blinked. At the same time, the places he disappeared from left after images that would become solid and attack the nearest opponent in its vicinity. Those solid after images could also use magic themselves, which Celestin found fascinating. Young man, what do you call your sacred gear? Celestin asked after quickly dealing with the after images. Matteo stopped blinking around and stared at Celestin. Bypass blink pass, am shit at naming things, so if you come up with a better one, tell me, replied the young man and laughed. He then started his assault again on Celestin. Good grief, what an energetic child, thought Celestin as he dodged the young man's attacks again. He looked at Yoichi, who didn't seem to have any problems facing Christella. However, he did look uncomfortable avoiding the tentacles that were being sent his way. Benkei is definitely watching, and she's definitely going to make fun of me when I get back home. Yoichi shuddered at the thought and sighed. I may as well look cool, then I'm in front of millions of people who are watching this right now. Yoichi looked at Celestin, who nodded in agreement. Both of them disappeared, and both Matteo and Christella were suddenly hit on their sides and were forced closer to each other. They glanced at each other in confusion before their movements were halted by an invisible force. Perhaps just weaken them. Okay? Celestin told Yoichi. I know, Jean told us as much, replied Yoichi. His bow instantly changed into a large bow that was pure purple. Its curves were smooth, and then he started to charge it with his own powers. A large amount of magic poured into the bow, and a purple aura with purple electricity streaks started to discharge around him. Christella and Matteo tried to escape, but the invisible force did not let them. This is string, shouted Christella. It's almost invisible to the naked eye. Fufu, I copied a certain fellow subordinate of mine. She likes using such things after all, said Celestin with a calm smile. Yoichi released his attack towards the two rooks of Team Transcendent Time. The arrow he created was much larger than his previous ones. It looked more like a giant missile was rushing towards them. Even if they couldn't run away, both Matteo and Christella created multiple layers of defensive magic circles. Matteo wasn't as skilled as Christella at magic, but he still was taught by her, and he quickly picked it up. In combination with his sacred gear bypass blink pass, he created copies of those magic circles, doubling the amount that he made. He himself also discovered his sacred gear by accident and became a sort of vigilante in his town. He wore a costume and called himself by the superhero name Blinkman. He knew it wasn't original, but he also made fun of comics for their usually boring names too, so he just copied them. However, he was soon contacted by the DXD Alliance, and he was told of the bigger world ahead of him, and it shocked him. He learned everything that happened over the last few months and how things would be. Even though Matteo was cynical, he liked the idea of peace and unity that Aaron pursued since he knew that humans would never achieve it even if they tried. So he wanted to figure out what kind of person this dual dragon emperor was, and he did his own independent research, and what he found shocked him. His initial thoughts were, this pervert wants to do what? But his opinion slowly changed the more he read about him. And in the end, his current opinion is, he's a pervert, but he's doing good, so who cares? I like rating games, said Matteo. Christella looked at him like he was insane. As their defensive circles were destroyed by Yoichi's attack, and they were hit, a small explosion in the shape of a mushroom suddenly appeared in that area, to which many on the field saw. When it eventually ended, both Yoichi and Celestin saw that both rooks were injured, but not to the point of being forced to retire. That should do for now. Let's wait until we're given the signal, said Celestin. Right, the Bishop Bikaz Visego and Knight Babatar of Team Transcendent Time were facing off against the Bishop Faith and Knight Elsha of Team Dragon Legacy. Because Visago was from the Visago clan that was part of the 72 pillars of the underworld, while Babatar was a human that hailed from a European country. Elsha, much like Amaris, had a fake boosted gear on her left arm and fought Babatar as both of them wielded a sacred gear, Elsha being a former wielder. Babatar had medium-length black hair that reached to his shoulder. He was around 60 and had an athletic build like Mateo. He wore very baggy clothing that suited the country he lived in, as it was mostly cold all year round. His eyes were deep blue, and he had sacred gears that related to his feet as blue armor-like boots that emitted blue lightning from them. Babatar, like Mateo, accidentally discovered his sacred gear. However, in Babatar's case, it was due to a life-and-death situation that led him to awaken them. In its normal form, it gave him increased speed, while also protecting him from being hurt because of that increased speed. When Aaron found this out, he compared him to Savitar from the DC Comics. He also saw that his balance breaker in the future would resemble Savitar's armor to make the man reach ridiculous speeds in the future. "You can't catch me if you don't take me seriously, Knight," said Babatar. Elsha fearlessly smiled at the provocation, but did nothing about it. This annoyed Babatar as he ran towards Elsha and sent a kick towards her face. To his surprise, Elsha dodged his attack again, and he backed away. How could she still react? Even that dragon couldn't react to my attacks, although the only ones who could really counter me were the two gods, thought Babatar. It then hit him. Don't tell me she's at least a god-class being. Elsa's gauntlet gem glowed before she appeared in front of him. Babatar put his arms up to guard, but to his utter horror, her punch that she threw at him passed his arms and hit him on the nose. Babatar was blown away, but Elsa's assault didn't end there, as she appeared beside the flying Babatar, and she locked both her hands together in a tight fist before she swung it down onto his chest, smashing him to the ground. "Arg!" Babatar shouted as he slammed into the ground, shattering it. He felt a few of his ribs break, and the wind knocked out of him. But fortunately for him, Elsha jumped away after the brief assault he received. He shakily stood up and stared confusedly at the woman. He gritted his teeth and decided to go and attack her again. He didn't want to believe that he was only at that level. Instead, he was picked to be on this team, even if it was only an exhibition match. He wanted the world to see that he was amazing, that he had potential. Not yet, he muttered before dashing around Elsha with even more speed than earlier. Babatar did a few fakes, creating afterimages of himself, and then attacked Elsha from behind. But to his surprise, his fist passed through her, and he hit nothing. "You're 10,000 years too early to make me fight seriously," Elsha shouted before appearing behind him and firing a point-blank dragon shot at his back, flinging the young man into a building. "That's what happens when I'm paired up with amateurs," said Bekas as he saw Babatar crash into the building. "He is your teammate. Be nice," chided Faith. As a dragon and created by Antares, she, like many others, were strong. However, after formally joining Aaron's side and spending time with many of his comrades and other Electa, she changed slightly. "He is a human, and I'm a devil. We are worlds apart. I'm also part of the 72 pillars, just below the Agars. It wouldn't be strange for me to look down on him," replied Bekas. He then summoned 2 demonic balls on both his hands and added, "This is also a rating game, and he was picked for this team. You have to have a certain level of power or potential." Faith dodged the attacks that Bekas threw at her. She could see that Bekas and Babatar were only around the low end of ultimate class, so it made her wonder why they were chosen for the team. She could argue that Babatar was selected because Aaron had said that his sacred gear, like Mateo's, is close to being called one of the new Longinus. As of now, it's not enough. Babatar and Mateo needed to achieve their balance breakers, and they would be added as candidates. Bekas clicked his tongue and began to attack Faith more, and the woman calmly avoided all the attacks. In the meantime, she watched Elshaz and Babatar's fight continue. The young man had pulled himself out of the rubble and walked towards Elsha, who stood still waiting for him. Babatar created 2 magic circles on his hands and then sped towards Elsha. Just like earlier, he did a few fakes and instead fired magic attacks at Elsha. She simply put her hand forward and absorbed the attacks as the gem on the fake boosted gear glowed. Babitar was stunned by this, but he couldn't stay still for long as Elsha lunged towards him and sent a punch towards his chest. He prepared to block it again, but remembered what had happened earlier and instead purposely fell to the ground to avoid it. The shockwave produced by Elsa's punch destroyed the surroundings behind him. That was stronger than earlier. If that hit me, I'd die. This woman is insane, he thought, and quickly created distance between them. Well, are you going to stand there or continue with our training? Asked Elsha, confusing the boy. Huh? Babitar was confused and stared at her. Training? He didn't expect that, but then it clicked for him she was holding back the entire time and letting him use his sacred gear as much as he wanted, while also giving him ample opportunity to fight back. Babitar couldn't help but laugh. When he was done, he looked back at Elsha and said, Many thanks, Knight of Skyward. I will gladly accept this opportunity, then. He shouted and charged at Elsha. Training? That's ridiculous, Bekas said in disbelief. I would say the same thing. Devil of Visago, that's the only reason I haven't defeated you yet. Well, not entirely, Fufu, said Faith. I don't need training, I was born with this power, he said, and covered his body with a powerful aura. And if you trained and cultivated your power, you would become even stronger. That's what most new generation of devils are doing, especially the Rookies 4. You're surely aware of that, aren't you? Asked Faith. The Rookies 4 were Rias Gremory, Saror Bale, Sona Citri, and Seek Vera Agars. Out of the three, they were involved with Aaron and reached new strengths, as he let them train and get stronger in his own dimension. Of course, Bekas Visago was well aware of that fact. Those three, and Seek Vera herself, started training to get stronger, and the results spoke for themselves as many of their peerages were promoted from low-class devils to high-class devils in just a space of a year. Talent, if one has that, there's no need to train, power will naturally come to oneself, he said, and powered up even more. I am part of that exception, for I haven't trained once since joining this team, and he'll prove it today, he declared and fired more attacks at Faith. Powerful and loud explosions transpired all around them. Lavinia, Rennie, and Rai-Jean were fighting each other in the distance with lightning, thunder, storms, ice, and snow covering everything in their vicinity. Aaron stood on the elevated platform he was on, and he also felt that Hachiman had no intentions of moving from his own spot. He could see that he had taken residency on top of a building, and both men stared at each other from that distance. Aaron then looked beside him and saw that around 15 minutes had passed. He planned on finishing the game at the 20-minute mark, so he waited patiently. He knew that the crowd around the supernatural world was enjoying the show they were getting, and that's what he had aimed for from the start. He also knew that Hachiman knew that fact, and he would also move when Aaron did. Kafufu, even though I also occasionally train in that space, I still can't reach you. Interesting, are you saying that you're a god-class being, Lavinia Rennie? Rai-Jean shouted at her in delight. Both teams are going at each other's throats. However, neither kings have made their moves yet. When will it happen? The announcer shouted, also very excited. Time slowly ticked on by, and the aforementioned 20-minute mark finally arrived. Lavinia and Rai-Jean's legs collided. I didn't think you would know any kind of martial arts or use your body to defend yourself. Lavinia Rennie. Did Jean make all his comrades all-rounders? Rai-Jean asked. Lavinia simply smiled at her without saying anything. She and everyone else noticed Aaron raised his right arm and pointed to the sky with his index finger the signal. They received it, and Lavinia increased her power to the point it was above Rai-Jean's and blew her away. Rai-Jean crashed through several buildings, but quickly regained her balance and looked at Lavinia, who had joined up with Aaron. She tried to move, but noticed her body was incredibly numb. A simple kick left me like this? Fufu, I can't wait to train more in that place. Jean, she said with a trembling voice, it was out of excitement. She wondered no. She knew she would reach that height of power in the future. Are we doing that? Lavinia asked Aaron. Yeah, let's start, replied Aaron. Get ready, he told them through their transceivers. Lavinia nodded and flew back to Rai-Jean, and Aaron flew towards Hachiman. As soon as he arrived, Their fists clashed, and the shockwave destroyed the buildings around them. "You're finally moving?" Hachiman asked. "Yeah, we have to end it now," replied Aaron. Hachiman smirked, and both men disappeared. They began fighting everywhere on the field, and each place they arrived, it was blown apart. Aaron made sure that their clashes were near the other participants of the games. At the same time, Lavinia and Raijin did the same thing. Both gods noticed this, but didn't understand why they did it. However, unknown to them, both Lavinia and Aaron were creating a little pattern. "Didn't you say you'd end this?" Hachiman asked. "Oh, I am," replied Aaron. Both kings are now fighting. Incredible. Both of them are tearing through the battlefield. Not only that, but both queens are doing the same thing. If this keeps up, the entire field might be left entirely flat. Lavinia and Raijin's clash mostly took place on the ground, while Aaron's and Hachiman's took place in the sky. Hachiman created a powerful ball of divine energy and fired it at Aaron, who slapped it away, and it hit the ground, creating an even more powerful explosion. But to his surprise, the ground didn't get destroyed. "The buildings and everything else can be destroyed. I just reinforced the ground and sky, so they won't shatter like them," said Aaron as they continued their mid-air fist fight. "That's the same thing for the other fields you helped create?" Hachiman asked. "Yeah." After a full minute, Aaron's preparations were complete. He increased his power and kicked Hachiman, who defended against the attack by putting his arms up covered in divine energy. However, the god was blown away and crashed at a certain location. To his surprise, he also found Raijin there. "What a coincidence. I didn't think we'd see each other again during this game," said Raijin as she dusted herself. "That's true, but what are they up to?" asked Hachiman. All of Team Dragon Legacy gathered behind Aaron and Lavinia at the same spot they had been at previously. Suddenly, incredibly large magic circles appeared on the field's ground and sky. The pattern they created almost resembled a constellation. They then glowed intensely, and an indescribable amount of magic poured out of them. "Oh my goodness, what is this?" The amount of magic power coming from those circles did players skyward and Rennie create this? Hachiman and Raijin became alarmed at this and looked all around them. There was nowhere to run. The field had become barren, and the magic circles covered all of the dimension. Hachiman now understood why Aaron forced them to fight all over the raiding game field. Raijin also came to the same conclusion as Hachiman. "They played us," said Hachiman. "Haha, I like it. But it's not the end yet," shouted Raijin, and she flew towards the other team. "Ready?" Aaron asked as he put his left hand forward and opened his palm. Replied Lavinia as she put her right hand above the open palm and made a peace sign. The magic circles around the dimension intensified even more. "Damn it, I'm so jealous they're doing that now," Aoife asked while hugging her knees. "What do you mean, Aoife?" Ingvild asked. "They're just showing off," muttered Velgrind with a sour expression of her face. Lavinia did mention it last night," added Danu. Suzaku put a hand on Aoife's shoulder and said, "I can understand that frustration." She then looked back at the TV screen. Everyone else in the living room was confused, but decided to keep watching. "Be judged," said Aaron as his eyes glowed. "By the 7 stars. Finished Lavinia, her eyes also glowing too. "Grand Chariot," they shouted in harmony. The magic circles glowed even brighter, and pillars of yellow light began emanating from all the circles. The ones on the ground and sky connected together, and the pillars of light increasingly expanded as the other circles, 7 on the ground and 7 in the sky, connected together. "Defend yourselves," Hachiman roared as he created his own barrier around Raijin and himself. He knew he couldn't reach them on time. Once all the pillars connected, they became one, and a powerful explosion shook the entire dimension that the field was built in. The only thing that the viewers around the supernatural world could see through their TV screens was just a bright yellow light that encompassed the entire field. When the attack ended, 1 pawn, 2 knights, rooks, and bishops of Team Transcendent Time retire. Oh my goodness. The only ones left are the king and queen, but they're severely injured. On the field were both Hachiman and Raijin, both injured and were seconds away from passing out. However, both of them were also grinning like idiots because they managed to survive the attack. Well, I sort of expected this, said Aaron. Aaron stepped forward, bowed down, and pointed his hands downwards, with all the fingers closed except the index and middle fingers. He then began to slowly move his right hand until it pointed upwards. This caused the space above them to begin circling around, forming a cyclone as the space darkened. From the center of the swirling formation, a glowing orb began to form, growing in size until a humongous meteor the size of the field emerged from it. Meteor, screamed the announcer. I didn't expect that, muttered Zeoticus out of shock. Are you serious? Hachiman muttered as he raised his arms up in a last-ditch effort at defending himself. Raijin did the same thing as both gods created another barrier. The enormous meteor crashed against their barrier, but it quickly shattered. True heavenly body magic. Seema, said Aaron as he stood back up. That meteor has been enchanted by me, so unless you can match my power, you won't be able to break it. Give me a break, man. I didn't get to fight that much, muttered Hachiman tiredly. I lost again, haha, said Raijin as the meteor finally crashed into them, engulfing the entire field in an even bigger explosion. Aaron created a barrier around them and the platform underneath them, so they wouldn't be affected by the attack. After the explosion ended, both King and Queen of Team Transcendent Time retire. The winner of the exhibition match is Gene Skyward of Team Dragon Legacy. The ground beneath them had been obliterated. Nothing was left except the small platform they were standing on. The exhibition match finally ended. Everyone that was watching became excited or terrified at the prospect of facing Aaron's team in the future. But one thing was for certain: all the teams that were going to participate in a day, they were fired up after witnessing that match. Aaron Toole's soliloquy before the match started: I made sure to have some slime pills near Team Transcendent Time beds, so they could quickly heal up after the match. After we were teleported out of the battlefield, we ended up in the room we were previously in. How are your opponents? And the sacred gear wielders? I asked. They have potential, said Yoichi as he leaned against the wall. But Mateo still has a long way to go before he can use it well. Celestin nodded in agreement. The same with Crystella Beaver. She has great affinity with magic, and her own unique tentacle manipulation can be very effective against women and potentially men if she masters it. It's like you said, Aaron. Babatar also has good compatibility with his sacred gear, but he's not used to it yet. He awakened it later than Mateo after all. But near the end of our short training session, he started being a bit more creative with it. He even created speed bullets and started using them at me, said Elsha proudly. Martin Luther King Jr. was also a surprise. He utilized 2Ki and magic. However, he mostly used his magic to enhance his physical strength, and he used an unorthodox boxing style, and occasionally used magic to fire some spells at me, added Alicia. Beside me, Lavinia and Layla were hugging my arms, and Layla said, Mahatma Gandhi-sama was also formidable for someone his age, and also a clone like Martin Luther King Jr. He could utilize a lot of magic, as well as some unique abilities. It made me wonder if it was artificially given to him as a clone or was part of his personal arsenal before his passing. Some were given to him as a clone, while some were part of him during his life as a normal human. Mahatma Gandhi was part of the supernatural. That's why he stepped away from his normal profession of law and pursued what he did. He also had other reasons, but that was part of it. What about the devil of Visago? I asked Faith. I believe he is torn with following the typical path of a devil from a noble household. The things he said to me seemed forced, as if he was trying to uphold tradition for the sake of tradition and family. His eyes told a different story, and he doesn't want to get stronger by training, but probably fears what his family will say, explained Faith. The Visago is just below Agars, and above them is the great King Baal. They must have close ties to Agars. If not, then probably the Astaroth, since that's what I remember Erie's Tannen was also quite powerful. His raw power is comparable to Tannen, the former Dragon King. However, their experience is probably world apart for now, but if he keeps training and spreads his wings, then he'll definitely become stronger than his father, said Amorous. I see. How are those replicas faring for both of you? I asked. Replicas? Wait, they're not just fakes? Elsha asked in surprise. I never said they were fakes, though I never specified what they were. That's my bad. But yeah, they're replicas. I plan on adding both Albion and Drake's voices to them soon. So we'll call you too for that in the future, I told them. Anyway, let's go. There's probably going to be a lot of cameras pointed our way and a bunch of questions to be asked, I said and left the room. Sure enough, once we arrived at the front of the stadium, there were reporters everywhere. Team Transcendent Time was already being hounded by reporters and being forced to answer questions. Shortly after they saw us, they also rushed over and started asking various questions. However, I only answered one. Middleman Sama, is this your final team for the exhibition match at the end of the tournament? A female reporter asked. The area became silent, and they all waited for my answer. The only one that's part of my final team in today's one is my queen, Lavinia Rennie. The rest were reserve members or members I picked for my subordinates or friends I asked to participate. So my final team will be kept a secret. There were many other questions after that, like what that move I did with Lavinia was. In addition, there were other things like how I expected the tournament to turn out. I gave them vague replies, and we eventually moved to a different section, and the reports were held at bay. I want a rematch, Raijin said, and pointed at Lavinia and me. Denied, I replied, and karate chopped the goddess on the head. Anyway, I can see that all of you are fine. So how was it? How was what? Being annihilated by that attack of yours? Yeah, I feel great, replied Babitar sarcastically. I nodded. I'm glad you're all fine then. I would have liked to fight you more, Hachiman, but I set the time for 20 minutes before I ended it. So if you made a move before then, you could have fought more. Babitar's mouth twitched at being ignored, but Hachiman let out a defeated chuckle. If I knew that, I would have done that. You could have given me a heads up, Jean. Well, it matters not. What's done is done. However, I will be participating in the tournament with my own team, so perhaps there will be a rematch in the future, he told me. I nodded and raised my hand for a handshake. I will look forward to it then. Do your best. The same with all of you, if you plan on entering the tournament in different teams. Hachiman, put me in. I need to get my revenge match, demanded Raijin. The god of war was troubled by this, and they left as Raijin hassled him to let her join. The rest of the former team left one by one after they spoke to me briefly. I remember her, Christella. She had it going for her when she was still in Grauzauber. I always wondered why she suddenly left. Even if she said that she wanted to be independent, most of the time they usually turn into rogue magicians causing trouble for everyone, said Lavinia while staring at Christella's figure. She just had her reasons, not even has to have a deeper reason to abandon or leave things. Some simply just don't want it anymore. I knew why, but it wasn't my place to tell them, so I said nothing about it. Let's go home then, everyone's waiting. Do it with me now. As soon as we arrived back, that's what Aoife shouted at me. I, like everyone else, stared at her. It took her a few seconds to understand, and she quickly corrected herself. I mean the move with Lavinia, she said and glared at me while blushing. Ah, that. Well, we can try later. For now, I looked around. I'm hungry. A few hours passed since then, and I was in a different dimension with the fated ones. Azathoth, Aoife, Mom, Cindy, Rossweiss, and Gondel for some reason. She came over a few hours after the exhibition match and said that even Asgard was quite hyped for the game starting tomorrow. Why is our one a different color? Aoife asked. It's dependent on whom I'm doing the move with. So with Danu, it's probably going to be green. With Lavinia earlier, it was yellow, though some others will have the same color as others. So it's unique-ish enough for all of us interesting, concluded Aoife. The grand chariot that Aoife and I performed was mostly silver. I tried it with Velgrind earlier, even though she was against it, and it was pure blue and gold. In the end, she was satisfied with it. The next person I was going to try it with was Rose, but how about me? I'm quite interested in it, asked Gondel. Eh? W8. Granny, it's my turn. Rossweiss tried to intervene, but a quick glance from her grandmother made her back away. Gondel quickly grabbed my hands and said, well, what are you waiting for? Just a quick question. What about your husband? I haven't seen Rose's grandfather yet, I asked. He passed away a couple of years ago. He was fighting a battle. Odin-sama had ordered a few of the older generation to assist the newer one. And that man, knowing his personality, he must have charged in there and sacrificed himself, she said, looking sad. I traveled there with Odin-sama and Brynhilde to look for him, and we found him on top of a mountain of corpses. He had managed to kill them, and even won, but succumbed to his injuries quickly after. That's what we concluded, she explained. Are you planning to offer to bring my husband back to me? I stayed silent. I would have if he hadn't already reincarnated in another universe. I looked away and sighed. If it was possible, then yeah. Ah, I see. I heard about that from Rose, too. I just hope he's living a peaceful life this time around, she muttered sadly. Rose, they'll do this another time, come here. Looks like I brought down her mood quite a bit. I shouldn't have mentioned that, but what's done is done. I'm also confused by her actions, but at the same time, if I keep moving towards that future, then all the generations, huh? No one is safe, literally. Who's next? Her mom? Her aunt? Shut up. That's literally not my intention. Nighttime. Again, I couldn't sleep since the tournament starts tomorrow, and I was curious how ITLL all turn out. Well, I knew how it would turn out, but I try to not think about it too much in live day-to-day if I can, but I do have the more meaningful events planned out for. So nothing bad will happen finally. I found you. Do you have any idea how big this house has become? I turned around and saw Penemu and Rainier standing there together. That combination has become very common over the last few months. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they lived together, and they also worked at Grigori before Penemu moved to Kuo Academy as a teacher. Although she does still go back there to help, but she gets in trouble for skipping classes as a teacher, and they have to use magic to correct it. Rainier and Penemu, what do you need? I asked. Wow, we're not wanted, huh? How heartless, Tool-sama, said Penemu as she arrived by my side. She was on my left and Rainier on my right. That wasn't my intention, my bad. Also, you already know why we're here because of your all-knowing powers, right? Asked Penemu. And it's true, RORO, Royson, told us you apologize a lot. But this is getting silly. Though, what kind of nickname is that, Mom? Well, I also couldn't deny that. But as I said, I want constantly use it in my day-to-day life. Otherwise, it would be pretty boring. Okay, I'll bite. So where do you two want to go? I asked. I'm looking to have a good time in Spain, Penemu said bluntly. Rainier-chan doesn't mind where we go. I've already convinced her to seduce you at the end of the night. So get ready for that, you'll get two fallen angels at once. Fucking hell, talk about being direct, Penemu. When I glanced at Rainier, she had already turned beet red and was staring down at the ground. We were out in the back garden, so she was just looking at the grass. It wouldn't hurt you to be a bit more discreet, wouldn't it? I've waited long enough, Tool. I want a boyfriend, no. Propose to me after we're together. The same with Rainier, got it? So you'll get 2 new fiancés after your date with us, declared Penemu. Bewildered by this, I just agreed with her demands. There was no point in arguing with her when she's this riled up, but Spain? Huh. I remember I went there for a trip during my secondary school, although I don't really remember it since Aoife died that year. It was all a blur. Sure thing, we'll go as soon as I have some free time, and that's in 2 days. How does that sound? Yes. Let's get ready, shouted Penemu before she dragged Rainier away. It feels like Penemu has a bigger childish side than I initially thought. Well, it's fine. It's not like it's hurting anyone, though Rainier seemed flustered by it all. Comptoir. Answer. Aaron, yeah, I know, I replied. Looking up at the sky, I felt that my avatar and the phantasm just defeated a powerful monster there. It's causing chaos right now in the universe of Eevee, it told too. K and Yunio had taken down a few shepherds too, the 7th and 9th commanders. They sure are hard workers, but it works in my favor. My aim is to have them wipe out at least half the nuisances of those universes before I and Team DXD go there, and hopefully the resistance in both universes at that point will be big enough to join Team DXD. So all we need to do is do one final sweep on the universe to take over and win. Boss, do you want this thing as a shadow soldier? My transceiver from my ring activated, and I heard Laronia through it. Yeah. Store it for now, and I'll retrieve it when we go there, I replied. Roger that. Chapter 2. Part 1. Funeral in Spain, third-person point of view. Kahaha. That was certainly interesting, wasn't it? Asked a masculine voice. Ho ho ho. Heavenly Emperor Sama, are you looking for a revenge match for yourself? Asked another man. These two were Indra and the first-generation son, Wukong. They had watched the exhibition match between Team Dragon Legacy and Team Transcendent Time. They, like many others, were looking forward to the tournament that would commence in a day. The prospect of fighting other powerful people from different factions and mythologies intrigued them. I might How about you? Didn't you recently say you were retiring? And yet you decided to create your own team and invited the first-generation Zhubeiji, first-generation Sha Wujing, the Dragon King Yulong, and Prince Neza into it. Are you trying to live out the last moments of your youth? Asked Indra. Sun Wukong simply laughed at the question. That we are. However, what kind of wish do you want to ask if you win, Heavenly Emperor Sama? I doubt young Jin will allow you to fight Shiva in a war. And even if you ignore everyone and start one, he will certainly intervene. Indra stared at Sun Wukong for a few seconds before he looked back at the screen in front of them. Well, either way, if I do stir up some trouble, I get to fight either Shiva or Jin seriously, won't I? I want to taste the power of an outer god to its fullest. Kakaka. Sun Wukong shook his head. The one thing me and my comrades share is your passion for causing trouble, although the types we like are less chaotic. By the way, what plans does Jin have for those Eevee and Phantasma bastards? Indra asked while taking a sip of his drink that was beside him. I have not heard too much detail. However, he said he plans on taking the war to them after the games go onto the main stage. However, before that, he'll simply deal with the troublemakers in our universe, replied Sun Wukong. The remnants of the Chaos Order. Huh? Well, if it's him, ITLL go down smoothly. Well, I might as well stir up some trouble for the games too, huh? I can't wait to fight the teams that have been under his care. They'll surely be entertaining fights. Indra shouted and laughed again. If it's coming from you, it will surely become a reality, replied Sun Wukong. Aaron Tool's soliloquy 8-day has passed since the start of the tournament, and it's in full swing. Many teams have already fought each other at various locations, as there were many stadiums built for it. My own new base in the Dimensional Gap will be done soon. And Terry said he wanted to go over a few touch-ups before letting me go there and then allow the rest of the Supernatural to come visit it and let some games be played there. However, today it was a moody day for certain people. Looking over at Akino, she had mixed feelings about the entire thing, and Suzaka wasn't here today, but me and a few others will be going over to the Himejima clan and the other clans for a few funerals. During the war, Lapis killed a lot of people. This also included several people from the 5 principal clans. One of them was Su. Many people in the clan were saddened by his death. Even Shuri and Suzaku, to my surprise. Akino, Tobio, Sae, and Barakil were also coming with me to this funeral. I went and checked him out along with a few elders and executives, and they were already long gone. Their bodies were soulless. That's why Suzaku left me along with Lavinia when I was going around the Fairy Kingdom. She was called to that. Regarding Atsudara, no one was sure if he would show up or not. Barakil and Shuri spoke with him when I visited them in Grigori not too long ago, although I had different reasons for visiting. He went out back and spoke with them. I had no idea what they spoke about since it was before my evolution, but I do now. Even now, he's 50-50 on it. Tobio, Issei, Barakil, and Shuri will meet us at the entrance of the clan's main territory. Suzaku should be there, so it was only Akino and I that were left to go. I also met Koga Hyusuk during that visit. He was an interesting person. He's not part of the Slash Dog team, but he's an ally. He was apparently on a year-long mission in Europe, so that's why I hadn't seen him yet. He's a mix of cookie and a nerd. However, he looked after Shigeon when they were both being pursued 5 years ago, so he's okay in my book. And also Frida Zagan, a devil. She was taking advantage of the Chaos Order, and Glinda, much like Lavinia, she frequently visits Grigori because of her powers. However, during that specific visit, she finally found her own footing and will, and I've been helping her get stronger and better control of her powers. Even now, she was training with Leanne and others, but she hasn't done too much yet. However, I'm hopeful that she will come out of her shell. We were supposed to leave in 30 minutes, so I checked the training facility and found Frida training with Lilith. Those two had started speaking to one another more frequently and have gotten quite close. No one else was here since most teams were off training or participating in their own teams in the tournament. I approached the two as Lilith watched over Frida's training. Blades of water, Frida shouted, and 3 blades made of water appeared in front of her. She then used her left arm to aim them at a target dummy. The attacks flew forward and pierces the dummy. Frida was happy with the outcome and looked at Lilith, who nodded, and then she looked at me. Frida followed her gaze, and I put my hand up. "Hey, good work," I told her and walked up to her. She looked at me rather expectantly, making me chuckle. I put a hand on her head and stroked it. She closed her eyes like a puppy and happily accepted the gesture. While she wasn't completely open with everyone, she's accepted people into her bubble. Lilith is one of them. She's also fine with a few devils, but she's still a bit afraid of humans, which sounds insane when thinking about it. A devil, scared of a human. If a normal person heard this, they'd laugh at it. Lilith looked at us with a curious yet amused look, but said nothing. After a few seconds, I stopped, and she didn't look happy about it, but didn't complain. "How's her overall progress?" I asked. "Good. Liking Vile Leviathan, she has talent. She's quickly learned how to use her demonic powers, as well as regular magic. I mentioned it in passing, but she went out of her way to learn it by herself and master it in no time," said Lilith. Frida smiled at me, looking at me expectantly again. "I guess she likes head pats and praises." "Huh. Well, given her life up until we took her away from the Cow's Order and Glinda, I can understand why. From a peaceful life in the human world with her remaining family, to being captured, tortured, abused, and used, to being taken over by that one woman you had some sort of hope for, and then being betrayed, not to mention her entire lineage nearly being wiped out. I think doing this for her is fine, but she still has a long way to go before she can fully master her clan's trait. But as you saw earlier, it's made progress too. However, she can only do it a total of 20 times before her stamina and demonic pool runs out," added Lilith, making Frida freeze. She looked back at the Mother of Devils with a pout, and Lilith chuckled. "It's the truth, Frida. Accept it," she bluntly told her. Frida looked back at me, looking for an ally in all of this. "Well, she's right. I think your progress so far has earned you more praise. So good job," I told her, and she brightened up. "Don't spoil her too much," Lilith said while sighing. "He'll try no too," I replied. Frida looked at me, then at Lilith, and opened her mouth. "You two are acting like my parents." Lilith raised a brow at her comment, but said nothing. I just stroked her head, more also not responding to the strange comment. "Although if you do add Lilith to your harem, you're something else entirely." "Well, I certainly can't deny that. Is that so? I mean, Gondal is Jaya. When will you learn?" "Well, we did see this quite a bit over the 10,000 years. Even Apophis was confused by his actions at times," said Rudra. "Let's just pray he doesn't end up dead soon enough with his comments, foo-foo. That would be interesting." "No, it's not. Also, give me a damn bucket. Comptoir, you have one, right?" "Comptoir. Answer. I am in no obligation of giving that to you. Also, Aaron told me not to." God damn me, Frida grabbed my hand and started moving it on her own. When I looked back at her, I had stopped stroking her head as I was focused on Drake. Lilith seemed even more amused by this, but I had to end it soon. He'll be leaving to the Himejima clan soon, so I can't stay long. "You know, I have to attend a funeral," I told them. "Do you not hate Suu?" Lilith asked, looking confused. I held my tongue when Atsudara told me back then, and I also held my tongue about the matter when I was asked by Tobio and Akino. So for Suzaku's sake, I won't badmouth a man or say anything too hurtful, but I'm still not fond of him, if that's what you want to hear. Just because he died, he won't suddenly become a good person. Even if he tried to change the systems and rules himself, he didn't try hard enough. I saw it. I saw his attempts. After around 8 times, he gave up and kept following them. Suzaku didn't. She kept on trying, and when she became the clan head, she kept on pushing. He had no excuse to give up, so easily, "Aaron, we have to go." Turning around, I found Akino by the elevator door, giving me an awkward smile. I sighed and said my goodbyes to those two one more time before joining her. We stepped into the elevator without saying a word. I'll keep my mouth shut, all right? But Lilith asked me for my opinion, so I informed her. I told Akino. "I know, and I also know you'll never like him or forgive him. Suzaku-Oni-sama is also aware of this, so she won't force you to. She's just thankful that you're coming, but we're still not sure about Atsudara-san. Even Mom doesn't know if he'll come," said Akino. "I'm also attending for Suzaku-sama and Mom. I don't particularly want to go." Once we arrived in the entrance hallway, she quickly went into the kitchen and grabbed some items, most likely food and drinks. Once she was done, we left for the Himejima clan. We arrived just outside of the gates, and we saw Shuri, Barrakiel, Tobio, and SC. They saw us and waved us over, so we went over to them. "So no Atsudara?" I asked when we got there. "No, we couldn't find him in Grigori at all, but we couldn't stay and search the entire place, so we had to leave," replied Shuri, already looking upset. I can't blame the guy. He hates him, I think, so he wouldn't attend. I'm more surprised that Tobio and Aquino managed to go here today. Maybe they're a lot more forgiving than I give them credit for. "Everyone, thank you for coming. Please follow me." When I looked up, I saw Suzuka there, wearing her priestess attire. We agreed and followed her. All around the clan's inner parts were various decorations, which I'll assume are for when someone passes. And since there were a lot of deaths this time around, they probably decided to decorate the entire place, both inside and out. I wonder how funerals are handled here. Suzuka led us to a large open area with several caskets in a straight line. There were already a lot of people there, and it looked like the casket in the middle belonged to Sue, as it looked the most expensive out of the others. They'll get going. The immediate family can go to the front, SAE, and Aaron. Since you two aren't immediate family yet, you must be at the back. I'm sorry, Aquino. You also need to beat the front, said Suzuka. Everyone had mixed feelings about this, but not wanting to cause any drama, they walked away, leaving SE and I at the back. I guided SE near a pillar, and we stood there as the ceremony began. "You didn't bring your baby with you?" I quietly asked. We didn't want her to cry during it, and we didn't want to go with Azazel's suggestion of using sleeping magic on her. "It felt a bit, I guess, inhumane," replied SAE. "I guess that makes sense. Having a crying child here would probably annoy the clan members and also start unnecessary drama and hostility between SE, Tobio, and the grieving clan members." Suzaku, along with several other priests and priestesses, did some sort of dance, while others chanted a sutra. I wonder if this was unique to the Himejima clan. However, I could see that Amaterasu and Juke in her human form were also here. There were also several other deities here in disguise. The occasional weep from someone could be heard, but generally it was mostly silent despite the chanting. Near the end of this ritual, Amaterasu and Juke came down and said a few words to the Himejima clan members while other people gathered up the caskets into a pile and put a couple of logs around them. At the same time, Amaterasu recalled Sue's life story to everyone present. After that, Juke transformed into her original form, and along with Suzaku and Amaterasu lit the logs and caskets on fire. As the ceremony was coming to a close, a person showed up. He jumped down from the rooftop and landed in front of the burning caskets. There were a few gasps, and they looked at him. It was Atsudara, Himejima Sue's son. Atsudara-san, mumbled Suzaku. Once the people there heard the name, it became tense. Everyone waited for him to do something. Amaterasu and Suzuka glanced back at me, almost asking what to do. I simply shook my head. He wasn't going to do anything reckless. "Just because you died doesn't make you a good human being all of a sudden," said Atsudara. It was almost like he was repeating my words. "You were a piece of crap that didn't try hard enough. Because of your past and how you came to be, you should have tried even harder than Suzuko. Yet you didn't. After a few attempts, you gave up." He took a step forward, and to their surprise, with his clenched right fist, flames erupted from them. They weren't flames from magic, but from the flame manipulation of the clan. Atsudara, with a distraught face, laughed. "See? Thanks to a certain someone that's here, I managed to gain use of our clan's specialty. Isn't that great? Apparently, something was just blocking my usage of it. I was born with it. You threw away anyone who couldn't use it. You threw away anyone who was different. Be it if they were born with a sacred gear, if they went against tradition, or if they were born that wasn't human or even a hybrid. Aren't we supposed to evolve as the human species? Keeping traditions is fine if you don't kill people over it." Atsudara gritted his teeth, and the flames around his fist increased exponentially, and he threw it at the burning caskets, further increasing the flames around it. He then clicked his tongue and said, "Good riddance," before he vanished in a burst of flames. Everyone there was left confused and in shock at the sudden events. No one knew what to say, and it wasn't clear if Atsudara forgave his father for what he did, or simply wanted to shout his frustrations at his father one last time. However, we had to continue, so after a few more seconds, along with everyone else, continued with the funeral. Once everyone was said and done, they moved the remains of the members that were cremated into an urn. A couple of them were prepared because of the amount of people that passed. And again, Sue's one was the most expensive-looking one there. SAE and I followed everyone once they were putting them all into the urns. Evidently, there were tombs underneath the clan's territory, and that's where these guys would be laid to rest. When we arrived down there, we could see nearly thousands of graves down here. I could only imagine the amount of people that this clan has gone through over the years. Some of them were just from previous elders and high executives. It seems the clan heads were laid to rest in a different part. Surprisingly enough, the place felt a bit eerie. Shinto magic was used to keep it illuminated at various points. It wasn't bright enough to completely illuminate the place, but bright enough that it wouldn't be considered gloomy. It felt like a haunted house if I had to compare it to something, especially the ones made in schools. It was illuminated by that much. They started with the executives, then the elders. Each one took a little over 20 minutes, and then once all of them were done, we moved over to a different spot. There were also numerous graves here, but there was one that was ready, and it was for like the regular Japanese people. They had stone monuments erected as graves, just like the ones we buried earlier. However, Sue's seemed a bit more extravagant than the previous heads. People were invited to say something, but most declined, and so it finally ended after Amaterasu gave him some blessings. I was only at a funeral once in my previous life, and that was when I was young, so my memories of the event weren't that clear, but it was apparently for an uncle of mine. He, like me, wasn't that fond of the family, yet a funeral and ceremony was still conducted for him. For my own funeral, only a few people attended it, and that man, my dad, didn't attend, though I expected that. I've also found his soul in another universe, and I plan on going there at some point. When we went back up to the clan's grounds, mostly everyone dispersed, and we were left to ourselves. Shuri, Barikil, Tobio, and Akino joined up with us. Essie went back to Tobio, and they spoke a bit before going off somewhere, followed by Akino and Shuri. Barikil walked over to me and said, "They're heading to a different room with Shizuku, Amaterasu-sama, and the Sacred Beast. So just the ones with the blood of the Himejima? But SAE went with them? I believe she's going back to Grigori to get their child." "Ah, that makes sense." We walked over to an area with chairs and sat down. "Do you know why Itsudara showed up?" I asked. Barikil shook his head and said he was against coming. He told me that he found out a bit more about Sua during the Halloween attack, but even then, he didn't fully forgive him for what he had done and said he should have tried harder. He has very mixed feelings about the whole situation, but we were surprised that he did show up, even after he repeatedly told us he wouldn't. I guess he wanted to tell Sue his frustrations one last time, even though his soul isn't there yet, and I informed them that day too. It seems like his emotions have gotten the better of him. Some people learn to forgive on days like this, but I guess I can't. Akino hasn't. Shuri, I have no idea how she feels. Even though she was exiled and then killed by him with the collaboration of rogue fallen angels to get back at Barikil. But if she forgave him, then she's a lot stronger than me. I also know what he did to Suzaku. Even if she told me he showed genuine kindness from time to time when he taught her me, his cruelty toward her and how harsh he was with her training overshadowed that. Anytime I look at that part of history, it annoys me. Though the same can be said for Lavinia, because it pissed me off when I looked back at her history when I was in that dimension for 10,000 years. I'd like to do it now, but the future showed me that she'll be the one with others to end them. Similarly to how Valley ended the life of Rizavim, she deserves the same. She can have the chance to end Ounce's life along with Augustus and the rest. Although I don't mind fucking with them and making their plans fail while I'm here. So that's a sort of consultation. As I kept thinking about these things, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and when I looked up, I saw that it was Barikil. I've been told by Cisco, Akino, Lavinia, and Asia about that face you make. At the start, I was unsure if I would be able to tell, but I think you're making it now, he told me. It doesn't suit you. Whatever you're thinking about, don't. Let's just relax for now. I'm quite curious about that face I made, but we'll just take their word for it. Deciding to relax, I sighed and leaned back on my chair and looked up at the ceiling of this place. It was a normal ceiling made of wood, nothing special about it. And that's how I spent my time there until the group I came with came back. They'll be here for the rest of the day, so they'll come back home tonight, said Suzaku. She looked tired and had dark circles under her eyes. It also looked like she had been crying. Tobio and Essie left earlier, so it was just Akino, Suzaku, and I who were left. Amaterasu and Juke went off somewhere, probably to go check on the other clans. We plan on going to them too, since there were casualties there too, but surprisingly enough, none of the heads died. However, a few of their own executives did, and some elders, but not as much as here. Contact us if you need help, okay? They'll come rushing over. Shushakune Shama, Akino declared, and the two cousins hugged. They'll come back when the time's right, I told her. She seemed to understand what I meant and agreed. Let's go to the other clans, Akino. Barakil said they'd stay here for a bit longer and then go back to Grigori. As we walked away, I summoned a woman into my arms, and Akino seemed surprised. She's Chio Shinra. She has the same sacred gear as Asia Twilight Healing. She was killed a few months back, but after evolving I got her back, and thankfully her soul was still with her. Akino was surprised by this and stared at the sleeping girl. I've already spoken to her, and she's agreed to come back. I made with the current head, Rako Shinra, that I'd bring her back to them, and if I did, they would fully cooperate with changing their own rules and systems. Bayako also agreed to back me up. So they'll finally cooperate? I heard from Suzawani-sama that they have been cooperating, but sometimes they push back on certain ones, but with her back, yeah. So let's go. When we got there, it seemed their own funeral had concluded. I let my presence be known, and multiple heads turned towards us, including Bayako and Rako, and when they did, they were shocked to see who I was carrying. They rushed over, and I handed the sleeping Chio over to them. As I promised, I brought her back. I'm sorry for the delay, though. I wasn't sure if this was the appropriate time. However, seeing as how I probably wouldn't be coming here that often unless I come with Tsubaki or for official business, I decided today would be appropriate. Bayako suddenly sent a punch towards me, and I caught it. He grinned at me and said, "Well, it seems that Baihu was right about you. So how about it, Rako?" Rako handed the sleeping Chio to another member and calmed herself. She turned to look at Bayako, then at me. "Firstly, thank you for keeping your word. I will contact Suzuka-san in a few minutes, and she, along with the other clans, will have our full cooperation starting from today." Truthfully, I was starting to doubt your words, but thank you again. A few things prevented me from fully committing, but I eventually got to her. "So thank you for holding out for so long," I replied, and she nodded. She turned around with Bayako, giving me a nod before she turned back and glanced at me. "Tsubaki is welcome here. I know I told you that back then, but please tell her I was serious," said Rako. "Yeah." Tsubaki and I visited the Shinra clan briefly not too long ago, and she reconnected with her clan members too, much like Akino. She's also slowly reconnected with her parents. It's still a bit awkward, as they were forced to abandon and shun her, or else the elders and executives also exiled them. "Let's go. We still have some other clans to check out," I told Akino, and we left. We ended our journey after we visited the Nakiri clan, and Ryuta was there to greet us. They were hit less since they didn't suffer too much damage, although Ryuta himself also died during the war. However, he was brought back to life with no repercussions like both his fiancées and parents. However, some elders didn't come back, so that left a hole in the clan too. "Aaron?" Akino asked as she tugged on my sleeves. "He'll go check on Suzaku. Can you go home before me?" I asked. Akino stared at me briefly before agreeing. "He'll go to Grigori. Mom and Dad should be home already, and I think Asia is heading over there today," she said. "All right, stay safe," I replied, and we shared a quick kiss before she teleported away. I also teleported directly to Suzaku's office in the Himejima clan's territory. Once there, I saw her looking over documents and other items. She seemed even more stressed than earlier, so I approached her from behind and put a hand on her head. She was slightly startled and quickly looked up, but only found me. "I'm back," I told her, and she quickly got up and embraced me. We stayed silent for a few seconds until she muttered, "I'm tired with great uncle's death, to the battles for your queen position, and now today, not to mention my own position as the head of the clan, I just want to curl up and sleep for a little while." Since no one was near us, I locked the door, cast a spell that would discourage anyone from approaching this room, and I sat down while bringing Suzaku with me. I leaned against her desk and began stroking her head. The things she had to endure since she was young, being one of the best in her clan, being chosen as the inheritor of Juke, being trained by Su and various people, upholding their traditions while also opposing them, the events of Akino, Shuri, and Barakil, what happened 5 years ago. She had to endure it all, while also acting as the older and mature one. I'm surprised she lasted this long without breaking down. It's fine. Like Graphia, you could just let it all out, Suzaku. Having all that responsibility placed on you since you were young must have been tough, right? I'll share those burdens with you, so go ahead, I told her, and I tightened my embrace around her. I could act like a normal girl my age when I went to visit Auntie Shuri, Uncle Barakil, and Akino-chan back then, but that place of solace was also ripped away from me. But it's finally back, and everything else that happened, she didn't continue as she began to quietly sob into my chest. After 5 minutes of staying in the same position, Suzaku suddenly looked up at me. She was blushing and suddenly kissed me. After she pulled away, she uttered words that stunned me. She looked at me with moist eyes, clearly emotional and vulnerable, but I stopped her before things could go further. Suzaku was emotional right now, even vulnerable. If I accepted this, would I be taking advantage of her? Even if we're engaged, that doesn't give me a free pass to do anything to them. Suzaku, wouldn't it be better if we did this when you're in a better mood? Making a child when you're distraught like this, it would feel like I'm taking advantage of your emotional state. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to have children with everyone in my harem someday, including you, but right now she stared at me for what seemed like forever before she buried her face back in my chest. I'm sorry, I must have said something strange. You're right. It's not an appropriate time for that. Suzaku Himajima's soliloquy the day slowly came to an end, and Aaron helped me with the documents I had been sorting through since a week ago. Coming back to this place daily used to be exhausting. However, I love my clan members and I wanted to do them right. So I bared with it for the sake of that love. But it was strenuous work. Being the head of the clan, especially at my age, was a challenge. Because of that age, many laughed or ridiculed me for the changes I wanted, yet I pursued them because I didn't want a tragedy like Auntie Shuri's and Akino-chan's to repeat. However, this time I had someone by my side who would help me achieve that, someone who held the same love for others as I did. In our day and age, it's quite hard to find that. Even Tobio's love was limited to those around him, but I still found it quite endearing. With that, we're done, right? He asked. Yes, we are. However, I cannot leave yet. I will be meeting with Amaterasu, Juke, and other Shinto gods, as well as Rako Shinra, the current head, I replied. He looked at me for a few seconds before he asked, Do you want me to come? I would love it if you could. Those were the words I wanted to say, but I shook my head. No, it's all right. It'll be fine on my own. You have your own things you have to deal with, right? Also, if you go to Grigori, give my regards to Akino and everyone. All right, if that's what you want, Suzaku. We shared a quick kiss before he left. I started to understand how Aaron thinks and acts over time. In that brief silence, a small glow was in his pupils. He must have looked into the future. Is that how he checks? Or did he do it on purpose to show me? Velgrind seems to be the one who knows, apart from Azathoth. I've started catching on, and so did Lavinia and Danu. As I stared at the spot where he was previously at moments ago, the words he told me today echoed in my head. Having all that responsibility placed on you since you were young must have been tough, right? I'll share those burdens with you, so go ahead. In honesty, it felt like he had more responsibilities than me. His previous burdens of losing his memories, his job as the middleman and a pay dragon, his new tournament organizer role, and the biggest one of all, the new ruler of the Omniverse. Compared to what I'm going through, it felt like a tiny speck, yet he still offered me that comfort. Shouldn't I be the one to do that? I should be the one hugging him and telling him he could share all his frustrations with me, my baby, Aaron. Ever since he was young, in our previous lives, he intentionally or unintentionally shouldered other people's burdens. I even had to actively tell him to leave the issues of adults to myself and Cindy, or else he would shoulder that too. Being in this world, He's become emotionally and mentally stronger thanks to all of you. But I do hope all of you keep on supporting him, Suzuku. Royson's words echoed in my head too. She told me that when Aoife dragged all of us to try out the Grand Chariot technique Aaron and Lavinia performed. She stood beside me and randomly told me that I understood it, but today highlighted how serious she was being. I got up and dusted myself, looking at the door. I still had various things to do before I could end my day. But at the same time, I wanted to be more selfish because of today. I want him to make me his number one. He'll try to actively steal that spot from you from now on. Lavinia, I quietly declared to myself and walked out of my office. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, I believe I started an unintentional war just now, but that was something that would inevitably happen down the line. As much as I would like to keep peace between all of them, I have noticed that they do compete for my time a lot. So it's nothing new. Walking through the underground graves of the Himejima clan members was quite eerie when it was just two people here. I had gone back to this place after I left Suzuka's office, because a certain person had sneaked in with my help earlier, of course. That's how he was able to use the flames of the Himejima. When I arrived at the stone monument of Su Himejima, I saw him at Sudara Himejima. He sat cross-legged in front of it, with a bottle of sake and a cup. He was already drinking some when he turned to me and chuckled tiredly. "Thanks for everything you've done." "Jean, no? Should I call you Aaron?" he asked. "You can pick. I don't mind at Sudara," I replied and sat beside him. He nodded and offered me some. I was going to decline, but decided to summon my own cup, and he poured me some sake before I drank it in one go. "Shuri and Barrakiel are waiting for you in Grigori. How's the new job, by the way?" I asked after being poured another shot. "I'm just helping around Grigori for now. Because of my actions during that war, I've been given a lot of leeway as of late. I can even leave Grigori for periods of time, and because it was his funeral today, I was allowed an extended amount, though, that should be coming to an end soon. So I can't stay for too long," he explained. "Hey, those cows bastards told me. You're some big shot god, right? Can you tell me where my old man is at right now?" He suddenly asked me. I agreed and told him. I had more influence on what happened to those souls, but in the end, I didn't do anything. I let reincarnation do its own thing and let them decide. In the end, Suu reincarnated in a war-torn world where newborns were put to work as soon as they were brought into the world. Science and magic had mixed together, and they were used regularly in wars. Suu himself was born into a family with powerful magicians and were quite wealthy. He was also trained in a good environment, but because the world was already shit, he was also corrupted like the rest of them. He didn't have his memories after all. Currently, 27 years have passed, and Suu was fighting in a war right now, and he had a high chance of surviving it. That was his life so far, and I told that Sudara that. He seemed to go into a daze once he heard it, so I let him process it for the time being. Whether you forgive him or not, it's entirely up to you at Sudara. I myself won't. I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, I just can't, but that's my feelings on the matter. But as I said, it's your own choice if you forgive him or not. Anyway, he'll go back to Grigori. I told him, got up and patted his shoulder. "Huh, I guess you holding grudges against weak humans makes you a little bit more human." "Thanks," he said, and I finally left. I do hope I never lose my humanity. The thought of it scares me. Though in those 10,000 years, I don't, but whatever passed, that we'll see. The next day, and we got up early since Japan and Spain had a 7-hour difference. It was currently 4 in the morning, so it should be around 11 in the morning in Spain. Spain without the S is Pain, sang Penemu. She was quite excited for today. Today, I take both fallen angels on our aforementioned date to Spain. When Ine found out about it, she became quite jealous and said she'd work hard to go on one with me. But I told her I'd take her on one soon, maybe out in Kuo. And she was happy with that. "Are you ready, Rainier?" I asked. The fallen angel herself was wearing casual clothes, just like Penemu, ones that were appropriate for the country and its weather. However, I do remember that we went there for our trip in TY, and it rained during it, but it was only for like an hour or two before the heat came back trying to murder us. Barcelona, it was basic, but I knew it personally because of the trip, and I also wanted to visit it again, so we decided to go there for the first part of our date. Afterward, we would go to the countryside and finish it off there. "Ready as I'll ever be," replied Rainier. "Spain, I'd like to go there someday," said Elsha. She, like Amorous, were at home today, while Belzard and Garrett man my restaurant for the day. We can go anywhere in the future once things calm down, so don't hesitate to tell me, I told her, and she smiled at me. Lavinia, Suzuku, Danu, and Velgrime were also there. As Lavinia was about to speak, Suzaku came forward and stood in front of me. Be safe, Aaron, she said before kissing me. To my surprise, she also forced her tongue inside my mouth and then pushed me to the ground before forcing a mini makeout session to happen, stunning everyone there. Ada. Aquino walked in and saw this too, completely surprised by what was happening. Lavinia stood there stunned, the same with Velgrind and Danuel. No, everyone was stunned by Suzaku's actions. Finally, she stopped, and with clouded eyes, she said, "Have a safe drip." Dear, it was quite obvious that she used her tongue because of the string of saliva between us. Dear, she started using it too like a few others. Lavinia usually saved it for when we were alone, unlike Irina or Aquino. I stood back up while bringing her up with me. I already knew that this was going to happen, but still let it. I patted her head and said, "Don't take it too far, all right? Anyway, we'll get going. We'll be back tomorrow. Have fun, guys." As I rejoined Penemu and Rainier, who were still shocked, Lavinia ran over to Suzuku, looking confused, and began shaking her shoulders. "What was that?" she asked as we left. Barcelona, the location we chose to go to spend the first part of our date. I prepared food for our dinner, so we'll eat in the countryside where I booked a place for us to stay for the night. It was also quite picturesque, so I believe it would be an enjoyable way to end the night. Our first stop, at Penemu's request, was the Parc del Labyrinth de Horta, or Park of the Labyrinth of Horta. This is sometimes referred to as Gardens del Labyrinth de Horta. It is a historical garden in the Horta Guinardó district in Barcelona and the oldest of its kind in the city. We made our way there, with a lot of people looking at us at both Penemu and Rainier, since they're quite beautiful. "Oh, you guys look great, by the way," I abruptly said to them. "Oh, so you did remember to compliment us. We went out shopping to get these, you know?" Rainier was so against it at first, though. Foo-foo. Maybe she only wanted to show you and not anyone else. Teased Penemu, making Rainier blush again. "I can wear this any time I want, Penemu-sama. Also, I wore extravagant clothing outside all the time before I met Aaron," countered Rainier. As Penemu continued to tease Rainier, and with her trying to defend herself, we eventually arrived at the Parc del Labyrinth de Horta. Right next to the entrance of the park stood the former palace of the Desvalls family, a building with Neo-Arabic and Neo-Gothic elements. The Torre Soberana, an ancient medieval watchtower, is also part of this complex. The park, which extends over a surface of 9.1 hectares, is divided into two parts, the Neoclassical Garden and the Romantic Garden. All around the park there were numerous sculptures, some depicting motives from Greek mythology and others with folk motives. In addition, there were fountains, springs, and pools. However, what I didn't expect was to feel two divine auras here. After their bickering, Penemu and Rainier even noticed them. Do you know who those are, Aaron? They feel familiar," Rainier asked while looking around the park. "Astria and Physis. We met them during the little celebration in the Greek realm. Though I'm curious as to why they're here," I said, paid the entrance fee, and started walking into the park with both of them hugging my arms. It also seemed like they were near the center of the hedge maze and didn't seem like they were moving, so I suggested we make our way there first, and they were both fine with it. As we walked through the park, we saw many people there too, families, tourists, and couples walking around. But like earlier, our small trio attracted attention, especially if two beauties clung onto me. A few jealous stares from guys were sent my way, and a few scornful glares came from women too, probably thinking I was scum for having two women with me. "So much hate. How about we tease them back?" suggested Penemu. "That wouldn't be a good idea," I replied, and urged them to move forward. "Fine. How about some speculation then? It'll be a few minutes before we get those two goddesses, since we have to go through a maze." "Oh, and don't you dare lead us. I want to do it blind," said Penemu. I agreed and let her have her fun. Well, it's a date after all. We have to have fun. Otherwise, what's the point? We arrived at the entrance of a labyrinth. There is a marble bas-relief depicting Ariadne and Theseus, and in the center, a statue of the Greek primordial god of love and sex, Eros. Speaking of Eros, doesn't he help with making the Eros engine for Issei's, Ryutameru, and AXA? I don't have a Ryutameru, so I wouldn't need an Eros engine, but I already know what my own AXA is going to be like, so I won't worry too much about it. That's the Greek god, Eros, right? I didn't expect to see a statue of him here, said Penemu, and she looked at it. Spain's mythology, like a few others, are a mix of various ones, so I expect to see some Celtic or even Roman gods here, as well as Greeks. There are also a few others that were unique to here, but I don't feel any of them yet, or they're simply not here, which is a surprise since Barcelona is quite a popular destination. Did you meet him yet? Asked Rainier. No, but I do want to meet him and see how he's like, I replied. Though I think he'd just have very perverted and lewd topics ready for me if I do seek him out, or if he seeks me out. I am the breast, butt, and thigh dragon after all. We spoke about that as both Rainier and Penemu led us through the hedge maze. We ended up at dead ends around 3 times, and even came across some people. However, it seemed like those two goddesses weren't trying to keep normal humans away from the center of the place, so they weren't doing anything serious. But we eventually got there, and the statue of Eros was in our full view, and on one of the stone benches were Physis and Astrea talking to one another. They also captivated the people here as they kept glancing at the two. They looked up, saw us, and waved us over. We quickly made our way over there. I didn't expect you two to be here today. What's the special occasion for? I asked. Both Penemu and Rainier let go of me and started looking at the statue behind us. We're just on a small outing, Jean. That's all. It's been a while since we last saw each other. I take it you're well. Also a new look, huh? Asked Physis. She got up and circled me while poking at my body. Yes, it's as she says. We're on a day trip here in Barcelona. I can see that you're on a date with 2 fallen angels, correct? Asked Astrea. Yeah, it was long overdue, and with everything happening right now, and me being the event organizer for the tournament, I get a bit of free time, I replied. What about college? Didn't you start that this year? She asked again. I'll let my avatar do that. I have my restaurant job, my job as the middleman, and a paid dragon to deal with. But when I do find time, I attend the classes myself, I added and proudly nodded my head. Astrea got up and pinched my nose while smiling. You shouldn't skip too many, don't you think? Education is imperative, Jean. Physis stared at her friend for a few seconds before also getting up and pinching my cheek. Right, don't skip classes, Jean. Okay. I wasn't sure why they suddenly did that to me, but I had even more eyes on me while in this small area. The crowd wasn't a lot, but they did stare at me. They knew I came with Rainier and Penemu, and now these 2 older, beautiful women were doing this to me. It would definitely make people jealous of my situation. Ara, you're on a date with us. But you're flirting with 2 goddesses? This man has some balls, Penemu said, as she hugged me from behind. I was just speaking to them, Penemu. Even after telling her that, she began to rub her face against my back, making me sigh. Both goddesses let go of me and looked behind me. I also followed their gazes and found Rainier being hit on. However, my assistance wasn't needed. Hey, do no. How about no? She had denied all their advances. In total, there were 6 guys there, and they all became a bit frustrated with her. One of them grabbed her wrist, but Rainier quickly grabbed his arm with her right hand and swung him to the sky, and then put him back on the ground. The guy she brought up freaked out and let go of her. Everyone around her was dumbfounded. Piss off, she hissed, and they awkwardly and quickly left. Everyone else did the same and distanced themselves from her. I walked over to her and put a hand on her head. A bit extreme, don't you think? They're ruining my experience here. Can't they see him with someone? She replied, still sounding angry. Suddenly, Astrea grabbed my hand, forcing me to turn around and face her. Eros, he wishes to meet you. He would like to discuss some things with the famous Epee dragon. If I had to guess, perhaps some lewd topics? She said, and let go of my hand. Quite ironic. We saw his statue just now, and I was wondering when I would meet him, I replied. Well, I already knew she was going to say that, but I might as well play along, and it's as she said, it's nothing but lewd topic after lewd topic. It must be destiny then, she added, and then turned around. Well, get going and not get in the way of your date. If you're still around, we'll have dinner at Cinque Centes. Come and meet us there, said Astrea. Fine dining never gives enough good. I'm always left feeling hungry afterward, mumbled Rainier. Astria giggled at her words. I believe it's more about the experience than the actual food quantity, and the food quality is generally higher, hence the price in small quantity. I still don't like it, Rainier mumbled again. It's fine, we won't go there since I prepared food for our dinner. So the place we're going to later will be our stopping point, I told her. Astria tilted her head before smiling. I see. Good luck to you three, then let's go Strastra. Phissis complained while waving at us. I want to go check some places out, bye, she added before dragging Astria away. We continued on our short date in the park, eventually arriving at the romantic gardens. We walked around there for a little while before heading to the canal. I'll be honest, maybe it might be a bit more romantic at night, but right now it's just hot and lackluster, said Rainier as she stared at the water shooting out of the sides below the canal. The canal was just a small orange-red bridge with a small river pool of water underneath. There's beauty in it, Rainier. Well, let's go back to the waterfalls in the romantic garden, then suggested Penemew, and so we double-backed and checked out the waterfall. How's that a waterfall? It's just water falling from some slightly elevated rocks, said Rainier, again disappointed by it. Isn't that how most waterfalls are defined as? Though I don't have extensive knowledge on that topic, you seem a bit bored. Rainier, do you want to go to a specific place? I asked. I stopped myself from saying only old people like these kinds of things walking in parks. I mean, if I did that, Penemew would get upset about it. Also, I'm 10,000 years old. I have no say in whether I'm young or not. Rainier blushed and hesitantly asked, see, can we go to Tibidabo Amusement Park? Tibidabo Amusement Park, Parc d'Attractions Tibidabo, is an amusement park located on Tibidabo in the Collserola Ridge in Barcelona. The park was built in 1899 by the entrepreneur Salvador Andrew and opened in 1905. The park is among the oldest in the world that's still functioning. It's Spain's longest-running amusement park and Europe's third oldest. Most of the original rides, some of which date to the turn of the 20th century, are still in use, which is a pretty remarkable achievement. From what I understand, it's free to walk around certain areas and enjoy the scenery there. However, if we want to go on rides and other things, we need to pay an entrance ticket. It's around $35 per adult, so it's not that expensive for all three of us. Sure, why not? I told her, and immediately influenced reality that we had already booked our tickets. My God, I use my new powers for the weirdest things. Foo-foo. Rainier wants to go to an amusement park? I don't mind. There are restaurants over there, right? We could just have lunch there, so it's not that bad, said Penemew. I heard the views there are amazing, so we can still enjoy ourselves if we don't plan on going on any of the rides, I replied, and Penemew was all for that. What are we waiting for? Let's go, cheered Rainier, and we teleported near to the place. Once outside the amusement park, it was long, like the line of people was absolutely long. Even though it's not summer for the rest of the world, this is just a bit ridiculous. We hadn't even gotten into the lines, but Aaron, I give you permission. Go and use your powers to make us get to the top of the line, Penemew asserted and pointed her finger at the large crowd. People that walked past us gave her strange looks. I don't need your permission, woman. Also, I already plan on doing that. I'm sorry, everyone, I don't want to stay out here waiting forever. First, I guided them to the back of the line. They began to protest, but I told them my plan, and they quickly quieted down. Once back there, I simply changed reality. Now whoever was at the front was now where we once were at the back of the line, and now we were at the front. I brought my phone out, showed them our booking form, and they gave us some passes, and we went in. Once we were inside, I simply reverted reality back, and that family who were originally in our place were back at that part of the line. I didn't want them to suffer too much. We spent around an hour over at Parc del Labyrinth de Horta. So now it's 12. We can have lunch now, or in an hour. What do you do in an hour? Let's go to that. Rainier pointed at the Kruger Hotel. It's basically a haunted house tour. Foo-foo, a haunted house, huh? Now that I think about it, you enjoyed the haunted house during the festival at Kuo Academy, didn't you? Asked Penemew. Rainier smirked and nodded her head. Of course, I like hearing people scream, she declared. Oh, don't worry, Rainier, you'll be screaming soon enough tonight, Penemew said and grabbed her arm before hugging it. Shall we go? She asked. Rainier herself had blushed again and said nothing. Dear me, Penemew is definitely controlling Rainier today. Maybe even in general? Well, it's not like she's doing it out of spite. She's doing it to just tease her constantly, so it's fine, right? Also, the Kruger Hotel's line wasn't as long as the other ones today, for some reason. Why not? I'm all for it, I said, and we went and lined up. As we did, a group came out of some doors to the side, screaming and laughing. It seems like this may be a lot more fun than I thought. Rainier seemed excited at the prospect, as she was kind of cutely bouncing around as Penemu tried to hold her down. Give up. She won't calm down until we go in there, I told Penemu. She sighed, let go of Rainier, and hugged my arm instead. We're nearly there, so we won't need to wait too long, said Penemu as we slowly moved up to the front. The few things I found out about Rainier were interesting to say the least. She liked horror like a lot. I don't know why, and she herself said she didn't know why, so we left it at that. However, I suspect she does know and is just too embarrassed to tell me. She liked taking bubble baths, so she asked me to add a dedicated bathroom in her own room, so she could take them in there with some privacy. She has also invited me there a few times, and we spoke about a number of things. Her insecurities, the things she wishes to accomplish in the future, where she'll go with her job prospects, since she's already strong enough that she won't need to worry about being killed by anything. The last thing I found out over time was she liked cuddling, especially when sleeping with me. She's but heads with the other girls that sleep with me when she's in there, especially with Aquino and Lavinia, since she likes taking their sides. But we usually find a compromise. It's our turn, said Penemu, and I looked back in front of us as we were ushered into the dimly lit room with Rainier leading us. We walked through a small corridor that was barely illuminated by lights. There was some smoke coming from the ground and some creepy ambient music being played. At the end of the corridor was another door. However, around us were some props that ranged from fake skulls to spider webs, pumpkins, and fake severed hands. They really went above and beyond to decorate this place. But Rainier, who was in front of us, seemed happy, so I think it was the right choice in going here. We eventually got to the door, and she opened it, and we followed her inside. This time, it was even darker, and the room was even less illuminated. There were a few creepy paintings on the wall and other grotesque items strewn about. There were also some creepy dolls that followed us with their eyes. I hate dolls, muttered Penemu. Ah, but Lavinia's are cute, though, she added. I wonder how Lavinia would feel in a haunted house based on dolls. I know she doesn't hate her sacred gear anymore, but I don't know about her personal stance on dolls. I'd rather find out about that from her own mouth than just looking into it now, so we'll ask her in the future. Gah! Suddenly, someone in elaborate makeup and doll costume jumped out and screamed at us. He also brought his arms up, trying to scare us. Kaya Penemu pretended to be scared and hugged my arm tighter. Meanwhile, Rainier and I stared at the guy without making a sound, unblinking, and we kept staring at him as he awkwardly shuffled back into his spot. Penemu suddenly and gently smacked me on the head. At least react, geez. You too. Rainier, it was a decent attempt. I would say a 7 out of 10. I like the makeup and costume, but the delivery needs some work, she told the man, who awkwardly nodded at her words before we moved on to a different spot. I didn't expect her to give a critical review while we go through it. Now, I expected her to do the same thing for everything, and probably do an overall score and evaluation at the end as we continued in our little tour of the haunted house. Various other setups were around, and with each and every one of them, Rainier gave a score. The next one involved zombies, and they tried to chase us, but we didn't exactly run, and it became awkward, and she gave them a 6 out of 10. The next area was a hall of mirrors. Some were fake, some were real, and some were powered by electricity to do a jump scare when we passed by them. As we passed by a few, one of the mirrors did a jump scare with a bridal woman with a very disfigured face. Like earlier, Rainier and I stared at it before walking away. Penemu tried to keep up her sacred act, but she got quickly bored with that too, so we walked through the place in mostly silence. Maybe I'm just desensitized to this sort of thing, because we're part of the supernatural, and the things we experience are more intense than this. I mean, there are literal ghosts and yukais, right? Even monsters and otherworldly creatures afterward. An actor appeared out of some curtains and did the same thing. Rainier stared at her and said, "You look good. You need to work on the blood splatter, though, but everything else is nice. But you need to scream a bit louder, so 8 out of 10. The actress stared at her, dumbfounded before nodding and walking back to her spot. And this is how it repeated until we walked out of the doors of the place. I felt bad for the actors of the place. I mean, they must have prepared and tried hard to scare people, right? Only for us to come through and not react to any of it when we left. The staff at the front looked at us strangely. Maybe we should have played along more, or at least faked our reactions well. We can't really take back anything at this point. As we left the haunted house area, Rainier seemed very satisfied with herself. So, what's your final verdict? I asked as we stepped over to a less crowded spot. Rainier briefly glanced at me before she went into thinking. As she did, Penemu tapped me on my shoulder and showed me an online map of the park. She pointed at Bar Parada and said, "We'll go get some food for us. Stay with Rainier. Okay? You just get whatever I think we might like. That's fine, right? Go ahead. But if you're not back soon, we'll just go and join you," I said, and she agreed and walked off. Knowing this place and how many people are here, that place definitely has a long line. If it does, I guess it'll just have to do a bit of reality changing. I made my way to Rainier, who was still standing there thinking about my earlier question. She finally seemed to come to her conclusion as she nodded to herself and looked back at me. But she looked confused. Penemu left to get some food for us, and I stayed behind to look after you. So, what's your final verdict? I asked again. She nodded and said it wasn't bad. First, all the props and costumes they used were high quality. After that, their entire setup wasn't bad either. But they could still improve on a few things like slightly better lighting and the ambient music, because a lot of it was quite generic and overused in other parts. And Rainier started talking and didn't stop for at least 3 minutes. And by the time she did, my final score for the Kruger Hotel is an 8 out of 10. It was quite well done, and I would recommend it to anyone coming to Barcelona, if you're a horror fan, that is, she said proudly. Good girl, I said, and patted her head, but she quickly swiped it away. I'm not a child anyway. Let's go to Penemu-sama, since she hasn't come back yet, she said and started walking away, but then stopped and looked back at me. I'm coming, I said and joined her. As we walked towards Penemu's aura, Rainier seemed a bit fidgety, so I held her hand and she stopped. You could have just said you wanted to hold my hand, you know. Shut up, she mumbled, and we eventually found the bar where Penemu was ordering from. To our surprise, she was getting her order now, and after she received it, she turned and saw us. However, as she started walking towards us with her hands full, just like earlier with Rainier, Penemu was suddenly surrounded by men in their early to mid-20s as they started asking her various questions. A total of 4 of them. As I began to move, Rainier stepped ahead of me and pushed past the guys and grabbed some of the food that Penemu had ordered. I also joined and took some off her. I checked the invoice and saw that she had ordered something called Duo 3 times, which cost her around 64 in total. This had 1 Super Frankfurt, 1 chicken roll with cereal and seed bread, 2 soft drinks, and some French fries. That's pretty expensive. Not even your own restaurant has prices that high. Isn't the most expensive item just 20? And that's some custom order they want. Asked Drake. Yeah, pretty much. I don't necessarily need money, so I didn't find a need to make them super expensive, I replied. But you make them pay extra for Lavinia to sing more? Look, it's a matter of letting them gawk more at her, okay? Lavinia is also quite an excellent singer and pretty mesmerizing when she sings. Alright. I get it. Shut up already. You jealous psycho, be glad no one else knows this side of you. Sheesh, partner. I'm not the jealous type, though. At times I regret letting her do that. However, she begged me, and she did the puppy eye routine, and I couldn't say no. I'm a weak man. I guess she missed her singing job at the Black Dog Bar that they previously worked at, although it's still in operation since the new members took over running it. However, I heard from Azazel that some regulars were upset that Lavinia, Shigyun, and Natsum parted ways from it. But it was rectified when Calawarna and Middle joined. Although I also heard that Marum also joined, making many wary of him and their approach to Middle. The same with Calawarna and Cookie. But generally, he's not as possessive as Marum. Hey man, what's as one of them began to complain, we simply walked away and found a seat for ourselves. But we knew that this wasn't going to be the end of it, so as soon as we sat down, they stood in front of us. Why can't I have a day without this? Although it's only becoming even more frequent, I've seen this from my avatar that this sort of thing happens in the college division too, because I'm famous for having a harem around Kuo Town. Even before I entered the place, I already had people hating me. A few tried to speak with Aquino, Rias, Ingvild, Kyoheim, Sona, and Sabaki, but they were shot down immediately, and they just assumed because it was me, they were right, but still before anything could escalate, I influenced the security guards of this place to go over to our spot. However, they'll arrive in a minute, so we had to distract them enough and also force them to be a bit aggressive, so they'll be taken away. "Hey man, you can't go hogging all the chicks," one of them said and did weird signs with his hand. It felt like they were trying hard to be hip. As far as I could remember back then, during my trip here in my previous life, the youth here were pretty normal and tame. Unless we only went to certain spots where they didn't act like this, then I don't know, I don't live here. Yeah, share 'em with us, another one said, and did the same gestures as his friend. I could tell Rainier was getting annoyed by this, so I patted her head with my left hand. "ITLL be fine. The security is coming in like 30-ish seconds," I told her. She looked at me and nodded, but then a grin flashed across her face. "I don't need pathetic losers near me." "Fuck off," she suddenly said. The four men suddenly froze, and two of them looked angry, while the other two were unsure on how to continue. "Well, you did say to aggravate them, so the security would have a reason to take them away. She's just helping you, partner." "What the hell? I'm hung like a monster. The 12-inch Punisher. The Goliath. The T-Rex. How the fuck do you know my size, you flat-chested bitch?" The leader of the group shouted at Rainier. Penemu giggled. Any man who immediately starts bragging about himself is the most insecure about it, and usually has the least to brag about out of their group of friends, she said in a mocking tone. "That's exactly right. Any guy who starts talking up their size is always the smallest and is always insecure. Go home and cry to mommy, you pathetic idiot," Rainier added, further angering the guy. I was fine with aggravating them, but he may just attack us at this rate because he reached into his pocket and pulled out a switchblade. His friend was surprised by this, and the other three backed away. Even the other one, who was angry, calmed down and looked panicked. He showed it off, but both Rainier and Penemu weren't bothered by it in the slightest. Further pissing him off, dude, give up, but he didn't, so he finally thrust the blade towards Rainier, and I finally stepped in and stopped him by putting my left hand in front of the attack and purposely letting my left hand be stabbed by him. This may be the second time in my new life that I've been physically hurt. The first was against Nyarlathotep. In order to make this more convincing, I didn't use any of my powers and let myself be hurt. Even a guy looked mortified. Maybe he only wanted to scare Rainier and didn't actually plan on hitting her. The area we were in became deathly silent as the small commotion had attracted attention. And like on cue, the security arrived, saw what was happening, and tackled the guy. The other guard went over to me. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking at my hand that was bleeding and the switchblade. "I'm fine. A bit of alcohol, disinfectant, and bandages will do the job," I replied before removing the blade from my hand and handing it to the guard. He looked dumbfounded but nodded. "They'll take you to get patched up. Come with me, young man." I doubt he'd taken no for an answer, so I agreed with him. "Give me a minute. I might get questioned too, or something," I told both of them, and they agreed, although Rainier looked surprised by my actions. Around 30 minutes later, we were done. I was patched up first, then questioned afterward, and it was unnecessarily long. As I walked out of the building they brought me to, I sighed. I just wanted to have a peaceful lunch, and that's what happens. "Just my luck," I muttered to myself. After they covered my hand with bandages, I healed my injury, so it was already long gone. Those two were waiting at the same spot, and I joined them. I got a few calls from strangers saying good job or something. I just awkwardly smiled at them and sat down. Luckily, my food was still there too. "Were you two questioned as well?" I asked. "Yeah. It only lasted like 5 minutes, though, since there were cameras here and a lot of eyewitnesses," said Rainier as she grabbed my food and tried to feed me. I complied and opened my mouth, accepting the gesture. "Fufu, you're being called the hero because of your actions. Aaron like the Prince Charming," added Penemu. "I'd rather not get called weird things. Thank you very much. Well, let's just continue with our time here. We have a few hours left before we go to that place." "Eat." Rainier thrust some fries to my face, and I ate them. Penemu joined in and fed me the chicken roll. Just like that, they helped me eat, and then we toured the amusement park afterward. The sun was now going down. It was around 7 in the evening, and the park closed at 9 at night. so we still had 2 hours left, but it seems that those two were hungry. All that walking probably got to them. Well, we also went on some rides like the Ferris wheel and bumper cars. I guess it's time then. Let's leave through the entrance first, I suggested, and they were more than happy to comply. As we left the amusement park, Penemu asked, "Where are we going for dinner? You said you had food ready, right?" "We're staying at a place that's 9 kilometers away from Tejeda in Gran Canaria, Canary Islands. That's where we're staying for the night." I chose one of their biggest rooms, too. I replied and glanced at Penemu, who seemed satisfied. As for dinner, we'll just eat outside. You guys already ate my cooking, so Penemu suddenly hugged my arm again and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." We quickly arrived at the location where I had booked our stay for the night. It was a place called Parador de Cruz de Tejeda. We entered the building, showed them our booking form, my debit card and passport, and got the keys to our room. The receptionist looked horrified at my black debit card, though seems pretty expensive, but the views from here are pretty great, said Rainier. We passed by a glass window and saw the mountains and the night sky from there. It's also pretty quiet, so we won't have to worry about interruptions later on, added Penemu. I feel like she's getting increasingly horny as time marches on, since she kept making dirty jokes as the day progressed. This comment made Rainier blush again and sigh. We eventually reached our room and entered it. The bedroom we had was quite spacious. There were 2 beds near the center, and directly beside it was a balcony with 2 chairs and a table. There was a large TV on the right, along with a desk and some drawers. A small grass screen and door separated the room from the balcony. There were a few trash cans and lamps in the room. "It's tiny," said both women. "Well, compared to our home, then yeah, it's tiny, but a bit of magic and reality warping will do the trick," I replied. "It's also one of their biggest rooms." A quick click of my fingers, and the room became bigger. The TV became a flat screen, and the 2 beds turned into one larger one. I also influenced the staff here to perceive it as normal, so they won't make a fuss about it. Now that's more like it. Penemu nodded sagely after seeing the new room. "You even made the balcony a bit bigger, so all of us can fit there." I don't know what she's implying there, but she's definitely wrong about it. "Anyway, let's go and have dinner. We can come back here when it's time," I told them, and we quickly left. Our destination was Tejeda, a small village that was just 9 kilometers away from the hotel we were staying at. Once we arrived, we began walking around the place, but since it was already 8 in the evening, most places they were already closed. However, just like us, there were a few tourists walking around enjoying the nighttime scenery. The specific spot I wanted to go to was the cliffs just above the place, and that's where I plan on having dinner with both of them. I've already changed a small section of it to have a table and chairs, as well as some ambient music playing to set the mood. "All right, let's go," I said, and teleported us away. Once we got there, there was a small campfire that couldn't be seen by normal humans, 3 chairs made of wood, and a large table made of wood with food on it. "I thought you wait. Did you just set this up?" "Huh? When? How?" Rainier asked, become increasingly confused. "I've been changing reality quite frequently today, Rainier." "I simply did that just now, too," I replied, and she just sighed at me. Penemu walked ahead of us and examined everything. "You made our favorites? To think you'd do all of that for us. Although foo-foo, we'll just need to reward you properly," said Penemu. I looked up at the night sky and said, "The view here is even better, right?" Both of them turned to look up, and their eyes widened as they saw the night sky above us. Just like many things today, I influenced the weather, so there wouldn't be any rain, which would certainly ruin today. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to propose to both of them. I'm skipping steps like Reiko and Kanami, but I've delayed them long enough. But first, we'll eat dinner. "Let's eat then," I said, and we did. There were various dishes that they both loved, and I made them all earlier in the morning before anyone woke up. We ate and talked about the day, as well as the upcoming games that we looked forward to watching. The ones that they wanted to see the most were of our comrades facing off against each other. "Are you two in a team?" I asked. As far as I know, they tried out for my own team, and if they wanted, I could have put them in the reserves. Well, I was invited to join the Fallen Angels team, but in the end I declined. Even after I became stronger, I never really had the desire to fight, so I declined the invitation. Raynar's the one who's still undecided. "But since you know the future, what do you see?" said Penemu. Rainier looked at me, almost asking me to decide for her. You're right, I know what decision she makes, but in the end, it's her decision and I'd rather not decide for her. Follow whatever you think is right, I told them. Rainier looked at her food, at me, and then at the sky. She closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, a decision was made, and in turn, the future I saw changed. Rainier, who originally declined the offer, has now decided to join the Fallen Angels team, those representing Grigori. Thanks, she said and began eating faster. Penemu tilted her head and asked, It changed, didn't it? Maybe. I didn't give a proper reply, but from the expression on my face, it was probably obvious, and so we kept on going, and with that another hour passed us by. As I was preparing to leave, the two of them had gone closer to the cliff and were looking at the village and valley below, as well as the night sky, which was full of stars. It's a view that city folks won't see that much because of pollution. But seeing the clear night sky with all the stars is pretty amazing once you do. It's time to do it, partner. I was going to, give me a second, I replied. I approached them, tapped them both on the shoulder, and they turned to face me. What? Asked Rainier. She was already blushing. Penemu, on the other hand, was quite giggly, as she also expected something from me. You're really not making this easy for me, geez. You two probably already know what I'm going to ask too, I said and scratched the back of my head while sighing. Foo-foo. I'd still like to hear it from your own mouth, Aaron, said Penemu. Right now, she looked pretty mystical. The smile on her face made my heart skip. Rainier, on the other hand, couldn't even look at me in the eyes since she was blushing so hard. Yeah, you're right. Rainier and Penemu, I know with both of you we got off to the wrong start, with the teasing between Penemu and I, and Rainier being partially part of the cow's order. But since a lot of time has passed since then, I think we've grown closer. So will both of you stay by my side for the rest of eternity? I asked. Oh, you worded it differently. I like it, said Penemu. She took a step towards me and looked up at me. Should I say yes? Or should I say no? Which one would you like, Aaron? She asked. I see what you want, sheesh. I leaned over and kissed her. It wasn't the first time, but she seemed satisfied with my decision. I guess I'm saying yes to this proposal. Aaron Tulsama, she said with a wink. She then turned to Rainier, who I stood in front of. What? Do you expect me to say She began to ramble, so I just kissed her too. It seems to me that Rainier is becoming more of a tsundere as time goes on. Once I stopped kissing her, she looked at me still blushing, but had a weirdly happy smile on her face. I guess I could be with you forever, tsundere, Penemu and I said at the same time. Who are you calling it, tsundere? She screamed at us. She started to softly hit me on the chest and tried to grab Penemu, who avoided it. We finally went back to our hotel room. As soon as we arrived back in our room, Penemu immediately started changing clothes, which startled Rainier. Penemu-sama, we're going to do it, so why are you still hesitating? Unless you plan on letting me go first, Rainier, she said with a wink. Penemu was wearing light purple lingerie underneath the clothing she wore today. Without waiting for Rainier, she stepped towards me and hugged me. Her eyes told me everything, and I followed her lead as Rainier watched, blushing at us. Is this really okay? Penemu asked, her face turning red. We sat together on the edge of the bed, and I kept her close, facing forward as we talked quietly. And Rainier, who was still near the door, watched the scene unfold. I'm feeling a bit self-conscious with Rainier watching me like Tia, Penemu said, her eyes wandering toward me. Rainier also stared as she froze on the spot, while I lightly bit her ear, earning a moan from her. Since you're going first, and you tease her all day long, I thought it was your turn to get teased. Penemu turned to look at me with tears in her eyes, meaning she mumbled cutely. That was cute, way too cute. So cute, in fact, that I got a bit too bold with her, catching her off guard. I teased her a little, earning a few quiet but flustered reactions from Penemu. A little bit of teasing already has you this flustered? No, you've been thinking about this all day, haven't you? I asked. She didn't answer, so I softly kissed her ear again and nuzzled her neck. Tell me. Yes, I have. I knew this would happen once our date ended. I've been thinking about you all day. Please, Aaron, make me yours, she pleaded. Oh, my little fallen angel was actually restless all day? Dear me, what should I do? I kept on teasing her. Penemu began to press closer against me, trying to get my attention. "You promised," she cutely complained. She was too cute. It was unlike her usual self. The confident, the teasing, mature, purple-haired, fallen angel wasn't there at all. So I moved closer and began a slow, deliberate advance. She tightened around me with surprising force. But once I found the right angle, I pressed forward all at once. I felt a slight catch of friction when I reached a certain spot, and a small trickle of blood stained her sheets, and she lay there breathlessly gasping, eyes wide and mouth hung open. Reality had hit her that something very intimate had just taken place. "Wow, Penemu-sama was a virgin," muttered Rainier. I couldn't help myself and snickered a bit. Penemu shot me a teary-eyed glare, but I quelled it by kissing her. "I'm completely devoted to you, Penemu," I told her. The intimacy between us was overwhelming, her skin flushed and warm against mine. "Do you like it?" she asked. "I love it, and you?" I said and kissed her again. Penemu blissfully kissed me back too. I could feel that Rainier was feeling jealous too, and she had moved to a nearby seat and sat on it while watching us. "They'll start moving," I declared after I stopped kissing her. I started moving rhythmically without waiting for her to respond, and that drew a soft sound from her. As I held her close, since she wasn't pulling away, I reached up and gently touched her shoulder, adjusting her top as I did. "MH. W8. Aaron, cried Penemu as I reached for her. I ignored her protests and continued as she squirmed under my touch. "Foot and no at the same time. It's too much. All of this at the same time, I can't." She gasped as I pressed closer. She was trembling, holding on to me tightly. I eased in slowly, trying to be as gentle as possible to help her relax. "Aya, don't move so much there. It feels too good. If you keep going, it could go too far. You know, if I push too close and finish, there's a possibility you might get hurt," I whispered into her ear. Seconds later, Penemu held on even tighter. She was already aware that wouldn't happen. But I feel like a lot of the women I've said this to really want to become mothers. "Is that you saying yes, Penemu?" I asked as I held her frame even closer. Her body shivered and relaxed a little as the tension vanished. She had just entrusted her entire being to me, and also gave me a silent answer. But her body only tightened in response to my teasing. "KH, you're really tightening up. You really want to become a mother, Penemu?" "I don't know, WHYY, my boat is doing it on its own. Maybe I want it." And then Penemu's cries echoed in the quiet room. Rainier watched all of this unfold, and she became visibly flustered. I noticed her reaction, and she blushed even harder. Penemu's emotional display also affected me, which in turn made my hips swing more forcefully. Penemu let loose a loud cry that she couldn't hold back. It resounded in the silence. She covered her face in shame and blushed even harder than Rainier. "And no, please, hearing myself react like this, it's too much. But the sensation feels overwhelming. It feels good for you too, Penemu," I replied and kissed the back of her head. Her body shivered again in response. "Tea, that makes me happy. I want to feel more of you. I love you. I love you, Ararun," she declared in delight, her excitement clearly growing. Penemu began to repeat "I love you" to me over and over again, as well as demanded more kisses. She wasn't like her usual self anymore. She decided to abandon all of it and let her instincts and love-filled self take over. Then, her entire body tensed up, and she held me close, completely lost in the moment. "Oh, Penemu, in with me. If you're finishing, do it with me," she shouted at me. She wrapped her arms around me the best she could, even though she was in front of me and without turning around. "With me. Only finish with me. Unless I'm close, do you hear me?" I moved quickly as I matched Penemu's movements. The moment we were closest, an overwhelming wave of feeling crashed through me. Again, Penemu started mumbling "I love you" to me over and over again. "HAAA. I'm coming. I'm coming." She breathed out. "Me too," as if a dam inside me broke. I painted the insides of Penemu in a white, sticky liquid. I kept on releasing as she also tightened and pulsed. "Aya!" She screamed in pleasure, also reaching her own peak. Even though I already released, I kept on thrusting. With each thrust, I hit her entrance and also came in there. The entire lower part of my body felt warm. Penemu's eyes became hazy, and she became slightly unresponsive. So I quickly pulled away from her. She wasn't even surprised. But she seemed to drift off, her breathing steady and calm. Phew! I let out a sigh of relief and then looked at Rainier. As I moved a tired Penemu to the side, she appeared completely exhausted. Her breathing had become steady and calm. It seemed like she had passed out. I silently gestured for Rainier to come over, and she obediently did so. She got on the bed and crawled over to me. I adjusted our position so we could face the sleeping Penemu. To start, I brought our faces closer together, and once we began kissing, I pushed my tongue forward and into her mouth. Rainier responded in kind. She was experienced, so things could move quickly between us. As we pressed closer together, she was already quite aroused since she had been touching herself as she watched Penemu and me. MMPH, chew MMHL, MLHM my tongue, chupa CHLH, MMPH mumbled Rainier. She also looked for my hand and intertwined with it. She seemed to enjoy it. I've only ever been attacked in the past, and also had boring and forceful encounters I heard a lot from your other women. So please be gentle with me, she requested. I agreed to both Rainier's requests. The immediate one was with her tongue, and I began to tangle my own with hers. Rainier is both aggressive and gentle with her tongue. She sometimes curls both of ours together and then gently pokes mine as if asking for permission. Spit gathered on her tongue, and she swallowed it while blushing the entire time. She was acting really cute. I didn't expect this side of her, especially now. I was expecting really aggressive and rough sex from her, and how your spit have an NPHH tastes good, NNGH, chufa, she mumbled as we kept on kissing. With a very adorable expression on her face, unlike her usual stoic, grumpy, or normal face, she added, I get all tingly just from kissing you, hee. I love you, Aaron, I love you too. But kissing isn't enough, right? I asked as I held her close. This drew a cute reaction and an eager nod from Rainier. As I let go of her hand and pulled her nearer, she stopped me and intertwined them again. Please don't let go, she begged. I felt an imaginary arrow pierce my heart. Who the hell is this cute creature? Rainier pressed closer against me, wordlessly asking me to hold her. I held her close, adjusting my positioning as we embraced. Ah, to there, she muttered, her body shivering. I leaned in closer, and when I did, I felt incredible warmth, even though I had only barely pressed forward. It was like Rainier was pulling me in. Ah, please just go all the way, she pleaded. I teased her a bit by starting slowly and pulling back. Rainier looked visibly distraught, until tears fell from her eyes, which I didn't expect. Please don't tease me, she begged. I felt horrible, so I went all the way in one motion. Aya, she screamed, not expecting me to get so close to her. Yeah, you suddenly came all the way in. Ha, oh my God, it feels so overwhelming. Rainier's body then trembled all over. Ha, I felt a little shaken just now. You said you wanted to feel all tingly, didn't you? I asked and shifted a bit. Rainier pushed herself up and bumped our noses together. MMPH, I want to feel all tingly, but please be gentle from now on. The look she gave me right now was of a woman utterly entranced by pleasure and love. I felt myself shiver too. What's up with these two tonight? Acting unlike themselves and so adorably cute. I held Rainier's leg up and gently rocked back and forth. And in a MH, on and on. This feels nice. I like it slow and gentle. It's so good in NHH, she murmured as I kept up my steady pace. I can't as I watched her face and continued moving. She suddenly closed her eyes and tensed up, her body trembling for a few seconds. When she looked back at me, her eyes were clouded, her breathing was ragged, and a bit of drool ran down her chin. I'm sorry. I can't take this. It's so good, she apologized adorably, and I kissed her and shoved my tongue in her mouth. Just like earlier, she aggressively, but also gently intertwined our tongues together. Both Rainiers were good, the usual, sharp-tongued, sarcastic, chaotic good Rainier, and this one love-struck and adorable. I love both of them. I wonder if she'll be a bit more like this after tonight. I also liked this position, since I could get a clear look at the girl's face when we were close like this. I also liked it when they're sitting on me as we hug. I think both are very intimate. I stopped kissing her as she looked at me longingly. You're really cute, Rainier, I muttered before kissing her again. She was happy with my comment, as she had renewed vigor as she increased her tongue play. This time, she's the one who stops kissing me. I want you to hold me close while we kiss, she cutely demanded. I silently complied as I leaned in, and she wrapped her arms around me. A sweet fragrance filled the air. Anytime I exchanged a kiss with the girls, it always felt electric. Did closeness do this or something? I kept swaying gently as we embraced, all the while one of our free hands were intertwined with each other's. I was still quite sensitive from earlier, so I felt a wave of emotion building up inside me. So I increased my speed slightly while still being gentle, since that's what Rainier wanted. You're almost there, right? I can feel it. You're getting bigger inside me, just like Penemu-sama, she murmured between kisses. Silently holding her body close, I began moving a little more intensely, but not too intensely, while keeping a steady pace. At the same time, I gently pulled back from our kiss. Ashul, yeah, W, what did you do? I feel even more overwhelmed than just a few seconds ago, and no, I'm about to lose it again, Aaron, she said in a slight panic. It's too much, Rainier, I whispered into her ear as she clung to me, her breathing growing more urgent. With one final surge, I pulled her close and let myself go completely. Aha! Rainier cried out in overwhelming release, as did I. Haya. I trembled again as I kept holding her close. It felt never-ending. And in NH, it's so hot. You're so hot. I feel like I'm burning, she breathed out. She looked at me before kissing me again. A normal kiss, unlike the sloppy ones we had earlier. Thank you for being gentle with me, she said, and kissed me again. I love you, Aaron. I love you too, Rainier. I pressed my forehead against Rainar's as she closed her eyes and happily smiled at me. Afterward, they rested together quietly, the moment peaceful and tender between them. But I was also satisfied with it. It was Penemu's first time, and she fell asleep right away. Meanwhile, Rainier also drifted off to sleep after our time together because it was her first experience. I quickly cleaned up all three of us and fixed a bed. I lay in the middle and had both of them at each of my side. I'd say this was a successful day. I better get some sleep too, I mumbled and closed my eyes. The next day, we arrived safely back in Kuo. Although it was already 5 in the afternoon, we left around 11 in the morning after having breakfast and having a short sightseeing adventure around the place. Earlier in the morning, Rainier was texting someone. She said it had to do with the rating game tournament, so we left it at that. However, once we arrived at home, Aaron, come here, Aquino said and dragged me into the living room. The two with me also followed after us. Once we were there, we saw the TV screen. It had information regarding the upcoming matches of the tournament, and one of them caught my eye. Huh, said a feminine voice. I looked up and saw Aurelia there with a grin plastered across her face. She stared down Rainier, and she did the same to her. On the screen, one of the upcoming matches was shown Team Golden Rakshasa versus Team Lightning. You told Barrichello that you were joining his team, were you not? I look forward to our match, Rainier, said Aurelia. I did inform him this morning, yes. It was sort of last minute, but I'm looking forward to it, too, Aurelia-san, replied Rainier. The other two who were in Aurelia's team were also in the room, and they stared at Rainier too. May the best team win, Rainier-san, said Rossweiss. I look forward to playing with you, Rainier-sama, added Ravel. Yeah, good luck, she replied. Even though we just got back from our date, the fighting spirit in this home just ramped up significantly. However, all of them were smiling at each other. The next rating game I looked forward to seeing was definitely between those two. Chapter 2. Part 2 of Dragons and Oni's Erentul's soliloquy. 3 days have passed since my date with Rainier and Penemu, as well as the announcement of Team Golden Rakshasa versus Team Lightning. Both teams and the players in them have gone into different dimensions to train. They asked me to make one for each of them, and I did. In 3 days, their match will begin, but for now, other matches were taking place too. I was also contacted by Hirokazu Miller, my fan from America, and the one who asked to be my subordinate that his team was doing well in the tournament. Hirokazu was the king of his team, while Kita, rank 8 Eradicator, was the queen. His cousin, Daiki Kimura, as far as I could see, was their pawn. Another person was also their pawn. and the rest of their team were their comrades. Whatever training Kita put them through, it made them stronger. The hyper-regenerative chambers that I installed in the Alliance's realms also helped them get stronger. Apart from that, Team Rias Grimmery, Team Sona Citri, Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor, Team Slash Dog, Team Imperial Purpur, Team Trump Card of Heaven, Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star, Team Golden Rakshasa, and various others were doing well in the tournament. Not a single one of them has lost a match yet. There were also other teams from Team DXD that were participating, and they were doing well for themselves, too, not to mention the other teams that were favored to do well. Team Vidra led by Indra, Team Leisure of the Kings led by Typhon, King of Monsters, and it also had several gods in it. Team Black led by Surtur, Team Phoenix led by Ruval Phoenix, Team Azura led by Mahabali, Team Shooting Star led by Shooting Star, Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King led by Zeno, Grim Reaper. It also had the artificial Super Devils, but for now, only Grim Reapers were present in the team. Team Journey to the West led by first-generation son Wukong, Team Lightning led by Barrakiel, Team Seekvera Agars, Team Riser Phoenix, Team Zatuji, and various others like Team Shinto, led by Hachiman and Raijin, were also in it. Right now, I was in college, well outside since it was my break, and my two friends joined me, Higuro and Kikiho. "How's the tournament coming along, Gene?" asked Kikiho as he sipped on his drink. "I heard it was pretty intense, right? You're the one who fulfills the wish at the end, right?" "It's going well so far. Thankfully, no attacks at any of the venues, and an upcoming match is highly regarded since one of my subordinates is leading the team. The other is my father-in-law," I replied. "Father-in-law? Oh, you mean the fallen angel Barrakiel? Who would have thought Akino-san's dad was a famous fallen angel in history? It's kind of terrifying, you know," said Higuro. "I still can't believe you proposed to so many women too, and they accepted. Just give up, man. We can't match harem god, King Emperor Skyward here," Kikiho said in defeat. "Oh, right, we saw your exhibition match thanks to Abe-san. And holy shit, man, you summoned a meteor. Before that, you did a combination technique with your foreign girlfriend. I want to try something like that shit. Can we learn magic?" asked Higuro. I looked at them seriously and said, "If you choose to, you're further endangering your lives, since you're fully stepping into the supernatural. You guys only know about it, and now you're watching the tournament games. If you go any further, you'll be forced to abandon your normal lives. Can you do that? You'll also endanger your family's lives if you do. Whatever evil person or group that you may come into contact with, they might hold a grudge and target them to get at you. So I'll ask again. Do you want to dive into magic and the supernatural?" Both of their excitement vanished, and they looked troubled by what they heard. Man, way to sour the mood. But yeah, I get what you mean. I've asked Shitori-san about it, and she basically said the same thing as you. "Are you ready to have your life changed drastically?" were her final words to me. I didn't think being in it was so heavy, she said. Kikiho. "Isn't she Citri and not Shirtorai?" But yeah, Saji said the same thing to me when I asked him. I don't think I want to get too deep into this supernatural stuff, but if you decide to let the rest of humanity know about it, then we'll have no choice after that, said Higuro. Involving humanity in more ways than one. I have my plans for that, but I'm going to consult the rest of the leaders on this decision. It won't be an easy one. There will definitely be protests and rallies about the supernatural when and if we decide to reveal its existence. But first I need to grow my business and from there Kikiho. Higuro. We heard my friends' names being called, so we turned to our right and saw both of their girlfriends, Yua and Sakura. Since we're in college, we got to wear our own clothes, and they were wearing cute and dresses, and my two friends immediately jumped up. "Hey, Gene," they both greeted me. "Joe, here to pick these two up?" I asked. They both giggled and said yes. "Sorry, man, gotta go," said Kikiho. "Yeah, talk to you later." Gene. Higuro patted my back as both of them left with their girlfriends. I sat there by myself and finished my muffin before getting up. Well, just as I was about to create an avatar and go to my shop, someone grabbed my arm, and I looked at them to finding Wild. "You're free today?" I asked. "I'm free for the next few days. Who would have thought being famous can get busy?" she asked and laughed to herself. Since graduating, Ingvild's popularity as an artist, singer, has bloomed further as she released 2 new albums. They quickly became widely known in the supernatural and the human world. She's known in both as Ingvald Kyrie. However, the few in the supernatural, especially in the underworld as a descendant of Leviathan, and the older devils are trying to recruit her into their faction. The same with Valley. Even though I have no business in their political world, like hell ID like them take advantage of my little brother and lover. They'll wipe them out before they can do that shit, though. It seems Runius has my back, and is slowly convincing or at least staving off Zekrom and his other followers. Maybe I shouldn't have done this? You're being glared at a lot, she said while looking around us. It's fine. It's been like this since I entered the college division. My harem having status exceeds me, and they've hated me since day one. I replied and laughed before pulling her away. As we left the campus, I decided to make an avatar and made him attend my lectures. We decided to go home. Team Golden Rakshasa or Team Lightning? Out of the two, who's winning? She suddenly asked. Are you asking me because I know the outcome, or out of curiosity? I asked her back. Ah, you do know, so it's kind of pointless if we're looking at the facts and both of us know who the players are for both teams. Then Aurelia-san will definitely win, right? On paper, she has the stronger team, but don't forget Kishku. Ezri and Rainier are on Team Lightning. While on Team Golden Rakshasa, they have Aurelia, Akaza, and Edel. 2 Outer God EX versus 3 Outer God EX, and the others who are omniversal to multiversal, I replied. I feel bad Ryuta-san and Bova-san and the other fallen angels that are on Barakiel's team, said Ingvald while looking a bit gloomy. Yeah, it's a matter of survival for the rest of them. Unless the rest decide not to outright bomb the entire map, and it also depends on the type of raiding game they'll have. So in those circumstances, they'll last more than 10 seconds as we talked about the tournament. We reached our home. Once we stepped inside, we saw Rainier in tight sports gear, a towel around her neck and sweating. Owing Ingvald and Aaron. Welcome back. Are you both using an avatar to attend lectures? She asked. After that day, Rainier relaxed significantly. She still has that S-side, sadistic side, of her when appropriate, but generally she's just normal now, though she still has a sharp tongue and is a bit of thunderous still. I have my avatar. Ingvald can just skip most of the time because of her super popular status. I replied, then looked at Ingvald. How envious, if anyone wants to be envious. It's us with your powers. I wish I could come up with a song with a click of my fingers, she said, and I clicked my fingers, and she stared at me blankly. She grabbed my cheek and asked, Why didn't you do that sooner? Because you didn't, he asked. Because you didn't ask? I replied. She stopped squeezing my cheeks, and I turned back to Rainier. How was training with Dad? It's fine. We're all being trained by Kishku and Ezri, and it's quite painful. So many bruises after every session. However, thanks to the slime pills and healing area, we don't need to rest for too long, she explained. I'm slowly turning all of you into masochist, I muttered. Dad is into that, though, so I don't know how to feel about it. I know both Kishku and Ezri are a bit uncomfortable. Oh, right. You're fighting Yoru and Haru tonight, right? They want another test battle, so they can go on other missions. Medusa said she'd have hers the next night, asked Rainier. Yeah, that's the plan. Anyway, good luck with your training, Rainier. She nodded before leaving to take a shower. I think she swayed her hips a bit more ever since she became your fiancé. She's become even more active in seducing you. Huh, I don't remember being like that, said Ingvald. Not everyone has to be super horny, Ingvald. Anyway, let's go to your room and work on that piece I gave you. I told her, and we left for her room. Third-person point of view at the base of the Cow's Order. At the end of the multiverse stood a man. He was a tall, slender young man with blue eyes, fair skin, and black hair. He wore a black turtleneck along with a white and turquoise-colored coat, with gold and smoke-styled accents, along with a piece of jade armor on his left shoulder. Furthermore, he wore gray pants and black high-top shoes with white soles, as well as an oriental-styled jade tassel earring with a lace connected to his other ear. Oh, you're here, Daniel. When a young man named Daniel heard this voice, he turned to look at them. He found a white-haired man with several other people behind him. Oh, Lucifer, you were back from that place? Asked Daniel. We were so. You plan on letting the fallen angel faction attack one of the games in the future? Asked the original Lucifer. I do. However, For now, they can't since they lack the numbers and power. So, I am letting Hades and the Seekers of Truth help them. And when I deem them fit, they can attack, he told them. Daniel and Lucifer stared at one another before Lucifer nodded and agreed. If it's you, then I will trust your decision, said Lucifer before turning around and leaving. Daniel, that was the only name for that young man. He was the one and current leader of the Chaos Order. Who was this young man? Aaron Tool's last and final avatar. In total, he created 3 clones that are active at different points in the multiverse. One of them was in the universe of the Phantasma, and that was Laronia. The other was Kay Zora, who was with Yunuyo and a shadow soldier in the universe of the Evis. And last but not least, Daniel, who he assigned to be the leader of the Chaos Order. Once Daniel finishes his role in the Chaos Order, he will join Ayelet, Evonos, and Sviva in the Fatter Fedora universe, and help liberate it too. Aaron already knew all their plans, and have prepared everything in advance for when they try to execute it. Yet he plans on letting these events occur, for he won't always be in the Draconic Dais, nor will he be always the active leader of Team DXD. As such, he wants Team DXD, both present and future, to be able to function without him. He knew that they did well without him during the war, so he wants to make them even more independent after he slowly leaves the team for the future generation, especially his children who join it. Aaron knew that different groups of Team DXD would start appearing across the multiverse, as they would join the main group that belonged to the Draconic Dais. His first plan was to create one in the Central World, or in Tensura, after he visited there too. He doesn't want to stop there, but he wants to expand all across this omniverse, and help create a central hub for that multiversal DXD team to meet up at. His first plan was for his own home, the one he loved and truly called his own. The Draconic Dais, after that, will be Tensura or the Central World after that. It will depend on how he feels. But he plans on adding the Atolled and the remnants of the Phantasma after being liberated, as well as the Fatter Fedora's universe with the help of Ayelet. Suddenly, Daniel turned around, drew the sword from his hip, and parried an attack that was sent towards him. He was met with a grinning man that was in a child's body. "What are you doing here, Ayuma Duman?" asked Daniel as he brought his sword to his side. Ayuma Duman, the older brother of Jinbu Duman, the inheritor of the Black Tortoise. Ayumu himself wasn't born with his clan's water manipulation. However, he was instead born with incredible luck. Whatever he did, he would always come out on top of it, whether it was in a fight or something trivial. He would always win. Fufu, don't be like that. Daniel-sama, even my luck can't beat your amazing existence. Do you know? A lot of our members in the Chaos Order regularly compare you to the miracle-like existence that's called the middleman, said Ayumu as he put away his sword. Of course you do. He's my master and creator. All of you are in the palm of his hands, being guided to a singular path of destruction, and he's enjoying every single second of it, thought Daniel. Still, that sword of yours is powerful. Can I touch it? He asked and grinned. It's bound to me. No matter how far you go with it, or if you try to steal it, I can always summon it to my side, replied Daniel. The sword he had on his hip was gifted to him by Aaron, a sword called the Star-Crushing Sword Veldanava, in honor of Star King Dragon Veldanava from the Tensura's universe. As its name suggests, anything below the power of a star can be completely and utterly destroyed by it. If his own powers were mixed into it, then it becomes a sword that can destroy anything, much like his master's existence. TCH, how boring. Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to be teaming up with Genghis Khan and the Vampire faction to raise hell. You're fine with that, right? The Vampire faction, Genghis Khan and his army, and finally the remnants of the Connected Harmony, much like myself, said Ayumu. Do as you wish, replied Daniel. Ayumu smiled and whistled. Thanks, I knew you were a capable leader, Fufu. Anyway, see you. Before he left the room, he turned around and added, my artificial sacred gear made by Satinol and Promestine is ready. Cuckoo, I just need a bit of practice with it, and it'll be unstoppable. Maybe I can even beat you? Daniel stared at Ayuma's figure as he left, and he disappeared. That's where you're wrong. Everything that I've done here has been to steer all of your final path to that final location that my master has ready for you. I've also enjoyed my little role as well. I got to do quite a lot of fun things. So far, he looked back out the window. He was staring at the place he saw, where just an amalgamation of colors, the multiverse, was a strange place to look at, especially for Daniel. It doesn't matter how much you struggle. He's guiding all of you to your demise. Not even the two outer gods that will awaken in the future. They won't stand a chance I'll get on with my own mission. They'll leave a clone here and go to that place. He whispered to himself. Ora, 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 ora. Keep on dodging, or it'll kill you, shouted Ezri. He was throwing a powerful barrage of punches towards his team, Team Lightning. Kishku was also doing the same thing on his end. In total, there were 9 players for Team Lightning, the king being Barakiel himself, while Kishku was the queen. Do we really need this training? The fallen angel Tamiel shouted back. I'm a bishop. I don't really need to do close-quarters combat. I agree. I'm also a bishop. Izkoen, please take it easy. Zophil, Aetzel's fallen angel lover, becked. Ezri hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, if you can't survive this, you won't survive anything from Aurelia's team. Now, keep dodging. He shouted back. He felt conflicted, but also knew what he had said was true. In terms of overall power and combat ability, Team Golden Rakshasa had a stronger team. Kishku and Ezri understood this very well, and as such they were desperately training everyone else on the team. Rainier, who had come back to the dimension, immediately started training with Barakiel, who offered to help her, and she accepted. Akina wasn't in our home, but I texted her, and she's in a strategy meeting with her own team, said Rainier to Barakiel. I see. We were wondering why she hadn't contacted us in a few days. She must have been busy with the tournament, mumbled Barakiel. Aaron also came back from college. He's letting his avatar attend, and he's helping Ingvild with her songs, she added. Barakiel sighed and said, if Shuri finds out about it, she'll scold him. Royson will calm her down. She dotes on Aaron a lot and will back him up, and Shuri usually loses in those arguments. Rainier sighed as she saw them disagree with that a few times, but not to the point of a heated argument or shouting. Royson Tools doting overpowered Shuri Heimajima's strictness with Aaron. However, both did come up with compromises for certain decisions, much to Aaron's dismay. Rainier covered her body with lightning and said, it'll be in your care. Barakiel Sanham, let's get back to it then, replied Barakiel, while also covering his body with lightning. In the corner of the dimension that Team Lightning was currently training in was a lone male. His entire body was covered in flame. Sand on his left hand was a blue ring and right a red ring. Atsudara Himejima had joined Team Lightning to give back to Grigori and also face off against one of the teams representing Gene Skyward, the middleman. This was a well-known fact at the tournament and among the ones watching. However, they didn't know that Chow Chow's team was also under his care, so once that was announced in the future, a bigger uproar would occur. Atsudara repelled flames utilizing his red ring, and the flame's speed increased significantly. He had started doing this instead of throwing it himself, as the speed was much faster. He also noticed he could essentially control those released flames using his artificial sacred gear by using his repel and attract on his red and blue rings. Young Atsudara turned to the voice and found both of his team's rooks, Sahariel and Armoros. Both of them had some equipment with them and grins plastered on their faces. Old man Sahariel and Armoros, do you need something? He asked. As you know, we modified Gentru Saji's body to be able to handle all of Vritra's sacred gears, and we could do the same thing for you if you let us the fallen angels do a bit of modification, said Sahariel. Atsudara trusted the guys, but he was still a little skeptical. Did the governor sign off on this? Also, what kind of modifications are we talking about? He asked. Fufu, a way to combine your artificial sacred gear and flame manipulation of the Himejima clan. How about it? Gene Kuen helped awaken your Himejima powers, too, did he not? Asked Armoros. Atsudara nodded. Yeah, he said something was blocking the use of my flames, and also something was blocking the use of my Himejima powers. So he unblocked both, and now I can use the flames, and am generally stronger, explained Atsudara. What if I told you that Azazel and Avetsa have been working on something? A method to combine both your innate powers and your artificial sacred gear? Wouldn't it be an amazing power boost? Asked Sahariel. Is it safe? From the sounds of things, this feels more like an experiment, muttered Atsudara, now becoming wary of the two. Armorose smirked. If you want, we can have Gene sign off on it, or even have him there during the procedure to make sure nothing disastrous happens. Well, if Gene's there, then I don't mind any boost in power, so we can win as appreciated, said Atsudara, agreeing to their plan. He also wanted better control of both his powers, since he had lost a bit of control after awakening his clan's powers. And thus, Atsudara Himejima left to be experimented on what's wrong? If that's all you got, then we'll lose, said Aurelia. She had sent several powerful slashes towards Rosweiss, who countered with a bombardment of magic attacks. I can keep going, shouted Rosweiss. She covered her body in 2k and enhancement magic, then flew towards Aurelia. In a separate dimension where Team Golden Rakshasa were training, two individuals were locked in an intense sparring match. Aurelia dismissed her greatsword and engaged in a mid-air fist fight with Rosweiss. The Valkyrie sent a punch towards her king's face, but Aurelia easily parried it with her left hand and followed it up by sending her own punch at Rosweiss. The speed of her punch was faster, and Rosweiss was forced to block it with a defensive magic circle. Aurelia's attack was still much more powerful than the magic circle that Rosweiss created. The attack shattered it, and her fist slammed into the Valkyrie's face, sending her hurtling to the ground. Rosweiss quickly recovered and flew back at Aurelia while firing several magic attacks at her. Aurelia covered her right hand with her own energy and slapped away the attacks Rosweiss sent at her. The two of them engaged in another heated fist fight. Rosweiss-sama and Aurelia-sama are quite intense in their bout today, aren't they? Asked Ravel, as the queen of the team and with a specific wish in mind. Rosweiss wants her team to win this tournament. She can't afford to take it easy, Edel said as she arrived beside Ravel. Fufu. Well done. That seems to be working for you. Ravel-chan. Ah, yes. Thank you very much, replied Ravel. But what do you mean by a specific wish? Everyone here is aware of the Fated Ones, the thing that connects Lavinia-sama, Denu-sama, Sivita-sama, and Velgrind-sama to Eren-sama. She has expressed her desire to be one of them many times over while everyone stayed in Eren-sama's pocket dimension, said Akaza as he arrived beside them. Rosweiss-sama hasn't given up on that. Perhaps because Eren-sama has already evolved, it may be possible to increase the people in it, hypothesized Ravel. She's the only one who also attained Ultra Instinct Sign to become closer to Eren-sama. That woman's dedication is strong, perhaps her love too, although she's not engaged to him yet, added Akaza. I heard that, bellowed out Rosweiss, surprising Akaza. Fufu, you better stay silent, or else Rose-chan-sama hears you, teased Edel. Akaza's mouth twisted awkwardly, and he turned away and left without saying another word. In another part of the dimension, a certain Nikomata was teasing two dragon twins. What's wrong, Naya? Can't catch me? If you can't even catch me, you won't have a chance in touching Eren, Naya said Kuroka. Yoru and Haru, the two twin dragons that belong to the Shinto realm, and the adoptive daughters of the Dragon Raijin, were having their own match against Kuroka Tuju. Both used their speed to the maximum to try to just touch the Nikomata, but they had no luck. She was too agile and quick for them. Haru muttered Yoru. Let's do that then, replied Haru. Both dragons disappeared and reappeared a distance away from Kuroka. Nia. Kuroka tilted her head, confused by their actions. Haru, who was on the left, brought her right arm back, and Yoru on the right brought her left arm back behind themselves. An explosive amount of magic made the dimension tremble, and everyone who was there turned to look at both dragon sisters. A small ball began to form behind and between them, a mix of crimson red and deep blue. It quickly began to increase in size as both Yoru and Haru began to mix their draconic auras with each other. Nia, Nia, Nia. Oh, I should defend against this, Kuroka shouted and created a defensive magic circle in front of her. Is this your finishing move against Eren? She asked them. The two sisters didn't answer as they kept on increasing the ball between them until it was the size of the dimension ceiling. What's its name, Naya? Kuroka asked again. However, The two sisters thrust their arms toward in harmony, and a powerful and enormous blast of draconic energy blasted towards Kuroka. The Nakomata grinned and increased her barrier's power, and the attack slammed into it. Kuroka held her ground as the attack didn't make her budge. However, she could feel that both sisters were using all their powers to try to break her circle. However, in the end it didn't break, and they ran out of energy and fell to the ground unconscious. Yeah, they should have just said that it was. She muttered to herself before appearing in front of them. Problematic children must rest. In the distance, Uryu, Ryuta, Nikiri, and Bovatanen watched the short match between Kuroka and the two twin dragon sisters. I think we're in the same generation, Bovatanen. Those two are improving at an astonishing rate, said Uryu. Bova nodded in agreement. If we don't improve at their rate, no, an even faster rate, we'll be left behind. They glanced at one another before going off on their own to train. I must train harder. He has accepted me as his subordinate. If I can't get stronger, I can't become his Fong, thought Bova. I don't want to lose to anyone here. Everyone is incredible. I don't want to disappoint Jean-san or my current king, Aurelia-san. I need to become stronger in order to become his fist, thought Ryuta. Neither of them wanted to lose to each other or their own generation. It's yet another win for Team Shinto, led by the god of war himself, Hachiman. It was another fierce and exciting match, wasn't it, Tannen-sama? Asked the commentator. Yes, it was. Team Shinto against a strong team Sacred Jewels, a group of Yukai and hybrids with sacred gears this era. Sacred gears are becoming more common, and more anomalies are being found. It's surely been influenced by that man, said Tannen. Gods and powerful beings alike should become even more wary against such teams in the future. They may even take the first tournament by storm, he added. The match between Team Shinto and Team Sacred Jewels had concluded just 5 minutes ago. Everyone at Aaron's home had come to the living room to watch it after dinner. The type chosen was called Lightning Fast, a short variant of the standard rating game. In the rules of the rating game, it is the rules utilizing the shortest time limit and narrowest playing field. In simpler terms, it is a quick match, a blitz. Within the 1 hour time limit, whoever defeats their opponent's king wins. In the case that neither player can defeat the enemy king, a winning team is decided by the number of points calculated by the number of pieces each side has claimed from the other. In the end, Team Shinto won, with Hachiman as king, Raijin as queen, and the other pieces were the Yamajin of the Shinto pantheon, minus their leader Minamoto no Reiko, as she was part of a different team already. The battle came down to the king, queen of Team Sacred Jewels against most of Team Shinto, with an exception to 2 lost pawns. It wasn't one-sided, but after a certain point, the members of Team Sacred Jewel ran out of stamina and were defeated. However, they pushed Team Shinto quite hard as they had 2 members retire. With that finished, let's go to our sparring match, announced Aaron as he got up. Both Yuru and Haru had healed earlier and were ready to face him. There was a large gallery for the sparring match between Haru and Yuru versus Aaron. The reason for this was because they wanted to join Aaron and the main team on their attack on both the Eevee and Phantasma in the future. However, Aaron has not yet deemed them ready to start. Depending on their performance in this match, he may change his opinion. Otherwise, they need to show that they can face powerful opponents in the tournament for him to change his opinion. Yuru and Haru stood at one end, and Aaron stood at the opposite end. The arbiters of their sparring match were 2 people, Grafia and Royson. Royson wanted to try being one, and Grafia allowed her to. I'll face them using my boosted gear, said Aaron, and summoned his sacred gear. Very well, replied Grafia. We will now start the sparring match between Yuru and Haru versus Jean. Are all participants ready? She asked, and they nodded. Begin, shouted Royson as she swung her arm down. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Aaron quickly donned his new armor during the 10,000 years he spent with the 2 heavenly dragons, Rudra, the previous wielders, Kuntwar and Apophis. He spoke to both Draig and Albion about finally upgrading their sacred gears. Both dragons were fine with it, and he upgraded them. Just like with Shin Canis Lycaon, Demon Armor, Incursio, In Abyss Extinction, he plans on creating replicas of the boosted gear and Divine dividing in the future for his future children and passing it down to them. Both dragons were also fine with it and wanted to record their voices down the line for him. They both wanted to add Easter eggs to them. The new boosted gear armor resembled his Diablo's Dragon God armor, as the main body was mainly black, with yellow accents around the armor and the gems being a deep crimson red. The other changes were that he had access to some other abilities in his BXB, Balance Breaker, and instead of doubling his powers, it quadrupled them every 5 seconds in his gauntlet form. Let's go. Yoru. Both sisters decided to go all out from the very beginning. As soon as they moved, they created a powerful shockwave that kicked up the dust of the training facility. Haru appeared in front of Eren, while Yoru appeared behind him. A crimson-orange aura covered Haru's body, while a deep blue aura covered Eurus. Both of them fired a point-blank shot at Eren. But, barrier, his armor announced, and a black-crimson barrier surrounded Eren, blocking the attacks that both dragons sent at him. It was reminiscent of Issei's Revelation barrier in his Apocalypse Answer arms, but on a smaller scale. Eren cocked his arm back and sent a barrage of normal punches towards Haru, who put her arms up in defense. But to both sisters' surprise, the attack hit Eurus back, sending her hurtling towards Eren. But again, another shocking event occurred, and she passed through him, and she slammed into Haru instead. "Are you okay?" Haru asked. "Yeah," replied Yoru. Both of them faced Eren again and looked at him warily. Yoru then whispered something into Haru's ear, and they nodded to each other. Eren waited for both sisters until they disappeared from their spot again. He stood still and followed their movements until Yoru created several clones of herself, and they all fired breaths of fire at him. Haru then created magic circles around him, and the breath attacks went into them. Those attacks were then reflected around and multiplied over and over again until hundreds of thousands were now hurtling towards him. The sisters' attack didn't end there, as they also added some other magic attacks like lightning bolts, an arrow made of ice, and blades of wind and water. Eren in his BXB summoned the dividing Wyvern Fairy and then changed them to white. Boost. Transfer. He boosted once and transferred the power to his wyverns. They began to glow, and the attacks that both girls sent towards him began being reflected back at them. Reflect. Reflect. The wyverns began announcing and reflected everything back to them. Both girls dodged their attacks and avoided being hit. "Okay, we can't hit him with magic or using aura attacks, so let's use our fists instead," Haru shouted and charged ahead of Yoru. Yoru flew after her sister, and the two of them arrived in front of Eren, who again stood still. Both sisters began throwing punches and kicks towards Eren, who dodged, deflected, and redirected them all. He also did it without moving from his spot. On the bleachers, Bova saw this and couldn't help chuckle, which attracted attention around him. Ryuta, who was near him, became confused. "Why did you laugh?" he asked while glancing at the dragon. "It just reminded me of how my sparring match with Jindano turned out. He did not move from his spot and stood there as he beat me. It was a learning experience, to say the least," said Bova. Ryuta was surprised by this. He knew that Bova had fought against Eren, but didn't know how it turned out. "Ah, I remember that, Bova-san. You did pretty well for someone who faced Jin-san without seeing him fight before, not including videos and the match between him and Cerebel-san," said a member of Team DXD. "Ha ha, indeed. I won't forget that lesson ever," replied Bova. Ryuta sat there thinking about asking to have a sparring match against Eren too, but thought he would ask in a more private setting. However, as they all went back to watching the match, both Haru and Yoru were sent flying by a single punch from Eren. Haru-san and Yoru-san are strong. Even earlier they showed a lot of power and combat prowess, but they struggle against Jin-san. "Huh?" said someone else. "They were amateurs only a few months ago, but they improved quickly now. It's safe to say anyone who joins Team DXD and is trained here improves quickly. But those two were anomalies too. But for them to be beaten this badly," another commented, looking at the two dragon girls with complicated expressions on their faces. Similar comments were being whispered all throughout the area, many wondering what was going through Eren's mind, as he had no change in expression as he beat down any chance or hope for Haru and Yoru. Both dragon girls were now panting heavily with multiple bruises all across both their bodies. Haru took the brunt of it as she started letting her sister become the support. That's their strategy when they're pushed into a corner. Haru, who saw herself as the older one of the two, wanted to protect Yuru. Eren found it admirable, but much more brutal opponents would exploit that weakness between them, and the place they were going to do that a lot, the Eevee and Phantasma. He could easily protect them, but if he did, those two wouldn't grow as people as dragons. Their powers and personalities would stay the same. He didn't want that to happen. "Are you not coming? If not, I'll go to you," he said to them before disappearing and hearing a jet being announced from his armor. "Shit, I need to." Haru had already stretched her arms towards Yoru, and Eren appeared between them. "I think it's amazing how you love your sister, Haru, but your two protective enemies will see this as a weakness and target her when they find out. Yoru isn't weak. Let her defend herself," said Eren as he kicked Haru away and faced Yoru. Eren knew this all too well, so that's why he wanted his lovers and friends to become stronger and didn't want them being exploited like that. His women, friends, and comrades also understood that and trained like their lives depended on it. Eren cared for all the members of Team DXD, and they knew that. So that's why they try their hardest every day. Anytime they come by to train in his home, they feel it each and every time. He would take time out of his day to speak to them, catch up with their lives, and provide food and refreshments for them. Even if they didn't see it, Team DXD was also another family for Eren. So he wanted to protect them at all costs too. Yoru thrust her sharp nails at Eren, who dodged it. "Don't hurt my sister," she hissed at him. Yoru felt the same for Haru, so both sisters were quite protective of one another. They only ever had each other after all. That was until Raijin took them in and showed them love. However, Raijin already knew their overdependence on one another, so he sent them to Jean and Team DXD to get them to become stronger, as well as lessen their dependency with each other. "The same with you, Yoru," said Eren. He then aimed a dragon shot below them, and the area around them exploded. "Yoru!" Haru shouted as she saw the explosion occur and ran towards the site and saw her sister knocked out, but not really injured. Eren set her to the side and looked at Haru, who looked relieved. "Can you keep going after your sister is down?" he asked. Haru was surprised by the question, but nodded hesitantly in the end. She charged at Eren again, but he could tell that her heart wasn't in it. Her strikes were weaker. They lacked any energy from earlier. "Let's end it," he said, surprising her. Eren appeared in front of Haru after using Jet. She held her arms up, waiting for an attack. However, as Eren threw a punch towards her face, it passed through her arms and landed on her face. This sent her spinning and smashing into the walls of the training facility. Both girls were clearly unconscious, and he quickly flew over to Haru and healed her too. "Royson-sama," the announcement, muttered Grayfia. Royson came back to her senses and raised her arm up. "Winner." "Jean." She stuttered slightly before rushing towards Yoru, as did Grayfia. "She seems fine. Eren healed her," muttered Royson. "Yes, of course. Even during a sparring match, he'll prioritize their health straight after it," replied Grayfia. "I want you to scold him too much then," said Royson. Grayfia had a strained smile on her face and explained to her that scolding Eren wasn't needed. Thanks to her, he avoided such a punishment. The sparring match between Haru and Yoru against Eren was done. The winner was Eren, although both sisters found out that they had certain things to work through. Eren Tool's soliloquy: "I exited my BXB after I healed Haru. I brought her to their room along with Mom and Grayfia as they carried Yoru. She looked a bit upset with me, but it seemed that Grayfia had calmed her down significantly. It was clear from that short sparring match that both sisters had things to work through, especially their over-reliance on each other. I'll stay with them until they wake up and see if they'll share their past with me. But if not, then I can't possibly let them go to the Eevee or Phantasma's universe." After I brought them to their room, Lavinia, who had followed us, stayed behind with me. We watched the two sisters sleep for a bit before she spoke. "Do we have the same problem?" she suddenly asked. I was taken aback by this question, but at the same time I thought about it. Yes, we were close, and yes, we were a bit clingy to each other, but were we over-reliant on each other? I wasn't sure about that answer, but if I say no, then am I denying it? Or maybe I just needed a different perspective. Maybe during that period of depression I had here, I didn't want her being hurt, so I may have gone a bit too far at times. I can't really answer that question, but I'd probably react the same way to you, or anyone else really, I replied. I told her my honest thoughts on the matter. Lavinia brought over a chair at the opposite side of the bed the twins were on and sat there. Both girls suddenly began to move their hands, as if looking for something to grab. Lavinia and I reached out and held their hands, and they stopped being restless. Their faces, which were in slight pain, had relaxed when we held their hands. I held Haru's while Lavinia held Yoris. A few minutes of silence later, they both began to open their eyes. "Leader, we lost?" "Where's Nachan?" Yoru called out, and the two sisters looked happy to see each other. "I'm sorry if what I said earlier sounded harsh to you, but I felt Haru squeeze my hand as she shook her head. Mmm. I know, I get it. We've only had each other for most of our young life that we couldn't really function without each other, and then Dad Rajan Sama came into our lives, and he's been slowly doing what you tried today, but he wasn't forceful, so we never really tried that much to separate ourselves from each other," explained Haru. She looked at Yoru, as if asking for permission to tell their story. Yoru nodded, and Haru continued. "Our parents were strong dragons. Mom liked being in her human form, while Dad mostly stayed in his dragon form. But he would occasionally use his human form too, since we as kids stayed in ours a lot. But as you can see, we still like to keep some parts of us out in the open," said Haru, as she indicated with her eyes at a red horn. "After everything that happened, I think our parents were killed by the Cow's Order, or whatever they called themselves all those years ago. A woman in a lab coat was there. She also had some companions with her. But they killed our parents. We were confused and scared. Our dad was strong, so seeing him, Haru stopped to compose herself before speaking again. Seeing him killed so easily was scary and confusing. There were also two others with that woman, someone carrying a brown toy bear and a person resembling a witch. Oz, I remember the woman in the lab coat calling the witch that," added Yuru. "Promestine is the woman in the lab coat. Then the one carrying the teddy bear was Black Alice, and finally Oz herself? Were they resurrected that early? These two aren't too far from my own age, around 17 or 18, let's just check. They were found by a woman after the attack on their home. It was a small community with various types of yukais, monsters, and even dragons like themselves. They weren't associated with any gods, groups, or pantheons. They were just a small community living by themselves. All of them lived difficult yet peaceful lives. This was until Oz, with a few of her growing faction, Sadinal, Black Alice, and the growing Monkai Association, and Promestine, with some experiments, attacked them. Like Haru said, their father and the few men and women in that community went and fought against them, but ultimately they lost their lives. Like many other stories, their mother fled with them, but was ultimately injured and killed. However, Haru and Yoru ran away by themselves after that. They were young, they had no idea how the world worked, and before they succumbed to hunger and the elements, they were found by a woman and brought to the Shinto pantheon and to Dragon Mountain, then left at Raijan's home. That woman was a certain goddess traveling the world at the time. Even though she said she only stayed in Ireland, did she lie? Or did she simply forget? We'll just ask her the next time I see her. They killed everyone, and then Mom ran away with us, but they kept chasing us until she couldn't run anymore. Mom wasn't as strong as Dad, but she decided to fight them and buy us time to escape. We didn't want at first, especially Yoru, but I had to make that decision and ultimately grabbed her hand and pulled her away while she yelled and cried. As Haru told us that, the door behind me opened and in came my own mother. She was outside the door listening in, but decided to enter. She had left earlier, but seemed to have come back here. She walked over to Haru and Yoru before gesturing both girls to get up, and then she embraced them both. Your mother did that because she loved you. Parents who truly love their children will do that for them. Their love will transcend reason and even sacrifice their lives for you. I'm weak and can only imagine your pain, but if it helps a little, I could be a mother to both of you, she told them. Both dragon sisters were surprised by the offer, but their bodies began to shake, and both sisters began to cry into my mom's chest. Did you just get sisters? I hope not. You want to hang out with them? Drake. All right, right, my bad. Don't light me on fire, Mom. Gently embraced them as they kept crying, and they eventually became exhausted again and fell asleep. I guess they needed that Lavinia, or I couldn't have done that. I'm near their age while Lavinia is only a couple of years older than us. Though she's old enough to become a mother, she put the back down onto their beds and let them sleep. She then gestured for Lavinia to come over to us, confusing her. You're also my baby's future wife, Fufu. You and Aoife will certainly butt heads in the future, but I think it's fine a healthy rivalry. But in the end, Aaron has to choose who he has to legally marry, said Mom as she turned to face me. Do you have any idea yet? That's a bit sudden. But so far you already know, don't you? She said, interrupting me. I looked to my side and nodded. Of course, I know. It would be stranger if I didn't. I did look 10,000 years into the future, and not marrying anyone for that long would be stupid. In the end, not many were upset by my choice, and they accepted it. Well, they all got married to me in the end, so... Lavinia asked, looking curiously at me. I pointed in their direction at Lavinia. I asked various others who wanted to, but the most vocal were Shizuku, Aoife, Rias, and Lavinia. In the end, it was only between Lavinia and Aoife. Shizuku gave up since she was fine with just marrying me. The same with Akino, who encouraged Shizuku, and then Lavinia and Aoife to fight for it. Rias also gave up. She never told me her reasons, though, but she was content with passing down her position of heir to Millikas, and he became a fine one at that. Just like with Shizuku and Lavinia, they fought a bloody fight, and in the end, Lavinia came out victorious. I suggested finding a more peaceful approach, but I guess if they have differences that can't be solved through talking or other means, a fight in a controlled environment is usually the last resort. So I really become Lavinia Renitool? She asked, letting go of my mother and walking towards me, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Well, yeah, and the twins that you want, well, we have 3 kids in total in 10,000 years, I replied, scratching my cheek. But our twin daughters are older than our son, who was born around 1,000 years after them. Lavinia reached me before hugging me. But I won't tell her that I fuck up a bit, but I can't stop myself. I spoil and coddle my children in the future, and my daughters become massive father cons and stop looking at me as just their dad around when they're 16. At least my sons find their own lovers, though they did swear off getting harems since in their words. It's a hassle. Seeing you manage yours was exhausting. Would rather have a single lover, Dad. At least they all grew up good people. None of them were too problematic, although I do hope to help my son between Rias and I a little more. Is something wrong, Aaron? Mom asked me. And no, it's nothing, I replied. I'm a coward because I don't give any of them an answer. I just kept running away. I love them, my daughters and sons, but family matters are a bit hee-hee-hee. Lavinia started giggling to herself. She seemed really happy and came closer to lean affectionately against me. I'm your first wife, I'm the legal wife, she sang, and began repeatedly kissing me on the cheek. For the rest of the night, Lavinia wouldn't stop clinging on to me, but Mom seemed to understand my dilemma, but didn't say anything either. Though my relationship with her also changes and becomes a bit strange, hopefully I can get through it all. 2 days had passed since then, and the match was coming closer. Both teams were putting in even more effort, and Atsudara had some strange experiment conducted on him. Just like with Saji, they did something to him, and he's a lot stronger now. I also had a sparring match with Medusa. She's did a lot better than the 2 sisters, so I gave her the task of increasing her own raw power before I allowed her to participate with the rest of Team DXD. However, those 2 also began increasing their individual training. They were separated from each other and began training on their own. At first, it was hard for them, but they quickly got used to it. At the same time, they also found that they worked even better after they rejoined each other to see how they progressed. They could see the previous flaws they had and acknowledged that they were too attached to each other. So they promised each other to continue this kind of training while also mixing in duo training sessions in the future. They primarily asked Scathack and Afe in that regard, since those 2 sisters train like that too. Currently, I was outside a certain shop that was also built during our graduation trip. It wasn't far from my own restaurant, and it was quite large and looked very modern. The shop's name was also engraved outside, Naganohara Fireworks, and the current owner was Yuamiya Naganohara. Boss, why are you just standing out here? A cheerful feminine voice asked me. Turning to my left, I saw Yuamiya with Kuki Shinobu. I had offered both of them jobs, and they accepted. Shinobu was my financial advisor, but since I only had my restaurant and Yuamiya was nearby, she decided to help her too, hence why she's with her. Just call me Jean or Aaron. Boss just sounds weird. Anyway, I'm here to check your store out. Let's go, I said, and we entered her shop. Unlike their normal clothes, they wore different clothes because they would look strange in the human world, or at least they would be confused as cosplayers if they wore them anyway. Kuki Shinobu was dressed in a professional suit that was mostly dark purple, while Yuamiya was a lot more casual since she's the owner. She wore an orange hoodie, a short blue skirt, white-red sneakers, and a necklace. The shop was also quite large. It had 2 floors. The bottom section had various fireworks on display, as well as a small area that had a flat-screen TV that showed fireworks exploding. You could pick the different types displayed in the shop, play them there, and you would know what you were buying. I had suggested it, and she seemed happy with it, so we implemented it. Well, Yuamiya also enjoyed being able to launch those herself, so it was a win-win for both of us. Yuamiya also hired some college students to help her with the shop. So far, she has a cashier, 2 cleaners, and Shinobu as her helpers. The second floor was Yuamiya's own workshop. That's where the magic happens, where she creates the fireworks. I had only visited it twice, and Yuamiya gets in the zone when she's making them. She didn't even hear me when I tried to talk to her as she did her craft. She's very dedicated to it, though it felt like she wanted to make her recently deceased father proud of her, and that's why she's doing her best with each firework she produces. I rearranged some parts due to customers' comments. I didn't expect Kuo to have so many people wanting to buy fireworks. And thanks to Kuki-san making a website for me, my business has also expanded beyond just Kuo, said Yuamiya excitedly. Shinobu nodded. Her business still exists in the Shinto realm since they heavily rely on her family's fireworks. That's been like this for many years, according to my research. So we made a small deal with Amaterasu-sama that they'd receive a 10 discount and we'd have them as priority if and when they order. Looking around the room, there were definitely parts that's been rearranged. Some of the more frequently bought fireworks were nearer to the entrance and cashier. There were also some on display and being heavily advertised, a small cardboard cutout of Yuamiya pointing at it, and with recommended or sale printed around them. By the way, Shinobu, I heard some rumors that Ito has a team for the tournament. I asked and turned to look at her. Shinobu sighed and put a hand on her head. Yes, boss entered the tournament. And because of his heroics during the war against the Cow's Order, he earned a lot more respect, and when he announced that he was joining the Rating Game World Tournament, many flocked to him in order to join his team. I was also recruited, but in the end declined since I would be busy with my new job from now on, she explained. So far they have won 2 games against inexperienced to mediocre teams, but any teams that were experienced or had powerful individuals in them, they were beaten quite badly. They also have no support, so any team that entered the tournament with 0 support were doomed to lose. However, accumulating fatigue and injuries will eventually be their downfall, even if they win all their matches. That's one of the reasons why Team Shooting Star lost against Team Imperial Purpur. They didn't have enough time between matches to fully recover, meaning they went into their next match still injured or tired. Anyone participating in the match, the king and other members have to look after themselves and each other. They have to balance their training, rest, and match participation to ensure they don't exhaust themselves. Those who are backed by other people will get the best facilities to rest and recuperate, and those who do not well, they have to make do. Ito's situation is the latter. They don't have anyone backing them, nor do they have facilities that would help them rest, train, or anything like that. Shuten is doing her best, but Zyoto Vidya isn't exactly a place that's super advanced. It's mostly traditional along with the rest of the Shinto realm. Although I can back Ito and his team up if you want Shinobu. Food, improved housing and where they stay, and a healing area for them. If they make it to the main stage of the tournament, I will upgrade those accommodations, but if not, they can keep whatever I give them, I told her. Shinobu seemed surprised by this and thought about it. May I contact boss first, boss? Like I said, just call me Jean or Aaron, and sure, go ahead, I replied. She nodded and stepped away, and summoned a magic communication circle. Hey, Jean. I turned to Amiya, who tapped me on the shoulder. The cows order, won't attack the places where the games are being held at, right? There are and will be attempts, but they'll be stopped without the fans noticing a single thing, I told her. There was an attempt at sabotaging the exhibition match and a few games that have been played these past few days, but none were successful nor known about. That's what I wanted to happen. Thanks to Daniel and my shadow soldiers, they're dealt with very quickly. Daniel himself disguises himself, and we've only met up with each other on 2 occasions. Just a quick update from himself, he was also the one to set up the meetup since I already knew, but I guess he wanted to see me. Yuamiya seemed relieved and smiled. Great. I like watching them, and you ordered a lot of fireworks for those events, you know. I couldn't make them all, so I had to rely on other makers, she said. Yeah, my bad. I wanted to get them all from you, but it would be a lot of work for you, so I asked other suppliers and makers. That batch is going fine, right? And not overworking you, right? She laughed at me. It's fine. This workload is about the same as when I made them for the Shinto gods, so I'm used to it. However, I did have to share them with Dad, so while it's a little taxing, I can manage, she said seriously. I put a hand on her head and patted her. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. I know a lot of my home, and Team DXD will lend a hand. She grinned and said, Sure thing, Super Boss. Yomiya-san will ask for assistance when needed. Why speak in the third person? I shook my head and ruffled her head as she stuck her tongue out at me. Is my relationship with some employees a bit too casual? Maybe I should reassess how I do things in the future, but for now this is fine. Bojin-san. Boss was happy to agree with it. He apparently recruited quite a few other people into his team, she explained. That's fine, he'll go and visit them tonight. I told her, and she relayed the information to Ito, who screamed with elation through the magic circle. She nodded and asked, What about your own restaurant? You've been missing for a bit while I help with cooking and other jobs from time to time. I usually leave them be since I'm paying them. Lavinia isn't always singing there, so there's no need for me to be constantly there, and Garrett offered to help with it today, so Belzard also followed him. Garrett is a skilled cook, and I look forward to letting him be in charge in the next restaurant I build. However, that will be in the Shinto realm that's also going to merge with Uebami's Inn. For the rest of the day, I stayed at Naganohara Fireworks, helping Yuamiya and her employees. Some of the college students there were surprised to see me, and even more jealous because I was close to Yuamiya. Even after I explained I was her boss, they were still jealous. Can't win them all, right? I came back to the Shinto realm and was in Zyodo, Vidaya, the Oni realm. I was also in Ito's little village that he stayed in. They had maintained the place a lot more after I helped them earlier last year. Seeing as there was still a lot of unoccupied land, I held my hand out and built some 2-story houses and even more homes for the resident, while also adding some livestock and more vegetables for them to grow and eat. The villagers noticed this and turned my way. Shinobu came with me, since she still is close with the Arataki gang. Giant-san, Ito's voice resounded throughout the area. The leaves on the trees shook and a few of the villagers covered their ears. As he arrived in front of me, I karate chopped his head. Don't be so loud. It's already night, Ito, I told him, and he laughed. My bad. Anyway, my team is waiting in my home. Follow me. Oh, and welcome back, Shinobu, he said and turned around. Yeah, I'm back, boss, replied Shinobu as we followed him through the small village. The villagers we passed by greeted us and thanked me for what I did just now, and we eventually arrived at a medium-sized home that belonged to Ito. I didn't build this, so Ito might have done it himself. We entered his home, and it was a one-room home with a kitchen, living room, and bedroom in one room. The bathroom was in a separate room, while he had an outdoor shower. At a table to the right were his teammates. There were some that I had met before and others that I hadn't, but they all seemed either excited or scared of me. I better approach this carefully then. Ito sat with them, and Shinobu and I followed suit. It's been a while, Akira, Jinta, Mamoru. I take it all of you are well? I asked. Igiriga-jis. Jin-san, we're doing well, replied all three. I nodded and said, All right, let's talk about details then. Since you guys are friends with Shinobu, I thought I might as well back you guys up during the tournament. Having said that, Anyone that doesn't have assistance during it will be knocked out and can't move on to the main stage when summer comes. They became tense and stared at me and Ito with serious expressions. They must have complex emotions about this, though I am not sure what kind of wish they want. I can more or less guess what kind of wish they may have given their lives right now. Let me ask you this theoretically. If you win this tournament, what wish would you ask me to grant? If the wish of the leader isn't too large or grand, I can also grant the wishes of their teammates. They all thought about it, except Ito, who stood up, crossed his arms and grinned. To revitalize this village, as well as Zyoto, he declared, surprising his teammates and both me and Shinobu. What do you mean by that, Ito? Care to elaborate? I asked and he nodded. This place wasn't even considered a village, but after Jin-san helped us all those months ago, it started to thrive, even more so after you assisted us again when you came back here with Asai anyway. My wish is for this little village to turn into a small town and thrive, and I guess Zyoto, as well since Anishuten helped us a lot too, explained Ito, while blushing a little. His intentions were in the right place, admirable even. His teammates also seemed to grow even more respect for Ito as they nodded in response to his answer to my question. K-H-H, that's Ito Dano for you, shouted a female Oni as she stood up. She then lunged towards him and hugged him. That's why I told you. Let me marry you already. Their other teammates face-bombed at this, and Ito awkwardly chuckled. Even Shinobu face-bombed. It looked like she knew about her. She suddenly leaned towards me and whispered into my ear. She's Yuhara, the queen of Boss Team. We came across her several times in the past. Boss beat her in various duels, and she eventually came to like him. But she works directly for Shuten-sama, so she's sometimes sent on long tasks, and that's why you haven't met her yet. But those losses in the duel made her start to like Boss in a romantic way, explained Shinobu. Yuhara was a female Oni with long green hair that had bangs that covered the left side of her face. On the right side of her head was a single horn that protruded from her head. She had yellow eyes and wore a black tank top, a black leather jacket, and black jeans. She had a single earring on her right ear and a necklace around her neck. Gee, get off me. I already told you. Things like that are for after the tournament, shouted Ito. Oh, so you're saying that you will marry me? She asked in excitement. Wait, what? I never said. Ito's lips were sealed as Yuhara kissed him. Leaving the two lovebirds aside, Shinobu introduced me to the rest of his team. This man here has 4 pieces of boss pawn piece, Egawa. He's an Oni too. Egawa had short black hair and wore a single kimono that had fish patterns on it. He was a little bit shorter than Ito, and he had a calm atmosphere around him. Imigawa, nice to meet you, he said, and we shook hands. Over there are Boss's 2 knights, Uhima and Sukriya. They're also Onis. Uhima and Sukriya both were short. You could even call them Shota. They had 2 horns like Ito and Egawa. Their skin complexions were both red, and they looked hot-headed as they had slight grins on their faces. Uhima, fastest around these parts. Nice to meet you, middleman, said Uhima. In that idiot's shield, so we're kind of a package deal. Nice to meet you, said Sukriya. His appearance and personality don't match, since he was a lot more humble than his fellow knight. The other pawns are Akira at 1, Mamoru at 1, and Jinna at 2. Remsan and Ramsan have been lent to Boss by Shuten-sama as a singular rook and bishop, but they're not here tonight, said Shinobu. Finally, she looked at the last 2. They had single horns too. Aiko-san is the other rook and Soma is the other bishop. Both of them are hybrids like Yuhara, but unlike her, they both possess a sacred gear. Soma has the sacred gear trick vanish, and Aiko-san has a twice critical. Aiko was a female Oni dressed in modern clothing. She wore a white plain t-shirt, gloves, short biker shorts, and a baseball cap. She had long pink hair and yellow eyes. Soma was a male Oni with bluish pale arms. The rest of his body was of a normal human complexion. He had long blue hair and blue eyes. He wore yukata that was mostly black and white. After the introductions were finished, I asked, "What are your wishes?" One by one, they told me their wishes. In a way, it was relatively the same as Ito's. He took them in and provided them with a place where they could live, and they wanted to pay him back. However, Yohara stopped trying to kiss Ito and came back to us. I want to be married to him. And also, find our parents, she declared. The first part could be done without my help, but that last part was interesting. With that said, we have a game at the same time as Team Lightning versus Team Golden Rakshasa. That game will have more coverage than ours, but we'll do our best. Various other games took place on the same day as Team Lightning versus Team Golden Rakshasa, meaning a single match like that will have more coverage than the rest. And Team Arataki Ito were up against Team Fantastic Dragons, Hirokazu's team. His team was quite balanced, and with him, Kita, his cousin Daiki, and the rest who have good teamwork, they'll provide a difficult match even against God-class teams. You're up against Team Fantastic Dragons. The king, Hirokazu, he's a subordinate of mine, and their queen is also powerful. You guys will have a difficult match, I told them. Team Fantastic Dragons. The fan part was a pun for fan. So in a way, he dedicated his team's name to me, which was a bit much, but he was insistent about it. So it's essentially Team Fantastic Dragons. The guy knew I liked puns too. What a hardcore guy even still. We'll go at him like we usually do. We got 2 wins in the bag, so we'll just keep on chugging, declared Ito as he stood beside Yohara. Thanks for your help, Gene-san. But we'll get to SD strategizing, because we need it. He stumbled when saying strategizing, at least he's trying. I nodded and told him that I'd make the necessary arrangements along with the food before I left with Shinobu. They thanked me and I left. Shinobu stayed behind to help them. It was the day of the game. I was in a VIP booth along with various others watching the match that was taking place in the Azazel Stadium again in the underworld. Originally, I was invited to commentate during the match. However, I handed it over to Azazel, who came to watch, and he fumed at me. Who do you think will win? Asked Suzaku. Everyone gave their opinion, and the one with the most votes to win was Aurelia's team, but in the end, everyone on the team cheered for both since we were all comrades. However, Shuri seemed worried about Barakiel, but she also knows that being hurt in the games is a regular occurrence. Team Lightning has already had a few games, and they came out of it relatively unscathed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most anticipated match today between Team Lightning, led by Barakiel of the Fallen Angels of Grigori. This man is also known as the Lightning of God. Moreover, they're paired up against one of the favorites to win the tournament. Team Golden Rakshasa, led by the mighty woman Aurelia Le Guin, a subordinate of the famous middleman and dual dragon emperor. This team won their matches with ease and even obliterated God-class teams. How will today's match turn out? Now, a reminder to our viewers at home. These are the teams for today. Team Golden Rakshasa. King Aurelia Le Guin, Queen Roswise, Bishop Ravel Phoenix, Bishop Edel Rook Kuroka, Rook Akaza Knight, Yuru Knight Haru Pawn. 4. Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri Pawn. 4. Bovatanen Team Lightning. King Barakiel, Queen Kishka, Bishop Tamiel, Bishop Sophiel Rook, Sahariel Rook Armoros Knight. 2. Ezri Pawn. 4. Atsudara Himejima Pawn. 4. Rainier third-person point of view. The format of this match is called Object Break. The team that destroys the most target objects in the game field within the time limit wins. Also, as with the previous rules, the entire field will be divided into different areas, just like a chessboard. A chessboard-like area appeared on the enormous display screen. As soon as the match starts, both teams will be transported to the dedicated battlefield and begin their match there. The field was tremendously vast, and even if a person had to fly from one side of the field to the other at full speed, it would take nearly 30 minutes. But depending on their position and situation on the field, it would be possible to fly from one end of the field to the other in a matter of minutes. A total of 13 objects have been prepared on the game field. As long as one team finds and destroys a greater number of objects than the other team within the 12-hour time limit, they will be declared the winners. Of course, and needless to say, the other rules of this tournament are still in effect. This means that defeating the other team's king also results in a victory. To add to this, as long as either side destroys more than half of the objects, in other words, the first team to destroy 7 objects will be declared the winner, and the game will end there. Some of the objects that have been prepared have been placed on the field in their original state. while some are in less noticeable positions, and some possibly even hidden in obscure places. The two teams will have to race through this board-like field, and whilst the players are fighting each other, they must also find these objects and destroy them. In addition, if the 12-hour time limit is exceeded and both teams have destroyed the same number of objects, the match will be determined to be a draw. There have been similar matches in the raiding games of the Underworld in the past. Even when a lower-ranked team with a large power gap between a higher-ranked team are set against each other, lower-ranked teams have been able to destroy an equal number of objects to the other team and then engage in a defensive battle until time runs out to successfully draw a tie. This subversion of expectations and the plethora of limitless possibilities is one of the charms of this game. In Team Golden Rakshasa's location, the team were deliberating of various strategies, but is something wrong, Ravel? Asked Rosweiss. The team looked at their bishop as she was contemplating something. I want to confirm something, she muttered. And that is? Asked Akaza. Whether it's possible to move an object or not, she said seriously. Based on the objects prepared in the previous object break games, there have been both stationary and movable ones. If there happens to be objects that can be moved this time, it will become more difficult. She looked at everyone and added, so if any of you encounter an object, please check whether it is movable or not. Now, then everyone, the game is about to begin. After both teams are transported and have confirmed the shape of the objects, the game will begin. After both teams were transported to the field, what appeared before their eyes was a vast natural environment. There were towering mountains spreading out around them. There was also a lake not too far from the forest of trees. A mountainous terrain had been used as a template for this field. In one particular corner stood a steep cliff Team Golden Rakshasa's base camp was situated on top of. A table and a set of chairs had been prepared atop the cliff. A full map was laid out on the table. Just like a chessboard, it was set out in an 8x8 grid, with a single line drawn across the middle separating the north and south sides. The northern half was Team Lightning's territory, whilst the southern side was Aurelius. They, Team Golden Rakshasa, also confirmed the location of the recovery points, with each side having one. Then, a projection from the table showed a three-dimensional image of the object. The object was a statue of a woman with the wings of both a fallen angel and a devil. As they looked at this object, it inevitably reminded them of a Kino. A bell rang around the field at that time to signal the start of the match. After both teams had confirmed the shape of the objects, they announced the opening. And like that, the game began. Aurelia-sama, please begin with our opening statement, said Ravel. A massive grin spread across Aurelia's face as she prepared her greatsword. On the side of Team Lightning, after they were transported to their side, they immediately checked the object and began strategizing. However, both Kishku and Ezri noticed it first. They grabbed the nearest to them and shouted dodge. As they did, a massive and powerful golden slash tore through the field, completely splitting it in half. The dimension they were in shook at the aftershock of the powerful attack. Some of the landscape was also completely obliterated. However, to everyone's surprise, not a single object was destroyed. All of Team Lightning avoided the attack and landed at a different spot. They were all shocked by the sudden attack. Oh my goodness! The king of Team Golden Rakshasa just let loose a powerful attack that cut the field in half. Is this a declaration of war? That crazy old hag. Is she insane? Ezri shouted in shock. It's obvious. She's trying to provoke us. Do not let it bother you. Ezri, said Barrakiel. I know, grumbled Ezri. Barrakiel turned to Atsudara and Rainier. We'll prepare for that too, so we'll leave that to both of you. Atsudara punched his palm and grinned. Leave it to the gravitational flames to rain down some hell on him. He'll do my best. Leave it to us, replied Rainier. She spread open her 16 wings, and Atsudara followed suit by creating wings made out of flames. Everyone go and search the area for those statues, ordered Barrakiel. Keep up our communications with the transceivers that I gave out earlier. Roger. They answered in unison. The match between Team Golden Rakshasa and Team Lightning was about to begin. At the same time, in a different stadium, Team Arataki Ito versus Team Fantastic Dragons was also starting. Chapter 2, Part 3, Team Golden Rakshasa versus Team Lightning, third-person point of view. TCH, I'm telling you. That Daniel boy is working for the middleman, shouted Sadinal. He, along with several other leaders of the factions of the Cow's Order, were in a certain hall watching the match between Team Golden Rakshasa and Team Lightning. There has not been a single notion that shows that Daniel is working for the middleman. We have not found any acts of betrayal from him so far. Why are you so paranoid and sure that he is? Asked Lucifer as he looked at Sadinal in annoyance. It's a gut feeling, Luciferdano. My gut is telling me that he's like some kind of double agent, replied Sadinal. Each faction within our organization has spied on him since he became leader after the fall of the previous one Ignia. He has not done any action to warrant your suspicion, added Promestine. But if you wish, go ahead and monitor him. I am confident that he already knew of our attempts at surveying him. Sadinal shook his head and left the room. Even as the one who truly started the Cow's Brigade along with the Wizards of Oz and sought after Ophis the Ouroboros dragon, they still don't take him seriously at times. His intelligence is sometimes considered below Promestine's, and he detests it. It'll prove that Daniel is working alongside that annoying dragon, and when I do, it'll prove them all wrong, he thought as he arrived at his research facility. What's wrong, Sadinal? Sadinal looked towards the voice and found Ayumu Duman there with a smirk on his face. The man sighed after seeing the young man there. Oh, Ayumu, it's nothing. I'm going to be spying on Daniel to prove he's working with the middleman. My gut feeling is telling me he is, and it's never lied to me before, even back 5 years ago, he muttered and began moving around the room. Ayumu jumped off the table he was sitting on and walked over to Sadinal. You're really obsessed with him working with the middleman, huh? The leader is pretty mysterious too. He only ever gave one speech, didn't he? And he just lets us do whatever we want. I like that though. He summoned his toy-like artificial sacred gear and spun it around his finger. Well, I don't care who or what he really is as long as I have a shot at going wild. I don't care. Also, aren't you just doing all this to be acknowledged above Promestine? Sadinal turned around and coldly glared at Ayumu. There are things you're not meant to bring up, you brat, he told him before turning around. Ooh, it's scary. Scary, I won't bring it up again. Sadinal chortled Ayumu. Anyway, I'm going off to a few other countries to keep on testing this baby out. Can I borrow some of those hybrids to take with me? I doubt you'd let me take your prized Abyss team. Take the failures and rejects. The Abyss team is off limits, replied the fallen angel without turning around. Yeah, you see around, Ayumu waved his hand while walking away. Meanwhile, Sadinal was mumbling to himself. He slowly lost his mind, and it was part of Aaron's plan. The seed of doubt was planted after he evolved, and he would slowly drive the man insane. In the universe of the Eevee Atolled, Kay looked to her side as if sensing something. Yanuyo spotted this and also checked on a certain universe before he chuckled to himself. It seems the Raiding Game World Tournament is in full swing. Fufu. Unfortunately, we won't get to go witness those matches on time unless Yanuyo looked up at the sky of the planet they were on and smirked. Cuckoo. Unless Aaron-sama has a different plan for how the tournament will turn out, Kay sliced apart another mechanical being with her sword and said, if Boss has his plans, then we should just leave it to him and not deviate from them. Cuckoo, I never said we should, but it wouldn't hurt to try to make his experience here a little more interesting, no? We did take those 2 shepherds down not too long ago. They were quite weak, though, said Yanuyo. Yanuyo raised his arm up, and the area they were on was covered in a field of large and sharp bones that protruded from the ground. On them, pierced like a skewer, were numerous mechanical beings that were inhabitants of this planet. This planet was another research facility that belonged to the Eevee gods. All 3 of them had come here to destroy, while also tasked on finding items that Risatoras had asked them to look for. Those items were considered relics of theirs. They possessed tremendous powers that could help them in fighting the Eevee. However, during the initial invasion of the Eevee, they were stolen. However, after a certain mission by the Atoll faction, they managed to retrieve it, only to have their own ship blown up, scattering the relics on different planets due to the explosion blast. Did you find any? Kay asked the Shadow Soldier. The shadow soldier nodded and produced a rock that shimmered with a mysterious power. Oh, this is, I see, the seed that they needed in their current base to increase its own defenses. According to Observe, it's called the linodite. There used to be an abundant amount before the EV destroyed most of them and replaced them with their own cores to power a ship or planet, explained Yanuyo. Linodite, isn't this just its raw state? If we could refine it and harness its power, then it could probably become something even more powerful. Should we send this back to the boss before we hand it over to Risatoris? Asked Kay as she examined the rock-like object. And here I thought I was the only one with those types of ideas. It would certainly become even more powerful for their use. Very well, I will send it to him, said Yanuyo as he used his transceiver to speak with Aaron. Kay turned back to the shadow soldier and asked, "Where did you find it?" The shadow soldier pointed to the north. It was buried deep underground. I sensed its power, so I dug my way through and found it. There are multiple more rocks like those across this universe, by my estimations, around 17. 17? Then let's go get all of them before the EV, try to get their hands on them. Though that seems unlikely since they replace them with their own cores, but I think ITLL be more beneficial for the atoll in the long run, said Kay. The shadow soldier nodded and created a small map made of shadows. It was a map of the universe, and at numerous points were purple lights that shone. These are the planets where said rocks are at. I sense life signatures on them. Some are hostile, while some are neutral. We will need to battle in some of them. Kay-sama, said the shadow soldier. Kay looked at the map and saw that they were quite far apart. Can we get to them by just teleporting? Yes. Then we'll do that, she said, and looked at Yanuyo, who had finished speaking to Aaron, and the linodite he had was gone. Let's go to the closet one and go from there. Very well. Aaron-sama said he'd give it back to us once he's done with it. He sounded interested in it. He may even produce more of them. Cuckoo. How about we send the rest to him and see how that turns out? Yanuyo said with a smirk on his face. I would label you as chaotic good or chaotic neutral, said Kay. Thank you for the compliment, Kay shook her head before teleporting all of them to a different planet. In the universe of the Crepuscule Phantasma, in a certain planet that they resistance were stationed in, a woman had just arrived after a long mission she had been sent on. She entered their base with numerous people welcoming her back. Greetings, Savina, I'm back, said the woman. Savina, one of the leaders of the resistance, turned around and saw her friend and smiled. It's been a while, Isatha. I take it that your mission was a success? Asked Savina. Isatha was a woman with a slender yet toned body. She stood at 58 with long and straight black hair. She had wine-red eyes with a scar running down her left eye. She had a cross-shaped earring on her right ear and wore a mainly black with red wine accent military attire. She wore a large black coat behind her back and had tattoos on her left arm. On her hip was a book. Yes, of course, by the way, where's Chow Chow and his team? She asked while looking around the base. Savina smirked and asked, "Oh, are you already missing your lover?" In response to this, Isatha's cheeks turned red. I was simply asking about his whereabouts, she replied and glared at Savina. The leader laughed at her reaction and said, he and his team have departed. A different person, an avatar of the outer god, came and told them to go back to their universe. However, rest assured that Laronia said that they would eventually come back along with the rest of Team DXD. Upon hearing this, Isatha became a little disheartened. However, the current Isatha was very different from when Chow Chow and his team met her. She was on guard with everyone with the exceptions of the leaders of the resistance, Savina, Echelles and Ramlar, and Sekudia. Her life before the resistance was a difficult one, and she held no trust in anyone. However, with the help of Chow Chow, his team, and the leaders, she began opening up. It took a long time to get to that point, but in the end, Isatha began to harbor romantic feelings for the spear-wielding young man from another universe. Chow Chow himself was oblivious until Leonardo of all people told him of Isatha's feelings for him, and he began to notice the things she did. In turn, Chow Chow himself found a strange feeling bubbling inside of himself. I see, well, at least they will come back, and until that day comes, I will continue with my own work. Where is this Laronia person currently at? She asked. Over at the Twin Peaks, He likes sitting there and looking out into the sky, replied Savina. Isatha was confused, but also became curious. She heard many stories concerning outer gods, but had never interacted with one before. As such, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to converse with one, even if she was only speaking to its avatar. I will go introduce myself then, she told her leader before bowing and leaving. Savina stood there and smiled. Just a few months ago, something like this would be impossible. Perhaps joining hands with that universe was a good plan after all. Savina heard many things about the outer gods through Fumara, as she used to be close to her before they went their separate ways. While Fumara idealized the outer god Magnum Tenebrosum, Savina feared him for everything that he had done. She tried to reason with Fumara, but got nowhere, as she had become a fanatic at that point along with her current right hand, Ive. If possible, Savina would like Fumara to revert back to her old self, but she also knew that it might be too late for it, and as such she would like to be the one to end Fumara's life. She believed that it would be better to have her former friend's life end by her own hands, and would ask Aaron in the future if it was possible. Changed through the power of Chow Chow and his comrades, they managed to change Isatha. I heard many tales from them about the outer god of their universe, that man has changed their world and the people in it, but with the way they told their stories, it seems he himself isn't aware of that power of his. The power to change people's hearts. Savina believed that it was the outer god's most powerful ability. To change former enemies to his side, influence the opinions of others through his simple actions and heroisms, but at the same time, not seeing himself as a hero, but just someone selfishly doing things he wanted. A smile adorned her face. I'd like to meet you soon. Outer God no, Gene Skyward. You sound like an interesting person. At the peak of Twin Peaks sat Laronia. When he didn't have a job to do, he would come here to look at the scenery of this world. After he sent back Chow Chow's team, the planet they currently used as a base became completely untraceable by anyone except Aaron or the ones that knew where it was. To outsiders, there was nothing here, there was no planet, there were no signs or signatures of life. Not Fumara, Ive, the Eradicators, or even an outer god could find this place. As long as Aaron willed it, it would never be discovered. The only way for one to know that this planet and its inhabitants existed was if they were given permission by Aaron himself to know it existed. Are you Laronia? Laronia glanced behind him and saw a woman with black hair. I am. You're Isatha, right? Gaugaus Lova. Know you harbor feelings for him, though, said Laronia, making Isatha blush. Isatha didn't know how to respond to that. She had only met him just now, and yet he already knew of her feelings towards Chow Chow. Did he tell him? No. From what Savina told me, they didn't interact that much, and he only came to retrieve them before sending them back to their universe, thought Isatha. She shook her head and stood beside Laronia and looked out at the sky in front of them. If you're here to ask about Chow Chow, then he's participating in our world's rating game world tournament, said Laronia. He then explained what it was and the grand prize at the end. Perhaps he will ask for this universe to become peaceful, so you two can be together. Upon hearing that, Isatha turned her head away and blushed. She had found herself blushing more and more often because of Chow Chow, and she was unsure on how to feel about it all. She liked the feeling she felt, but at the same time it gave her a bit of uncertainty and anxiety. It was an unknown path, a path she hadn't been down before, and it gave her a lot of worries. Though that's just speculation for now, Laronia lied. Out of the avatars, he freely used the abilities they had access to. While most only used a certain set that suited them as individual people, he practically acted like another Aaron. He frequently looked into the future, used his reality manipulation to a certain degree, but he generally followed his creator's orders. The universe that he was in, it was a very cruel one, but the future he saw his master create was a much better one than the one he had envisioned. How long until they come here? Isatha asked. In a few months, and by then, and by orders of my master, only half of the current power of the Phantasma will remain. I will slowly and methodically erase them, he told her, surprising her. The ones in the it told universe will also have the same thing done to them. My master will come to both universes guns blazing. You have such a strange way of speaking, but I will take your word for it, replied Isatha. However, she soon noticed a change in mood. Is there something wrong? She noticed that Laronia's face had become quite serious and stiff. Eradicator, rank 16, Eleanor. My master will hate her, just like how he hates certain people in his life so far. Isatha became confused, but listened to the young man. Do you know about her first planet she conquered before becoming an Eradicator? The first planet she used to build up her own army and group? Do you know what it's called? Asked Laronia. Of course. Who wouldn't know? It's quite infamous. A planet that even the strongest of warriors cannot conquer, a planet full of vengeful spirits of dead. Like children, anyone who steps foot there will be burned by flames so powerful that even your soul will be scorched. My master hates seeing innocent people suffer, especially children. Once he finds it, I can only imagine how he'll feel about Eleanor as a whole, said Laronia. He then got up and sighed. Let's work together to liberate this universe before my master comes here. If Chow Chow trusts you, then I have no reasons not to. Laronia put his hand forward, and Isatha shook it. Let's get along then, Laronia. Likewise, powerful shockwaves were produced at various points on the raiding game field, where Team Golden Rakshasa and Team Lightning were facing off at. The Queen of Team Lightning, Kishku, and Rook of Team Golden Rakshasa were fighting in a wooded area. Their fists blew away the surrounding trees around them. Are you sure the Queen should be facing the Rook right now, Kishku? Asked Akaza. All Electa are equal to kings or queens in the raiding games. Whether I face you, Aurelia-san, or Edel-san, wouldn't matter. The rest will need to fight each other to grow stronger, said Kishku. Akaza smiled. Are you saying we're just bidding time, then? If you see it as such, replied Kishku. They sent powerful shockwaves at each other, and they collided, further destroying their surroundings around them. Only a few minutes had passed since the initial start of the game and Aurelia's greeting. However, not a single team had destroyed an object yet, so the points were tied so far. Team Lightning has destroyed an object. They've gained 1 point. It seems my team has gained a lead, Akaza-san. I wonder who will win in this game, asked Kishku as Akaza grinned. Well, time will only tell, won't it? Said Akaza as their fists connected again, producing another powerful shockwave. They've taken a point, but do not panic. We will take a point back, said Ravel through the transceiver. This is Kuroka Naya. I found an object, Naya. It's around 30 centimeters in size, Naya understood. Please see if it's movable before destroying it, replied Ravel. It can be moved, Naya. What do you want me to do, Naya? Since it can be moved, we'll need to change our strategy for this game. We want to destroy it, but we'll keep it as a weapon of our side. We'll move it first, and then destroy it in a location that will be favorable to us, said Aurelia. Indeed, this can be used as a weapon against their king. The way these objects are used will change the direction of the entire game, said Ravel. If that's the case, would it be safe to assume that our opponent has gotten 2 or maybe even 3 objects themselves? Asked Uryu through the transceivers. Unlikely. I have not seen them take any of them so far. However, they are close to some of them, and Ravel has sent everyone in the correct directions, added Aurelia. She wanted Ravel to lead the team. Aurelia, Akaza, and Edel were only there at Aaron's request. Aurelia and Akaza wanted to participate to be able to fight strong opponents, so it worked out for them, while Edel did it for Aaron. Since the construction on Aaron's dimensional gap base was all but done, she was free to do what she wanted like Celestin. So should I destroy or keep this one, Naya? Kuroka asked again. In my opinion, this one should be saved. Finding the second one as soon as possible is the most logical thing. What do you think, Aurelia-sama? Asked Ravel. Keep it. However, I would like to leave the decisions to you, Ravel. So from here on out, please listen to her orders, ordered Aurelia. She got a resounding yes, ma'am, from everyone. Kuroka-sama and Raswai-sama. If possible, please meet up so we can begin analyzing it. Raswai-sama, I leave everything up to you in that regard, said Ravel. Understood. Both Kuroka and Raswais replied in unison. What Ravel had in mind for the object was for Raswais to analyze it and create a technique in locating the rest on the map. Aurelia, Edel and Akaza already knew where the rest were. So did Kishku and Ezri. However, they themselves have left it up to their other teammates to find and play the game. Aurelia-sama, regarding that from our earlier talks, I will contact you when it's relevant. Umo, when the occasion comes, I will use my powers, replied Aurelia. Team Golden Rakshasa has destroyed an object. They have gained 1 point. Immediately after they destroyed an object, another announcement was made. Team Lightning has destroyed an object. They have gained 1 point. Aurelia's team had 1 point while Barakiel's team had 2 points so far. It seemed Team Lightning was using the Fallen Angel's experience over the power of Team Golden Rakshasa' raw power to find the object around the map. They did have various researchers in Grigori in their team after all. This is Haru. I'm under attack. I'm planning to engage, Haru said through the transceivers. Haru had been tasked by Ravel to go east and explore that area. Her sister was sent to the west to explore that side. Currently, both sisters were separated from each other. Very well. Try to find out why they're there, replied Ravel. Nia. Kuroka here. Rose and I are being attacked too. Aurelia, the king of Team Golden Rakshasa, was also exploring a part of the game field when a flash of lightning suddenly struck the ground in front of her. She grinned and found the king of Team Lightning in front of her. This must be fate, Aurelia, said Barakiel. Wow, a battle between the kings is about to occur. Who would have thought that both kings of the teams would find each other? The announcer shouted. Kick her ass, Barakiel. Oh wait, I have to not be biased. Kick each other's asses, you guys. Azazel shouted. Fufu, Lightning of God, a very flashy title indeed. I always wanted to fight you, Barakiel. You are Aaron Samus' father-in-law after all, said Aurelia as she summoned her greatsword again. Lightning crackled around Barakiel's arms as she stared back at Aurelia. Even if you were his subordinate, I won't go easy on you. As Akino's father and as a husband, I have to look cool in front of them. Aurelia grinned even more, but Barakiel started throwing lightning attacks at her, to which she deflected the attacks using her greatsword. The fallen angel then flew towards Aurelia while keeping up his assault, and the woman stood there waiting for him while deflecting his attacks. Before he could arrive in front of her, a large and bright blade of light struck the ground between them, shocking Barakiel. They both looked up and saw Rainier. She flew down and floated beside Barakiel. What is this? Team Lightning's pawn suddenly interrupted the match between kings. The announcer shouted in surprise. Yeah, Fakiing up Hainati. Barakiel, shouted Azazel. Rainier, I thought you were. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a powerful surge of lightning and flames erupted in the sky. Large meteor-sized balls of flames and lightning coating them crashed all over the field. Yeah, now what? It seems like a powerful attack was unleashed by Team Lightning's other pawn. Fufu, we predicted that might happen, said Aurelia. Everything was found, right, Rossweiss? Yes. After analyzing the object, I managed to find the rest. Everyone else who were near them managed to cover them in a power barrier, preventing their destruction, replied the Valkyrie. It wouldn't be fun if you didn't do something like that, Aurelia-san, said Rainier. Barakiel-sama, I want to fight her too. Please let me. All right, let's fight her together, replied Barakiel. Huh, even better, let's go then, bellowed Aurelia as her power surged and they were blown back. Make this entertaining for me. I will be support, Rainier. I don't stand a chance against her. However, since you're stronger than me, I will leave it to you, said Barakiel, and Rainier nodded. Rainier silently created a sword made of light and prepared herself. Aurelia couldn't wait any longer and dashed towards the two. Barakiel let forth bursts of lightning toward Aurelia, who blew her breath towards them, destroying them. Rainier also flew towards her, and their weapons collided. The skies of the raiding game field were split. The clouds above them had turned inwards and began flowing backwards into itself. Ho! When did you learn to wield a weapon, Rainier? Aurelia asked, as their blades blew apart their surroundings. Lian-sensei and Aaron taught me, shouted Rainier as she struggled to match Aurelia's raw power. In the back, Barakiel did his best to keep up with both women, but he himself felt like an ant trying to aid a god in a god's fight. Even though I said that cool and small speech, I'm not really doing anything, thought Barrakiel as he watched the two ladies in front of him slice reality around them. They'll go help the rest of the team, he mumbled and left. P-player Barrakiel has just left the area. It seems like he's retreating to help the rest of his team. Well, would you try to jump into that? Those are like two gods fighting each other. If you did, you'd probably end up retiring, said Azazel, which made the announcer awkwardly laugh. Fuhahaha. Well then, show me your swordsmanship, roared Aurelia as she covered her great sword with a golden aura. That's what she used to kill Trihexa. He'll take it head on. Rainier also increased her aura and dodged the strike that was aimed at her at the last second. Raynar's life flashed before her eyes as the attack passed her. She then followed up by thrusting her light sword at Aurelia, who caught it with her hand and smirked at the woman. Not bad at all, but a powerful explosion erupted behind Rainier. She glanced back and saw that part of the field was completely missing. Team Golden Rakshasa has destroyed 2 objects. They have gained 2 points. 2 rooks of Team Lightning have retired. While Rainier hadn't expected 2 of her teammates to be knocked out already, but regarding the powerful attack Aurelia had used, it only made sense. She did remember those 2 going to that area to look for objects to destroy. Fufu. I guess I got lucky, said Aurelia as she pushed Rainier away. The fallen angel looked back at Aurelia after recovering. What do I do? I can't match her in power. That best strategy now is to preoccupy her until the end of the game. I just have to trust the rest can handle themselves. But Edel and Akaza are still here, but they Kishku and Ezri can deal with them. Meaning if you're relying on the rest of your team to pull through, it's not a bad decision, Rainier. However, do the rest of them have the will and drive to push past their limits and win this game? Asked Aurelia. Rainier had no answer to that. She wanted to say of course they do, like a hot-headed youth, but she couldn't. She wasn't sure if they had the same feelings as her. Atsudara had different reasons for joining. So did the Fallen Angel researchers. Even Sophiel, Ezra's lover, only joined because of him, and the 2 elected that were with him joined because of Aaron's suggestion. I just have to put my trust in them and hope that they pull through, replied Rainier. She summoned millions of light spears around her and aimed them at Aurelia. That's all I could do. I like it. Come. Fallen Angel. Aurelia charged towards Rainier as millions of light spears were aimed at her. Fufu, I can't let you run around too much, Ischan Edel said while watching from afar. She, along with Yuru, were facing Ezri, the sole knight of Team Lightning. Damn it, Edel, stop summoning so many trees, roots, and plants, shouted Ezri in frustration. Yuru appeared in front of Ezri and slashed her claws at him, to which the Electa dodged it quite easily. He sent a punch towards her, but a large branch blocked it and protected Yuru. Damn it. Still. In response to Ezra's anger, Edel giggled to herself, further angering him. Instead of playing her game, Ezri began to run away, but a crimson-orange flaming foot appeared in front of him and slammed into his arms as he guarded in time. Haru, reporting for duty, shouted Haru. She was then joined by Yuru. It's been a little bit since we fought against someone together. Let's see how well we fare against Ezri-san Yuru. Both sisters looked at Ezri, who crashed through several large branches that were made by Edel. You have to face them now, Ischan. It's an impromptu training session, declared Edel. Huh, are you nuts? Why would I? Ezri was forced to dodge another kick from Haru, but Yuru appeared underneath him, and she aimed for his groin. Ezri countered by sending a powerful kick downward that produced a shockwave, hitting Yuru and slamming her to the ground. He then looked at Haru and gathered Tuki around his right arm and punched in her direction. This created a small tiger-like shape made of Tuki. Haru produced a small barrier, but it was quickly destroyed, and she attacked collided with her, creating a small explosion. Era, that's now nice, muttered Edel as she saw it all happen. She put a hand on her face and brought another one behind her, blocking Ezra's kick, surprising her. I may not look like it, but I do know some martial arts. Ischan Ezra's instincts went on full alert as she backed away before Edel closed her hand on his leg. His entire body had cold sweat, and he looked at the usually closed-eyed woman in confusion and shock. What the hell was that? Why did I back away with the same damn power level? So why? He thought. Edel tilted her head as she slightly opened her eyes to stare at him. A dangerous glow twinkled in them. We're not done, damn it, shouted Haru as she came back. Her clothes were ripped in several parts. Beside her was also Yoru, who had gotten up. We learned this from the Valkyrie squad, and Raswaisen, muttered Yoru. A crimson-orange aura covered Haru's body. Besides her, Yoru's body was also covered in a deep blue aura. Much like Shadow Drive, White Drive, and Walk Your Drive, both Haru and Yoru developed their own drive in a short time period. Both of their powers increased significantly, and they faced Ezuri again. We didn't get time to name these, but who cares about that right now? Said Haru as she changed into a stance. Please play with us a little longer, Ezuri-san, said Yoru, also taking a stance. Fufu, will you answer their request? Asked Edel. Ezuri sighed while cracking his neck. He wasn't expecting to be forced to train people during a game, but he didn't know the strange power that Edel showed him just then. He was confident in his power and fighting ability, but something primal screamed at him to avoid fighting Edel, or it would end in his defeat. Even if they were supposed to be equals in terms of raw power, Ezuri entered into a stance himself and covered his body with Tuki. Fine, I expect both of you to learn quickly, otherwise I'm beating your sorry asses. Yes, sir, both dragon sisters shouted. As they rushed towards him, they threw punches and kicks at Ezuri, who dodged and redirected them, causing them to miss him in the process. Both Yoru and Haru became stronger as they were classified by Eren as weak Satan class, but they still lacked experience in real battles and were still deemed weak by him and a few others, not including their other weaknesses. So these two began to rebuild themselves up from the ground up. From the basics all the way to what they currently knew, they wanted to surpass their older and weaker selves. They're getting faster and sharper with each punch and kick they send to me. They're a lot faster at learning than I thought. Ezuri grinned at the thought and disappeared from their sight and created clones of himself. He then sent shockwave punches towards the two, who managed to avoid most of them, but were hit by some. They both felt pain, but ignored it and kept fighting. Impressive by this, Ezuri decided to attack them too. Each punch he threw at them could knock them out. However, he decreased his speed just enough so they could keep up with it and avoid it. But he grazed them at times, and spurts of blood left those grazed spots. Even our drive can't let us fight Ezuri-san at all, though. He is in that new rank that Leader-san made, thought Haru. What's wrong? Is this your limit? Asked Ezuri as he kept up his assault. Both girls were desperately trying to avoid them. No, both girls shouted back at him. Their powers suddenly increased, and Haru grazed his cheek, surprising him further. A large smirk spread across his face, and he began fighting back too. To Ezuri, these two dragon girls were growing stronger as they fought him, and he felt his own fighting spirit increase in excitement. He quickly knocked them away and stood still. You two are great, haha. I can't wait to see how far you can go in just a year. Ezuri shouted as his aura exploded. A large, dense white aura that resembled a tiger appeared around him. All right, ladies, let's start the real match then. Bring it, shouted Haru as she increased her drive output even more. Yoru followed suit, and the two sisters dashed back to Ezuri. Look at you guys. You're both clearly more experienced than me in fighting, but the fact that you can't fight as a team will mean your downfall. You know that? Asked Atsudara. He was fighting both pawns of Team Golden Rakshasa. These were Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri, and Bovatanen. Individually, these two are strong on their own, but when they fight together, they can't get on the same wavelength, and more times than not, they end up getting in each other's way and sabotaging each other accidentally. Uryu and Bova glanced at each other before distancing themselves from each other. They both had the same goal of becoming a part of Eren's group, Uryu being his future fist and Bova being his future fawn. They're both trying hard to impress him and have him acknowledge them as such. However, we will review our teamwork after this rating game. But for now, our only goal is to defeat you, said Bova as he powered up again. I agree. Our teamwork may not be the best, but the only concern is beating you, Atsudora-san, said Uryu as he entered his Dragon Man form. Huh, can't be helped then. I also don't plan on losing since I want to repay Grigori and Jean after all, he said and covered his body in flames. His hands also glowed red and blue. Bova rushed towards Atsudora first, and he sent a punch toward his abdomen, but Atsudora avoided it easily by jumping up. To his surprise, Uryu appeared above him and had joined both his hands together and slammed them down towards him. He also saw Bova firing a breath attack at him from below. Atsudora used his blue ring to quickly pull Uryu towards him and dodge the flames that Bova fired at him by using his red ring. However, he quickly appeared behind Uryu using his rappel and slammed his foot onto his back while also spreading his rappel into his foot, increasing the speed at which Uryu slammed into Bova. His attack didn't stop there as he attracted the flames that Bova fired back toward himself and aimed it at the two of them and increased the speed using his rappel. Bova quickly pushed both himself and Uryu out of the way, avoiding the attack. To use my flames against me, sly little muttered Bova. He has a lot more mastery over his artificial sacred gear. He must have gotten help from Grigori. I heard from Jin-san that he also was experimented on just like Saji-senpai, and also had his Himejima blood inside him awakened by Jin-san. He's more formidable now as an opponent, unlike back during Halloween since he has a cool head, thought Uryu. Bova, come here, said Uryu. The dragon looked at him for a second before quickly going towards him. He listened to what Uryu had planned and agreed. If we win, I don't care, replied Bova. Team Lightning has destroyed an object. They have gained 1 point. Both teams now have 3 points each, meaning they're tied again. Who will first gain the 7 points? Or will one of the kings retire before that comes? Shouted the announcer. The sudden announcement surprised them both, but they decided to continue on their objective. Bova flew towards Atsudora, who floated in the sky with his wings of flames. The two began a small fist fight in the air, with Bova coming out on top. However, he could still defend himself to a fine degree. You're not bad at close-quarters combat, then, said Bova. Well, I was forced to learn this back in the clan before I left, and in my own travels in the Cow's Order, I was forced to improve them, replied Atsudora. Bova grinned and backed away before throwing small rocks at Atsudora, confusing him. He swiped them away before giving Bova a confused look, but the dragon flew back towards him and began another fist fight with him. On the ground, Uryu controlled the rocks that were thrown. He also influenced the ground beneath Bova and Atsudora as they fought. Originally, he couldn't do this, but since he wanted to increase his battle prowess, he asked Eren for more control over his earth manipulation, hence why he could control rocks that were tossed into the air. Bova waited for the signal from Uryu until he saw it, and charged at Atsudora, who blocked his stomach. Bova had done a reckless headbutt into him, but the dragon grinned as Atsudora was blown back toward the floating rock. Uryu opened his right hand that was stretched upwards, and the small rock expanded, and once Atsudora hit it, he changed it so it would cover all of Atsudora's body, entrapping him in it. He then increased the aura around the rock, and when Atsudora fell to the ground while entrapped on the rock, Uryu added more onto it and reinforced them with his aura. Oh, a smart strategy from both pawns of Team Golden Rakshasa. They used their numbers and still shitty teamwork to pull it off. They're quick thinkers, said Azazel. He then chuckled, but it's not enough. Nice try. But like the governor said, it's not enough, said Atsudora, as his flame's heat increased to ridiculous amounts and melted everything around them. This included the rocks reinforced by Uryu and the ground beneath him. If I didn't have that block in my body when I was born according to Jean, I could have inherited the Juke from the Himejima clan, but I don't care since I can make my own flames this intense. He shouted, and a large shape of a bird appeared above him. It was made of his flames. Let's keep going. Balance adjust. Atsudora shouted, and his entire body was surrounded by the 2 rings and his flames. The 2 rings expanded greatly and formed circles around his body. So did the flames, and everything around them was being repelled and attracted around the flaming ball. Once his transformation ended, Atsudora was covered in a flame-like armor while his body was covered in circles of red and blue, especially at his joints. Counterbalance, gravitational vortex bird. It's a mouthful, but that's the best I got, said Atsudara with a grin. He spread his arms, and everything around them began flying towards Atsudara. Trees, rocks, the ground itself, everything was being attracted to him. Uryu manipulated the ground to anchor himself and Bova to it. But Atsudara foresaw this, fired powerful flames towards them. Bova fired his own flames at them, forcing both to collide, and Uryu raised the ground in front of them to block the flames from hitting them. We need to retreat and think of another plan. Atsudara-san is a lot stronger than we thought, Bova-tanin, said Uryu. Bova wanted to say no and just fight it out, but he knew that he needed to use his head right now and agreed. Both of them ran away to think of another strategy. To them, Atsudara had both the perfect offense and defense by using both his artificial sacred gear and flame manipulation. By using his repel and attract to create the perfect defense and offense, and amplifying his offensive capabilities using his flames. The terrain also became their enemy too, since he almost had telekinesis, and they could be manipulated against them. But they didn't get far as Atsudara appeared above them, smiling. "Where are you going? Let's duke it out," he shouted before pulling both of them towards him and incinerating them with his flames. Both were burned badly, but Tanin, who was a little more resistant to the flames, turned around and attempted to punch Atsudara in the stomach, but saw that his fist was stopped inches away from Atsudara's stomach. "Wah, I'm repelling you. At a certain point, once you reach that vicinity, I can almost create an invisible wall. Pretty neat, huh? Nice try though, dragon." Atsudara smiled and kicked Bova in the face and sent him crashing to the ground. He then followed it up by launching Uryu to the ground using his repulsion. Amazing! Atsudara Himejima, with both his artificial sacred gear and flames, is unstoppable. Both pawns of Team Golden Rakshasa are unable to stop him. How'll they stop him? Well, we did help modify his body to be able to do that, just like what we did with Jinchuru Saji, the wielder of the Vritra sacred gears. Right now, you need to be at least a true Satan class or God class being to stop Atsudara Himejima, said Azazel. Aaron, what Atsudara said, Suzaku looked at Aaron, and he confirmed it with a nod. I saw a future where he wasn't given a handicap, and he thrived as the next heir. You gave him the idea of changing everything in the Himejima clan. And with both of you working together, as well as being powerful wielders of your clan's flame, you, along with Atsudara, used a much more forceful method. You hunted down and killed the ones against the changes, he told them. Suzaku's eyes widened in shock. She had thought of doing such things in the past, but wanted to break the cycle of violence, so she held back on enacting such plans. However, she didn't think Atsudara Himejima would do it if he became the inheritor of Juke, the Vermilion Bird. Atsudara Himejima is a prodigy at using your clan's flames, and now you're seeing it firsthand. I unlocked his blocked Himejima powers, and with the help of Grigori, they made his flame stronger, and he could use his artificial sacred gear a lot better, he added. So you're saying you can't see a future where those two win? Asked Suzaku. There are several futures where they win, but right now they're going to one where they lose. So unless they find those ways, they will lose this matchup, explained Aaron. He then looked at a little shimmering rock in his hand, the linodite that Kay and Yanuyo sent him. Now what should I do with you? He thought and smiled at the rock. Barakil-san, I won't let you near that object, said Rosweiss. She had encountered the king of Team Lightning as she guarded the object Kuroka had found. Rosweiss, huh? I see. So fighting you must be fate. As king I will do my job, he said, and sent powerful lightning attacks at Rosweiss. Rosweiss negated them, using her Mistiltine, won much to Barakil's surprise. Barakil grimaced and shook his head. I didn't want to resort to that since it might backfire on me, but desperate times call for desperate measures, he thought, and flew towards the Valkyrie. Coming straight for me? That's how you engaged to Aaron yet, roared Barakil, utterly confusing Rosweiss. How, that's really, will he even marry you? What if he has held out because of all the failures you have done throughout his meeting with you, and until now? He asked harshly. Rossweiss froze on the spot as memories flooded her head, each little mistake she had done in her entire life so far, especially the ones around Aaron. Uncertainty clouded her heart, and her mood plummeted. Barakiel had used psychological warfare. Barakiel fired more attacks at Rossweiss, who barely dodged them. She tried to fire her own magic, but they were very weak. Her mental health had taken damage, and it affected her power. Weak. If you let things like this weaken you, how can you stand beside Aaron? Barakiel asked, almost sounding angry. Finally, a bolt of lightning finally hit her, and she stumbled backward. The attack did little damage to her, but the psychological damage Barakiel had inflicted was enough to slow her down. The fallen angel flew towards Rossweiss after hitting her with another bolt of lightning, with the aim of punching her. As his fist was about to touch her face, a powerful silver aura erupted from her, blowing him backward, which made him hit a tree. Rossweiss's eyes were glowing silver as she stared at Barakiel with a slightly annoyed expression. "You know as well as I do that Aaron's not that kind of person," she shouted. "It backfired," muttered Barakiel. He had angered a sleeping monster, and that monster had just activated true Ultra Instinct. This was an emotionally driven form of Ultra Instinct, as well as an enhanced version of Ultra Instinct sign unique to Goku, but now Rossweiss had achieved it in the tournament. It's up to you to discover your own unique version of Ultra Instinct. Listen to the voice within you. Deep down, were you really? Those words echoed in Rossweiss's head. Back when she started learning to use Ultra Instinct from Aaron and Kuntuar, Aaron had told her such words. She had to find her own one. The one that Aaron had wasn't his own, but after his 10,000 years of training, he also found his own. Now, it was up to Rossweiss to find her one unique Ultra Instinct. "I ain't listening to your feckin' garbage," Barakiel-san. "I'll beat you right now and win," shouted Rossweiss in her accent. The Valkyrie just assumed some strange form, and her strange accent came out. Shouted the announcer. "Aya, who cares? Let's go." Barakiel bellowed out. At the same time, the upper half of his skin-tight suit ripped, showing off his six-pack and hairy body. Lightning surged around his body as he prepared himself to face an angry Rossweiss. "Kya dear," Shuri screeched as she saw her husband's chest. Everyone felt a bit awkward, but chuckled at the scene. "So you're on the way to finding your own, huh, Rose?" thought Aaron as he looked at the scene with interest. "Not bad, Naya, but you gotta try harder than that," Naya, Kuroka said as she defended an object and avoided attacks from Sophiel, Ezra's lover and a fallen angel. "I'm not exactly a fighter, but we needed players to participate," quipped Sophiel as she sent several book-shaped lights at Kuroka. They missed, but began flapping their pages as if they were butterflies and flew back at the Nekashu. Kuroka made fingers guns and fired Tuki bullets from the tips of her finger. The butterflies were eliminated easily as she jumped around while doing this. In a sense, she wasn't taking this seriously, and it left Sophiel a bit frustrated. "Kuroka-sama, please take this a bit more seriously," said Ravel through the transceiver. In the distance, Ravel herself was fighting someone else too. She was facing Tamiel, Team Lightning's bishop. "Yes, Ravel-sama-chan," replied the cat as she giggled. Numerous magic circles appeared around Ravel as Tamiel attacked her using magic as well as his light powers. Ravel didn't need to be careful of the light attacks. Like many others, their weaknesses were removed by Aaron, so she and many others were no longer weak to light or holy attacks. "Daughter of the Phoenix, would you be willing to participate in some experiments in Grigori? Being able to recreate the immortality of the Phoenix clan would be exhilarating, don't you think? Is what my colleagues would want me to say," said Tamiel as he continued his assault on Ravel. "I will have to respectfully decline, Tamiel-sama. I don't think my parents would want our clan's powers to be replicated so casually," replied Ravel. She sent powerful flames to counter Tamiel's attack and neutralize them. "It's unfortunate," replied Tamiel. "However, our plans should take into effect now." Ravel no. Everyone felt a surge of power as they all looked up and saw a man in the sky with wings of flames. It was Atsudara Himejima. He was doing the same move as earlier, But this time it was for a planned attack, rather than trying to catch Team Golden Rakshasa off guard. 3 flame lightning meteors flew in different directions, and the rest of Team Golden Rakshasa watched them as they slammed at specific spots on the field. Team Lightning has destroyed 3 objects. They have gained 3 points. Oh my goodness. Team Lightning destroyed 3 objects, making it 6-3. If they destroyed 1 more, they win. But ha. They really trapped her, huh? Imprisonment. I didn't think they'd aim to do that this far into the game. Bellowed Azazel before going into a fit of laughter. Imprisonment. A tactic that can only be used if the object is movable. A team directs the enemy's king to the corner of the field. They then transport the objects at specific parts, then destroy them. This will lock the king in place. In order for the king to escape, they need to use the special movement, castling, with a rook to escape. Rainier had purposely been fighting Aurelia to force her to a corner of the map. Team Lightning then transported the objects they found around Aurelia and Rainier before destroying them, locking both the king of Team Golden Rakshasa and pawn of Team Lightning there. KHHH. I had taken this into consideration, so it's nothing to worry about, muttered Ravel as she looked at Tamiel. Please proceed with the next plan. Let's end this. Roganiya, Kuroka shouted in the distance. She disappeared from her spot and slammed her elbow into Sophiel's stomach, sending the girl away. But a large pillar of flames erupted in the distance, with several trees and rocks circling around it. 2 pawns of Team Golden Rakshasa have retired. Bovasuma and Uryusuma lost to Atsudarsuma. It's within my range of expectations, thought Ravel. 2 knights of Team Golden Rakshasa have retired. Even Urusama and Harusama lost to Ezri-sama. We're entering the final parts of the game. We have to do that plan now, she thought, and sent a ball of flames up into the sky, which then exploded into the shape of a bird. Team Golden Rakshasa just lost 4 of their members. What a devastating blow. It seems player Ezri and player Atsudara Himejima have won their battles. Team Lightning is also in the lead. Victory is just inches away. Raswai-sama, Aurelia-sama, please go ahead, Ravel ordered. Fufu, so your plan was to imprison me all along? However, I still have Akaza and Kuroka to use castling with. Did you not take that into account? Asked Aurelia as she dodged hundreds of light attacks aimed at her. We just need to destroy 1 more object, and we win, shouted Rainier. Well, wine. Naive, muttered Aurelia. She then heard Ravel's voice telling her to go ahead with their earlier plan. Aurelia powered up to her new maximum power, and Rainier felt a chill as she involuntarily stepped back. An even larger and more powerful golden aura emanated from her body. The barriers around them, the barriers that appeared after those areas were destroyed, threatened to break as Aurelia continued to increase her power. She raised her greatsword high up to the sky and stared at Rainier. My team is known for using both tactics and raw power. We wanted to experiment in this game to us more tactics regardless of what the game was, but alas, in the end we just rely on our raw power. Fuhaha, she shouted. From Aurelia's greatsword shot out a pillar of yellow light into the sky, signaling she was about to tear through everything. Is everything ready? Asked Ravel. Yes. The ones left shouted back. Aurelia-sama. This is the end, said Aurelia before she swung her sword down, unleashing an almighty slash that tore through the rest of the field. Rainier flew in front of it as she tried to stop or slow it down. She used everything in her, but the difference in strength was too much. Not yeet, she shouted as her own body was slammed against the barrier. Said barrier was then destroyed as she kept going and tore through the rest of the field. But Team Golden Rakshasa has destroyed 4 objects. They have gained 4 points. 2 pawns of Team Lightning have retired. 2 bishop of Team Lightning have retired. 1 queen of Team Golden Rakshasa has retired. 1 rook of Team Golden Rakshasa has retired. 1 king of Team Lightning has retired. Team Golden Rakshasa has gained 7 points, as well as retired the king of Team Lightning. Player Aurelia completely annihilated the game's field. However, she also took out her own teammates. The announcer said in shock, "What a suicidal plan. Geez, these guys are either meticulous about their tactics, or just flat out stupid, but it worked in the end, added Azazel. The winner of the game is Team Golden Rakshasa. How did such events come to be? It was quite simple. When Rosweiss finished her technique in locating the rest of the objects, the rest of the plan was to keep everyone else preoccupied, as well as add barriers to protect the remaining objects. Edel, who used her own technique in creating what clones of herself, silently ran around the field to grab the objects and put them at a singular point and covered them in a lot of shrubbery, trees, roots, and vines. She had perfectly recreated the forest at that specific part, hence why Team Lightning didn't find them. Once Ravel gave the orders, Kuroka, Rosweiss, and Edel's wooden clones grabbed the remaining objects and put them in the line of fire of Aurelia's attack that would wipe out everything in front of her. They needed to be quick about it, so escape for the Rook and Queen of Team Golden Rakshasa was near impossible. They knew they would be eliminated by their own king and accepted it, but at the same time, they would win. Rainier, who had no idea of all this, tried to stop Aurelia's massive attack, but it was futile. The rest of Team Golden Rakshasa and Team Lightning were protected by the Electa and their barriers, meaning no one else was eliminated, but the objects that were in Aurelia's way were obliterated. To everyone that watched the match, they were reminded again that the subordinates of Eren were on a different level, and they could do things like what Aurelia did, but didn't, since the tournament would be completely one-sided. But it also left them questioning how would any other team beat them? Simple and petty tactics are useless in the face of true power. We shall burn that into everyone's minds for as long as we remain in this tournament. Well, remind everyone who Aurelia-sama is, as well as us. We were trained by the Dual Dragon Emperor who wiped out the Omniverse. There are few who can do what I have planned for Aurelia-sama after all. When everyone in Team Golden Rakshasa heard that for the first time, they were shocked, not including the Electa, who were amused by it. But Aurelia left those tactics to Ravel, as she wanted the younger girl to grow into a strategist for Team DXD in the future. In another stadium in the underworld, another spectacle had just occurred. Oh my goodness! The match was as one-sided as it could be. Team Fantastic Dragons completely destroyed Team Arataki Ito. The team led by Hirokazu-san is quite well-rounded, but most of their power relies heavily on the king, queen, bishop, and both pawns. However, their teamwork is also impeccable, said the other commentator. Team Arataki Ito tried their best, but they stood no chance. However, they also showed exemplary prowess during it. Their team isn't easy to push around, added the other commentator. Yes, if it were a middle-range or inexperienced team, Team Arataki Ito would have won quite easily. But with more powerful teams like Team Fantastic Dragons, they won't stand a chance. I do look forward to their future endeavors. The type of raiding game played by both teams was the lightning fast game, a short variant of a standard raiding game. In the rules of the raiding game, it utilizes the shortest time limit and narrowest playing field. In simpler terms, it is a quick match, a blitz. Within the 1-hour time limit, whoever defeats their opponent's king wins. In the case that neither player can defeat the enemy king, a winning team is decided by the number of points calculated by the number of pieces each side has claimed from the other. All of Team Fantastic Dragons were on the field, while everyone in Team Arataki Ito was defeated quite quickly. The king, queen, and both sacred gear wielders were the only ones remaining at the end. Yet they stood no chance. Hirokazu Miller had evolved his twice critical to a point that it could be classified as its own unique sacred gear, perhaps even part of the new Longinus lineup. However, he would need to check with Eren to confirm that detail. Who would have expected a new sacred gear to appear, though? Hirokazu Miller-san said he was a subordinate of Gene Skyward-sama. Anyone that's his subordinate is usually blessed with new strength and grows at very odd speeds. Indeed, he is also the prime suspect in the cause of the increase in sacred gears being discovered, as well as increasing the balance breaker phenomenon in this era. It's quite exciting and frightening at the same time. In the room where Team Arataki Ito were in, it was quiet. All members were slumped down as they accepted their humiliating defeat. Their team had come into this match with the expectations of putting on a good show, But reality was different, as they were near instantaneously defeated. Boss Kuki Shinobu called out. She was unsure in how to handle the situation. In the past, this wouldn't have bothered them, but after being sponsored by Eren, they had unknowingly put their own expectations onto themselves. "Why are you guys so down?" Ito asked as he got up. His teammates looked at him and waited for him to continue. Jin-san decided to help us. If we can't make the main stage, then what's the point? We just have to keep on training, rest up and get stronger, and then fight our next team. We can't stop here and feel sorry for ourselves. Today was a wake-up call and reminder there were just small fish in a large ocean, he said, and summoned a comb before combing his hair. With his usual goofy grin, he added, "Let's do our best to make the main stage. But if we can't, let's keep going and have no regrets." Jin-san already told us that he wouldn't take away what he did to our village. Hayahara stood up and stood beside her king. It's like what he said. Let's just do things at our pace and slowly climb up. Being sad and depressed isn't our style. The rest of their team began to speak too, the things they wanted to happen, and I want to eat a luxurious meal, said Jinta, which made the rest laugh. Rem and Ram, who were linked to the team, watched on with smiles as Ito's never-ending positivity brought them out of their doubts and anxiety. "They'll be fine then, right, Rem?" asked Ram. "Yes, Ne-sama. Ito-san isn't the type to let such things bother him. Shuden-sama knows that all too well," replied Rem. "That's good. Don't let defeats like this get to you," said a voice. Everyone in the room turned and saw Eren standing there. "Joe, I'm an avatar, so I'm not the real Gene. I came to watch your match and meet up with you guys afterward." Okay. But since that Hirokazu guy is your subordinate, you checked on him, right?" asked Ito. "No, another avatar is over there speaking with them. Boss is in the other stadium and speaking with the other two teams that have just finished their match," replied Eren, avatar. "Anyway, he gave me this to give to you guys." Eren handed over a piece of paper, and Ito handed it over to Yuhara, who read it instead. Ito could read, but he's not the smartest in the world, hence why he passed it over to someone smarter than him. It was out of habit. He assumed it contained difficult things to understand and didn't want to give himself a headache. "So what is it?" Ito asked Yuhara. "That another avatar of his is in the village and will improve it more, as well as the rest of Zyodo, if Shuten permits it," replied Yuhara before handing it back to Ito. He read through it, and it was phrased in a way that was easy to understand, even for Ito. "Jin-san. No, Jin-sama. He's doing this for an idiot like me. At least tell him that'll be his macho awesome friend that will help him when he needs it. I don't like working for someone, but that's fine, right?" Ito said to Eren. Ito's own pride didn't allow himself to work under someone, whether it was the pride of an Oni or just himself, no one knew. But Eren laughed at Ito and nodded his head. "All right, he'll tell him that. But you guys should get going, otherwise they'll kick all of you out," he told them and gestured behind himself. Ito and his team looked past him and saw some people walking towards their room. "Please teleport us back," Ito asked and put his hands together. Eren sighed and agreed. Seconds later, Ito and his team were teleported back to Zyodo. "What about you, Shinobu?" asked Eren. "I will go meet with Bo Jinsen later," replied Shinobu. She bowed before leaving, and the avatar dismissed himself. "I see. So you're just an avatar? Then where is Jin-san?" asked Hirokazu. He and Kita had joined Eren outside and were speaking to him. The rest of his team were inside their room. "He's at the other stadium talking to the other two teams. Anyway, your sacred gear seemed to have evolved into something unique. It shouldn't be called a twice critical anymore. What do you wish to call it?" asked Eren B. Hirokazu's face lit up, and he excitedly said, "I want to call it." After Eren B. heard the name, he nodded, and they spoke a little more with each other before Team Fantastic Dragons left the stadium. Finally, he dismissed himself. Eren Tool's soliloquy, the match between Team Golden Rakshasa and Team Lightning, concluded in the most over-top way possible, with Aurelia wiping out the last four objects, and as well as many players, including her own teammates. But it was also Ravel's plan, so I'm not sure on whom to pin this on. That match was meant to be Issei versus Barrakiel, and ended on a more emotional note, and with Issei proposing to Aquino. But since I'm not part of the teams participating, I would have no influence on them well on a physical level. However, I have told the teams that I personally know that are participating to aim for me. So that remains to be seen. I also received information from both my avatars that were dismissed. Hirokazu's new Sacred Gear's name is interesting. I wonder if he got the bad naming sense from me? Well, as of now, I can't call it part of the new Longinus, just like Babatar's Sacred Gear. It's missing something. Maybe he needs to achieve an Abyss-side or X-side balance breaker, but his current Crest-side subspecies isn't enough. It's solely copying my scale mail armor. If he can evolve it into something unique to himself, then he'll speak to Azazel about adding it to it. But for now, I arrived in the room where Team Golden Rakshasa was at, and found both Rose and Kuroka sitting on their beds. Bova and Uryu were already gone. They were quite frustrated with how they lost. I can't blame them, though. Atsudara became very strong with his upgrades. Aurelia took Haru and Yuru for the reason of training them, since even Ezuri gave them praise for exciting him. However, he was angry with Aurelia for using such a violent attack on his lover, Sophiel. "Hey, are you two okay?" I asked while approaching them. Fine, Naya. I already expected to be blasted away by Aurelia Naya, but I do like to be spoiled for a little bit, Naya, she said, and I sat beside her while letting her sit on my lap and rub herself on me. She really is like a cat. I started petting her on the head and turned to Rose. "How about you? It looks like you have found the beginnings of your own ultra instinct, Rose. Although Dad did a good job in keeping up with you, albeit barely. Barrakiel was hit 9 times out of 10, but he would manage to dodge a single hit from Rose every now and again, which surprised her too. She didn't want to obliterate him out of existence, so she lowered her power and speed slightly, but nothing else. Still, Barrakiel was beaten up quite badly. As to why she didn't end it in one blow, only Rose would know why. "Why you love me, right, Aaron?" she asked timidly, confusing me. "Of course. I do. Why do you ask?" I replied. I felt Kuroka poking my cheeks and forcing me to turn to face Rose no. She was telling me to go to her. I got up and sat beside her. Kuroka turned into her cat form and fell asleep on the bed. Rose told me what Barrakiel told her, and I sighed. I know psychological warfare is effective, but holy shit, Dad, don't you think that was a bit much? You've made her question this even past the match. I tenderly karate chopped her head and said, "Dad was just saying that to rile you up, Rose. I obviously love you. So then why haven't you been more intimate with me yet? Or asked me to be closer to you in any way? I am confident in my own skin. I don't care if you have plans for your proposal for me. I can wait, but I'm losing a bit of confidence if you don't show more affection toward me," Aaron, she said, sounding quite sad. I was left a bit speechless. I could make as many excuses as I want, but it's true I've been kind of avoiding it with her, so let's just Rose. She looked at me when I called her name. "Let's go out in 2 days just in Kuo. Truth be told, I want to be intimate with everyone in my harem on a daily basis," I admitted, and her face turned completely red. "But I don't want to be known as some kind of desperate animal, so that's why I hold myself back. Although I do enjoy their company regularly enough, I do like to spend time with them more daily, if possible. So after tomorrow's date, let's get married," I declared, but Rose didn't answer me. "Rose?" I poked her on the cheek, and she fell over on the bed. Didn't she ask me to propose to her? Why did she faint? What in the world are you declaring to her, Aaron? I looked back at the door to see Rias with a hand over her forehead, and a few other people were blushing or giggling at what I said. My physical attraction and love to Ross Weiss? I replied, which just caused her to sigh at me again. "What brings you guys here?" She nodded, and everyone else came into the room. It was just the Gremory peerage, plus Yahoo, Middleman Cohen, Imlint Selzen, a member of Team Rias Gremory, said the young woman. Lint was a young woman with a mix of black and white hair and with red eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to Freed, as she looked like the female equivalent of him. She wore a yellow hoodie and short blue shorts with red-white sneakers. "You came from the same institution as Freed, right?" "Well, anyway, Imgene, or call me Aaron, whatever you want to pick," I replied and shook her hand. A firm handshake, a nice body, and an attractive face. Linton gave me a thumbs up and looked at Rias. "I like him, leader." "Is that so? That's good then," replied Rias a bit awkwardly. She then summoned a magic circle beside me. The next few matches have already been announced. They're happening in 10 days. Breaking news. These are the most anticipated matches in 10 days' time. Team Fantastic Dragons versus Team Trump Card of Heaven Team Imperial Purpur versus Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor Team Golden Rakshasa versus Team Sona Citri. That's certainly a lineup. Let me guess. Saji requested to fight Aurelia, right? I asked Rias, and she nodded. He, along with Sona and Tsubaki, showed up as Aurelia's team left their room and asked them to have a match. Apparently, it was because Saji wanted to fight one of his teachers, explained Rias. Saji asked Aurelia for a fight, huh? Student versus teacher. I wonder if he's looking for her approval or something. That's a lot of matches to look forward to in the future. How about your team? I asked. We've been asked to fight against another team, and we accepted, but they're nothing too noteworthy, so the spotlight isn't on us this time around, she replied and sighed. Although Oni-sama said had come to it. Please accept my condolences, Rias, for the troubles of a doting older brother. Anyway, we came here to show you that. Your mother and everyone else in waiting at the lobby, but she stared at me, and I nodded. Yeah, I know, I replied. She nodded and left with her team, Akino making a lewd gesture to me as they left. If she heard it, she would definitely do that when I looked back at Rose. She had woken up and looked both embarrassed and serious. We'll go on that date soon. And when we do, expect things to advance. I can only apologize for our slow relationship, Rose. And no, it's fine. I look forward to it, replied the embarrassed Valkyrie. No, don't worry, Rose-chin, they'll go talk to the girls, and we'll take you out shopping in Tokyo. We'll get you some sexy lingerie, said Kuroka, who also woke up. She was back in her human form. It'll be in your care, she responded vigorously. I expected her to be embarrassed about that, but I guess she's excited about their outing. The two of them left the room, and I was by myself. There was still one person I needed to talk to, so I made my way to them. I teleported just outside of Team Lightning's room and felt one last person in there. Not wanting to alert them, I entered the room and found Rainier there. She was sitting on her bed, staring at the covers, unmoving and unblinking. I made my way over to her and sat beside her. We stayed like that for around 2 minutes until her hand began to move around under her covers, and I held it. I wanted to win, she muttered and gripped my hand tighter. From the start, everyone already saw Aurelia San's team winning. It was obvious. She was already quite famous herself for obliterating 666 during the war. But as the match went on, we were ahead by points and also eliminated 4 members of her team. Even at Sudarasen, went above and beyond my own expectations, yet tears fell from her eyes as her mouth quivered. We lost. I couldn't do anything to her. I felt angry and frustrated at myself. I could help but think, so this is the difference in power between us. Even after becoming stronger, so strong that if I had thought about this a year ago, I would have thought I was crazy yet. Aurelia San was even stronger. She even held back when fighting me too. I wanted to win with everyone because we trained really hard and wanted to cause an upset. Is that a bad way of thinking? She asked. I turned to fully face her and embraced her. I brought her head to my chest and said, you all did well. Both teams, and I saw you fighting with everything on the line. Rainier, not just for yourself, but for your team too. Compared to how you were a year ago, I'd say it's a huge improvement. So hold your head up high. Your journey in the tournament doesn't end here yet. Rainier nodded into my chest and continued to cry while repeatedly saying he'll beat them or he'll make the main stage. A few minutes later, she was done crying and we went to join everyone else in the lobby who waited for us. Oh, she's done crying then, Fufu. Let's get to training more then, said Ain, who had come here to watch the match. Rainier had turned red in the face and asked, W, what do you mean train? You're not part of the team, and I can still encourage one of my friends, right? So let's go. She shouted and dragged Rainier away. Asia, who teleported back, also joined the two since she wanted to cheer up Rainier, who fell a bit down. Barricule was also there along with that Sudara, so I walked over to them. Good job in your role and control of your artificial sacred gear at Sudara. Also, how are your injuries, Dad? Do you regret poking Rose like that? I asked them both. I managed to beat the next heir of the Nakiri clan and the son of a former Dragon King. I'm feeling pretty good right now. I can keep getting stronger, so they'll keep on training in Grigori starting today, replied Atsudara as he flexed his arms. I don't regret it, but it was a learning experience. Your slime pills that were prepared for all of us did a lot in healing me. Thank you, but I won't repeat that ever again, replied Barrakiel. Rosweiss, who was also nearby, blushed and apologized to Barrakiel, who told her it wasn't a big deal. We spoke a little more before we teleported back home. Everyone seemingly in higher spirits before the match started. Later on that night, I had locked up the restaurant and was going home. It wasn't a cold night, surprisingly enough, and as I approached my home, I saw a figure waiting for me. Looking closer, it was Lilith. It was strange to see her stepping out on her own. She was usually in my home or in the underworld being harassed by the Boomer Devils. Lilith? Why are you out here so late? I asked. She gestured for me to follow her, and I did so while catching up with her. So, are you going to answer my question? It's a beautiful night tonight. Will you accompany me? She asked. Unsure of her intentions, I agreed and followed her. Funnily enough, we ended up at the park where we made contact with her bat. This particular park, huh? I said and looked up at the moon. Maybe I should make a base there too, perhaps even make a tourism spot. Space or moon visits when I grow my business. I'll also do this for other planets. It doesn't sound bad. Hey, Lil, I called out to the mother of devils. She seemed amused by my nickname and looked at me. What do you think of this? I asked and pulled out the linodite. She tilted her head and looked closer at it. It radiates a strange glow and power. Where did you find it? I believe you didn't move from your seat during the entire raiding game unless you used your shadow soldiers or avatars, she said. I told her how I got it and what its purpose was and that it's still in its raw state. Then why not replicate it? Then refine this one and send it back to Kay in Yanuyo. After that, why not experiment with it to see if you could make it into something else entirely? Suggested Lilith. I've done that already. Actually, this is a replica. I've refined the original already, I told her and summoned it back. The original rock was smooth all around, and it glowed even brighter than the replica. It has the power of 100 billion suns and can power our world alone for a very long time. It can only power the atoll's main base for around 5,000 years, though. That goes to show the difference between their planet and ours. Can't you just will it to be stronger? She asked. I nodded. I can, but I wanted to just work with this alone without adding anything else, if you know what I mean. She shook her head, so I explained further. I looked into how it was refined in the Eevee, Atoll's world, and replicated it, but at its most, I guess, potent or highest rate. I guess in simpler terms, if I used the highest quality items in a game and refined this rock, it would turn out to be legendary quality with a 100 durability and would only decrease one at a time every 100 years. Games, I see. Will you send that back then? She asked, and I nodded again. I lightly tossed it up, and it disappeared. I then informed Kay about it. What about the replica, then? Will you influence it in different ways? Looking back at the moon, I smirked. You know about my other plans, right? She nodded. When you made me come to this park, I thought about making a tourist attraction place on the moon, or even just a city for people to live in. I would then use this, a different refined linodite, to power it. As for air and other essentials like that, I'll use the replicas to make them since I'm utilizing them in different ways. A linodite that can produce air, water, earth, and other essentials. ID essentially turn the moon into another Earth after that. It'll go to Mars and do the same thing to the other planets in this universe, create spaceships that's powered by this too, and then maybe it'll introduce the supernatural to the humans. Because of the war, the governments of the world became aware of us. Not all of them were aware before that, but now they are. Because of the previously affiliated people who decided to tell them out of fear or whatnot, they've started investigating us, especially the power factions. It'll lead this world to a new age. I already made those pills I told the girls, pills that would increase lifespan, and I would sell to the humans once my company grows. But for now you are making that face. I see. So that's what they meant. It looks strange, said Lilith. I was pulled out of my thoughts when she poked my nose. With that said, aren't a few notable names going to your restaurant tomorrow? Yeah, some Pantheon leaders and faction leaders are coming. so I decided to reserve that time for them. So ITLL closed pretty early, I replied. Fufu, the Ryakuriak restaurant, or it will be full of life, then I will come back too, Aaron. If you wish, no one is stopping you. Tomorrow, my restaurant will be lively as hell, but after that another date with Rose, and finally go to another base with her after that Hirokazu versus Dulio. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Chapter 3, Part 1. The RXR restaurant and the upsetting sorcerer third-person point of view. You're going over there, Elmenhild? Asked Kishshot. She, along with Dracula and Queen Carmilla, were in the same room as the young vampire kneeled in front of them. Yes, Kishshot Sama. Governor Azazel has requested me for a certain experiment in Grigori. I will join all of you before you go to Jean Samus restaurant, replied Elmenhild. Well, as long as you join us in the end. Fufu, you've been looking forward to seeing Fusey, Hirawa, and Jean, haven't you? Asked Kishshot. In response to the question, Elmenhild blushed, but did not deny it. I do. Fusey-sama was pleasant to speak with. We frequently keep up to date by text. She frequently updates me on Team DXD and Jean Samus situation. Oh? And is there anything that we should be aware of? Asked Dracula. Fusey-sama thinks that he will come back here soon for a quick visit to see how the new faction is, replied Elmenhild. He may visit in the future? Fufu. Now that would be interesting. Our new faction has progressed quite fast thanks to the Alliance and his aid. If true, then we may as well make a festival out of it. Should we ask him in his restaurant? Asked Carmilla. Let's ask him when we go then, said Kishshot. He'll assume that Azazel will be there too, along with other notable people in groups. So we'll ask Azazel, then about Elmenhild's experimentation. You're dismissed, said Carmilla. Elmenhild nodded and left the room. She walked down the corridor and sighed to herself. She always felt tense reporting to the new leaders of the faction, and even after some time passed, it hadn't changed at all. She took out her smartphone and looked at her last text message from Fusey. A night just for the big shots of various factions and pantheons. I hope it doesn't turn into complete chaos, she muttered. The thought of various rambunctious leaders going to a place where it serves alcohol at night made her shiver. To Elmenhild, a bunch of drunk gods and leaders wouldn't end well. Even if they are in an alliance, some may still hold petty grudges and the like, and a fight may start. She texted those thoughts to Fusey, who quickly responded with, "Are you forgetting who owns the restaurant? Jean won't let something like that happen. The alcohol served there will make you tipsy, but not drunk. No matter how much you drink, you'll only ever be tipsy. That's why it's famous in Kuo and other close towns." That sounds extremely convenient, though won't it make more alcoholics? She asked herself. I'm surprised he hasn't been contacted by companies and the government about his alcohol. Elmenhild texted back. Oh, he has. Well, from companies, but the governments around the world know who he is and are extremely cautious, so they haven't made any moves towards Jean and his restaurant since the ones who've been in the supernatural the longest know about his powers and warned them. Elmenhild couldn't help but smirk. It would be a stupid choice to make an enemy out of him. She finally left the castle and walked through the new town. They had modernized it, but it was still covered by a foggy barrier. However, even pure-blooded vampires could walk in the streets during daytime now, since the fog barrier was created by Aaron to protect them from it. So the vampires in the new faction could live normally now. Elmenhild arrived by her new home and entered it. "Oh, El, you're back. How was your meeting with the leaders?" An older woman asked. "I'm back, Mother, and it was fine. I will be leaving for the underworld in a few hours," replied Elmenhild. Most of the former Carmilla faction of vampires survived the attack by the Cow's Order, and most of the vampires in the new faction were female-dominated. It was around a 95 female to 5 male ratio. However, many decided to put aside their grudges and began to form new friendships and bond some romantic, and quite a few of the female vampires were now pregnant, and new purebloods would be born into the world. "Ara, so soon I'll make some food for you to bring with you," then said her mother before trotting off. "Thank you," muttered Elmenhild. She made her way to her room and began packing. Unlike her previous home, which was a very large manor, her new home in the faction was a large 2-story house. At the start, it felt strange for her, but her mother and siblings quickly got used to it. Elmenhild was the type that had difficulty with change, but her parents and siblings were quick to accept most changes, so she was the oddball in the family. However, now she's used to it. She decided to pack extra clothing because she didn't know if the experiments Azazel had ready for her would blow them apart. And from what she had read and heard from Fusey, things like that in Grigori tended to happen, which she didn't look forward to. Her pocket suddenly buzzed, and she took out her phone and was surprised to see who had texted her. She had last texted this person about 4 weeks ago. "Hey, I heard you're traveling to Grigori, and you're probably joining your leaders for that night at the restaurant, right? Any requests you want, like food and drinks? If not, I'll just serve you the regular menu." Elmenhild hadn't expected a text from Aaron, so she temporarily froze up. She shook her head and answered him. "Governor Azazel said I would only be there for the day, so he'll join my leaders at night." "Well, anything that's not garlic will be fine. I see. They'll serve you food that Gasper and Valerie like then. I look forward to seeing you again," and so does Fusey. She sighed to herself after seeing that text message. "I would have been fine with normal food. It's like you said. Fusey he's a busybody, Azazel. Why did you request on seeing Elmenhild?" Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, was in his office when suddenly a voice asked him that question. Knowing the voice, he looked up and sighed. "You have Valerie-chan already. Do you want to increase your vampire count in your harem, Jean?" asked Azazel. "Embedding the rest of our funds that Queen Carmilla and the female progenitor are in your sights too." Aaron Toole stood by his office's doorway, leaning against the frame. He already knew that this would happen, but also asked Fusey for some details. The old man has finally gone senile, and no, Fusey and Elmenhild are getting along pretty well, and she comes up relatively frequently in conversation between Fusey and I. She's also coming to my restaurant tonight, along with other big shots for various pantheons and factions. "You're coming too, right?" Aaron asked. "I am. Why would I miss a chance at drinking with Geezer Odin?" And so many Azazel froze as he felt Aaron's piercing eyes glaring at him. As so many fine women that are single that may show up there. Azazel shook his head and said, "We wanted to experiment with some pure-blood vampires. According to you, there's still various factions left in the Cow's Order, right?" Aaron nodded at his question. There were 12 factions left in the Cow's Order. However, due to the war, they didn't have too many members left. The use of Azrael's blood and Lilith's old body had also stopped, meaning their armies couldn't grow, nor could they be empowered anymore. This was due to Nyarlathotep's death, as well as Aaron messing with reality. The true Satan's faction, the Exiled Harmony, changed by Ayumu after the death of Hana-Zahimajima, the Wizards of Oz, the Vampire faction, the Fallen Angel faction, Remnants of Magicians faction, a mix of Nilrem and Hexenak magicians, the Alliance of the Evil Gods, Eevee faction, Phantasma faction, Malbranche, the Seekers of Truth, and finally, the Monkai Association. These were the remaining factions left in the Cow's Order. And after the war, the vast majority of their armies were wiped out, and the ones that were in different worlds and universes were stuck there and had no backup, nor could they come back to the Draconic Dais. Their power had been significantly reduced, and the blood that was in their members had also stopped working. This meant their powers had shifted back to their original states. So, we wanted to be ready for them, if and when they attack. Would assume some of them are pure-blooded, at least their leader. You mentioned someone called 10k-15kThis, right? We did some digging and found out some rumors, though you probably already know the truth, said Azazel. He brought out some documents and laid them out on his desk. 10k-15kThis, the bastard child of King Teeps. He had made a child a daughter with another pureblood that was considered a commoner, and they neglected this child, and she was presumably dead until you mentioned her to Valerie-chan. We asked Gasper and Valerie to help with this too, but now we need a pureblood. Anyway, since Avetsa has knowledge about the artificially created devils and vampires, we're using that to our advantage. Back to Kikate. According to our sources, she's the only leader for the vampires, but there are some other powerful ones in their rankings, said Azazel. Suzaka mentioned a damper called Neculai she encountered while we visited the Hindu pantheon, said Aaron. We could just assume a former pureblood, you know? Harmed a normal human, forced them to give birth, and either let them go and wipe their memory or killed them, said Azazel. It's common since humans are just playthings to a lot of the supernatural. Aaron nodded because that's what he found out when investigating the more notable vampires, dampiers, and artificial vampires in the remaining vampire faction of the Cow's Order. Anyway, I have something to tell you regarding the match between Team Fantastic Dragons and Team Trump Card of Heaven, said Aaron. What's that? Something from the other organizers? Asked Azazel, while looking at the documents he had laid out. No. During the game, the remaining Fallen Angel faction will attack during the match. Azazel looked up at Aaron once he heard that. Should we cancel or reschedule then? He asked. He shook his head. No, let's stay on schedule. They'll stop them with my own group. I don't want to cause a panic or have them ruin this tournament when they attack. I've already stopped other attempts at other matches. Also, Shazakeel will appear during it along with a few others that you lost contact with after they became fallen angels. He added, making Azazel's eyes widen in surprise. Gabriel, Shano. That's why I'm bringing Gabriel, other fallen angels, and angels with me. Oh, right. During our fight with Clippeth, I came across someone named Yomiel. He got in my way when I was in a rush towards Rise of Him. So I just killed him on the spot without waiting for his speech. But to that, Azazel burst into laughter. He kept on laughing and clutched his stomach. Hee. It's a good thing you did that. He would have gone on a 30-minute tangent if you didn't. But he was obsessed with Penemu, if you didn't know. Previously, I didn't, but I found out after a bit. I've asked Penemu about him, but she didn't really comment much about him, saying that he at least went quickly. Azazel stopped laughing and shrugged his shoulder. They had history before they fell, but after that, the guy just spiraled out of control and left. Penemu was bummed out about it, but had to move on. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? He's dead, and now she's engaged to you. So she got her happy ending. And you? Asked Darren. Azazel scoffed. What about me? If you're expecting me to settle down, you've got another thing. The door to his office slammed open with a very annoyed, purple-haired fallen angel walking in. It was Avetsa, who looked angry, very angry. Oh, please do continue, Azazel. I'd like to hear the rest of your sentence, said Avetsa. She then turned to Aaron and smiled. Welcome to Grigori, Jean. How's everyone? Hey, I'm good. So is everyone else. Oh, are you coming to the restaurant tonight? He asked. Yep, Barakil, Shuri, Penemu, Shimhazai, and I are coming with this idiot, so he won't get blackout drunk, said Avetsa. My liquor won't get you drunk, only tipsy, no matter how much you drink, said Aaron. Really? That's a relief then. I'll have some myself if that's the case, she said happily and walked over to Azazel. Well, the governor had gone silent, sweat pouring down his face. He looked at Aaron for help, but he turned his head away. It wasn't his problem, unfortunately. However, he glanced at Avetsa and still felt mixed feelings. He was glad that she was on their side, but also felt bad that she had forgotten the existence of her previous lover or the acts she had gone. But what's done is done, and he wouldn't dwell on it, because he knew that this was better for her. He didn't want her to grieve him forever, though whether if his decision was the right one or not, he himself didn't know. Anyway, he'll get going. He'll see you guys tonight. And don't abuse Elmenhild too much, said Aaron before leaving. He'll me Daemit, screamed Azazel as Avetsa approached him. Yumi Kira's soliloquy, not too long has passed since Team Lightning versus Team Golden Rakshasa has happened, and many teams feared fighting Aurelia Sand's team after that. However, in 10 days' time, we, the Grimory group, will be fighting an unknown team, but 3 other matches would happen one after another, and they would have far more cover than ours. First would be Team Fantastic Dragons versus Team Trump Card of Heaven. After that would be Team Imperial Purpur versus Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor, and then finally Team Sona Citri versus Team Golden Rakshasa. As it is, many are excited to see those matches like us too, but we had to focus on our match first. Currently, it was after school, and we were making our way to Aaron's restaurant. We agreed to help him with setting up the restaurant. Usually, he closes his restaurant around 1 in the morning, but because of the VIPs coming tonight, he's closing them at 10 to prepare. This means we cut our club activities short today per President Asia's orders, and all of the current Occult Research Club members, plus the current Student Council, who are coming later, are going to his restaurant. It's a strange name for a restaurant. Why did Jean San name it that? Benia, The Grim Reaper Jr. asked. Ah, Jean told me the reason for it. Actually, replied President Asia. The Ryakaroriact or the Ryakaroriact restaurant, or it can be called the RR or RXR. It's just wordplay, that's what he said. So it goes something like this. Ryu from Dragon, Koro from Kokoro Heart, and React from the Irish word for legacy, which is Oidrecht. So in short, it's the Dragon's Heart Legacy restaurant, she explained. Dragon, Heart, Koro, Legacy, React, restaurant, I repeated and President Asia nodded. A bit of Japanese, Irish, and his dragon's self. Kunoheim said happily. Oh, I didn't think he thought of it that way. So deep, muttered Benia. She seemed impressed by it, but Aaron said that he tried choosing a much simpler name. However, he didn't like the ones he thought of, so he decided to think of a name from a different angle. In the end, he decided to find words in the Japanese language, the Irish language, and then add what he was before his evolution, which was a dragon, and that's how he got the name after mixing them. Please keep in mind that his restaurant is still in business, so we're still customers when we arrived, I told them. So please don't go asking for unreasonable requests. Okay? Irina-san? Why me? I wouldn't ask for such a ridiculous request from Darling, she said awkwardly. Didn't you go there 2 days ago and ask for an angel parfait with a kiss along with it? Asked LaFay-san. Irina blushed, but had a smug grin on her face. She put her hands on her hips and said, it was a bet with Zenobia, and I won since he did give me both. There were other customers there, Irina-san. Please try not to ask for another strange item that wasn't on the menu, I told her. But it's on the menu, though. Custom items for 32.56. I can ask for more if I think about it, she muttered. Custom dish. Can I request a dish that's famous in Kyoto? Asked Kunoheim. If it's Aaron, then it's very much possible. I asked for dishes from different parts of the world, and he made them in a few minutes. He's most likely using his powers to get it done. But everyone there who's ordered the custom dish left feeling satisfied. The regular items on the menu are also delicious, explained Chiron-chan. As we walked towards his restaurant, we came closer to it and found a few others there, Riasne-san, Akino-san, Ingvald-san, and Kyoheim-san. Riasne-sama, are you all going to Aaron's restaurant too? Asia asked while jogging up to them. Riasne-san smiled and nodded. We're helping with tonight, but we thought we may as well go and eat some food they're not, and then help out, she explained. Shall we go in? We all agree and enter the establishment. Once in there, the place was relatively packed. There were many people there that ranged from regular businessmen and women, families, couples, and students alike. Right now, it would be considered one of the peaks of the restaurants. So, on top of a stage, Lavinia Rennie-san was dressed in a beautiful blue-silver dress and sang to everyone in the restaurant. The further away from her had smiled on their faces as they enjoyed the song she sang. The ones closest to her were enamored by her voice and beauty. It was obvious that some of the teenage boys and young adult men would ask her out after her performance. Aaron and Lavinia-san herself had said as much. But for now, they listened silently to her song. However, it eventually ended, and there was a huge round of applause for her. On the right side, in a corner, Aaron silently watched over her. As soon as he saw me looking at him, he waved at us. Lavinia Dano's singing voice is wonderful, commented Kunoheim. Yeah, does anyone else sing there? Benia asked. I sometimes do, but that's only happened 3 times so far, replied Ingvald-san. After that, we walked up to the counter to order as Lavinia-san began to sing another song. Oh, you guys are here, Yahoo said, a familiar voice and face. Haherumi-sama? Riasne-san asked in surprise. Fufu, since Hestia works here too, I decided to come along and work from time to time. I mean, it beats being stuck in my pantheon all day doing chores, right? I get to eat free, delicious food made by Jean Cohen too, he said happily. Now then, what would you like? Everyone started to order something from the menu, but Irina-san pointed to the custom menu and said, Can I get something custom? Of course, what would you like? Asked Hermes-sama. Irina gestured for him to lean over, and she whispered something into his ear, making him laugh. Fufu, of course. I will tell Jean-kun myself. May I also order something custom? Kunoheim asked. Hermes-sama agreed. Then, can I have Chiraman Sansho, Yatsuhashi, and Kyoto-style sushi? Hermi-sama nodded along and wrote it all down. That should be it, right? He pressed something under the table, and a buzzer went off. After that, a devil from the Gremory household came over to us. Ah, Ryosoji-sama. Welcome to Jean Samus restaurant. You have a large group. Please follow me, said the male devil. We followed him, and he took us to the back. Humans that are from Kuo Academy, College Division, regular human workers, and some supernatural beings work here in the restaurant. Since Aaron needed some help at the start, the restaurant was mostly run by devils, but now since he had hired other staff, they have mostly been reduced. Once we arrived at a backroom-type place, we saw some yukais and other beings eating there. I see. So this is the supernatural section? We could see here Lavinia-san's voice through various speakers, and there was also a monitor here. Oh, the Gremory Peerage and others are here, yo. Higuro Najima waved at us. It seems like he came here with Kikiho Kuda and their two lovers. Najima-senpai, Amasawa-senpai, Kuda-senpai, and Hashimoto-senpai. You all came here? I asked. Yeah, Jean skipped the day, so we came here to eat after we do have discounts after all, Najima-senpai said and chuckled. But man, that foreign girlfriend, fiancé, sure has an impressive voice, huh? Oh, you too, Kairi-san. I bought both of your most recent albums. Ingvald-san smiled and thanked him for supporting her. We walked over to our tables. There were 2 in total, and we continued chatting to one another. Eventually, Aaron also came in with Latiya-san, Reiko-san, and Raswai-san. Raswai-sensei, we heard you left Kuo, but you're with Jean too? Asked Amasawa-senpai. Yes, I was originally left by Odin-sama in Japan, but Jean offered me a job, and I decided to start teaching at Kuo Academy, but also said that I would leave after he graduates, explained Raswai-san. Oh, Oji. Holy crap. I didn't think you worked for him. That sounds wild, said Kuda-senpai. Aaron had our food there and started putting it on our tables. Kunoheim was with us, and he winked at her. I didn't think you'd ask for Kyoto dishes, Kuno. But I was happy to comply. Enjoy, he told her. Omo, thank you, she exclaimed gleefully. Aaron then walked over to Irina-san with some kind of English dish and put it down. You mutat Irina-san nervously. Aaron leaned over and whispered something to her. Irina-san's face turned completely red, and I could almost see steam coming out of her head and ears. Oh, okay, you'll do that, she squeaked out. Just ring that bell if you need anything else, all right? He'll go back to the kitchen to help the other staff, said Aaron before leaving with Latiya-san and Reiko-san. Raswai-san decided to stay and chat with us a bit longer since Aaron's friends had several questions they wanted to ask. Aaron Tools' soliloquy, "I'll go back to the office and go over the items that will be used for tonight, Aaron. Reiko-san, can you come with me and help me?" asked Latiya. Of course, Latiya, replied Reiko. Go ahead, they'll just help out with cooking the food, I replied. I kissed them both, and we went our separate ways. When I arrived in the kitchen, I had numerous others there helping me. None of them were normal humans. Hestia-sama, here are the ingredients you asked for, said Graphia as she handed them over to the former lowly goddess. Thanks, Graphia. Ayu, hurry up and help over here. Hestia shouted and pointed at me. Yeah. Hestia-sama, I replied and began helping around the kitchen. With the help of magic, we made things easier and faster. However, I also influenced things using my own power, to which Hestia and the other helpers around the kitchen had no idea about. This was with the exception of Graphia, who knew what I had seen happening from the very beginning. This is done, and this. Here, Hestia shouted and handed it to a waiter, and they put the food on a tray before leaving the kitchen. The former lowly goddess was quite energetic inside the kitchen, since she's basically working here full-time since I opened. I'm done with this too, I said and placed it near the trays. It seems word is spreading even further since we're getting customers more than 4 to 7 town stops from Kuo. I wonder if we'll start getting people from across the country or even worldwide at this point. It's possible since Ravel-sama and Ryusa-sama have decided to place advertisements for your restaurant all over Japan. Zyataka-sama and Surzik-sama are also doing the same thing. And Zyataka-sama, who owns several restaurants around the world, will also do a short interview soon while mentioning your restaurant, explained Graphia. Seriously? I asked. I never asked them to do that or go that far. I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but fucking hell. No one in my business is booming. They must have used some magic, too, to make them notice these advertisements. I'll thank them later then. Geez, I muttered and continued working. I noticed that a small notification was beeping in my peripheral vision. I'm stepping out for a bit. Ajuka is calling me. Hestia tried to protest, so I made an avatar and had him help instead. After stepping outside and warping reality, I answered the call. Jean, can you come to my research facility with Latia? I have some things to talk to you about. I'm also coming to your restaurant along with the other Satans later on tonight, if you plan on asking me, he said through the magic circle. Hello to you too, and sure I don't mind. Around what time is convenient for you? I asked. In half an hour would be ideal if that's possible, he told me. Done. I'll see you then, I replied, and the magic circle disappeared. I looked up at the sky and sighed. It's about that, huh? I stepped back in and told them I had something to tell Latia, and ID joined them in a bit. Locating my office, I walked in there and found both women diligently working through some documents. Aaron? Latia asked as she stopped to look at me. Ajuka, your uncle wants to see both of us in half an hour. I'm just here to tell you. Anyway, he'll go back to the kitchen. Latia nodded and went back to doing her job. And just like that, half an hour passed. I'm leaving 3 clones to help out, and all of them look different. If you need any further help, just we gotta go. Hestia said, and me out of the kitchen and into the door. He'll be the temporary head chef, so leave it to me, geez. All right, I'll leave it to you, Hestia. I glanced at Graphia, and she agreed to watch over her. Reiko, sorry for leaving all that to you. It's fine, I can handle it. Please come back in a timely manner, though, she said sadly. I will. We shared a quick kiss before Latia and I left. Directly teleporting into Ajuka's office, he looked up and chuckled. I expected you to teleport with the help of Latia, or teleport outside my home, but to think you would directly teleport into my office, he said, and stood up. Welcome, and thank you for coming on short notice. Jean, Latia. Glad to be here. So what did you need? I asked. Straight to the point, huh? He said and smiled. You told me of several events that will take place in a few months' time. All of them during the tournament. The closest one is the Fallen Angel faction attacking the raiding game between Team Fantastic Dragons and Team Trump Card of Heaven. Latia seemed surprised by this and looked at me. I smiled at her and patted her head. She furrowed her brows, but said nothing. I know you said you had plans for it, but may I suggest you try to use the newly formed organization EXE for it? A test run of sorts, to see what's lacking and what needs improvement from its current members. To the ones that have been fighting with you, we both know they'll work well, but to the new ones I see, so that's what he wants me to do. I mean, I have been meaning to use EXE for a while now and see what it's all about. An organization that's comparable to the CIA or M16. ITLL surely have the same power and backers as Team DXD, just not as public with how many people are going to be watching that game. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that will attract attention. If that happens, won't EXE be exposed to the world? Wouldn't we need some disguises? Asked Latia. Don't worry, it'll simply transport all of us to a different realm and fight there. The stadium that they'll have their match in won't be disturbed, so ITLL be away from the public eye. I myself will also have a disguise, I told her. Canis Lycaon, Abyss Extinction and Demon Armor. Incursio. I have the choice of 3 of these to use when operating as the leader of EXE. But for the rest of my allies, the ones that aren't actively participating in Team DXD should be fine. But for the ones that are known, it should be harder. Well, a bit of plot warping should be fine. Can I leave you and EXE to deal with those while Team DXD takes a small break? We think they deserve as much due to the war and other happenings during the year, said Ajuka. Yeah, even if he doesn't actively show it, he cares just as much as Surzex about peace. I don't mind. Also leave Telos Karma and Innovate clear to me. I already made contact with a temporary wielder of both. Ajuka seemed surprised, smiled, and agreed. Well, they've been acting strangely every time I've met them after a certain period, so you've already done something to Mitsukin, huh? Very well. I'll leave them to Eugene. Even if he asked me to let Team DXD have a break, I doubt the team as a whole would want to. The ones that joined did so because they wanted to protect their home and the supernatural world at large. But if I give them a small break when the tournament is going on, I think they'll accept it. They'll set up a meeting with the current members then. Can I ask you to show them where we're meeting, Uncle? The ones Jean or I haven't met yet, asked Latia. Fufu. All right, leave it to your uncle, replied Ajuka. He seemed quite happy with being asked by Latia. Is he just as doting as Surzex? I doubt it. Well, wait, Jean. I have a question for you, said Ajuka, stopping me from teleporting away. I looked at him and waited for him to continue. Since you became the middleman, a paid dragon and well-known figure in the supernatural world, you faced many adversaries, most of whom forced you to fight them and even kill them. Have you truly enjoyed fighting since you showed up just a year ago? He asked, looking at me quite seriously. Latia also looked at me curiously, interested in my answer. I paused for a moment since I couldn't answer immediately. Even with my memories back of my previous self, I never once actively looked to fight people. The times I was forced to, I blacked out due to my own anger during it. I wanted to resolve a lot of the conflicts here without fighting, but I also knew that kind of thing wouldn't be possible. I doubt I'd be able to talk no Jutsu, Rise of Him, or other villains I've faced so far, and that won't certainly work on the likes of Melvazoa and Fumara, or even Magnum Tenebrosum. Some are just born evil, or some spiral so far that they can't be pulled back to the other side. Maybe in an ideal world I could do that well. I could force it to happen using my powers, but it wouldn't be genuine just like with Avetsa. It was necessary, but I didn't like it. But I just have to live with this decision. I will certainly make more in the far future. Does this fall under the responsibility of the king or ruler? Making a perfect paradise is still impossible, even with this new power, without making it feel fake and superficial. Even if I did do that, I wouldn't feel great about it again, like with Avetsa's situation. But back to Ajuka's question. Do I enjoy fighting? There have been some fights where I became angry during them, some where I became emotional during them, and some where I felt indifferent. Have I once enjoyed fighting someone? The closest was probably with Saror when I got my queen form. You don't seem sure with your answer. Let me rephrase it then. Ajuka's face softened and he said, what do your fists represent? Why do you fight and who do you fight for? Answer this not just as the middleman, dual dragon emperor, or a pay dragon, but as Eugene Skyward. Do you fight for yourself? For the children of the supernatural world? For the peace you wanted? For your harem and loved ones? For your current and eventual future family? For the fun of it? Continued Ajuka. I looked at my own hand and curled it into a fist. I then felt someone's fist lightly hit my chest. When I looked up, it was Ajuka's. Don't think too hard about it. You've always followed your heart in many of your decisions. And while they're always not the perfect answers to the situations you're presented with, they usually end up fine, right? The so-called miracles of the middleman, he said and turned around. That's all I wanted to say. I again thank you for coming on short notice. Peace, that's what the books of this world wanted to happen. Issei, Hayudu, Surzex Lucifer, Tobio Accuse, Dulio Gesualdo, and many others. Once you were reincarnated into this reality, you also took up that dream, and now you're making it into a reality. But has that once been what you truly wanted, or was it the byproduct of what you knew beforehand from what you read? In a way, you forced yourself to be the middleman of this world. You took up that role. Of course, your original goal was a harem. But since you've also gotten that, what's your next goal? What's your next dream? Asked Rudra. I contour. Answer. You don't need to have an immediate answer, Aaron. Right? Sorry if I came out of nowhere there. But Ajuka has a point, and you'll need to think about it for the future. What do you want out of your life now? You won't always be the middleman once the future generations start coming. Will those fists of yours keep on fighting for the supernatural? Or will you retire and leave it to the future generations? If so, what will your fists be used for then? Rudra asked again. Geez, are you guys trying to give me a midlife crisis already? I asked. But he'll think about it. He'll think about it. Thanks, Ajuka. I told him, and he put his hand up in acknowledgement. I left with Latia back to my restaurant. Aaron, are you okay? You seem to be thinking really hard about my uncle's question, Latia said while looking at me worriedly. I chuckled and put a hand on her head. I'm fine, but he has a point. He'll need to start thinking about my future from now on. I won't look into the future for my answer. I want to find it. Naturally, let's go back, I told her. She gave me a quick kiss before we entered my restaurant. Will I be the middleman forever? Will I leave a legacy behind and explore the multiverse? What do my fists represent? I wasn't sure how to answer these questions right now, but I just want to keep the ones closest to me safe. That kind of answer for now is fine, right? Suzaku Haimajima's soliloquy. It was now night. Many faction and pantheon leaders, as well as other prominent figures, were gathering in Aaron's restaurant for tonight. There was no special occasion, but just a few leaders organizing it. And it spread, and now it's become a small get-together. I was accompanying Amaterasu-sama along with Reijin-sama and Fujin-sama. When I saw Aaron earlier, he seemed a bit different, like something was bothering him. I was not the only one who noticed, and many asked him why most went to Latia since it happened once they came back from speaking with Ajuka, and she told us what he asked him. We entered the establishment, and we were immediately greeted by Lavinia's voice as she sang a song. Shigen was playing the piano on the same stage, which had been enlarged, and Ingvild was sitting just beside the stage. It seemed like she was going to sing afterward. There were already tipsy gods and leaders here, with Odin-sama and Governor Azazel laughing and singing along. At the bar were Tobio and Aaron, both wearing bartender outfits and serving drinks to the patrons. Sae had also come with their child, who was asleep. I wondered how she wasn't awake and crying. However, I noticed some kind of magic around her ears and assumed Aaron had done something for them. It's quite lively here. I'm heading to Jean, announced Reijin-sama before walking away. Wait, I'm coming with you. Shouted Fujin-sama. Shall we join them then? Asked Amaterasu-sama, and I agreed. So we followed the other goddesses. Once we were nearer to the place, I saw even more gods and goddesses. The entire place was heavily guarded with multiple barriers of different kind, and millions of shadow soldiers patrolling the place. I doubt anything would happen, nor would anyone attack this place, but Aaron wanted to be on the safe side. Jean, give me your most expensive bottle, and you can spank Jin here as her order, said Reijin-sama. Ashu. Fujin-sama looked mortified, and a few others turned to look at her as she grabbed Raijin by the collar and started to violently shake her. Tobio looked at Aaron, who agreed to the request, so he left to get their most expensive bottle. Beside him, on a stool, was Gabriel-sama as she sat there drinking juice. She received a pat on the head from Aaron every now and again, but she also helped serve non-alcoholic beverages to the ones that asked. She also wore black and white bartender's attire like Tobio and Aaron. The clothes on her were tight, to say the least, and it made her portions stand out, and some gods weren't subtle in looking at her. Anytime it happened, a very intimidating aura would appear around Aaron, and they would look away. Gabriel-sama wasn't oblivious to it, as she covered her breast and waved her finger when she noticed while saying, "No. Bad boy, would you like something, Suzaku?" Aaron asked. "Oh, just some juice would be fine," I replied. Gabriel-sama heard me and quickly made mine and handed it to me. "Thank you." I began drinking my juice when Tobio came back out with a bottle, and Reijin-sama looked at it with interest before he handed it to Aaron. Dom Perignon is our most expensive, and of course, I've modified all our alcoholic drinks, so it'll only make you tipsy. Would you take it? Just give me the entire bottle, said Reijin-sama. Aaron nodded and gave it to her, as she also threw her card at him and paid. Reijin-sama then began to chug the bottle down. How much is that?" Amaterasu-sama asked. 36,808, so around 234, replied Aaron. Amaterasu-sama looked at Reijin-sama, who was howling with laughter. Before she could speak any further, we heard a loud crash, so we turned our attention to it. We saw a table and 2 chairs destroyed. On the ground was Vidar-sama and Luff-sama arm wrestling. "Kill him, Luff," shouted Ain. She was drinking some beer, so she was already a little tipsy. "Vidar-sama, why would you destroy the environment and furniture that Jean worked hard to buy?" Brynhilder-san asked, sounding increasingly angry. She also looked a bit tipsy. "Wait, what? You're supposed to side with me, not try to go against me." "I'm your god, Brynhilder," shouted Vidar-sama in confusion. I looked back at Aaron, who smiled back at me. I see. So this didn't bother him. Well, they weren't fighting using their pa. They suddenly had their auras around their bodies, and the area around them began to be destroyed. A few people around them began to panic, but before it could escalate, Aaron appeared above them. hit them on the neck, and they passed out. He sighed and said, "Please try not to use your powers while here." I reinforced my furniture to a certain degree, but not too much since most of my customers during the day are humans. He then clicked his fingers and repaired the damage while teleporting the two passed-out gods to chairs. "Hey, you ruined a good show. I want compensation," Aang shouted at Eren. He awkwardly smiled before gesturing for her to join him at a table. Once she did, he summoned a plate of food and let her eat it for free. "Adidisyu, you're forgiven." Eren looked tired as he did all of this. He just kept on smiling in front of everyone, and I wanted to speak with him. "But do you want to talk to him?" Amaterasu-sama asked, surprising me a little. "May I?" "But I'm here to escort you for the night," I replied. "Fufu, we're already here, Suzuka. Until we leave, you've done your job. So go ahead and speak to your fiancé, although I do wish to speak with him too," said Amaterasu-sama. Eren told me that she had declared her love for him too, along with both Raijin-sama and Fujin-sama being interested in him. Perhaps I should invite her? But before I could, she gestured for Eren to join us, and he came over. Eren Tool's soliloquy, everything felt a bit strange, but I was doing fine, but nothing too major has happened tonight, well, not including Luff and Vidar trying to destroy the place. Aang was easier to appease like the various leaders here too. Many people were speaking to each other, especially the ones that usually don't. An example of that was Altaria and Sarasvati. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Vasco Strata was also with them. Chow Chow and Indra were also talking one about, seemingly catching up and seeing how I treated him and his team. The atmosphere was relaxed. That's what I was aiming for. I suddenly saw Amaterasu gesture for me to go over to her. She sat with Suzaku, who looked a bit panicked. I walked over to them, and she suddenly and lightly pushed Suzaku towards me. "She wishes to speak with you in private. Will you let her?" she asked. I looked at Suzaku and agreed. I summoned an avatar and let him take over for me for a bit while bringing Suzaku to my office in the building. "So what's up?" I asked as we stood in my office. Suzaku seemed hesitant in telling me, so I reassured her that it was fine. "Did something happen when you went to Ajuka Beelzebub?" she asked. "Oh, it's about that, huh? I told you. You were making weird faces the entire night." I didn't think I was being that obvious. I replied to the slightly angry dragon. I stared at Suzaku and told her what Ajuka asked me, not including the topic of EXE, but I think she's vaguely aware of it. It feels like having a small midlife crisis, but I'm just thinking about the question, so it's nothing too serious. I know what we do in the future, but I don't know the super clear details about it since I avoided it. I want to find the answer myself, even if I do end up in the same spot. I guess I want the experience. It felt like what I was saying didn't make sense to anybody but me, but I hope she did. "Eren, do we have a child in the future?" she suddenly asked, completely taking me off guard. "Please answer honestly. We have a daughter, if that's what you're asking. During the 10,000 years, we only had that one daughter, but since you now know, that might change depending on your decisions," I told her. Suzaku's eyes became full of wonder as she stared at me. "A daughter," she mumbled, her cheeks turning red. "What's her name?" "Etsuko. Etsuko Himejima Tool." You and Kasumi thought of it together. Etsuko meant joy. Child, or joyful child, I guess. The older me suggested Suzaku Jr., but it was shut down pretty quickly. Suzaku took both my hands into hers, just like she always did. I won't ask any further, but if a future like that exists, and I would assume it's relatively peaceful, then doesn't that mean whatever you do with your fist, your power, you did something you were content with? It's like Satan Beelzebub said, just follow your heart, and you'll come to that answer naturally. That's how you do things, right? She asked and smiled. I fell silent for a few seconds before laughing, confusing Suzaku. I stopped and agreed with her in overthinking this and making my own mood deteriorate. You're right. We'll just keep it simple and keep running straight forward like I always do. The answers I'm looking for will eventually come to me. I'm starting to see how each of them operates. While all of the fated ones support me unconditionally with what I do, they go about it in different ways. Lavinia will agree with 99 of the things I want without question. She has complete trust in me. In a way, she just spoils me. Velgrind questions a lot of the things I do, or even criticizes them, but for good reason, forcing me to think about it more, but in the end, she supports my decision too. Danu and Suzaku are kind of the same. Both listen to me and give me advice while giving an alternative answer. But the difference is that Danu has more experience since she's lived longer than Suzaku. However, Suzaku has the advantage of a slightly more contemporary reasoning, while Danu is more traditional. While I'm thankful for them, I'd be pretty useless at times before my evolution without them all of them. Not just my harem, but my other friends too. Sarah did listen to my troubles last year and gave me helpful advice. And even Ajuka, who asked me that question, it made me think about my future since I've just coasted through life so far without really thinking past my restaurant and business. Since my restaurant and business would be more advantageous for everyone else, but me, what did I want to do for myself? I couldn't be too selfish since I needed to look after the Omniverse, right? Sorry for interrupting this sweet moment, but we need your help. Jean, said Tobio's voice. Suzaku and I turned to the door and found him awkwardly looking at us. Oh no, it's fine. We're just about finished. Thanks for coming, Tobio. He'll be out in a second, I told him, and he nodded before leaving. Shall we? I asked and gestured at the door. We shall, she replied, and we walked back to the now loud and rambunctious crowd. I don't care what other people say. I'll use my fists, my powers, however I like. Whether it's to save everyone or destroy everything, it's my choice. As long as I can keep this happiness close to me and everyone around me safe, that's fine by me. I'll just wait and see what the future has in store for me. Iwi misha, glai gao gao. Even though he was only tipsy, he was crying about his soon-to-be lover from the Phantasma. The rest of his team crowded around him, as well as the church trio and Vasco Strata. It seems you have found something to love, young wielder of the universal spear. I can also feel that you've reached new heights of your power because of it. Good. Very good, said Vasco as he patted Chow on the back. But he's also learned to love himself in a much healthier way, and that's another significant thing, right, Your Eminence? Asked Asia. It indeed is, Sister Asia, replied Vasco. That's all well, good and all. But is he always like that when he gets tipsy or drunk? Zenobia asked while looking at Chow's teammates. George fixed his glasses and said from time to time. Chow isn't one that drinks too often, but when he does well, it used to be different, with him just mumbling about being the strongest, but now it's like this. He seemed a bit annoyed, but at the same time relieved for his leader. George was a loyal follower of Chow, and I think the rest were in favor of this new change in their leader. It made him stronger and at the same time more flexible than before, thus opening up more paths for them. Here, some milk on the house, I said and slid it toward Chow. George nodded and forced it down his leader's throat, making him groan in annoyance. Just then, Indra approached us with a grin on his face. Jo, Himpai, I look forward to facing you in the exhibition match, he said. You're already looking that far ahead, or is it because of your own future sight? I asked. Indra laughed at my question. Even I can't see that far into the future, and so far I haven't used it like that since I want it to be a surprise for myself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, you know? This era, no. Especially in this era, with so many changes caused by you, it's amazing. I get to fight so many talented fighters, he exclaimed excitedly. Well, do your best in reaching me. But I won't accept you asking to go to war with Shiva, but I stared at him seriously and added, if you want, he'll go to war with you personally. A crazed grin spread across his face, and Indra's own aura skyrocketed, which caused everyone in the restaurant to turn our way. Kaha! Seriously? That's even better. Then I'm definitely going to reach the finals and win, he declared before calming himself down and walking away. He'll see you then. Was it okay challenging him like that? Jean asked, sounding worried. It's fine, I replied. Indra isn't the one that reaches the finals after all, so I saw no need to act right now. And he also doesn't try to act on war towards Shiva or myself since I stop it. I shook my head and repaired the restaurant again. Perhaps I should reinforce it so it can't be damaged by overzealous gods, because ITLL get annoying for me if I have to repair this place every time they visit and wreck the place. For the rest of the night, everyone had fun, but a lot of chaos happened during it and it just gave me a headache, but it was worth it seeing them all smiling like that. A day later, early in the morning, and to my surprise, Vala invited me out to fish, and in turn I invited Saji out too. It quickly turned into a meeting of dragons. The time and place were somewhere I hadn't been to before, but it was in Japan, and it was peaceful and quiet. Lavinia insisted on coming, because in her words, Vakuin invited the big brother, so the older sister has to come. I don't know if that's how it works, but I agreed while letting Vala know, and his own response was do whatever you want. He still had Sundara towards her, but not me. I wonder why. Near the pier stood Valley and Saji. It seemed like they had already arrived before me, but they didn't converse. Lavinia left my side and ran up to Valley and hugged him. He let out a shriek since Lavinia killed her presence and sneaked up on him. I quickly joined and laughed at him. He was already red in the face as Lavinia kept doting on him while repeatedly calling him Vakuin. Later in the day, Rias Gremory will have a match. The team they're facing is formidable. Do you think she'll win? Asked Valley, taking a more serious look on his face, though he was still blushing. Team Balaratic Bouillons, right? I heard they have some powerful water-based innate abilities and magic users. One of them has a new sacred gear based on water too, but it's just an uncommon one, said Saji. Indeed, their king is the one with the sacred gear. I heard he called it Barquatic Blast because he frequents bars near the ocean, explained Valley. I heard from Azazel that their field is also water-based, so the team Rias Gremory may have some problems. Lavinia stopped bothering Valley as she came back to my side and hugged me from behind. Valley relaxed and continued to silently fish. So you challenged Aurelia's team, huh? Do you want to beat her, or do you have another reason, Genturu? I asked. Saji looked at me in surprise, blushed a little, and scratched his cheek. It's for two reasons, actually. Aurelia-san, along with a few others, beat everyone black and blue in that pocket dimension place for a long time, but also made us stronger. I wanted to repay her for that. In a good way, I mean. Winning is just the icing on top of the cake. I also want to prove to myself that I've become stronger, as well as to former President Sona. She's my king, and I am her pawn, so we'll pave a path for that dream, or hers no, ours. He said, glanced at me. I would like your approval. As someone I look up to as a fellow dragon, I want you to acknowledge me. Jin, no. I know you're a kind person that you'll say that you already do, and am thankful, but I want you to not be biased and judge me based on my performance in our upcoming game. Please, he said seriously. It seems I'm not the only one doing such things. Genturu Saji, said Valley as he also glanced at me. I'm also looking for Aniki to acknowledge me. Valley told me the truth about you. I also found out when you passed out after you blasted Rise of him away. You're an existence I cannot conquer or defeat, but at least I want to prove to myself and you that I can keep on improving, getting stronger, and stand beside you as the White Dragon Emperor, as a Lucifer, and as your brother, said Valley. Vakuin muttered Lavinia as she became teary-eyed. Geez, what's with these two? It feels almost like a love confession. All right, I'll accept those conditions. Do your best, and try to win this thing. I'll personally commentate during your games, I told them. I also want to reach the finals to have our fated battle. It'll make the whole supernatural world see at the final clash between the red and white dragon emperors of our universe, said Vala confidently. I shook my head at what he said, and we continued fishing until we had to go back to our homes. I caught a few fish, and so did Valley. Genturu caught a giant goldfish. How that thing managed to stay alive in the ocean was beyond me, but we theorized it may have been a magic goldfish. They annihilated them, muttered Mom as we watched Team Rias Gremory versus Team Balaratic Bouillons. Just like Vala said, the field chosen for their match was a water park, a large one at that. It's apparently based on Aquaventure Water Park that's in the Bahamas, but this one was 5 times larger. Rias started by completely destroying all bodies of water in the area, rendering their use of water almost useless. They could still produce water by themselves without any resources around them. After that, they systematically destroyed the other team one by one. Yumi and Zenobia hunted down their fellow knights and the limits of humanity. A.K. Vasco Strata took care of both of their rooks with Chiron, giving him a helping hand. Aquino took down the queen without any difficulty, and so did the rest of them. Their pawn, Mr. Black, didn't participate since it didn't interest him, but they didn't need it since they dominated them. He was still in the game, but didn't attack anyone. Finally, it was a battle between king and king, and it was quite one-sided too. Rias used her power of destruction to destroy any and all types of attacks that the king of Team Balaratic Bouillons used. He himself was human, but had some small devil blood in him, something like 132 blood, which was basically non-existent. Still, it made him stronger than the average human, and he also had decent mastery over his sacred gear. He used his sacred gear to the best of his ability and forced Rias to utilize her power of destruction. At the start of their confrontation, she only used her demonic powers, but he proved himself to be worthy and she exerted her unique power on him. After that, it became completely one-sided. Even after using powerful water-based attacks, like creating Easter dragons out of water and giant tidal waves out of thin air, they were all destroyed by Rias, and eventually, she finished it by using a faster and more powerful extinguished star on the other team's king, ending the match. So another win for Rias, huh? Asked Aoife. It looks like another team that was part of Team DXD has won. What do you think of this, Michael Sama? Asked the commentator. Today, Michael was invited to commentate on the game. Yes, they have. I believe it's quite obvious at this point, but any team affiliated with Team DXD or any individual who is trained with them will be significantly power than normal. So expect those teams to have scores by the end of the preliminary stages. So are you saying that only Satan class and God class teams can stand up against teams trained by the middleman? As conceited as it sounds, yes. Throughout the single year of his existence, he has demonstrated that he is capable of doing such things. So it's not a surprise if other teams are like this, but Team Rias Gremory, or more specifically Rias Gremory and her peerage, have been under his care for far longer than any other, so they should be cut above the rest. Is that what you're saying? Everyone at home, do you hear that? Team Rias Gremory that has been trained by the middleman himself will be a powerful team to face against. The announcer and Michael kept talking for a little more, but everyone started to leave. But Rias and her team will get very far in the tournament. Unlike in Kanan Sama, they're here, said Kurosagi, who was here today, informed me. I got up and said, right now time, huh? All right, it'll leave them to their devices, and it'll go to my office. Today, Team Trump Card of Heaven and Team Fantastic Dragons came to my home to have an informal pre-game meeting and get to know each other. Although it's quite obvious that they're here to scope each other out, especially Rudiger Rosenkreutz, since he's Dulio's team's advisor. Third-person point of view, Dulio Gesualdo is the best angel. In the human realm, in a certain European country, a family embarked on a small vacation. Even though their father, Rudiger Rosenkreutz, was the advisor for Team Trump Card of Heaven, the Joker of Heaven told them that they could celebrate their son beating his illness. Vardan Rosenkreutz was slowly being killed by his sacred gear, Monocle's Tail, End of Emerald Radiance. But thanks to Aaron, he was cured of it just like many others around the world. This included the children in the church facilities that Dulio went to on a regular basis. After that day, Vardan also thought that Gene Skyward is the best dragon, but still liked angels even more. One day, after the World Rating Game Tournament was announced, and before Rudiger became Team Trump Card of Heaven-S advisor, he contacted Aaron and told him, I want to be an advisor for one of your teams. Aaron quickly told him no, shocking Rudiger. Instead, Aaron told him go become another team's advisor and bring them to greater heights. I want the teams playing for me, and the ones that were part of Team DXD, to become fired up to face the one you become an advisor to. Let's make this first tournament an amazing one. Once he heard that, he apologized to Aaron and promised that he would, and that's how he became Team Trump Card of Heaven-S advisor, since he had prior connections to Dulio, and also found out that he was participating in the tournament with his own team. He asked to be in that kind of position and told them what Aaron told him. In Dulio's words, that sounds like what Gene Cohen would say. I like it. Let's do it. And so this team became one of the strongest in the tournament so far. They hadn't lost a single match so far. Dear, didn't Gene-san and Dulio-san tell you to relax during our short vacation? Asked his wife, Lucasta Rosenkreutz. Rudiger looked up and smiled. Yes, they did. Sorry about that. Let's enjoy this short vacation then, he replied. To him, to his family, both Dulio Gesualdo and Gene Skyward were people they could never repay. To Rudiger Rosenkreutz, Dulio was the angel of hope and Jean was the dragon god of hope. He, a reincarnated devil, a former human, would give them his full support for peace around the world. Aaron Toole's soliloquy around an hour has passed since both teams had begun talking in my home's meeting room. I was in my office sorting through things and received several texts from Elsha and Garrett that there were a lot of people in my restaurant today and that Hestia was complaining about it, but still liked cooking. I sent a text back saying she could come over for tonight and chuckled to myself. Kurosagi was in the room with me as she sat around drinking some tea. Even though the secretary system was in place, she seemed more happy to be here with me rather than doing the job of secretary. However, I was fine doing things on my own, but the door to my room opened and we glanced at it, only to find Aurelia coming in with a certain pink-haired devil. That pink-haired devil winked at me as soon as she saw me, and Aurelia looked quite smug with herself. Aurelia and Roygun, what are you doing here? I asked. Weren't you training So, she's the new reserve member? Yes, she is. Roygun will be part of my team starting from today. You have no problem with that, do you? Asked Aurelia. I could tell that Roygun was just about to break into ultimate class, as she was reduced back to high class after having her king piece taken from her. It seems like she's been hard at work at growing in power. Does that mean her peerage will also be part of your reserves? I asked, and Roygun nodded. So Cal Lavinia Senpai, Lisa Senpai, and even Fusey Senpai. A familiar feminine voice screamed throughout my home. Akane Himura, your bishop is here too, huh? I said with a strained smile. She was also part of Grauzauber, and now she's in my home along with the other 3 that I took with me. Sheesh, I'm sorry Mephisto for taking all of them. I don't see a problem with it. I myself don't mind, and if anyone wants to say anything, just shut them up by showing your genuine power to them this time around. You really should have taken my advice back then. Roygun, I told her. Fufu, Ada, if I did, would you have gone with me that night? She asked and walked over to my desk and sat on it. She crossed her legs and then uncrossed them, trying to seduce me. She wasn't being subtle about it, was she? Aaron, who, as I was about to say something to Roygun, my mother, Royson Toole, and previous girlfriend, Aoife came into my room and saw Roygun acting flirtatiously with me. It's the old hag Roygun. No, I disapprove. Well, I disapprove for now, my mother shouted before picking her up and setting her down on the ground. She then hugged my head and brought it to her chest and squinted at the pink-haired devil. Old H-hag, who is this woman? Roygun asked, utterly confused by the situation. Kurosagi, who was still in the room, covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing at the situation. So you're Roygun, huh? Aoife asked and shook her head. Another one with big boobs and thighs, Aaron. You like that? Huh. Maybe I should have asked for those when being revived, Aaron. What's going on? Roygun asked, even more confused. Aurelia chuckled beside her and patted her shoulder. How about it, Aaron-sama? Shall I tell her of the truth? Asked Aurelia. I already knew that Roygun and her peerage would become part of Team DXD, so it would be pointless if she didn't know the truth, so I pointed at her, and she clutched her head afterward. Her eyes slowly widened as she processed the truth of everything. I see. So she's your mother and you're that kind of god. Huh? Fufu. To think I was trying to seduce our ruler, said Roygun as she approached me again. However, isn't it Aaron's choice to pick and choose who he associates with? More so the women he wishes to have in his harem. That's true, but I never said that you couldn't. All I said was that at the moment my motherly instincts are telling me no. To you, replied Mom. Motherly instincts, huh? Also, your son is older than me, Royson Toole. He's at least 10,000 years old while I'm not that old if compared to him, said Roygun. She suddenly slid down a part of her upper armor, revealing her breast and nipple to me. My mother shoved my face in her chest, forcing me to not see that lewd form of Roygun, making her laugh. A doting mother, huh? Very well, I will work on getting on your good side, Royson Toole. But that's all I came here for today, to announce that I'm part of Team Golden Rakshasa, along with the rest of my peerage, said Roygun. I pulled myself out of my own mother's bosom and saw that she had already left, and so was Aurelia. Aaron, can you make my boobs a little bigger? Aoife suddenly asked, making me sigh. I gestured for her to come over to me, and I poked her left breast and made them a bit bigger. Yeah. Why, you could just do that. And me next. Kurosaki shouted in disdain and ran over to us too. I did the same thing for her, haha. Your house is very lively, isn't it, Jean-san? All of us looked over at the doorway and found Rudiger Rosenkreutz, who held his hand up for a friendly greeting. Oh, Rudiger, come in. Is the meeting over? I asked. He agreed and sat down on the couch with Kurosaki going over to the room's kettle and boiling some tea. My mother also let go of me, but I made a chair for her and she sat on it. Aoife, on the other hand, sat on my lap. Hirokazu-san and Kita-san knew the real reason for our meetup, so they were on guard the entire time. Their other teammates were also nervous about the entire meeting, so they were mostly likely informed beforehand by them, said Rudiger. I'm looking forward to this rating game. Even with them being on guard, I understood a few things from it and planned to exploit it. The upsetting sorcerer is known to be a master strategist in the rating game scene of the underworld. His greatest tactic is psychological warfare. He exploits the enemy team's weaknesses during the match and win that way with strategies like that. He almost beat Daihauser Belial once when he faced him. That's how amazing he is. Hirokazu's team isn't perfect, and all of them have several things they still need to get through, and I'm sure Rudiger will exploit those during the match. You're a brilliant strategist, Rudiger. The fact that you became 7th ranked when you were a former human with not too many achievements under your belt, and now to this. But I do like to say one thing, I told him. He looked at me curiously and continued. This era is full of changes. Common sacred gears become uncommon, rare, or unique. Even during the other matches that weren't widely covered, humans who entered them with innate abilities, magicians, or even the ones with sacred gear changed and evolved during them. The prize I can grant a single wish that can change everything for them. I know they desperately want it. Rudiger smiled and furrowed his brows. Are you saying that during the match, Hirokazu-san and his team will evolve and overcome the team I'm supervising? I never once said that it was only Hirokazu's team, I replied, surprising him. Ha ha ha. I really like this new era, Jean-san. It's full of possibilities for anyone, yes. That's right, it's fair for them. They have a chance to become someone they can be proud of, I see. They'll take that into account then, replied Rudiger as he stood up. Your subordinates team, or my team? Now I'm not entirely sure if they'll win, but I'll try my best in making them the best. Let's see how that day turns out, he added before walking out. Aoife suddenly poked my cheek and said, when did you start doing speeches like that? You used to just say, feck it, screw them, we'll win HA, or something like that. I blushed and turned away. It just comes out naturally, I guess. I mean, I've been like this since coming here. I can't exactly stop. You pointing it out is making me self-conscious about it. Hee operation making you blush is a success, Aoife said, and high-five Mom. Were those two planning that or something? Kurosaki said and looked at me. Team Moon Rabbits will also do our best. I know you guys have won a lot and lost twice, right? I asked and she nodded. We lost to a strange team called Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. They were full of Grim Reapers and some devils, she mumbled. Ah, I see. So the artificial devils have joined their ranks then? I removed the blood from all of the Cow's Order members, so I wonder how strong they are now. I know they got some upgrades in the Phantasma and Eevee, so even without the blood, they're a lot stronger than Canon. But you lost in a different game settings, though. Rampage Ball and Scramble Flag, they don't rely on pure power, I said, and she nodded. Yes, but the other team had better synergy with Scramble Flag, and we faced a strange team when we played Rampage Ball. The Grim Reapers took advantage of that and used those devils to fend us off. Vera and I were the only ones to fight them evenly and overpower them, she explained. Well, just do your best in your upcoming matches. You have my full support too, I told her, and she thanked me. Now what? Asked Aoife. I have a date, I told her and looked at the time. It should be soon, so ha problems of a harem king. All right, off you go. Make that Valkyrie proud, she said and smacked the top of my head lightly. Before I left for the date, I was downstairs and saw Akane fawning over her 3 seniors. She saw me and waved me over, and I walked over. Looks like you're having a fun reunion, I said while looking at them. I didn't think I'd see all 3 of them in one spot. Harem King Sama, you earn more of my respect, said Akane as she made exaggerated bows to me. Is that so? Well, have fun then. I have to go somewhere, I told her. Lisa got up and hugged me, and got very close. Ada, a date with Rosie-chan? What about me? And me? Lavinia joined and hugged me from behind. What about you, Fusey-senpai? Asked Akane. We're roommates, mumbled Fusey. I sensed a bit of jealousy. Omo, I understand. I will help you, declared Akane. We'll take you guys on one other time. I need to go, I told them, and slipped away while hearing the cries of Lavinia. Rose waited by a certain shop in Kuo. I affected the entire town, so no one would question why a former teacher was going on a date with her former student. Just for today, no one would find it strange. I originally was going to offer to bring her to Tokyo again or another place. However, since our date was interrupted by Yuka back then, we decided to just stick close to home. She wore a black gothic dress and fidgeted as she waited for me. It felt a lot more formal than I had hoped, but she looked beautiful in it along with the black ribbons in her hair. Sorry for making you wait, I said as I arrived beside her. It's not problem, she replied and hugged my arm. Where to? Oh, nothing special, I said with a smile on my face. I'm a bit skeptical now. What do you have planned? She asked while narrowing her eyes at me. You're thinking too hard about it. Let's go. I didn't wait for her answer and pulled her along. A few hours had passed since our date started. We went to several places in Kuo, including my own restaurant, as we ate there. It was now nighttime and the day was ending. As the days slowly ticked on by, Rose became even more nervous and fidgety. I know I said we'd do it after the date, but she's been looking forward to it, huh? According to her, she bought this dress with several others, and Kuroka apparently told them I'd take them all on a date soon. I'm going to be one busy person soon. Let's go, Rose. I have a special place I want to take you to. I told her, and we teleported away. Once we arrived at this place, Ross Weiss's jaw dropped. She stared in shock and awe at the scenery in front of her. Hey, Aaron, what is this? 5 floating islands? Grassy plains beneath them? A spiral tower? Even larger mountains in the background? She asked and described the place in front of her. A smile spread across my face when I said, that's going to be our future home with everyone. I call it Sanctuary. It's a place beyond the Omniverse where nothing exists, so I created this. Well, it's in a different dimension, but it's just beside it. Lifting my free arm up, I pointed at the tower. That's the new Tower of Perseverance. Think of as another pocket dimension, and the floating island with the various buildings is our home, the main island. I explained. You wanted to be part of the Fated Ones, right? Well, I haven't brought any of them here yet. So how about we do it in our future home? I asked, and Rose's eyes widened in surprise. A smile appeared on her face as she began to shake. Okay. I chuckled at her before teleporting us to the master bedroom of this new home. It was around 20 times larger than the bedroom in Kuo and was decorated with various items, a mix of my room and my previous life, minus the light novels, especially DxD, and the items in my new home in Kuo. The bed was even larger. It could most likely fit around 50 people at a time. The scene was interrupted when Ross Weiss suddenly shouted, and she had removed her dress in an agitated state. She made an emotionally charged request, and shortly after, she continued undressing. Ross Weiss lay down on the bed. She had her legs closed, but as I got closer to her, she spread them for me and looked up at me shyly. Rose. Once I called her name out, she covered her face with both her hands out of embarrassment. In being shameless, I'm sorry. She shouted. I've been like this all day. I knew that this would happen, so each time those thoughts entered my mind down there, it became like that. She explained. Was that why you were fidgeting all day? I asked, and she nodded in confirmation. Fufu, what a lewd Valkyrie. Well, I stepped closer to Ross Weiss. She looked up at me, her gaze lingering. You're warm. Will this really be okay? She asked, sounding unsure. If you want, Ross Weiss let out a small sound as she leaned over, her face close to mine. I want this. Please hold me, she said. Ross Weiss then intertwined both of our hands together and laid back down. I nodded and leaned closer to her. She gave a small nod, and I slowly drew her into my arms. As we settled together, I could feel something tender and unspoken pass between us. I expected this to be gone, but I was equally surprised it remained intact since Ross Weiss trained harder than most people. She moaned out of pain. Are you okay? I asked as I stopped moving further inside her. She began panting and opened her mouth. With a reassuring smile, she nodded. I'm fine, she may say that, but a single tear ran down her cheek. Most of the time, they're too powerful to be injured or hurt, so this may be the few times they'd feel real pain, though it should be a one-time experience. I'm okay. I was just a little startled, so she said. A bit of uncertainty came over me, and I instinctively started to pull back since I didn't want her hurt. No, Rossweiss put pressure on our now intertwined fingers. Please don't stop, Aaron. Rose doing this makes me feel like I finally took my own steps into adulthood and became even closer to you, our date, taking me here for the end. She gave me another reassuring smile. So that's why I want to feel more of you from now and into the future. Rossweiss's simple words and wistful eyes appealed to me. So to answer her resolve and love, I held her close, deepening our embrace. Ow, Aaron. Thank you, she muttered. I felt a sense of happiness when I saw Rose smile like that. A few seconds later, I pulled her close, and things continued between us. After a moment, I began to move, and we stayed like that for a while. Rossweiss's soft sighs escaped from her lips. Each sound she made brought another wave of warmth through my body. An. She let out a small cry as I pulled her closer. Rossweiss responded with a gentle laugh. I wanted to hear more of it and continue my pace. I asked with my eyes if she felt uncomfortable, but Rossweiss smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Aaron, it actually feels good now, she replied. Knowing that she's starting to enjoy this too, I held her close, wanted to share the moment together instead of just thinking about myself. Aaron, she said softly and started moving with him. I love you. Aaron, any semblance of reason that was left in me with those words alone, they had no doubt been blown away just now. When Rossweiss becomes this cute, I lose my sense of reason, or is it all of them? Anytime they become adorably cute in our close moments together, I find it hard to stay sane. As Rossweiss kept letting out those soft little sounds, she would then whisper sweet words to me, and it would motivate me to move more. The more I moved, the more excitement rose up from deep within me. Her eyes suddenly widened, her grip on my hands tightened. She laughed breathlessly, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she looked away. I'm sorry, she said with an apologetic smile. I got a little ahead of myself. I chuckled and replied, the vast majority of men become ecstatic when they please a woman. You know? I take this as a win, although I'm also close, so it'll increase my pace. Not waiting for her reply, I began moving against her again. Each time I did, Rossweiss's body would respond and hold me close. I could tell that she was overwhelmed as I kept on going. Perhaps she hadn't stopped her previous reaction, and I just kept on pushing further, but she didn't stop me, so I kept going. Rossweiss seemed even more panicked. It's coming again, but it feels even hotter. Leaning forward, I captured her lips and inserted my tongue into her mouth. Rossweiss accepted this gesture as our tongues intertwined like our fingers. She became a bit more aggressive as I felt her poke and prod at my tongue and even caress it with hers. All the while, I held her close. I stepped back from Rossweiss. As I did, she let out a loud gasp. She trembled and clung tightly to me once more. Rossweiss's body twitched as another wave of intense emotion washed over her. Her body quivered and pulsed violently. At the same time, her own climax also brought me to mine. I had managed to push forward far enough, and I let go of everything within Rossweiss. I held her tightly as the moment swept over us. I felt that. Aaron, it's so intense, she whispered. I stayed close, breathing with her until things finally settled, the last of the rush slowly fading. Rossweiss and I stared at each other. We both exhaled one last breath before tears left her eyes. Rose? I'm just happy, she said, and I leaned back over and kissed her again. I then embraced her, and we stayed like that for a little while. Were you holding back on me? Rose asked as we settled on the bed and cuddled up. What? I asked, confused. I heard a lot of stories from everyone I went shopping with. They said you're a lot more bold and daring. I didn't see that at all, she said, giving me an accusatory glare. It was your first time, so I went easy on you. After that, well, we can change the pace up a bit. Who told you that? Oh, guess Kuroka, since she did go with you everyone you've been with, she replied. I was left speechless at that. Did she mean that they all told her about our time together? Well, I'm still in the mood. Want to keep playing for a bit? I asked, making her blush. BB, bring it on. I ain't done yet. I can keep going till the sun's up. She stuttered out with her accent. I laughed at her and agreed. For the next few hours, I exposed Rossweiss to the various activities and hobbies the girls forced upon me over the years I knew them. When we returned the next day, a few people were in the entrance hallway, including Gondel and Kuroka. Ah, they're back, Naya. Did you have fun, Naya? She asked bluntly. Gondel put a hand on her cheek and sighed. My little Rose has graduated. Is she going to give me children soon, I wonder? She muttered. Rossweiss immediately turned red, as she wasn't expecting these types of things to be said to her this early in the morning. Not until the foreseeable future, Gondel, I told her. Ada. So I do get grandchildren. Fufu, I look forward to it, Rose, Aaron, she said, and poked both of us on the nose. Grabani. Finally losing her cool, she screamed and ran towards her grandmother, trying to catch her. Instead, she caught Kuroka, who she dragged away. And Nia. Why me? She shouted back. Ophis suddenly appeared and pulled on my sleeve. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm home, and it's as chaotic as usual. A few days later, the match between Team Trunkheart of Heaven versus Team Fantastic Dragons would start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to one out of the first 3 matches that's been anticipated since it's been announced. Today we will have Team Trunkheart of Heaven, led by the Joker of Heaven. Diliu, guess what'll do? The announcer shouted. From one end of the stadium, in the Ajuka Stadium that was built in the Astaroth territory, came out Team Trunkheart of Heaven. In the lead was their king, Dulio. Dulio Sama. Angel. Win for heaven. A crowd of angels and also fans of the team screamed for them as they entered the stadium. Another team that's been on a winning streak and has 2 of the middleman's subordinate Ayas team, Fantastic Dragons. And it's led by a man called Hirokazu Miller. Freedom. Kitasama, please step on me. Beat him up. A crowd of various people and monsters also cheered for Hirokazu's team. And a few people fired guns, but they were immediately detained. Sheesh, just because we're part of the supernatural doesn't mean we won't stop you from doing that. The people today that are commentating with me are Satan, Ajuka, Beelzebub, Sama. Hello, I'm glad to be here today, said Ajuka. And the other is the middleman himself. Jin Skyward Sama. Glad to be here. I look forward to working with you all today, I replied. It's been decided today that the game that's being played by both teams is Rampage Ball. The rules are very simple. This competition is one in which both teams find the goals that appear all over the game field, and then throw the ball in. The points obtained are based on the scorer's piece value. For example, if a knight successfully scores, then 3 points will be awarded to that team. If it's a rook, then they receive 5 points. Choosing the person who scores will be key to the game. In the event of a successful scoring, the goal will disappear after the points have been confirmed. It will then appear at another random point on the field. This means that the players of both teams will once again compete for the ball and then aim to throw it into the goal. In this match, during the course of battle, even if players from one side are defeated, they will be able to return to the match after a fixed period of time. In other words, players will not be forced to retire even when they receive fatal damage. Rampage Ball. A variant of a normal rating game where the objective is to score points by shooting a golden ball the size of a basketball through a glittering gold hoop that serves as the goal, with a time limit of 2 hours. The game field is completely empty and vast, with no obstacles to obstruct the view of the players. Scattered around are water replenishment stations for hydration, as the game is determined by the player's stamina management. The number of points for each scorer team depends on the evil piece of the person or if the king scores. The number of points the king or each piece scores is as follows. King 10 points, queen 9 points, rook 5 points, bishop 3 points, knight 3 points, pawn 1 point after a team scores. The goal disappears and reappears at a random location on the field. The goal may be located far from its previous location. so teams must rush to score first. Retirement is ineffective for this game type, as players will be reinstated onto the field after a certain amount of time without being healed. This means when a player is injured, they remain injured. The team that wins is the one that has the most points at the end when the timer runs out. Now then, here are the current members of each team. Team Trump Card of Heaven: King Dulio Gesualdo, Queen Diethelm, Waltiller Bishop Marana, Shadorova Bishop Griselda, Quarter Rook Nero, Raymondi Rook Ryu, Heiken Knight, Jessica Lagerkvist, Knight Kayatora Shinra Pawn. 8. Irina Shida Team Fantastic Dragons: King Hirokazu Miller, Queen Kita, Bishop Yawanako, Shima Bishop, Mason Walker Rook Rio, Fujita Rook, Nathan Lewis Knight, Kenji, Sato Knight, Lance Cats Pawn. 5. Daiki Kimura Pawn. 3. Minato Hayashi. Both teams are about to be transported to the game field. Please prepare. The match between both teams was about to begin. Chapter 3, Part 2, Team Fantastic Dragons versus Team Trump Card of Heaven. Alternative title: Youth because of Youth. Third-person point of view. That man had always been average at everything. Whether that was in looks, his income, or the things he did, he always came out as just average. That man couldn't help but compare himself to the greatest of his country. As someone born from American and Japanese parents, he was slightly more different than others. Yet he did his best in what he did, from school to his hobbies, or just in his everyday life. He wanted to become someone that's beyond average. He wanted to be someone who mattered. He wanted to leave some kind of lasting impression on someone, a legacy. Hiro, why don't you try out for baseball? His mother asked. So the young man tried out for his school's baseball team, and he was average at it. He tried out for his basketball team. He was average at it. He tried out for various other extracurricular activities, and, as usual, he was only average at them. At one point, this young man began to question his very existence. Am I cursed to be average, cursed to be mediocre for the rest of my life? He asked himself. But that young man didn't want that. He didn't want to be average. So he sought out something different, something that would change his life forever. And he did. He found it. The supernatural, the paranormal magic was real. When he found out about it, he quickly joined an organization that specialized in it. He had trouble learning magic, though, but he didn't give up. The chairman of the organization, Mephistopheles, told him that magic could be learned by anyone. They just needed to work hard. This man, Hirokazu Miller, had always been average, but he worked harder than anyone he knew, so he already knew that very well. So he worked and worked and worked and worked, but nothing. Disheartened and mocked by his fellow magicians, he recklessly saw an assignment that was meant for beginning to medium-level magicians and took it without informing his chairman, and he nearly died from it. But in turn, his life changed even more. For when he was at death's door, a miracle happened. He felt a burning sensation all over his body, and from his arm, a light blue gauntlet appeared. It reminded him of a certain man who had been making waves in the supernatural scene, a man he looked up to and wanted to replicate his feats. The fact that his own power, his sacred gear, he was born with, awakened and looked like his, to Hirokazu Miller, it was nothing short of destiny. With his new twice critical, he defeated the monsters on that assignment. But he didn't go back to the Grausaber. He would let them presume he was dead, and from that day forward, he would train with his new power, gather allies with the same mindset, and become something. Over time, his name spread, and his newly formed team's name also started to be recognized, Team Jichi Stars. He also learned magic during that time. He had one teammate who was a natural at it, and he learned from him, and slowly all of them became more and more powerful. That was until they met her, a woman so powerful that they thought they were staring at a goddess. She boasted about her power, called them weak, and said they should give up on their dreams. Hirokazu and his team didn't like that, so they challenged her to a fight and lost badly. In spite of this, none of them stayed down during it. Even after numerous attacks that should knock them out, numerous attacks that should destroy their spirits and prevent them from standing up, they got up and kept on fighting. This confused the woman, and she asked them, "Why do you keep standing up? Why do you keep fighting?" With a bleeding face, Hirokazu smiled and gave his one and only answer. "Because I can't fall here. I have a dream. I have a man I want to catch up to, and someday I wish to work for him. He's amazing. So even if I have to face gods, I won't let my dream and my journey end here. His teammates felt the same. They were still near the starting line, their lives, their goals. Their journey had only started. When that woman heard that, she was stunned, so stunned that she forfeited the match and gave them the win. Only then did they collapse. The next time they woke up, they were in a room with beds, and the woman was gone. However, everything was paid for. That woman that day also changed. She started thinking more about life, thinking about what those impressionable young men said to her, so unknown to them. She started to observe their journey. She also began to research this universe, this world more. She was intrigued by it. She saw the beauty it had. It was unlike her universe, where only darkness and suffering existed. As more time passed, and as she watched the team spread their kindness because of the man they idolized, this woman's heart thumped in a strange way for the first time in her life. It was an unknown feeling to her, but it felt pleasant, and for the first time in her life, she smiled and cried. If such a world existed, if such people existed, I would like to stay here, she muttered to herself. She hadn't expected such words to leave her mouth, but they did. After that day, the woman named Kita approached Team Jichi Stars again and requested to join their team. She expected to be rejected, she expected to be ridiculed, but to her surprise, not only did their leader, Hirokazu, smile, but all of them did and accepted her into their team, their small little family. Again, she was touched by their kindness and wholeheartedly helped them from that day onward. She trained them, taught them more about magic and how to utilize them to their maximum potential. Kita became a full-fledged member in a very short time, and thus their team became even more powerful. That was until a fateful day came. When they were in New York, a man approached them with a few companions, of course. They recognized him. Who wouldn't at that point? He had saved various factions and pantheons already. Gene Skyward, the middleman and a pay dragon, had approached them, and their lives changed that day. Hirokazu's dream became even closer, but when he requested to spar with the middleman, it became apparent that he was nowhere near reaching him. However, he told the man in front of him of what he wanted. Get stronger and challenge me at a different time, and he'll give you an answer then, he was told. Those words only ignited Hirokazu and his teammates more, and from that day onward they trained like their lives depended on it. They felt themselves grow even more when the hyper-regenerative chambers came to every alliance, pantheon, and faction. They used it, and with Kita, they abused it. Their peaceful lives were just eat, train, sleep, and repeat. At the same time, they kept up with what the middleman was up to. He had done numerous things that only ignited them even more. That was until the war started, and their home, the Abenaki realm, was attacked. Team Jichi Stars, along with the warriors and gods of this realm, defended it the best they could. With their new strength, techniques, and teammates, his cousin Daiki and his group joined them. They successfully defended their home. The one who did a lot of the work was their strongest member, Kita, but tragedy would soon strike them as strange pink lines started killing people everywhere. They couldn't defend themselves against it and had to watch their teammates die. Hirokazu, the man who put this team together, had to watch his cousin die, his best friend, the hybrid Yawanaku, and the women he loved die in front of him. No one was safe, not even him. Hirokazu had many regrets as his life ended, but not too long after all of them came back to life and they cried and hugged each other. The miracles of the middleman, Kita muttered. The rest of her teammates agreed. They could only think of one person responsible for it, but they couldn't stop there. They knew they still lacked many things, but another thing happened that further ignited their passion. The World Rating Game Tournament. Everyone can participate, even gods. This tournament is based on the rating games of the devils. The grand prize? A wish granted by the middleman himself, the man who saved the world. Come one,